Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The hatred between Wakanda and Atlantis isn't something that can be erased with a few words, Queen Lamanka said, her tone cold, but her eyes clouded with buried pain. Arthur met her gaze calmly. Your Majesty, that feud began decades ago. Isn't it time to let it go? It's not that simple, the Queen replied, her voice tightening. My sister died, at the hands of the Atlanteans. You expect me to forget that? I'm not asking you to forget, Arthur said, taking a breath. But I am asking you to forgive. Because I'm not just Atlantean. My mother, she was Wakandan. Queen Lamanka's eyes widened. That's impossible. Who was your father? They died when I was very young. I only know what little was told to me, that my father was King Dylan of Atlantis. As for my mother, her identity was hidden. The Atlantean royal family suppressed any information about her. The Queen froze. Her lips parted in shock. King Dylan then you must be Lamanla's child. Arthur blinked. Lamanla. Tears shimmered in the Queen's eyes as she slowly stood. Lamanla was my younger sister. She was spirited, curious, and defiant. One day, she left Wakanda, yearning to explore the outside world. No one could stop her. Queen Lamanka's voice wavered. But then we learned she had fallen in love with an Atlantean prince, King Dylan. And soon after, we heard that Atlantis had executed her. A tense silence fell over the room. That's when we went to war, she said, her voice hollow. Wakanda attacked Atlantis, and most of the royal family perished. Only King Dylan and his son survived, and Namor was left to rule a kingdom in ruin. She looked at Arthur with trembling hands. And all this time, you were the child they tried to erase. The Queen reached forward and clutched Arthur's hands. Let me look at you, my child. Arthur stood quietly as Queen Lamanka studied him, tears falling down her cheeks. She told him everything, his parents' forbidden love, their fate, and the war that changed everything. Chala watched silently, realization dawning in his eyes. He's my cousin, he murmured. His mother was my mother's sister. The room was stunned. No one had expected such a complicated web of blood ties to emerge from the ashes of old hatred. And yet, in the middle of it stood Arthur, half Atlantean, half Wakandan. You've been through so much, the Queen whispered. Raised by a stranger, losing your adoptive father. And yet here you stand. You're not alone anymore. Arthur gave a small, grateful smile. We can celebrate once the battle is over, Chala said, breaking the moment. Right now, we still have Ultron to deal with. Arthur nodded. Then I'll head to the vibranium mine. If Ultron's trying to upgrade his body again, that's where he'll go. You all help Chala take back the throne from Eric. No way, Steve Rogers said immediately. You'd be walking straight into a death trap. Ultron's got the vibranium body now, and the Iron Legion. You'll be up against hundreds of machines. I agree, Tony Stark said. We need to split up. One team takes on Ultron, the other helps Chala. I'll handle Eric, Chala said. But he's got the entire Wakandan army under his command now. We'll need the Jabari's help. Everyone turned to M'Baku, who sat silently. You want me to fight my own people? M'Baku growled. I saved your life once. That debt's paid. We're even, Chala. But if Eric wins, he won't stop with the throne, Chala said. You think he'll let your tribe stay free forever? M'Baku frowned, silent. You're the last tribe resisting his rule. If you don't help me now, he'll come for you next. A long pause. Then M'Baku stood, cracking his knuckles. Fine. I'll help you take back Wakanda. But this time, you owe me. Chala grinned. Glad to be in your debt, brother. Now that the old king was killed by Ultron, Steve added, we just need to expose Eric's alliance with him. Once the people know the truth, they'll stop supporting him. Then the key is Ultron, Tony said. We need to track him, beat him, and reveal everything. Arthur stepped forward. We have one shot. Wakanda's isolation works to our advantage. If we block all external networks, Ultron won't be able to escape into the web. I can access the main hall's control room, Princess Suri said. From there, I can activate the energy barrier. It'll block all radio signals. No one gets in or out, not even Ultron. Dr. Banner smiled. Then we finish this. Here and now. Plans were quickly drawn. 2 teams would be formed, one to defeat Ultron, the other to support Chala in reclaiming the throne. I'll go with Arthur, Banner, Thor, Stark and Wanda, Steve said. We'll deal with Ultron. The rest of you help Chala. Everyone agreed. Princess Suri piloted the fighter jet carrying Steve's team toward the hidden vibranium factory nestled within the Kansas mountain range, an isolated stronghold with only one entrance. Steve parked the jet at a safe distance. Banner, Wanda, Suri, stay here and monitor from the jet. Arthur, Thor, Tony, let's scout ahead. Before Arthur left, he handed the vial of symbiote to Wanda. Be careful, she whispered. He gave her a reassuring nod, brushing her hair gently. I will. The 4 descended the winding path to the factory's main entrance. As they neared, Arthur extended his senses. Something's wrong, he muttered. There's no life inside. Their expressions turned grim. Let's move, Steve ordered. They entered silently, slipping through an unsealed metal door into the facility. It led to an elevator, which carried them deep underground into the heart of the mine. The moment the doors slid open, the stench of death filled the air. Bodies of Wakandan workers lay scattered across the floor. Blood stained the walls. Arthur clenched his fists, and Thor's jaw tightened. The factory's central hall was a marvel of technology. Glass walls overlooking the glowing vibranium veins, and a levitating mag train passing silently above. Everyone's dead, Steve said into his comm. Ultron's already been here. Back on the jet, Princess Suri heard the news and broke into sobs. These were her people, friends, colleagues gone. Wanda held her tightly, whispering words of comfort. Banner, eyes narrowed, scanned the monitors. Be careful, he said to the team on the ground. If Ultron's still there, you're not alone. There's a passage here. Let's try it, Tony Stark called out, gesturing toward a dark corridor he had just discovered. He had no idea where it led, but there weren't many options. The 4 heroes, Arthur, Steve, Thor, and Tony, stepped cautiously into the pitch-black tunnel. There were no lights, no sounds, just cold silence echoing through the narrow walls. Arthur reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out 2 compact flashlights, handing one to Steve. Steve raised a brow. You keep flashlights in your pants? Arthur just shrugged. Never know when you'll need one. They pressed on in silence, every footstep measured. After 10 minutes of cautious progress, the tunnel finally opened into a vast, cylindrical chamber, a fusion of stone and steel. It was a horrifying sight. Dozens of robotic arms moved in perfect unison, assembling steel-clad war machines with terrifying speed. The air buzzed with the hum of machinery. High above, a massive control core coordinated every movement, managing the creation of an army in real time. Oh my God, Steve muttered, eyes scanning the production lines. All of this, in just 3 days? Tony whispered, horrified. And they're made of vibranium. A cold chill ran down his spine. Steve turned to Arthur. How do we stop this? Arthur didn't answer. He stepped forward, raised his trident, and unleashed a massive pulse of orange energy. It soared into the air and struck the control core. The machine exploded in a blinding flash, and the robotic arms shuddered, then fell still. Nice shot, Thor said. Are we done? A mechanical voice echoed through the chamber, chilling and familiar. You're too late. Ultron's voice rang from every direction. You found me, but you won't stop me. My vibranium legion will burn the earth clean. Only through extinction can peace be achieved. Every robot in the cavern turned toward them. Their eyes lit red. Engines roared to life. The machines raised their arms in unison, and unleashed a storm of energy blasts. Down! Steve shouted. The red gem embedded in Arthur's gauntlet glowed with a sudden pulse. A protective field of crimson light wrapped around the 4 Avengers, and just as the barrage struck, they vanished. Boom! 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 The chamber exploded in a thunderous chain reaction. Fire and debris tore through the mine, shaking the earth above. When the smoke cleared, the crimson barrier faded, and the 4 reappeared, standing in the center of a massive crater. Tony exhaled. Well, that was dramatic. I thought I was toast. We can't fight down here, Steve said. Too tight. We need to get back above ground. Then let's blow the roof off, Arthur replied. He channeled all his strength into the trident and fired upward. At the same time, Tony's arc reactor flared with yellow energy, and Thor raised his hammer, summoning a lightning strike. The 3 beams collided, then shot upward as a single devastating blast. Krokum. The ceiling exploded open. Sunlight poured into the shattered mine. Arthur grabbed Steve and flew out of the crater. Tony and Thor followed, their jet propulsion and lightning pulling them into the sky. But before they could react, energy blasts fired from below. Hundreds of robots opened fire again. Arthur's red gem activated just in time, phasing them out. The blasts passed through them harmlessly, crashing into the walls and damaging other robots. "That cloaking trick of yours is growing on me," Tony muttered as they reappeared midair. But before they could regroup, a shadow darted toward them. A flash of crimson energy struck Arthur from behind, slamming him and Steve to the ground. "Arthur! Steve!" Wanda's voice called out from nearby. Banner, Wanda, Suri, and the others had exited the Quinjet after seeing the massive explosion. Wanda rushed to Arthur, helping him up. Steve grunted and stood, unharmed thanks to Arthur's quick shield activation. "I'm fine," Arthur said, wiping blood from his lip. Armor took the hit. "Suli." Arthur turned to the princess. "Get to the control hall. Lock Wakanda down. Seal the network completely." She nodded and sprinted back to the Quinjet. Tony and Thor landed beside Arthur and Steve, ready for round 2. They looked up as a new figure hovered above them, tall, humanoid and terrifying. Ultron. But this wasn't the Ultron they remembered. Now, he was humanoid in shape, clad in metallic red armor fused with dark vibranium plating. He looked more like a twisted version of Vision, a cruel mockery of what could have been. "Well, well," Ultron sneered. "You came to me. How considerate." Tony's face hardened. "We created you. Now we're going to end you." Ultron laughed. "You think you stand a chance? I have a new body, a new army, and soon, all 6 Infinity Stones. Humanity must end for peace to begin." Arthur stepped forward. "You're overconfident. Your army? Just scrap waiting to be dismantled. You'll see just how wrong you are." Behind him, a flood of robots burst from the destroyed mine, thousands flying and crawling toward them like a metal wave. Arthur's red gem flared, casting energy over the army. For a moment, every robot glowed red, but then their bodies shimmered blue, deflecting the energy with protective shields. "Impossible," Arthur muttered. Ultron laughed. "Vibranium is resistant to the effects of the Reality Stone. And your feeble attempts at control." He sneered as Arthur activated the Mind Stone. "Wasted effort. Vibranium blocks mental interference." Arthur's face tightened. He was right. Without the Power Stone, the Reality Gem alone wasn't enough. Fine. Then they'd fight the old-fashioned way. Arthur raised his trident. Tony charged his arc reactor. Banner roared, morphing into the Hulk. Steve unstrapped his shield, stepping forward without hesitation. Wanda stood at his side, hands glowing scarlet. Thor summoned Mjolnir, lightning dancing around him. Then, something else moved. The small white kitten, Venom, shivered. Its body expanded, limbs elongating, black liquid covering it like armor until it towered above them. The adorable feline was now a monstrous creature, screeching at the sky. Everyone paused. "That was unexpected," Tony said. Arthur grinned. "Time to show them what we're made of." The war had begun.
Plaza next to Wakanda Palace. The warriors of the Frontier tribe put the manufactured vibrating weapons into boxes and put them on the transport spaceship, preparing to transport them out of Wakanda and send them to the forces contacted by Eric. "Everything is going according to plan, Your Majesty," Wakabi said to Eric. "Have my people been notified?" Eric asked. "Yes, but some members expressed opposition to our new mission. The organizations in London, New York and Hong Kong are on call at any time," Wakabi said. Eric nodded after listening. At least there are still people in a few places who support him. Waiting for these subordinates to hand over the Genjin weapons to the forces they have contacted before, war will start all over the world, and the forces with Genjin weapons will be invincible? We will attack some places first, and others will judge the situation, and they will contact us at that time," Eric said to Wakabi. The captain of the Royal Guard, Okoi, frowned. She couldn't object to the new king's idea. She knew that Wakanda might be doomed under Eric's leadership. "Genjin weapons are incredible, the world will eventually know our true strength," Eric said proudly while playing with a spear made of vibrating gold, looking at the first transport plane going away. Boom! At this moment, only an explosion was heard, and the transport plane was knocked down, crashed on the plane not far away. Eric took everyone and ran to the side of the square to see what happened. How could there be an enemy attack? Only one person appeared on the wreckage of the transport plane. He was wearing a Black Panther armor, and his face was revealed after the nano helmet on his head disappeared. "He is Prince T'Challa who was thrown off a cliff in the King's Challenge. He is back," Eric saw that T'Challa suddenly had an ominous premonition, and Okoye and the members of the Royal Guard were very happy that T'Challa was not dead. A figure descended from the sky beside T'Challa. It was Rod the War Machine, and Falcon Sam also appeared in the air hovering next to Chara. It was M'Baku who brought the orangutans of the Jabari tribe here, and they appeared behind T'Challa in a square formation holding long hammers, shouting neat slogans. Eric looked at T'Challa, the Avengers, and the army of the Jabari tribe who appeared. He clenched his fists. Unexpectedly, these people came back again, and they couldn't let them destroy his plan. But he thought of Ultron, and he was secretly relieved. Ultron's Iron Legion should be almost completed. If it doesn't work, he will contact Ultron. At worst, everyone in Wakanda will be killed. Eric. T'Challa yelled Eric's name. What do you want? Eric asked aloud. You colluded with Ultron to murder the king. You are not qualified to be the king of Wakanda. I will continue to challenge you. Avenge your father. T'Challa said loudly. The faces of the Wakanda people changed when they heard T'Challa's words. The death of the old king has something to do with Eric? What evidence do you have that I murdered the king? You colluded with outsiders, and you are still with Jabari's people. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? I am the king now, Black Panther. Eric shouted to T'Challa said. Don't listen to his nonsense. The spaceship continues to set off, and Wakabi will kill him. Eric ordered to the Frontier Tribe. The Frontier Tribes hesitated after hearing Eric's order, but continued to start the transport spaceship, preparing to take the vibrating gold weapon out of Wakanda. The Wakabi challenge is not over yet? You can't do that. Okoye Wakabi said. Wakabi looked at T'Challa and the outsiders in the distance, as well as the people of the Jabari tribe, and he chose to believe Eric. Frontier Tribes? Destroy them. Wakabi ordered loudly. Roar, 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 roar. Frontier tribes wearing blue cloaks and holding scimitars rushed towards the Avengers, shouting neat slogans. A frontier tribal spaceship in the sky also headed towards them after taking off. You are related to the death of the old king, and you want to start a war? You are not suitable to be a king. Okoye pointed a spear at Eric, and all the royal female guards raised their weapons and prepared to attack Eric. Grab attack. Eric also took out 2 knives, his whole body flashed golden, and a Black Panther armor with gold inlaid appeared on his body. Come on. Eric fought with the royal guard. Jabari tribe, go. M'Baku led the Jabari tribe's army and followed T'Challa towards the Frontier tribe. The Avengers also followed the people of the Jabari tribe. Sam and Rhodes flew into the air and fired at the spaceship of the Frontier tribe in the air. Defensive formation. The leader of a Frontier tribe said, and the soldiers of the Frontier tribes running in front all stopped, fighting in a row, and raised their blue cloaks. Immediately, blue energy shields appeared in front of them. Their cloaks were made of vibrating gold, which could produce energy shields. T'Challa's panther armor had already accumulated energy when it was bombarded by the energy laser of the Frontier tribe's spaceship. T'Challa jumped to the center of the Frontier tribe's fighter formation and instantly released the energy of the armor. Immediately, the Frontier tribal fighters holding the blue protective shield were blown away, and the defensive formation of the Frontier tribes was instantly broken. The machine guns of Sam and Colonel Rhodes have been attacking the Frontier tribal spaceship, but they can't break through the defense of the spaceship. The shell of this spaceship is also made of Genjin. T'Challa picked up a spear and threw it towards the spaceship in the sky. The vibrating gold spear immediately penetrated the spaceship, and the spaceship exploded in the air and fell to the ground. The Avengers and the people of the Jabari tribe also rushed in front of the warriors of the Frontier tribe, and the two sides immediately fought together. Bucky rushed to Wakabi, and the metal right fist slammed on Wakabi, knocking him out instantly. Peter Parker and the Frontier tribal fighters fought hand to hand. Facing the vibranium-made knives in the enemy's hands, Parker did not lose the wind at all, and even used spider webs to fight back against the people who trapped the Frontier tribes. Scott Lang was also the one who kept jumping up and attacking the Frontier tribes after he became smaller. The enemy was beaten to the ground without seeing him. The most exaggerated thing is Pietro. More than a dozen enemies were knocked to the ground without seeing his figure clearly. Pietro dealt with these Wakanda people very easily. The people of the Jabari tribe are very brave, and they did not lose the wind when they fought against the people of the Frontier tribes. They were naked and brandished spears, fighting with the people of the Frontier tribes. Wakabi saw that the situation was not right, and the Frontier tribes were at a disadvantage. He climbed up the boulder, took out a horn made of rhinoceros horn from his arms, and blew it. T'Challa's expression changed when he heard the sound of the horn. He knew that this was the calling method of the rhinoceros raised by the Frontier tribes. Suddenly the ground shook, and more than a dozen huge rhinos in vibrating gold armor rushed towards the people of the Jabari tribe. The rhino quickly rushed into the crowd, and for a while the fighters of the Jabari tribe were thrown off their feet by the people hit by the rhino, causing heavy casualties. Bucky was also knocked out by a rhinoceros. Fortunately, he blocked the impact with his metal arm and was not injured. Wakabi jumped on the rhinoceros and hit the others. Natasha and Barton did not go to the frontal battlefield. They followed Princess Sully and Nagia to the control room secretly. As long as I open Wakanda's energy shield, I can block all the spaceships that want to go out, Princess Sully said. She took out a bracelet, which is the key to control Wakanda's technology. She connected to the computer and activated Wakanda's energy defense shield, and then she turned on the signal shielding function. Ultron can no longer invade the network. Suddenly, the whole of Wakanda was surrounded by a semicircular blue energy shield. Just as a transport plane was about to leave Wakanda, it crashed into the defensive shield and was destroyed. No, send someone to the control room to remove the energy shield. Eric, who was fighting Okoi, was very annoyed when he saw the energy shield. He didn't expect Wakanda to have such a thing as an energy shield. He shouted. He gave an order to the frontier tribesmen who were fighting with the royal guards. But the people of the frontier tribes were all entangled by the female soldiers of the royal guard and couldn't separate themselves, so Eric could only be anxious. Sully put Natasha and Patton on a Wakanda spaceship, and asked them to drive the spaceship to attack the transport spaceship outside and the frontier tribe spaceship that was heading here, and they set off after getting on the spaceship. The Jabari tribe was helpless in the face of these 10 giant rhinos, and T'Challa also rushed to stop the rhinos. Peter Parker kept shooting spider silk at the rhino, wrapping the rhino's head. The rhino couldn't see anything and rushed towards the mountain indiscriminately, colliding with another rhino. Scott looked at the rhino rushing towards him, and pressed the button on his left hand. Scott suddenly turned into a giant more than 10 meters high, withstood the impact of the rhino, grabbed the rhino horn and knocked it to the ground. Bucky spotted Wakabi, who was riding towards him on a rhino, and just when the rhino was about to hit him, he jumped up and grabbed the horn with his metal right hand, turned his body and kicked Wakabi off. The rhino kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. Quicksilver Pietro has nothing to do with this kind of heavy armored rhinoceros. He can only concentrate on dealing with the frontier tribes. Kansas on the other side of Wakanda. Arthur, 6 of them and a cat are facing an uphill battle. Arthur and Ultron are constantly fighting in the air. Ultron's red energy rays are constantly shooting at Arthur, and Arthur also sends out orange energy rays to bombard him, and the two fight while flying. Iron Man Tony Stark also kept shooting at the Iron Legion robots in the air, but he found that the Iron Machine Legion robots made by Genjin were very strong, and his energy cannon could only blow them away, so it was difficult to completely solve them. Steve Rogers was fighting the Iron Legion robots on the ground. He could only attack the iron robots with a vibrating gold shield, and his fists and feet couldn't hit them at all. Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, and kept smashing his fists at the Iron Legion robot. The Iron Legion robot, which was as strong as vibranium, was also deformed by the smashing force of Hulk. Thor used Thor's hammer to attack the Iron Legion robot. He knocked one flying with one hammer, and summoned lightning to strike the robot next to Steve. Wanda used chaos magic to knock out robots one by one with energy, and she was always around Steve Rogers, and the three formed a defensive formation to continuously attack the steel robots. Like the Hulk, Venom kept attacking the Iron Legion robots with its fists. It moved so fast that it knocked dozens of iron robots into the air in a short while. But over time, the Avengers will struggle a bit. These steel robots made of vibrating gold are too difficult to deal with. Even if their arms are removed and their heads are knocked off, they will continue to attack the Avengers. It is really difficult. Entangled? No, there are too many enemies, just because we are no match at all, said Tony Stark, who was fighting with robots. Arthur, is there anything you can do? Thor asked Arthur from the headset. We can only lure them to the Wakanda palace. I don't know what happened to T'Challa and the others. We have to ask the Wakanda people to help us. Yai, who was scurrying in the air to avoid the Ultron energy laser rays, said Essie. You fly to the palace with Ultron. Ultron killed the king of Wakanda. They knew Eric's conspiracy when they saw Ultron. We also retreated while fighting. Captain Steve Rogers said. Then come with me. Arthur rushed towards the Wakanda palace, followed by Ultron and countless Iron Legion robots. Tony Stark came to Steve Rogers, hugged him and soared into the sky, and chased in the direction of Arthur. Thor spun Thor's hammer, got up and chased after Arthur. Hulk ran in the direction of Arthur fiercely, extremely fast. Venom. Wanda launched the chaos magic, and her body flew up under the red energy wrap. The Venom leaped high and rushed towards Wanda. The body shrank and then turned into a white kitten and jumped into Wanda's arms. De took it to follow them. Countless Iron Legion robots also flew up to follow the 6, and countless energy cannons fired at the 3 in the air. Tony hugged Steve and kept dodging the energy cannons fired from behind, while Thor charged straight forward. The energy cannon hit him and made him stagger, and he continued to fly forward. Wanda wrapped herself in red energy, and the energy bombardment of the steel robot only produced circles of ripples on the red chaotic energy. Hulk is the worst. He who can only run on the ground receives the most attacks, but Hulk has thick skin and thick flesh. This attack is nothing to him. He also jumped high while running, punching a robot. Arthur, who was constantly advancing, suddenly saw a blue energy shield wrapping Wakanda. Well done, Ultron can't escape this time. After only flying for a while, Arthur came to the frontal battlefield. He saw the Avengers who were fighting the rhinoceros, and the people of the Jabari tribe and the frontier tribe who were fighting together. Everyone also saw the fast Arthur, but they suddenly saw Ultron and countless Iron Legion robots chasing Arthur. It was him. It was he who killed the old king. Wakabi looked at Ultron and shouted. He could never forget the murderer who killed the king in front of him. All the fighters of the frontier tribe stopped fighting when they heard Wakabi's voice, and the fighters of the Jabari tribe also stopped their hands, looking up at the Iron Legion robot flying in the air. The people of Wakanda. This is the man who killed my father T'Chaka, and the Iron Machine Legion around him was built with our vibranium. And it was all done by Eric. T'Chaka looked at the murder of his father and enemy, and suddenly became angry, and said to all the Wakanda people on the battlefield. Ultron also heard T'Cholla's shout. He stopped, looked down at everyone and said loudly, "That's right. I killed T'Cholla's father, and I also got the vibrating gold that you Wakanda people are proud of to build my vibrating gold army. In order to thank you, I will kill you all." Boom! A missile hit Ultron in the air, and it was Natasha who came back in the Wakanda spaceship. With the help of Rhodes and Sam, he and Barton completely shot down all the transport planes, as well as the 5 frontier tribes. Spaceship. Wakabi, now you understand, you have all been cheated by Eric. T'Cholla said loudly to Wakabi. Frontier tribe, listen to my orders and stop fighting. Our enemy is it? Avenge the old king. Wakabi said, pointing to Ultron in the air. Jabari tribe, attack on the steel robots. M'Baku ordered loudly. Tony Stark brought Steve Rogers down from the sky. Thor also landed behind him, and Wanda came here with Venom in his arms. Hulk jumped down from the air and came to the side of the Avengers. Arthur also flew back and landed beside Steve, and the Frontier tribes and Jabari tribes lined up again. Countless steel robots descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the Avengers. Ultron also descended from the sky. Eric came to Ultron wearing a Black Panther armor. On one side is the army of Wakanda and the Avengers, on the other side is Ultron leading the Iron Robot Legion and Eric, and the two sides are facing each other. Avengers, attack! Steve Rogers yelled. Wakanda warriors, go! Chucker yelled. Hey, kill them! Ultron ordered coldly. Both sides rushed towards each other, and the battle kicked off. Arthur rushed to Ultron, and the trident pierced his abdomen, but Ultron dodged it, and Ultron grabbed the handle of the trident and punched Arthur with a backhand. Arthur, do you think you can beat me with 2 infinity gems? Let me show you the magic of vibrating gold. Ultron held Arthur's hand tightly, and his eyes emitted 2 red lasers, pointing at Arthur. The chest hits. Suddenly a red energy shield appeared on Arthur's chest to help him block the attack. Wanda, who was watching Arthur from the side, shot. Arthur gave Wanda a grateful look, and continued to fight Ultron. The Avengers and the Wakanda warriors fought together with the countless vibrating army. The vibrating robots are very strong, can emit energy, and can use energy shields, which is very difficult to deal with. But the vibranium weapons used by the Wakanda can hurt them, and the Avengers found out that each of them found a vibranium weapon from the battlefield to deal with the vibranium robot army. Tony Stark was deeply inspired after seeing T'Cholla's Black Panther nano armor. He found that vibrating gold is such a magical metal, and he had new ideas for future armor designs. Tony Stark continued to attack the vibrating robot in the air, and Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, assisted him. The two cooperated tacitly, and the vibrating robot was continuously shot down by them. Pietro found a vibrating gold spear, and it was too fast to see clearly. Before he could react, countless robots were pierced by him and torn apart. Steve Rogers also used the shield to attack the vibranium weapon man. He used the shield to break the limbs of the robots, making them incapacitated. Natasha and Patton each found a knife, and they cooperated tacitly. A vibrating robot's hand cannon was cut off by Patton just as it was aimed at Natasha. Natasha turned around and cut off the robot's head. It's a really good knife. I'll ask T'Cholla to make one for me when things are over, Barton said to Natasha while attacking. Then I want a pair of daggers. Natasha nodded and said that the prostitute must remember to call me along. Thor has the strongest fighting power. The Thor's hammer made by URU is no problem against the vibrating robot under the blessing of divine power. He keeps shuttling through the air, hammering one enemy at a time. Why is the damn vibrating robot so strong? It's really troublesome. Sam kept fleeing in the air, and the 4 vibrating robots behind him were chasing him. Energy cannons kept attacking him, while his ordinary weapons these robots do no harm at all. Sam could only fly close to the ground, trying to avoid the chasing of the vibrating robot, when suddenly a green figure rushed to his side, punching a robot chasing Sam into the air. The robot crashed into the 3 robots behind it, and all 4 robots fell to the ground in an instant. It was the angry Hulk. Hulk rushed forward, grabbed a robot and split it in half. Then he grabbed another robot and smashed it against another robot. These robots were still easy for Hulk to deal with. Peter Parker is scurrying around in the crowd. His speed is very fast and his body is dexterous. Although he is thin, his strength is not small. He can knock a robot into the air with one punch. He cooperates with Wakanda fighters, constantly destroying the enemy. Bucky also found a short knife to deal with the enemy with T'Cholla. The energy cannon of the vibrating robot did not hurt T'Cholla. T'Cholla could also store energy and release it suddenly. Princess Sully made it. The Black Panther armor is really strong. You are very skilled. T'Cholla praised Bucky as he saw that he was ruthless and fast, and his close combat skills were excellent. You're not bad either, Bucky replied. I found my target. T'Cholla finished speaking and walked towards Eric, who was fighting with M'Baku in the distance. He wanted to kill the man who brought war to Wakanda. Eric, I will kill you today to avenge my father. T'Cholla rescued M'Baku, who was beaten by Eric, who had the power of a Black Panther, and said to him, you came at the right time. Today I will personally kill you here. Eric looked at T'Cholla and said fiercely, T'Cholla destroyed his plan, T'Cholla must die today. T'Challa rushed to Eric. Eric slashed at T'Challa with 2 knives. T'Challa dodged sideways, turned around and punched Eric on the head, knocking Eric staggering. Eric slashed at T'Challa again, but T'Challa grabbed his right hand and took the knife in his hand. The two fought close to each other, and the knives in their hands quickly slashed at each other, but they were both wearing Genjin battle armor, and the knives did not cause any harm to them. They threw away the knives and continued to attack with fists. For a while, the fights were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Protect Prince T'Challa. At this moment, Okoi led the female guards of the royal guard to T'Challa's side, and they raised their vibration gold spears to attack Eric. Eric was beaten and retreated under the siege of the royal guards. T'Challa kicked Eric in the stomach at the right time and kicked him to the ground. The royal guard stepped forward and held Eric with a spear to prevent him from resisting. T'Challa grabbed the necklace around Eric's neck and pulled it hard to remove it. The Black Panther armor on Eric also disappeared in an instant. T'Challa inserted his claws into Eric's chest. Eric opened his glasses wide and looked at T'Challa's hand on his chest. He didn't expect that he died in T'Challa's hands in the same way as his father. He was not reconciled. T'Challa pulled out his right hand stuck in Eric's chest, and Eric fell to the ground without breathing. Go and continue to destroy these vibration gold robots. T'Challa looked at Eric's body and said to Okoi, "Yes, Your Majesty." Okoi led the royal guards to kill the vibranium robot again. Both vibranium robots and Wakanda fighters suffered heavy casualties on the battlefield. Wakabi rode the only remaining rhinoceros and rampaged through the vibranium robot army. The fighters of the Jabari tribe formed a phalanx, throwing spears at the vibrating robots in the air, and countless vibrating robots were shot down from the air by them. The warriors of the frontier tribes held scimitars and attacked the falling vibration gold robot. Facing the energy artillery fire from a group of vibration gold robots, they held up their cloaks, and the blue energy shield blocked all attacks. Ultron looked at the defeat and retreated from the golden robot army. He attacked Arthur frantically, and the two fought fiercely in the air. "Ultra, you're doomed. You can't run this time," Arthur said to Ultron while attacking. "Do you think you can trap me with a protective cover?" Ultron raised his hand, and a group of steel robots suddenly flew in the distance, and they flew towards the control room. "Steve, Ultron wants to storm the control room. Take someone to defend it. Don't let him close the energy shield. Sully is also there. She is in danger," Arthur said into the headset. Steve Rogers saw countless robots flying towards the control room, and ordered, "Stark, Thor, quickly support the control room." "No problem." Tony Stark fired at the vibrating robot flying towards the control room. "Here we come." Thor, the god of thunder, also rushed to the control room at a fast speed to support Sully and Nagia. Sully and Nagia held an energy cannon and fired at the vibrating robot rushing into the control room. They had to defend the control room. However, there were more and more enemies, and they were a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Thor fell from the sky, and Thor's hammer kept attacking the vibrating robot. He stood at the door of the control room, blocking the enemies who wanted to rush into the control room. Tony Stark was also providing fire support from the air, and the two of them successfully defended the control room. Ultron was really in a hurry. If all his robots were wiped out, he wouldn't be able to run away. Arthur saw Ultron's trance, and grabbed Ultron's neck with his right hand. Both gemstones on Arthur's right hand lit up, and a yellow energy shield wrapped Ultron's body and disappeared. With the help of the reality gem, Arthur tried his best to successfully use the mind gem. The yellow energy blocked Ultron's data source, and Ultron could no longer escape from the network. "Damn it, you trapped me." Aochuang looked at Arthur shocked and angry. He didn't expect Arthur to be able to trap himself. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. After Arthur used the gems to block Ultron's data source with all his strength, he suddenly felt weak. Ultron saw that something was wrong with Arthur, so he grabbed Arthur's neck with his backhand and smashed him from the air to the ground. Arthur was hit hard on the ground. Ultron's right hand issued a huge red energy ray to attack Arthur, but this attack was blocked by a red energy shield. Wanda descended from the sky and stood in front of Arthur, using all her hands to form an energy shield with chaos magic to block Ultron's attack. "It's you again? Just because you want to ruin my business? Die." Ultron's eyes and hands emitted 4 red energy rays. Wanda could only grit his teeth and maintain the energy shield to block the huge energy rays. But Wanda's ability was still not strong enough. The energy shield broke after more than 10 seconds, and Wanda was also blasted away by the energy light. "No." Arthur looked at Wanda, who was blown away by the energy ray, and his heart ached. Ultron rushed to Wanda quickly, grabbed her neck and held the dying Wanda in his hands. "It seems that you care about this woman very much. I will let you experience the feeling of losing someone you care about." Ultron raised his right hand and inserted it into Wanda's heart. "No." Arthur shouted heart-piercingly. He tried to stand up, but the use of the Infinity Stone just now made him very weak. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Ultron was pierced by Pietro with a vibrating gold spear, and nailed to the ground. Aochuang sent Pietro flying with a backhand energy attack, and Aochuang was kicked away by T'Challa, who rushed to him just as Ulchuang stood up. Arthur stumbled and quickly came to Wanda's side and hugged Wanda. Looking at the big hole in her chest, Wanda was surrounded by red energy. Under the power of the reality gem, Wanda's chest wound slowly disappeared, and the ability conjured of the heart started beating again, and Wanda resumed her weak breathing. Arthur knew that she could only maintain this state for a while, and Wanda would still face death soon. Venom, where are you? Arthur shouted into the battlefield. A black monster broke free from the vibrating robot that was fighting it, and rushed towards Arthur. Arthur looked at the Venom running towards him, and finally felt relieved. As long as there is Venom, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be saved. Under the anxious expressions of Arthur and Pietro, the black liquid on Venom's body slowly enveloped Wanda, leaving only a little white cat nervously spreading around. Arthur picked up the little white cat, looked at Venom nervously, and asked, "How is it? Can Wanda's injury be healed? Her heart is all broken, but I can repair a new heart for her. After this treatment, I have to replenish my energy? I have consumed too much physical energy." Venom replied. Both Pietro and Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wanda is fine, Arthur let Pietro continue to kill the enemy and guard Wanda by himself. "You treat well, this time I go back and buy a cart of chocolates to replenish your energy," Arthur said to Venom. Ultron pulled out the vibrating gold spear on his chest and fought Kara. Steve Rogers also came to help, and the two attacked Ultron together. Ultron's red energy ray was blocked by Steve Rogers' shield, and T'Cholla's panther armor could also absorb energy and release it to attack Ultron. "You killed my father, today I will kill you." T'Cholla's attack passed quickly, Ultron could only defend to block his attack, and Steve also kept attacking Ultron with his shield. Facing the two skilled men, Ultron was beaten too hard to fight back for a while. Ultron suddenly flew up and rushed into the air. T'Cholla and Steve couldn't fly and could only watch him leave. Just when Ultron was about to escape, he was knocked down by a flying hammer. It turned out that Thor had arrived, and Tony Stark blasted the falling Ultron with energy rays in the air. Ultron hit the ground heavily, Thor and Tony Stark fell from the sky, and for a while Thor, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers and Kara surrounded Ultron. The venom left Wanda's body and returned to the kitten's body. Arthur finally smiled when he looked at Wanda in his arms who had no scars on his body. Wanda slowly opened her eyes and saw Arthur holding him. Wanda reached out and stroked Arthur's face. "Am I dreaming, Arthur?" Wanda said. "Don't worry, you're fine," Arthur said, holding Wanda tightly in his arms, and Wanda also hugged Arthur's body. After a while, Arthur let go of Wanda, looked at her and said, "Well, Ultron is still waiting for us to solve it. How do you feel?" "I feel good. I don't feel any pain at all. It's amazing," Wanda said, stroking the white kitten's head. Arthur looked at Ultron, who was fighting fiercely with Thor and Tony Stark in the air, and said, "Let's go, let's get rid of him." Wanda nodded, red energy came out through her body, and flew towards Ultron. The golden trident appeared in his hand, and Arthur also flew towards Ultron. Ultron was on par with Thor and Tony Stark in the air, but with most of his Iron Legion wiped out, there was no one left to support him. Facing Tony Stark's energy ray attack on Ultron, a blue energy shield appeared on the surface of Ultron's body to block it, but Thor took the opportunity to use Thor's hammer to summon lightning to strike Ultron, knocking him out. At this moment, a red energy fixed Ultron, which was Wanda's power of chaos. Arthur raised the trident and sent a blast of orange energy on Ultron, and Ultron issued a blue energy shield to block. Tony Stark also shot a yellow energy ray at Ultron, and Thor, who was on the side, also raised Thor's hammer and struck Ultron with countless lightning bolts. "It's impossible," Wanda Ultron exclaimed, looking unharmed. Wanda squeezed Ultron's body with all the power of red chaos, and the three energies of Arthur, Tony and Thor broke through the blue energy shield and directly attacked Ultron's body. Under the attack of the four energies, Ultron's body slowly turned red, like a red-hot iron, and became brighter and brighter. "Do not." Finally, with a bang, Ultron was completely blown to pieces, and the four of them finally smiled as they looked at the destroyed body of Ultron. Just after Ultron's body exploded, the vibrating gold robots present all turned around and wanted to escape, and Ultron's consciousness still remained in their bodies. "Let none of them get away," Steve Rogers ordered. "Can't run, there is an energy shield, but it needs to be searched," T'Challa said. Together with other Avengers, Arthur began to hunt down the Iron Robot Legion. Arthur looked at the steel robot that took off and was about to flee to the distance. The red gemstone in his right hand emitted red energy, and Arthur blocked the space. Wanda used the power of chaos to control several robots, and Pietro used a spear to dismantle them into parts in an instant. Steve Rogers and T'Challa are the fastest to kill in the competition. T'Challa, who has the power of the Black Panther and the Black Panther armor, can't match the attack speed of Steve Rogers. Thor and Arthur are the fastest to destroy the Genjin robot. They both have weapons made by URU, and they are also very destructive in the face of the robot made by Genjin. Tony Stark and James Rhodes chased the fleeing vibrating robot from the air. Although Arthur's red energy blocked the space, there were still fish that slipped through the net. Tony Stark and Rhodes were looking for enemies in the sky. Natasha and Patton were already out of breath. Luckily, Natasha's body had been strengthened, and Patton was just an ordinary person. After Patton killed a vibrating robot with a knife, suddenly another vibrating robot raised its hand cannon and was about to attack him. Barton's tired body couldn't react. Fortunately, Natasha saw it from the side. She chopped off the robot's hand with one knife, and its head was chopped off with the second knife, and then its limbs were chopped off. "Are you okay?" Natasha asked Barton concerned. "It's okay, I'm really a bit old, and my physical strength can't keep up," Barton replied breathlessly. Don't mention your age in front of me, you are still early, take a rest. Natasha replied. It's okay, I can still hold on. Barton picked up the weapon again, and the two continued to attack the nearby vibranium robot. Bucky and Peter Parker met together. Bucky used the broken blade to quickly attack the steel robot, and Peter Parker found a spear. Your metal right hand is really cool, said Parker of leather. Your fighting skills are really good, be careful of the enemies behind you. Peter Parker said again. These robots are so annoying that they can't be beaten to death. We have to dismantle them. Peter Parker chattered beside Bucky. Shut up. The cold Bucky only answered him with these two words. Sorry, but your metal right arm is really cool, said Peter Parker. Bucky was speechless. Why does this kid talk so much? Facing a large group of steel robots, Hulk's feet are all torn apart by him. Hulk seems to have inexhaustible strength, and the more he fights, the more courageous he becomes. Sam and Scott Lang hid in the control room, where it was relatively safe. Sully gave Sam an energy weapon to deal with the vibrating robot that wanted to invade the control room. Scott Lang is now exhausted after becoming bigger twice. He drank water in large gulps and sat on the ground to rest. He was really tired from this battle. It is already his responsibility to become huge twice a day. The limit is reached. Princess Sully is operating on the computer. He and she used the computer to lock all the vibrating robots in Wakanda to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Your technology is really powerful. Sam sighed from the side. Princess Sully smiled proudly. She thought these outsiders were very cute, and outsiders were not like what her father said. They all coveted Wakanda. At least the Avengers were easy to get along with. With everyone's efforts, all the steel robots were wiped out, leaving only one. Tony Stark looked at the last steel robot in front of him. Are you afraid? Ultron, it seems that you are also afraid of death, Tony said. I am not afraid of death, but the Earth will be destroyed by your Avengers sooner or later. Peace will never be achieved, said the last vibrating robot. You are just a frog in a well, you don't even know who the real enemy of the Earth is, and you talk about peace without shame. Arthur said from the side. Thor's hammer flew over suddenly, the robot was smashed to pieces, and Ultron was finally wiped out. What nonsense to talk to it. Thor complained. Okay, it's finally over. I'm starving to death without eating for a day. I don't know what to eat in Wakanda. Tony wanted to eat as soon as he relaxed. It's not easy. T'Challa will soon be the king of Wakanda, and he must entertain us well. Arthur replied from the side. I invite everyone to participate in my king's succession ceremony. Later, Wakanda will hold a grand banquet, and invite all Wakanda friends to participate. T'Challa heard their conversation not far away, and shouted to everyone the Avenger said, and everyone present cheered. On the huge Wakanda square, under the witness of countless Wakandas and Avengers, Queen Lamangsa put a necklace made of Black Panther teeth on T'Challa, and T'Challa officially became Wakanda King of Dar. Black Panther? The people of Wakanda danced happily to commemorate the heroes who died in this battle. The Avengers all gathered in the Wakanda Palace, and countless Wakanda delicacies were placed on a huge round table. Everyone sat around and ate very happily. Thank you very much for the help of the Avengers. I avenged my father and regained the throne of Wakanda. Thank you. Cheers. T'Challa stood up and raised his glass. Cheers. X-15 All the Avengers raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. The Avengers and Wakanda will always be friends, and I also want to invite His Majesty to join us as a member of the Avengers, and we will defend the peace of the Earth together. Steve Rogers said to T'Challa. Joining the Avengers, this. T'Challa was a little hesitant. He was the king of Wakanda and could not leave Wakanda alone to act with the Avengers outside. Your Majesty does not need to do any tasks, but you need Wakanda's support in times of crisis. Steve Rogers explained. Of course it's no problem. To promote world peace, our Wakanda will take action this time. T'Challa made up his mind. The former king of Wakanda was afraid of the outside world and never participated in all external events. He felt that it was wrong to do so. Wakanda is also a part of the Earth and cannot be alone. Wakanda should also contribute to the peace of the Earth. Okay, thank you very much, Your Majesty. With the support of Wakanda, our Avengers will be even stronger. Steve Rogers said. Come on. Enjoy, everyone. Cheers. T'Challa raised his glass to toast everyone. All the Avengers raised their glasses, only Peter Parker was still drinking tea as a student. Arthur, a student, didn't mind it. Everyone was feasting on the food on the table. It was the first time they ate Wakanda food, various animal barbecues and bread, and some unnamed dishes, which opened everyone's eyes. The most different thing is the cat venom. A cat eats more than anyone else, holding a roast antelope leg kuangken. Everyone has seen the performance of venom on the battlefield. A small cat becomes a huge monster, extremely destructive. It can also heal the body of the injured. This time the Avengers were more or less injured, and it was the venom that helped heal them. Now everyone admits that the venom is a member of the Avengers rather than a pet cat. Venom, I'm so hard? ONGT, underscore and LT, oh, is your armor stored in this necklace? Tony asked, pointing to the necklace on T'Challa's neck. Yes, it is made of gold nanotechnology. If you are interested, you can communicate with my sister Sully. It was designed by her. T'Challa looked at Princess Sully beside him and said to Stark. I'm very interested, can I ask you about it? Princess Sully. Tony Stark looked at Sully and asked. I'm honored. Sully replied. This incident has finally passed safely, and I am very sorry for the loss caused by Wakanda. Steve Rogers said to T'Challa. I can't blame you for this. Ultron is coveting our vibration gold, and thanks to your help to eliminate Ultron. T'Challa said sincerely to Steve Rogers. You're welcome. We also want to thank you for your help, Steve Rogers said. The meal was very enjoyable. Everyone became friends. Arthur also reached an agreement with T'Challa. The hatred between Atlantis and Wakanda was wiped out, and they will have friendly exchanges in the future. At night, the people of Wakanda, who like singing and dancing, held a grand bonfire party to celebrate the succession of the new king, and invited all the Avengers to attend. Wanda sat on the grass next to Arthur, watching the Wakanda people holding hands and dancing around the bonfire in the distance. She felt that it was really beautiful now. Arthur stroked Wanda's hair and said, I was really scared to death today. Don't take such a risk next time. I'll be fine with armor protection. I saw that you were in danger and I couldn't help going up. I have to become stronger to protect you in the future. Wanda looked at Arthur and said, I'll protect you in the future, and you can't help but want to become stronger, Arthur said. How? Wanda asked. Your ability comes from the Mind Stone, but you use the energy of chaos magic. There is a mage organization on Earth in Kamatage. I will take you there to learn how to master your magic. Arthur explained. Kamatage? Where is it? Can the mage there teach me how to use chaos magic? Wanda asked. Yes, Kamatage has a very powerful supreme mage named Guyi. She can be said to be the most powerful person on Earth. I will accompany you to ask her for advice in a few days. Arthur looked Wanda said with a smile. Wanda nodded. As long as it was Arthur's arrangement, she would agree. Come on, let's go dancing together. Arthur took Wanda's hand and led her to run to the Avengers who were dancing happily with the people of Wakanda, and joined them together. Arthur led Wanda to learn the Wakanda dance and danced happily, beside Natasha and Dr. Banner, as well as Bucky and Steve Rogers. All of them had happy smiles on their faces. Tony Stark communicated nanometal technology with Princess Sully in the laboratory. Tony didn't expect a little girl to know so much advanced scientific knowledge. Tony has a new idea for his next armor, Mark 50, and he wants to purchase some vibration gold from Wakanda. T'Challa agreed to him after thinking about it. T'Challa knew that Tony Stark would not use vibration gold to do bad things, and T'Challa also prepared some gifts for the Avengers. Patton once secretly asked him if he could give him a samurai sword made of vibranium, and T'Challa agreed. Not only that, he also prepared 2 daggers for Natasha, a section blade for Bucky, and a knife for Pietro, all of which are vibrating gold weapons. As for Arthur, he is of royal blood and is eligible to inherit the Black Panther, but Arthur is also the Sea King of Atlantis. T'Challa asked Arthur if he needed anything, and Arthur said he didn't need anything. The next day, T'Challa and Steve Rogers shook hands amicably as the Avengers prepared to fly out of Wakanda. The Avengers are very grateful to T'Challa for the gift. T'Challa also prepared a gift for Wanda. It is a red dress. Its fabric is also made of vibrating gold and Wakanda warriors. Like a cloak, it is not only soft and tough, but also can summon an energy shield to defend against attacks. Arthur is also very grateful to T'Challa for giving Wanda this dress, which is very much in Arthur's mind. After the Avengers boarded the plane and departed, T'Challa looked at the 2 fighter planes leaving and lamented that a new era of Wakanda is coming. The Avengers all went home, and Arthur took Wanda and Pietro back to their home in the sports car he conjured up with the Reality Stone. After going out for a few days, it feels like I haven't been home for a long time. It feels like I haven't been home for a long time, Arthur said, looking at the villa in front of him. It's good to be home. Wanda pulled Arthur and Pietro into their home. Finally I can take a good rest for a few days, and there should be no tasks recently. Pietro said with a yawn. Yeah, it's time to rest for a few days, and I won't go if I have a mission, Arthur said. You are the laziest Avenger, they don't care about you anymore. Wanda gave Arthur a blank look and said, all I do are important tasks. Okay, I need to be involved in ordinary trivial matters? Isn't this a sledgehammer? Arthur seems to have forgotten that he was asked to do some simple infiltration tasks before. Okay, you're the best, I'm going to take a shower. Wanda gave Arthur a blank look and walked towards the room. I want to wash too, do you want to come together? Arthur asked suddenly. Go away. Wanda replied. The matter of Ultron has finally come to an end, and the Avengers have returned to their normal lives. After this battle, Arthur discovered his own shortcomings. He relies too much on the ability of gems now, and he can't do it when he encounters enemies that gems can't fight. So I decided to take Wanda to find the legendary mage organization Kamatage, and go there to learn magic to make myself stronger. Arthur secretly came to the hospital to see if Stephen Strange had gone to Kamatage, only to find that he was still undergoing surgery. Stephen Strange is the best surgeon, especially clinical brain surgery has never failed. Dr. Stephen Strange, who had just finished an operation and was about to leave work, saw a man standing next to his Lamborghini waiting for him as soon as he arrived at the underground parking lot. Sorry, sir, what can I do for you? Stephen Strange asked. The car is pretty good. You are Dr. Stephen Strange. The man in a sweater, baseball cap, and mask asked. Stephen Strange immediately became vigilant. This person might not be trying to harm himself. He held the phone in his hand, and was ready to call the police if something went wrong. Yes, I'm Stephen Strange. Do you have anything to do with me? Stephen Strange said. It's okay, I just want to chat with you, can I buy you a drink as a favor? The man took off his hat and mask, revealing a young and handsome face. Are you King Arthur? Stephen Strange recognized this super popular superhero. It's me, I want to talk to you, don't you mind? Arthur asked. I'm honored. Stephen Strange replied. Then get in the car, Arthur said. You didn't drive here? Stephen Strange asked. Well, I came by bus, Arthur replied. Stephen Strange was speechless. Arthur brought Stephen Strange to a high-end restaurant, which was the high-end restaurant of Atlantis opened by Jack. The number of Atlantis restaurants has grown from 6 at the beginning to 18. Because the Avengers are becoming more and more famous, everyone comes here admiringly. Many people also met members of the Avengers when dining at the Atlantis restaurant. It is said that Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes are frequent visitors to the Atlantis restaurant. Of course, other members of the Avengers are also frequent visitors to the Atlantis restaurant. Arthur even said that the Atlantis restaurant can be used as the canteen of the Avengers. So the Atlantis restaurant suddenly became famous. Its prices are low, the ingredients are fresh and delicious, and it has authentic Chinese food. This is why everyone likes to eat at the Atlantis restaurant. The Atlantis restaurant has also opened branches across the United States. Jack is very business-minded. He has targeted the high-end market and opened 3 high-end Michelin restaurants in Los Angeles, New York and London. It turns out that the 6 friends in the Atlantis restaurant have all changed from migrant workers to millionaires worth tens of millions, but they still miss the days when they were together in the small restaurant by the sea. At that time, we could still see Arthur often, and everyone often got together at Arthur's house, but Arthur was basically not at home in the past 2 years, and they could only see Wanda and Pietro when they came to look for Arthur. Recently, Wanda and Pietro also went to the Avengers to do missions, and they had no chance to meet again. Everyone knew that Arthur was very busy, so they didn't take the initiative to contact Arthur. Jack was very happy when he received the news that Arthur was bringing friends to the restaurant for dinner. He hadn't seen Arthur for half a year. Arthur came to the entrance of the Atlantis restaurant in Stephen Strange's sports car. Arthur looked very familiar with the statue in the fountain pool at the entrance of the restaurant. Isn't this me? The statue wearing a crown, armor, and holding a trident. Jack is exaggerating. Having such a statue at the entrance of the restaurant makes him feel like he is going to be immortal. Arthur looked at the statue in front of him with a bit of a face, and Stephen Strange also saw the 5-meter-high statue. This restaurant is really unique. Stephen Strange said. Haha, even though this is my restaurant, and it's my first time here, it makes you laugh. I don't know why they made such an exaggeration. Arthur said embarrassingly. Jack was already waiting at the door. When he saw Arthur coming with a man, he greeted him immediately. Boss, you're here. Jack said, looking at Arthur excitedly. Arthur missed the boss very much when he heard this sentence, which is the respectful name his friends call him. You're calling me the boss even though you're the CEO. I should call you the boss. Arthur said jokingly. In my heart, you will always be the boss. The boss has arranged everything. Let's go in. Jack said. Under the leadership of Jack, Arthur, and Stephen Strange walked into the Atlantis restaurant. The design of this restaurant is relatively high-end, and it feels resplendent after entering the door, as if they have come to Asgard. Arthur and Stephen Strange listened to Jack's introduction together, and looked at the very wide hall and the decoration of various Avengers elements, feeling very good. There are many people dining in the hall, and the melodious music makes everyone's dining process very stylish. It's really well done. As expected of you, Jack. Arthur said to Jack with a thumbs up. Jack was very happy. It would be the best to get the boss's affirmation. After Jack led Arthur and Stephen Strange to a luxurious private room, he turned and left without disturbing the boss talking to the guests. After Arthur and Stephen Strange sat down, no waiter came in to deliver the menu, because Jack had already arranged all the dishes. It's a great honor for your invitation, but I don't know what you want from me. Stephen Strange was very surprised why Arthur, the king of the sea, was looking for him. He is just a doctor. Is he going to invite himself to the hospital opened by the Avengers, or did he have a friend who was injured and needed to operate on himself? Actually, it's nothing. I just want to make friends with you. Somehow, I feel that we will have a lot of intersections in the future. Arthur said mysteriously. I don't quite understand what you mean. Stephen Strange was even more confused after hearing Arthur's words. You just think that I can predict the future. In the future, you will become an indispensable and important person on Earth and one of our Avengers. Arthur said. I'll be an Avenger in the future? How is that possible? I'm just a surgeon. Stephen Strange felt that Arthur was joking. There are many uncertain factors in the opportunities of a person's life. Who can say clearly about the future? Arthur shrugged and said. I still don't quite get it, said Stephen Strange. You will know later. I promise I will help you once, but after you join the Avengers. Arthur said. At this time, the waiter of the Atlantis restaurant pushed the dining car in and began to serve the dishes. There were a lot of dishes, especially the 8 Chinese dishes were Arthur's favorite dishes. Braised pork in braised pork, kung pao chicken, crispy roast duck, drool chicken, spicy hot pot, pork wrapped in pork, boiled beef, and braised prawns in oil. There were also several American dishes, and a bottle of red wine was served for the 2 of them. I don't know if you like Chinese food or not. I like Chinese food very much, so I will bring you to try it. We have hired several Chinese chefs in the Atlantis restaurant to ensure that the dishes are very authentic. Arthur told Stephen Strange said, I've never eaten Chinese food. You know I'm busy working in the hospital, so I rarely have the opportunity to try these dishes. Today, I was able to try the taste of Chinese food. Thank you very much, Stephen Strange said. Arthur introduced these dishes to Stephen Strange and gave him allusions to them. After Stephen Strange tried it, he felt that Chinese food was much more delicious than American food, and the taste was very rich, which was indescribable to him. 2 words, delicious? Stephen Strange fell in love with Chinese food after eating it once, and he said that he would come to this restaurant again in the future. Arthur gave him a VIP card, allowing him to dine here in the future without making a reservation. Stephen Strange thanked Arthur very much. The two had a very happy meal, and they chatted a lot. Stephen Strange is a very proud person, and he is very confident in his medical technology. Chatting with him, Arthur also felt that he had profound medical knowledge and was very interesting. Arthur was also very happy to meet Stephen Strange, a friend. Stephen Strange didn't figure out the reason for Arthur's visit in the end, but just kept Arthur's words in his heart. He might be related to the Avengers in the future, and he also recognized Arthur as a friend. He thinks that Arthur is also very interesting, he enjoys life more, and is especially interested in Chinese things. Arthur also told him a story about a place in the Himalayas called Karmataj, where a group of magicians lived. Stephen Strange is also dubious. He knows that many people in the Avengers have mysterious powers. Maybe the magic that Arthur said really exists? Arthur looked for the Supreme Temple in New York but couldn't find it. He remembered that there should be a temple in New York, but Arthur drove around New York for 3 days and didn't see the sign of the Supreme Temple. Is it possible to go to the Himalayas to find the location of Karmataj? Arthur thought sadly. Arthur and Wanda came on a walk-and-go trip. Of course, he told Steve Rogers about the trip. Steve Rogers didn't want to complain about Arthur's behavior of leaving at every turn. Arthur and Wanda were dressed very casually, carrying school bags and sunglasses, and taking pictures while walking, even if they were traveling. They took a plane to Kathmandu, Nepal, and the information shows that Karmataj is here. Kathmandu is the capital of Nepal and the largest city in Nepal. It is located on the southern slope of the Himalayas. The city has a strong religious atmosphere. Arthur and Wanda seem to be traveling. They took pictures everywhere in Kathmandu. They also took a vlog of a day trip to Kathmandu. They went to many places of interest and tried local snacks in Nepal. Wanda was very happy that Arthur could bring her out this time. Every time she told Arthur that she wanted to act with him, Arthur refused. Wanda was very happy to travel with Arthur this time. Whether they finally found their destination or not, Wanda felt very meaningful. Wanda also enjoys Arthur's playful actions very much. She knows Arthur very well. He is a person who enjoys life very much. Arthur said that his dream is to be an ordinary person and live happily in this world. Go down. Arthur usually enjoys life very much, and is even fanatical about the pursuit of food. Of course, in the eyes of other Avengers, Arthur's character is lazy and greedy. Wanda held Arthur's hand and walked on the streets of Kathmandu, looking east and west, and was very interested in what every vendor was selling. There were so many people on the streets of Kathmandu, it was like going to a market, and Arthur had already sent away 3 thieves who had targeted him. Arthur took Wanda to a restaurant. The owner of the shop was actually a Chinese. Arthur communicated with him in fluent Mandarin. Wanda was eating Nepalese special pilaf and curry steamed buns, but she couldn't understand what Arthur and the boss were talking about. We are traveling here from New York. How long have you been working in Nepal, boss? Arthur asked. It has been almost 10 years since I opened a store in Nepal. It turns out that I am Tibetan and my wife is Nepali, the boss said. That's because I've lived here for a long time, and I have a question I want to ask my boss, Arthur said. What's the problem? I'll tell you what I know, the boss replied. Boss, do you know Karmataj? We went to Nepal to find Karmataj. It is said that Karmataj has a group of very magical people. Arthur asked. I know the location of Karmataj. The boss stared at Arthur for a long time, hesitated and decided to tell him. Really? That's great. Thank you very much, Arthur said happily. It was really lucky that he asked about their destination after a casual meal. Karmataj is home to a group of real saints, practitioners with great supernatural powers. Last year, my child got a rare disease. I took him to many hospitals but he couldn't be cured. Finally, under the guidance of an old man in Nepal next, I took my child to Karmataj, and finally my child's illness was cured. The boss shared his experience. Arthur nodded. People who went to find Karmataj basically asked for medical treatment. No one knew that Karmataj was the guardian of the earth. The restaurant owner gave Arthur an address where he could find Karmataj. After eating, Arthur took Wanda to look for the address given by the boss, and found a very low-key house opposite a temple. It's really hidden. If you didn't tell me that this is Karmataj, I would have thought it was the home of Nepalese civilians. Are you sure it's here? Are you mistaken? Wanda looked at the small wooden door in front of her and asked in disbelief. Is this where the legendary Supreme Mage lived? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. It should be here. Arthur walked forward and knocked on the door. After a while, a dark-skinned man opened the door, looked at Arthur and Wanda warily and asked, Who are you looking for? This is Karmataj, right? Let's find the Ancient One Master. Arthur looked at the familiar Karl Modu and replied, This is not the place you are looking for, let's go. Carmodo looked at Arthur and Wanda vigilantly and said, I said I found the wrong place? Let's go. Wanda whispered, holding Arthur's hand. Arthur patted the back of Wanda's hand, looked at Carmodo and said to him, You are Master Modo, right? We are from New York, and we have something to do with Master Ancient One. You know me? Okay, come in. Carmodo let Wanda and Arthur in and led them towards the hall. When they came to the hall, they met two apprentices of Carmitage, and they also looked at Arthur and Wanda vigilantly, and then hurried away. What happened? Arthur asked strangely, why are people here so nervous? You guys wait here for a moment, I'll go ask my master, Mage Guyi. Carmodo didn't answer Arthur's question, and asked him to wait in the hall and then left. Arthur and Wanda were looking at this very historic hall. After a while, a bald-headed woman in black came in with her hands behind her back, and Arthur recognized that she was the Ancient One they were looking for. Supreme Master, it's an honor to meet you. Arthur greeted Master Ancient One. Wanda on the side was taken aback. This thin-looking woman is the strongest on earth, that Arthur said. Supreme Mage? You are? It's strange, it's impossible. The Ancient One Mage stared at Arthur up and down, showing an unbelievable expression. My name is John Arthur, and she is Wanda. We are here to learn magic from you, the Ancient One. Arthur explained his purpose. You shouldn't be alive, and she shouldn't be here now. Master Guyi said something that surprised Arthur. What do you mean I shouldn't be alive? Arthur asked. Your fate should have ended when you were 16 years old, but now you have not only survived, but I also feel a powerful force from you. Ancient One explained. Wanda frowned when she heard this man say that Arthur should die at the age of 16. Is this woman fooling people? Wanda resisted, not opening her mouth. Arthur was taken aback. He was 16 years old when he crossed over. Could it be that the original Arthur was already dead? Is his own soul occupying his body? Because of your variables, this world has deviated from the original trace and is developing towards an unknown future. It can be said that I have formed a new cosmic timeline. Master Guyi continued. What? Because of my existence, this world has deviated from the original timeline of the universe. Arthur understood the meaning of the Ancient Master. This world is composed of many multiverses, and any variable will change the world. Yes, your appearance has changed the original timeline? This universe has deviated from the main universe. Master Guyi replied. There is only one reason for your existence. Master Ancient One suddenly slapped Arthur on the chest. A soul was kicked out of Arthur's body. Arthur felt very fantastic. The moment the soul left the body, Arthur felt a lot easier. Wanda saw the appearance of Arthur's soul through the magic of chaos, and he was completely two people with him in reality, an Asian boy with black hair and black eyes. How is this going? Wanda couldn't accept the fact that there was another person in Arthur's body. This can be explained. You should come from another universe, and your soul has merged into this body, Ancient One said. Then can I go back to the world I was in before? Asked the black-haired Lin Feng standing next to Arthur's body. I don't know, the multiverse is very huge, and the number of universes is also very large. If you want to go back, you have to find it yourself. Master Guyi said. Who are you? Are you Arthur? Wanda asked blankly at the black-haired Lin Feng's soul. I have been Arthur since I was 16, and I will explain to you later. You have to help me keep the secret. Arthur said, looking at Wanda. Wanda nodded, and Lin Feng's soul returned to Arthur's body. After touching his own body, Arthur felt that it was miraculous that his soul had come out of his body. You all contain huge energy in your body. You have an infinite gemstone on your body. I feel the same power as the Eye of Argatos. Ancient One asked. Yes, I have 2 infinity gems. Arthur raised his right hand, and 2 gems, one red and one yellow, appeared on the back of his hand. They shouldn't be here. The future has changed. I can't see the situation in the future. I don't know whether this change is good or bad, but there is a reason for existence. Ancient One said. Then can we learn magic with you? Arthur asked the Ancient One. Guyi looked at Wanda, and she observed the blonde woman. You have the qualifications to become the Supreme Mage, but the next Supreme Mage is already doomed. The Ancient One looked at Wanda and said. The power of chaos contained in her body is incomparably huge. If it can be fully controlled, it can be said to destroy the world. I have only seen one person on Earth who can compare with her energy. Ancient One said. Has that person left the Earth? Arthur knew that the Ancient One was talking about Captain Marvel. Yes, it has been a long time since I left the Earth. Wanda's chaotic energy is also very dangerous. If her mind is affected by the chaotic energy, she will fall into darkness. Ancient One said. Arthur also felt that Master Guyi was right. He knew Wanda quite well. Her character was actually quite strong, but she was still very kind. Arthur believed that he could protect her well. Don't worry, Mage, nothing will happen to her with me. Arthur stroked Wanda's hair and said. Master Guyi also saw the relationship between the two, which was what Guyi was worried about. If Wanda lost Arthur, she would be very likely to be eroded by chaotic energy. Okay, I allow you to learn magic at Carmitage. The Ancient One Mage wants to teach Wanda how to control the power of chaos, and Arthur's magic learning is just icing on the cake for him. Did something happen? I saw that everyone in Carmitage looked flustered. Arthur finally asked the question in his heart. Since he came in, he found that the expressions of people in Carmitage were not quite right. Sai Master Guyi sighed, and said, I have a disciple named Cassius. He secretly learned dark magic and then fell, and took a group of apprentices with him. Master Guyi briefly explained what happened. After Cassius came to Kamataj, he wanted to learn magic to save his wife and children, but when he found that ordinary magic could not save his wife and children, he secretly watched it. He took away the forbidden magic book of Master Guyi, tore it up for 2 nights and took it away. Since then he has fallen, he learned to gain power from the dark dimension, and became a follower of Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. Moreover, Cassius also bewitched and took away a group of students who believed in dark magic like him. They believed that the practice of Kamataj, the ancient mage, was wrong. After the earth should be integrated with the dark latitude, everyone will become an eternal existence. After hearing this, Arthur was filled with indignation. Once these people gained power, their ambitions swelled, and they thought they were superior to others and could become the savior of the world. But they forgot why they came to Kamataj in the first place. Not only did they not feel grateful after the Ancient One selflessly taught them magic, they also said that the Ancient One's approach was wrong, and they were really a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Don't worry, Master Guyi, if they come here again, I don't need you to take action, I will clean up the door for you. Arthur said. The ancient mage looked at Arthur and nodded with a smile, and asked Carmodo to take Arthur and Wanda to the arranged room to rest and start learning magic tomorrow. Are you Avengers? I thought you looked familiar from the beginning, but I just remembered who you are. Moto said. Yes, I thought you could recognize me at a glance. Arthur said. There are really too few people who don't know Arthur now. We spend most of our time studying magic, and we only know the news from the outside world. Moto explained. This is your room. I think you seem to be a couple, so I arranged for you 2 rooms next to each other, with hot water for bathing, and this. Moto handed Arthur a piece of paper strip. Wi-Fi password. Arthur asked. Yes, you guys rest, I'm leaving first. Moto turned and left after finishing speaking. Arthur looked at the flushed Wanda and took her hand. Go, I have something to tell you. Arthur brought Wanda to the room. The whole room was made of wooden structures, which seemed to be quite old up, but there is everything that should be furnished, as if you have come to a homestay. It still has a special flavor. Wanda watched Arthur change the door, her face became redder, her heart was beating, she didn't know what Arthur wanted to do. Arthur pulled Wanda to the chair and sat down. He watched Wanda whisper the secret of his time travel. Now that Wanda found out, Arthur didn't want to hide her anymore. Wanda was very special to Arthur. After hearing what happened to Arthur, Wanda found it very strange that such things as time travel really existed. No wonder Arthur's daily behavior is a little different from everyone else's. He speaks Chinese very well, and he likes Chinese food very much, but he doesn't like American food. Wanda did not expect that Arthur would tell herself such an important secret. Wanda suddenly got up and hugged Arthur and said, No matter who you are, I like you, Arthur. I want to be with you forever. I will not tell anyone this secret. This is our secret. Arthur was a little confused by Wanda's sudden expression of emotion. The relationship between the two of them had always been vague, and Arthur didn't like to express his feelings very much. Unexpectedly, being confessed by Wanda today, Arthur, a virgin who has never been in love in 2 lifetimes, was a little at a loss. But he was sure that he liked Wanda. Arthur reached out and hugged Wanda, stroked her hair and said, Me too, I want to be with you too, forever. Arthur looked into Wanda's eyes, and slowly approached Wanda to kiss her. Early next morning, Moto knocked on Arthur's door, waking up the drowsy Arthur from his sleep. Arthur yawned and opened the door. He was used to sleeping until he woke up naturally every day, but he was not used to being woken up suddenly. Wash up and come out to have breakfast, and then the morning class will start. Moto looked at Arthur and said, then turned and knocked on Wanda's door. Arthur washed up and became sober. He changed into the magic apprentice clothes prepared in the room, and walked to Wanda's room to wait for Wanda to wash. Women wash slower than men. Wanda also changed into apprentice clothes. Well, dark red clothes are Wanda's favorite style. Arthur took Wanda's hand and the two walked to the kitchen. Many people had already had breakfast here. Karmataj's breakfast was soy milk and fried bagels, which was very Nepalese. Arthur fell in love with this place. After breakfast, everyone came to a classroom to start a magic class, which reminded Arthur of Harry Potter, but it had a Chinese style. Many apprentices are curious about the new Arthur and Wanda, especially Wanda, who is so beautiful and has aroused the interest of many male students. It is pleasing to have a beautiful girl in a boring magic school. Wanda felt the eyes around her frown, and Arthur patted her hand to make her ignore it. The morning class started. This class was defensive magic class. A male teacher who looked like an old Taoist priest in a Chinese fairy tale TV series explained the simplest use of magic shield for everyone. Arthur listened with gusto. It was the first time he took this kind of magic class. The teacher was obviously from China. The lectures were very Chinese and he said a lot of idioms. Wanda on the side couldn't figure out what these idioms meant, but she had excellent magical talent, and she immediately understood the use of the magic shield. If it wasn't for the class, she would have tried it. The second period is the practical class. Everyone came to the square. The male teacher just now asked them to try to use the magic shield. These apprentices have obviously been studying for a while, and all of them have easily used the magic shield. Arthur closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the energy in the universe. He could control water. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. Under the blessing of the spell, a blue shield formed on Arthur's hand. Arthur's situation has attracted everyone's attention. Everyone has orange shields, and only Arthur is blue. What kind of situation is this? Wanda also easily used the magic shield, but her magic shield is made of her own chaotic energy. It is a dark red magic shield. The two newcomers, Arthur and Wanda, successfully used magic on the first day, and they are also different from everyone else. One is blue and the other is red, which is particularly eye-catching. Even the teacher who taught them didn't know why the colors of their magic shields were different from everyone else's, but they just felt that they were a bit special. Only Mage Ancient One standing in the distance shook his head. The two of them had no problem using the magic shield, but the magic she taught everyone was to extract energy from the multiverse. Wanda obviously used his own chaotic energy, while Arthur possessed special energy and extracted water energy. Master Guyi didn't go up to correct the two of them, so we can't say they were wrong. It's just that their situation is different from everyone else's. In the opinion of Mage Guyi, as long as it is magical energy, whether it is dark energy or light energy, as long as he can control it, there is no problem. Karamoto was also taken aback. He knew that these two were members of the Avengers, but he didn't expect them to learn magic so quickly. It took Moto more than a week to barely use his first magic. Are these two magical geniuses? After finally having lunch, they rested for 2 hours. Neither Arthur nor Wanda had the habit of taking a nap. They held hands and wandered around Karmitage, very leisurely. They are different from other people who come to Karmitage to learn magic. They don't have such a strong desire to learn. Arthur is a bit Buddhist. He likes this kind of magic class, and it's good to experience student life with Wanda. It's not like Stephen Strange, who gave up the class when he came to Karmitage, and studied hard by himself, just wanting to heal his injury quickly. Arthur was enjoying all this, and learned a small attack magic in the afternoon, and his first day of learning was over. The dinner was actually Chinese food. It seems that there are many Chinese people in Karmitage, which made Arthur feel more belonging. After dinner, Arthur and Wanda came to the library to meet Wang, and they borrowed basic magic books from Wang to read. Wang only borrowed books on the history of their basic magic, and Wang felt that it was not time for the two newcomers to borrow advanced magic books. Arthur didn't say anything, and he wasn't in a hurry. The Avengers had nothing to do for the time being. Anyway, he planned to stay in Karmitage for a while. It would be interesting to learn more about the history of magic. If Steve Rogers knew what Arthur was thinking, he would definitely be jumping in anger. He was so busy with the Avengers' affairs every day, it would be fine if Arthur didn't come to help and even made sarcastic remarks. In this way, Arthur and Wanda spent a week studying at Karmitage School of Magic and Magic. On this day, Arthur found Master Guyi, and he wanted to talk to Master Guyi. What can you do with me? Master Guyi asked. I would like to ask you to teach Wanda how to master chaos magic. I know you can do it. Arthur said to the Ancient One. Wanda's power of chaos is too powerful. If she masters the magic of chaos, if she falls, no one will be able to stop her. The Ancient One Mage said hesitantly. Our Earth will face a powerful enemy. So many infinite stones have appeared on the Earth. You should also notice that it is unusual. Arthur said. I can't see the future. My fate is about to come to an end, so I can't understand what will happen in the future. Master Guyi said. So I want you to help Wanda learn chaos magic, so that she has the power to fight against evil. I believe she can master her own power. Arthur said. Well, I once collected a chaos codex. The magic knowledge in it is not something ordinary people can learn. I put it in the library. You go and bring it to Wanda. The ancient mage hesitated said for a while. Thank you very much. Actually I have one more request. Arthur said a little embarrassed. Do you want to learn to travel through the multiverse? The ancient master saw through Arthur's mind. He had a great desire to return to the original world before. Yes, I want to find a way to return to my original world. Arthur said. The multiverse is very obscure and mysterious. If you want to learn to travel through the multiverse, you should first learn the basic magic knowledge. When you have accumulated enough, I will teach you the method of multiverse teleportation array. Ancient One said. Okay, I see. Arthur replied. In this way, Wanda began to listen to the individual teachings of Master Ancient One every day, and took her to learn the Chaos Code. Arthur, on the other hand, went to class honestly every day, and taught himself magic knowledge at night. Their Karmitage magic learning life passed day by day. This is an ancient planet full of dinosaurs. The ancient master took Arthur to open the multi-element teleportation array for the first time and came to this planet. Where is this? Arthur asked looking at the dense jungle. This is a planet with ancient creatures. The Ancient One led Arthur forward. They came to a cliff. From the cliff, Arthur could look far into the forest below. Dinosaurs were advancing in groups in the forest with dense plants. There are all kinds of dinosaurs, and they are not the same as the dinosaurs on TV on the Earth. Arthur raised his head and a few pterosaurs flew in the air. Avatar. Arthur exclaimed in surprise. This place is too similar to the world in the movie Avatar, and so are all kinds of dinosaurs. It's indeed a bit like the world of Avatar. Master Guyi also said when he heard Arthur's words. Master Supreme, have you ever seen Avatar? Arthur looked at Guyi and asked in surprise. Masters are not some people isolated from the world, we also need to understand the development of the world. Master Guyi replied. Arthur couldn't imagine whether Master Guyi went to the cinema to watch Avatar or watched it on the computer, but Wang liked to watch movies very much, and he was always fishing in the library. Multiple universes mean parallel universes. There will be many special situations in the timeline of the universe, such as your existence, and it will deviate from the future development of the universe and form a new universe, Master Guyi explained. Then who will control what must happen in the future? Arthur asked. Everything has its own destiny, and there is a mysterious existence in the universe that maintains the order of reality. Master Guyi said. Is there a mysterious organization in control of all this? Arthur asked. Yes, so when we travel through the multiverse, it is best not to affect the events of other universes. If it affects other universes, we may be nailed. The ancient master nodded and said. Will be targeted. Arthur didn't understand the meaning of the ancient one. Time administration? They hold the sacred timelines of each universe. If you affect the sacred timelines, you will be targeted by them. The ancient master said the secrets in the universe. The time administration? The sacred timeline? Is there such a mysterious organization? Arthur has seen a lot today, and he has never heard of the existence of the time administration in his previous life. But Arthur didn't care. He believed in his own strength. The so-called Time Management Bureau could not punish him, but he still remembered the name. Then how can I travel across the multiverse? Arthur asked the ancient one mage beside him. The method of traveling through the multiverse is recorded in the Book of Kamastro, but this book is very dangerous. It records the method of communicating the energy of the multiverse. Master Guyi said. I know this, Cassius just wants to absorb the energy of the Dark Latitude through the Book of Kamastro, Arthur said. Master Guyi nodded and said, only by learning to communicate with the energy of the multiverse can we open the portals to other universes. The Ancient One waved his hand, and a portal was in front of them. The Ancient One walked into the portal, and Arthur followed. After passing through the portal, Ancient One and Arthur returned to Karmataj's training ground. So if you want to learn the transmission method of the multiverse, you should first learn to communicate with the energy of other multiverses after graduation. Master Guyi said to Arthur. I understand, thank you for your teaching. Arthur bowed to the ancient mage and left. In the next time, he will learn the communication method of the multiverse from the Book of Kamastro. The ancient master looked at Arthur who left and sighed. After getting along for a while, the ancient master saw the quality of Arthur. Arthur was a kind person. The ancient one considered for a long time before deciding to teach him the way of traveling through the multiverse. If Arthur is not mentally strong enough, he will be eroded by the energy of the dark dimension when communicating with the energy of the multiverse, just like Cassius. She believes that Arthur can overcome the darkness and maintain his heart. Arthur came to the library and saw Wang wearing earphones and looking at his mobile phone. He sneaked closer to see what Wang was looking at. Arthur saw Wang's mobile phone screen, Legend of the Condor Heroes. As a Chinese, Wang still likes to watch this kind of classic martial arts TV series. Wang also felt the strangeness behind him, and turned his head to see Arthur. Wang turned off the screen of the phone instantly, looking a little embarrassed, and was caught fishing at work. Do you want to borrow a book? Wang looked at Arthur and asked awkwardly. Yes, I want to borrow that book, Arthur said, pointing to the first book of Kamastro locked on the shelf. Your current magical ability is not enough to read this book, Wang said to Arthur. Master Guyi has agreed for me to study this book, Arthur said. The king stared at Arthur for a long time, got up and took the Book of Kamastro and handed it to Arthur, saying, don't let other people see it, and don't destroy the Book of Kamastro. If I find it missing one page and I'll kill you first. You are not my opponent. Don't worry, I will study in my room by myself. Arthur turned and left after speaking. Just when Wang picked up his mobile phone and was about to continue watching the TV series, Arthur suddenly turned around and said to Wang in Chinese, I prefer to watch Yaishan Tolongji than Legend of the Condor Heroes. Staring blankly at the back of Arthur who was going away, Wang didn't know what to say. Arthur returned to the dormitory with the Book of Kamastro in his arms. As soon as he opened the door of the room, he saw Wanda sitting on a chair. Why are you here? Didn't you go to eat? Arthur looked at Wanda and asked. I've packed the meal and I'm waiting for you to come back to eat together. Wanda pointed to the lunchbox on the table and said. Arthur nodded and sat down opposite Wanda. Wanda took out a lunchbox, which contained several side dishes and 2 boxes of curry rice. Arthur took the spoon from Wanda, picked up a box of curry rice and ate it, and Wanda also picked up a box of curry rice and ate it in small bites opposite Arthur. Where did you go today? I didn't see you anywhere, Wanda asked. Mage Guyi and I went to another universe to play around, Arthur said after taking a sip of tea from his teacup. Another universe? Wanda stared blankly at Arthur with a very cute expression. Yes, our universe is composed of multiverses. There are countless multiverses besides the universe we are in. I am here to learn how to go to other universes, Arthur explained. Oh, I will support you as long as you want to do. Wanda looked at Arthur and said. Arthur pinched Wanda's face. Maybe the food was too good. Arthur felt that Wanda's face was quite fleshy. How is your Chaos Grimoire learning? Arthur asked. I've learned some simple spells, look. Wanda showed Arthur what she had learned, and with a wave of her hand, Arthur's cup changed from a porcelain cup to a glass cup. Arthur picked up the glass and played with it. Why is Wanda's chaotic magic a bit like a reality gem, something that can change reality? How can the mind gem create this magical power of chaos? Could it be that the power of chaos is the ability brought by Wanda himself, just activated by the Mind Stone? Arthur was puzzled. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. After eating, Wanda left Arthur's room and went back to study the chaos code by herself. Arthur lay on the bed, learning the same method as Stephen Strange. The soul went out of his body, opened the Book of Camastro and read it. After studying for a month, Arthur finally successfully communicated the energy of the multiverse. Arthur closed his eyes, relaxed his mind and entered a meditative state, learned the method in the Book of Camastro and spoke the spell in seconds, trying to communicate with the energy of the multiverse. Arthur's consciousness suddenly came to the vast universe. Looking at the countless stars around him, Arthur knew that he had succeeded. This is a strange universe, and the energy here is slightly different from that of Arthur's original universe, and Arthur can't tell the feeling. Arthur's consciousness travels in the infinite universe, looking at the planets flying by. Arthur has a feeling of loneliness and desolation. Arthur felt various energies from the universe. Arthur tried to communicate these energies, and recorded the coordinates of the universe. At this moment, a huge black energy hit Arthur's consciousness, and Arthur immediately realized that it was the power of the dark dimension. Arthur was entangled by this dark energy, as if countless hands were pulling Arthur's body, dragging him into the dark world. Arthur struggled hard but couldn't break free from this force. At this moment, Arthur seemed to live a very long time. Arthur was dragged into the dark dimension by the dark energy. He saw one planet after another being swallowed by the dark dimension, and suddenly a huge face appeared in front of Arthur. This huge face is even bigger than a planet. Arthur is as big as a cell in front of it. This terrifying face is composed of countless dark energies. Arthur feels very magical and can't see the face clearly. Look, he is Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Dormammu's two huge eyes looked at Arthur, and Arthur suddenly felt creepy. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and a cold sense of fear hit Arthur. Dead, if he is eroded by this dark energy, will he become a follower of Dormammu like Cassius? Arthur calmed down immediately. He didn't really see Dormammu, but just communicated with the energy of the dark dimension, and he couldn't be lost by the dark energy. The yellow energy all over Arthur's body lit up, and Arthur used the mind gem, and he regained control of his consciousness in an instant, breaking free from the erosion of dark dimension energy. The sleeping Arthur sat up from the bed. He finally woke up from meditation, and his consciousness returned to his body. Arthur sat on the bed panting heavily, his clothes were soaked in sweat, and Arthur lost sleep all at once. Arthur found a set of clean clothes, went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed, opened the door and walked out. It was already midnight, and the magicians of Karmatage were all meditating. There was no one outside, and everything was quiet. Arthur came to a pavilion and sat down, staring at the Himalayas in the distance in a daze. Arthur suddenly felt someone approaching him, turned around and found that it was Wanda. "Why are you here? You haven't slept yet." Arthur looked at Wanda and asked. Wanda came to Arthur and sat down, leaning her head on Arthur's shoulder, and said quietly, "I heard noises in your bedroom when I was meditating, so I came out to take a look and saw you facing this way alone. Let's go, I'll follow you out to see what's going on with you. Sorry to bother you, I really can't sleep and come out." Arthur didn't say what he saw Dormammu just now. He was afraid that Wanda would worry. "It's okay, I really like watching the stars with you, it's so beautiful," Wanda said, looking at the Himalayas and the starry sky in the distance. "Yes, it's so beautiful." Arthur put his arms around Wanda's waist, and Wanda took advantage of the momentum to snuggle into Arthur's arms. The two sat together like this and looked at the distant scenery. The next day, Arthur came to Master Ancient One's room early in the morning with the Book of Camastro, and he told Master Ancient One about his experience last night. Mage Ancient One is also speechless. You can encounter the energy of the dark dimension for the first time when you communicate with the energy of the multiverse. This is also extremely lucky. You have successfully communicated with the energy of the multiverse, and you can start to learn about breaking the universe. Master Guyi looked at Arthur and said. Arthur was very excited. He could finally learn portal magic, and it was worth spending more than a month learning. This kind of portal magic that breaks the universe is very complicated and obscure. You can't understand the Book of Zacetri that you rely on Google Translate to learn Sanskrit. Ancient One said. "Please Supreme Master teach me." Arthur bowed to Ancient One Master. The Ancient Master took Arthur's Book of Camastro and took out another Book of Zacetri. This book is a book recording space magic, also known as the Book of Space Magic. Under the guidance of Master Ancient One, Arthur began to learn the principles of the jerky magic portal little by little. In this way, Arthur's study life began again. Every day, he spent 2 hours going to Master Guyi to listen to lectures, and the rest of the time he studied by himself. And Wanda can already learn the Chaos Grimoire by herself, and the apprentice magicians of Karmatage are very envious of Arthur who goes to study with the Ancient One every day. Since Arthur and Wanda came to Karmatage, they have been particularly favored by the Ancient One mage. The Ancient One taught Wanda chaos magic first, and now he teaches Arthur space magic every day. So everyone is very envious of Wanda and Arthur. They want to be taught by Master Ancient One and have to complete the test set by Master Ancient One. Wanda and Arthur are so perverted, they learn magic as fast as flying an airplane, and the apprentices dare not compare with them. Everyone thinks that there are absolutely no people in the world who are faster than Arthur and Wanda in learning magic. Unfortunately, everyone will be hit by a doctor again in a few months. In this way, it took Arthur a month to barely be able to use the magic portal. Under the supervision of the Ancient One mage, Arthur chanted a difficult spell, and opened a portal without using the mysterious ring. The Ancient One followed Arthur into the portal, and the two of them walked through the portal to a street. This is New York. Arthur was a little dazed looking at the Stark Tower in the distance. What I opened was the collapsed universe portal. Why did I return to New York? But Arthur realized after a while that this was no longer his own world. In his world, the Stark Tower had been transformed into the base of the Avengers. When did the time of this universe develop? Arthur walked to a newsstand with doubts and bought a newspaper. The newspapers were writing that Tony Stark admitted to being Iron Man in a press conference. This is what happened in 2010. Arthur and Master Ancient One were wandering in the street. Master Ancient One nodded in satisfaction, and said, "This multiverse traversal has been successful, and you have initially comprehended the multiverse traversal method. Fully grasp. Thank you very much, teacher." Arthur respected Master Gu Yi as his teacher, and he was very grateful for Master Gu Yi's selfless teaching. You and Wanda's magical talents are very good. If there is no Stephen Strange, you can all inherit the position of Supreme Mage. Ancient One said with satisfaction. The Supreme Mage should be inherited by Dr. Stephen. Of course, we will help him guard the Supreme Temple. Arthur said sincerely. You still have a lot of magic knowledge to learn, let's go back. Ancient One said. Arthur nodded, and opened another teleportation array, and the two returned to Karmatage. Dr. Stephen Strange had a serious car accident while driving. When he woke up from a coma, he felt severe pain all over his body, only his hands were numb. His friend Christine Palmer comforted him, and Stephen Strange looked at his hands. His hands were suspended in the air and fixed by brackets, which looked very scary. Stephen Strange panted heavily, he couldn't accept this reality, and asked tremblingly, "What did they do to my hands?" Kristen Palmer said with tears in her eyes and a mournful voice, "They took you to the hospital by helicopter, but it took a long time to find you. The prime time to repair nerve damage is when you are trapped and I missed it when I was in the car. What did they do to me?" Stephen Strange asked again. 11 stainless steel needles were implanted in your bones, multiple ligaments were torn, nerves in your hands were severely damaged, and it took you 11 hours to complete the operation. Kristen Palmer at Stephen's land she explained in a low voice beside him. Look at these fixators. Stephen Strange couldn't stand it anymore, his body was made so horribly. No one can do it better. This is an operation performed by the best surgeon. Christine Palmer understood what Stephen Strange meant and said to him, "I can do better." Stephen Strange turned to look at Christine Palmer and said, then closed his eyes, and could only silently accept the reality. 5 months later, Stephen Strange has removed the fixed steel nails in the bone, and his fingers can barely move. During this period of time, it was very tormenting for him, and he couldn't take care of himself. Fortunately, his good friend Christine took good care of him. Another month later, he finally took off the bandage on his hand, but because the nerve damage in his hand was too severe, his hands were trembling all the time. Now let alone operating on others, it is difficult for him to take care of himself. Give your body time to recover. His attending doctor said, looking at him. You ruined me. Stephen Strange said desperately. Stephen Strange approached the hospital director, who asked for stents to be implanted in both hands to join the nerve recovery of the hands. Such an operation is expensive, and it is still in the experimental stage, and it is only theoretically feasible. The hospital agreed to Stephen Strange's request and implanted a stent for him. It took another 3 months for Stephen Strange's hands to heal completely after the operation. He started to do recovery exercises, but his hands were still shaking and he couldn't exert his strength. Stephen Strange was very desperate. He felt that this kind of recovery training was useless, and his hands would never return to normal. But the doctor told him that a patient named Jonathan Pangborn was paralyzed before, and after 3 years of rehabilitation, he was able to walk normally. Stephen Strange didn't believe the doctor's words. He asked to see the case of the man named Jonathan Pangborn. The doctor said that he would go to the warehouse to find it and send it to Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange can only do rehabilitation training day after day, but his hands haven't improved at all, and he can't even use a razor now. Stephen Strange was completely desperate. He searched for all the information, but he couldn't find a way to heal his hands. He consulted all the famous neurosurgeons in the world, and the results he got were helpless. For this, he had spent all his savings and borrowed a large sum of money from Christine Palmer. Stephen Strange remembered what Arthur had said to him. Arthur said that he would help himself once. Although Stephen Strange didn't think Arthur could help him, Stephen could borrow some money from Arthur. Stephen Strange called Arthur's phone, but Arthur's phone was turned off, and Stephen Strange asked someone to ask for the phone number of the Avengers headquarters. He dialed the contact number of the Avengers headquarters, and a man answered the phone. When Stephen Strange said he was looking for John Arthur, the man told him that Arthur hadn't returned to the Avengers for more than a year. The Alliance headquarters was gone, and they couldn't contact Arthur for the time being. Stephen Strange was completely disappointed. Christine Palmer came to visit Stephen Strange at his home, and she saw a sulking Stephen Strange. What's wrong with you? Kristen Palmer looked at Stephen Strange and asked. Someone in Tokyo has invented a technology. They cultivate the donor's stem cells, collect them, and then use 3D printing technology to make a skeleton. if I can get a loan. Stephen Strange said excitedly. Stephen, you used to spend money as fast as you made money, but what you are spending now is not your money at all. Enough is enough. Kristen Palmer said. No, now is definitely not the time to give up. Look at me, my injury hasn't healed at all. Stephen Strange roared loudly. But you're not looking for a cure for yourself now, you've gone mad? Some problems just can't be solved satisfactorily. Kristen Palmer said. I lost my career and my life, said Stephen Strange. This is life too. It's not the end of the world, there are many other things that can give meaning to your life. Christine Palmer persuaded Stephen Strange. Like what? Are you referring to you? Stephen Strange asked back. You'd better take back what you just said. Christine Palmer didn't expect Stephen Strange to say such words. You'd better leave now, Stephen Strange said indifferently. Well, I really can't see you torturing your body like this. Kristen Palmer looked at Stephen and said. I can't stand it anymore, can I? Stephen Strange suddenly asked loudly. Yes, that's right, your current appearance really breaks my heart. Kristen Palmer said disappointedly. You don't need to pity me, said Stephen Strange. I didn't pity you. Kristen Palmer said, holding back tears. Really? So what are you doing here? With cheese and wine and ready to go on a picnic with me like old friends? We're not friends, let alone a couple? You just like sad stories, don't you? Do I look particularly miserable now? Stephen Strange became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he wanted to vent all the desperate life he had spent during this period. Poor Stephen Strange, a man who needs help, and he needs me at last? Another scumbag who needs your rescue? Enlighten him, and let him face life again. Your heart can't be happier. Oh, look how much you care about me. Stephen Strange began to mock Christine Palmer with words, and said eccentrically, Goodbye, Stephen. Christine Palmer shook her head. She was completely heartbroken by Stephen Strange's words. She directly threw down the door key of Stephen Strange's house, turned around and left, and she acted as if there was no Stephen Strange this friend. Stephen Strange turned around and held the floor-to-ceiling windows with his hands, looking at the rainy city outside the window. He lost all his strength, and he regretted why he said such words to someone who took care of himself every day. Facing the blow of life, he was completely desperate. Now he has nothing, his career has been ruined, his savings have been spent long ago, and even his only friend has been lost. Stephen took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Christine Palmer's number with difficulty. He only typed 3 words in 10 minutes. Sorry. The lights were not turned on in the dark room, and Stephen Strange sat on a chair and took out a courier he had received before. This is the case of Jonathan Pangborn that the nerve training doctor sent him last time. Stephen Strange looked at the case. This man named Jonathan Pangborn had all his lower limbs fractured and his spine was nailed. It stands to reason that such a person is impossible to stand up again. Stephen Strange has no other choice, this person is his last chance. He wants to find this Jonathan Pangborn and ask him how he did it. Stephen Strange asked the hospital for the address of Jonathan Pangborn, and after looking for it, his family told Stephen Strange that he went to the basketball court to play basketball. After hearing this, Stephen Strange rekindled hope. A person who is paralyzed in the lower limbs can actually play basketball now, this is simply a miracle. Stephen Strange came to the basketball court. He saw this man named Jonathan Pangborn, and watched him run fiercely on the basketball court. Stephen Strange couldn't believe his eyes when he made a layup. If Stephen Strange hadn't read his medical records, he wouldn't have been able to tell that this man had all his bones broken in the second half of his life, and he had received countless steel needles. Stephen Strange stopped Jonathan Pangborn, spoke his case, and introduced himself. I really saw you. I went to your office before, but you refused to see me. I only saw your assistant. Jonathan Pangborn said. I'm sorry, you were hopeless at the time. Stephen Strange said. If I can't cure it, I will damage your reputation, right? Jonathan Pangborn said sarcastically. You found hope out of despair and created a miracle. I am also trying to create my own miracle. Stephen Strange showed Jonathan Pangborn with trembling hands. Jonathan Pangborn looked at Stephen Strange with despair in his eyes. He remembered what happened to him at that time, and he decided to help this person who had the same experience as himself. Well, of course I've given up on my body. I thought I had nothing but my mind. I thought I should at least try to keep it active. Jonathan Pangborn continued after a pause. So I meditated with the Master and the Saintesses, and a group of strangers took me to the top of the mountain to meet the saints. Finally, I found my mentor. My mind was sublimated, my soul was thicker, and then I didn't know somehow my body healed. Jonathan Pangborn said so vividly that Stephen Strange couldn't believe it. There are more advanced knowledge to be learned there, but I am not capable of understanding them. The miracle came to my heart, and I went home. The place is called Karmatage, but it is not cheap to go there. Jonathan Pangborn still said that magical place. How much does it cost? Stephen Strange asked. It's not about money, good luck. Jonathan Pangborn turned and left after speaking. Stephen Strange watching Jonathan Pangborn active on the basketball court. Karmatage, why is this name so familiar? He remembered the story of Karmatage that Arthur once told himself, and he decided to go to the place called Karmatage to try. Stephen put on his backpack and bought a plane ticket to Kathmandu, Nepal with all the little money he had left. He checked the information that Karmatage is in this city. The plane soon arrived at Kathmandu airport, and Stephen Strange got off the plane and came to this strange city. Stephen Strange was walking on the streets of Kathmandu. This metropolis with oriental characteristics was very crowded. Stephen Strange followed the crowd and walked aimlessly. He kept asking the passersby about the location of Karmataj, and the passersby pointed him in a direction, and Stephen Strange moved forward according to the passersby. Kathmandu has a strong religious atmosphere. He saw advertisements for Himalayan tours everywhere on the wall. Stephen Strange walked through temples and temples. He prayed, hoping that he could find the legendary Karmataj. Stephen Strange said Karmataj's name to everyone he met, and watched their reactions, but no one responded to him. He didn't know that his actions were seen by Karmodo, who was passing by. Modu saw that this man was frantically looking for Karmataj, so he followed him to see the situation. Stephen Strange walked towards a temple again, and when he was crossing an empty alley, he was stopped by 3 men who didn't look like good people. "Okay, guys, I don't have any money on me," Stephen Strange said helplessly. "Hand over your watch," a bald man said, looking at the watch on Stephen Strange's hand. "Please let me go, this is the only property I have left," Stephen Strange said while stepping back. "Hurry up and hand it over." The bald old man looked at Stephen Strange and said grimly, "Okay." After taking a deep breath, Stephen Strange suddenly punched the bald man in the face, but he didn't hurt him, and his hand still hurt like hell. The bald man punched Stephen Strange in the face with a backhand, knocking him to the ground, and the other 2 also punched and kicked Stephen Strange. The 3 of them pressed Stephen Strange to the ground and beat them hard. They took off Stephen Strange's watch with their bald heads, and at this moment they were punched to the ground by Karl Modo, who came from behind. The other 2 rushed towards Modu, but they were all knocked down by Modu 2 or 3 times. Stephen got up from the ground and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in surprise. Karl Modu took back Stephen Strange's. The watch was handed to him. Stephen Strange took the watch, looked at the broken mirror and was speechless. It was the only thing he had. "Are you looking for Karmataj?" Karl Modu asked. Stephen Strange looked at Mordo and nodded, and Mordo watched Stephen Strange up and down. "Follow me." After speaking, Mordo turned and left, and Stephen Strange followed. Karmodu brought Stephen Strange to a temple, and when Stephen Strange was about to enter the temple, he found Karmodu turned and walked towards a dilapidated house opposite the temple, with a small door. "Here? Are you sure we went the right way? This place feels a little more like Karmataj," Stephen Strange said, pointing to the temple. "I used to be like you, and I was not very polite at that time, so I can give you some advice. Forget everything you think you know," Karmodu said to Stephen Strange. "Okay," Stephen Strange replied. Modu opened the small door to let Stephen Strange in. It turned out that the inside was very large, and the house was entirely made of wooden structures, which looked very old. "This is the temple of our mentor, and my mentor is Master Ancient One." Modu brought Stephen Strange into the hall. There is a woman and a monk in the hall, and an elderly Taoist priest is sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall. Women and monks stepped forward and took off Stephen Strange's coat. "Well, thank you." Stephen Strange kept saying thank you to make himself more polite, but he sneered at the so-called Karmataj. A bald-headed woman handed Stephen Strange a cup and poured him a cup of hot tea. "Thank you, Mr. Guyi, thank you for willing to see me," Stephen Strange said to the old Taoist priest sitting on the chair in the middle of the hall. "You don't have to be so polite." The one who poured tea for Stephen Strange was Ancient One, she said to Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange turned his head and glanced at the old Taoist priest, and Modu beside him said, "This is Master Ancient One." "Thank you, Master Modu." "Thank you, Master Hamel," Master Guyi said. Stephen Strange looked at the bald woman in front of him in disbelief. This young-looking woman is Master Ancient One? What kind of cult organization did he come to? "Mr. Stephen Strange." The ancient master called out Stephen Strange's name. "It's Dr. Stephen Strange," Stephen Strange said. "But you are no longer a doctor, isn't that why you came to me? You have done many operations to treat your hands, 7 times, right?" Master Guyi directly said Stephen's white range came and how many times he healed his hands. Stephen Strange was stunned when he heard this. How did she know about her affairs? Could it be? "This tea tastes really good," said Stephen Strange. "Thank you," Ancient One said. "Did you cure a man named Pangborn, the paralyzed patient?" Stephen Strange finally asked the question he wanted to ask. "Probably," Ancient One Mage replied casually. "You made him walk again?" Stephen Strange asked. "Yes," Ancient One replied. "How do you heal 2 completely damaged spines?" Stephen Strange asked. "I didn't cure him. He couldn't walk. I made him believe that he could walk," Master Guyi said. "You wouldn't say this is psychotherapy, would you?" Stephen Strange couldn't understand the meaning of the Ancient One. "When you reconnect damaged nerves, is it you or your body that heals them?" Ancient One asked. "It's cells," Stephen Strange replied. "Cells can only recover through their own unique methods," Master Guyi said again. "That's right," Stephen Strange replied. "What if I told you that your body can be persuaded to repair itself in various ways?" Ancient One asked again. "Do you mean that cells can regenerate? This is a very advanced medical technology, so you have to study here, without the supervision of the medical committee. How far has your treatment method progressed?" Stephen Strange said. The more excited, but he misinterpreted the meaning of Master Ancient One. "It's okay," Ancient One Mage replied helplessly. "So you figured out a way to reprogram cells to repair themselves?" Stephen Strange asked. No, Mr. Strange, what I know is how to guide the spiritual power to better heal the body. Master Guyi said after taking a sip of tea. Healing with spiritual power. Stephen Strange asked disappointedly. Exactly. Ancient One replied. Okay, what are we going to do? Stephen Strange has already determined that this master named Ancient One is a liar, and the so-called psychotherapy has no scientific basis at all. Master Guyi took out a Sanskrit book, and there was a picture on it of a meditating person and an introduction to his physical and spiritual world. Master Guyi asked, don't you like this picture? No, I mean this picture is not bad, but I've seen it before. In the souvenir shop. Stephen Strange replied helplessly. What about this picture? Master Guyi turned another page, and the picture on it showed a picture of the muscles and tendons of the human body. It's acupuncture, it's great. Stephen Strange said insincerely, he never believed in acupuncture. What about this one? Master Guyi turned another page, and it was a perspective view of human bones. You actually showed me the MRI image, I can't believe it. Stephen Strange was about to turn around and leave this place. These pictures were all drawn by some people. These people have only seen trees, but not forests. Master Guyi said. I broke my fortune and bought a one-way ticket to come here. But you told me to use faith for healing. Stephen Strange was about to break down. This was his last chance, but it was the result. You are a person who only knows how to observe the world from a whole? All your life, you have been trying to make the whole bigger, to see more and understand more. Now you know that this whole can be enlarged, so big that you can't imagine, but you reject this possibility. The Ancient One Mage looked at Stephen Strange contemptuously and said, I refuse because I don't believe in these weird myths about spiritual power, or the power of belief. There is no such thing as a soul. We are all made of matter, that's all. You are nothing but in this slow universe, it's just a small, fleeting speck of dust. Stephen Strange became more angry and excited as he spoke. You underestimate yourself too much. Master Guyi said calmly. You think you've seen through me, don't you? You haven't? But I've seen through you. Stephen Strange said excitedly, pointing at the chest of Ancient One. The Ancient One Mage grabbed Stephen Strange's hand pointing at his chest, and suddenly hit Stephen Strange's chest with his palm, knocking his soul out of his body. Stephen Strange saw the Ancient One slapping his body. Yes, he saw his body. He is now floating in the air in a translucent state. His body is light, and he has no strength at all. Stephen Strange looked at his translucent hands and was suddenly blindsided. But in an instant, his soul returned to his body, and he felt his body again in an instant, which made him very uncomfortable. What did you do to me? Stephen Strange asked. I pushed your soul out of your body. Master Guyi replied. What did you put in the tea? Psilocybin, or a hallucinogen? Stephen Strange felt that he was hallucinating, and these people must have tampered with the tea he just drank. It's just a cup of ordinary tea with a little honey added. Master Guyi replied. What happened just now? Stephen Strange turned around and looked at the tunnel behind him that he just flew in the air. Just now you entered the spiritual dimension, which is the place where the soul exists out of the body. Master Guyi explained. Why are you doing this to me? Stephen Strange asked. Let you know how ignorant you are, open your eyes. The ancient master put his hand on Stephen Strange's head. Stephen Strange's consciousness instantly broke through the roof and flew into the sky. He flew out of the atmosphere in an instant and flew out of the earth. No, my God, don't. Stephen Strange yelled loudly. He couldn't control his body, he could only keep spinning in the air. No, what's going on? It's not true. Stephen Strange came to space, looked at the earth behind him, he stopped suddenly, he saw a butterfly flying in space, he touched the butterfly. Suddenly he was pulled by a force and flew back to the original place. When he came back to his senses, he found himself sitting on a chair, and Master Guyi and Moto were still standing beside him. His heartbeat has far exceeded normal conditions. Moto said. The Ancient One looked at Stephen Strange and said, he looks okay. In an instant, Stephen Strange was pulled into the cosmic energy channel again, and he flew towards countless multiverses. He saw many very miraculous things, and also saw various forms of the universe, which were very beautiful and terrifying. He even entered the microscopic world, saw the composition of cells, entered the dark latitude, saw the endless darkness engulfing the world, and even saw the appearance of Dormammu, the king of darkness. He is suspended in space, and countless multiverses overlap, and the colorful cosmic energy is very magical and real. Finally he fell from the sky and returned to the real world. His body fell from the chair and fell to the ground. Have you seen this in a souvenir shop? The Ancient One looked at Stephen Strange and asked contemptuously. I'm willing to be my disciple. Stephen Strange knelt on the ground and said, looking at Master Ancient One. No. The Ancient One replied, and then Stephen Strange was thrown out of Kamatage's door on the street by two attendants, and one of the attendants also threw his bag out and closed the door heavily. No, don't do that. Open the door, please. Stephen Strange said eagerly, banging on the wooden door, but unfortunately no one opened the door for him again. Thank you, everyone. Master Guyi turned the mechanism on the table in the middle of the library, looked at the projection of the magic globe above his head, and said to the three temple guardians. The three of them walked towards three different gates, which lead to the three supreme temples in the world. You think it's inappropriate for me to drive him away? Asked the Ancient One and Moto who was walking towards him. It's been 5 hours, and he's still waiting at the door. He possesses some kind of power. Motu said. Stubbornness, arrogance, and ambition, I've seen them all, said Ancient One. He reminds you of Cassius. Motu asked. I don't want to take another talented student under my door, lead him to power, and let him fall into darkness. The ancient master actually knew that Stephen Strange would surpass herself in the field of magic, but she still lied to Motu. Can his aptitude be stronger than that of Arthur and Wanda? Didn't you take both Arthur and Wanda into your family? Motu asked. The two of them are different from ordinary people. The two of them already have very powerful power. I just taught them how to use it. Master Guyi said. But they are Avengers, and they won't stay here to help us protect the temple. They will leave sooner or later, and Stephen Strange is different. He has the ability to become a magician. Motu said. He can indeed become an excellent magician. Mage Ancient One nodded and said. The stolen pages of the magic book are still in the possession of Cassius. If he deciphers those pages, then we are facing a catastrophe. Maybe Kamataj can use Strange to tide over the difficulties. Motu said. The Ancient One nodded, agreeing that Stephen Strange could learn magic. Stephen Strange knocked on Kamataj's door for 5 hours. He had no way out. He finally saw hope. No matter what he said, he couldn't give up this opportunity. But no one opened the door for him, and Stephen Strange, who was physically and mentally exhausted, was sitting outside the door leaning against the door. He was very annoyed at how he had offended Master Ancient One. Just then the door opened, and Stephen Strange, who was leaning against the door, fell in. Great! You finally opened the door, thank you. Stephen Strange struggled to get up. Come with me. Motu stared at him for a while and said to him. Mordo led Stephen Strange to a room, told him that this was his room, asked him to take a bath and rest. Master Ancient One would send someone to call him later, and handed him a note. What is this? My spell? Stephen Strange asked after taking the note and looking at the English words on it. The Wi-Fi password here, we are not primitive people. Motu said, then closed the door and went out. Stephen Strange laughed at himself. He glanced out of the window and took out his watch, because the watch mirror from the previous fight had been broken. The watch was a birthday present from Kristen Palmer, and the back of the watch is engraved with "Time will tell you how much I love you." Stephen Strange sold everything, the house, the car, and the furniture, but this watch is the only thing left on his mind. He regrets everything he said to Christine before. Talk. Stephen Strange put his watch on the windowsill, washed up, and had a good night's rest. The next day, Master Ancient One asked him to go to the hall yesterday, and Stephen Strange sat cross-legged facing Master Ancient One. The Ancient One began to tell Stephen Strange about the origin of magic, and Stephen Strange listened carefully to the knowledge that the Ancient One told. The Ancient One also demonstrated to Stephen Strange how to use magical energy, telling him that magic is to obtain energy from other dimensions of the multiverse, and releasing the spell can summon shields and weapons to cast magic. Even if my fingers can do this, my hands can only scribble in the air. How can I reach your height? Stephen Strange raised his trembling hands and asked the Ancient One. Then how did you connect the broken nerves, and how did you put the spine back together one by one? Master Guyi asked back. Learn and practice, day after day, year after year, Stephen Strange replied. Master Guyi nodded, and let him study in his own way. Stephen understood, and he went to the library to borrow a few books and began to teach himself magic. Stephen finished reading the 3 books recommended by the librarian in just 2 days, and he was going to borrow a few more. Just when he came to the library, he saw an unexpected person, Arthur. Arthur had just returned from practicing portal magic in other multiverses, and was chatting with the king in the library. Arthur did not expect that Stephen Strange had come to Karmatage. Mr. Arthur, why are you here? Stephen Strange looked at Arthur and asked. I've been here to study magic for more than a year. Nice to meet you, Stephen. Arthur replied. I went to look for you before, but everyone didn't know where you went. I didn't expect you to come here. Stephen Strange said. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Wang, the administrator of the library. You are here to borrow books. Arthur introduced Wang beside him to Stephen. Wang, nice to meet you. You can call me Stephen. Stephen Strange put the book on the table and said to Wang. You asked me to help you treat your hand. Arthur asked. You know about me? I came to you to borrow some money from you. Stephen Strange said a little embarrassed. Your fate has arranged that you will come to Karmatage. This is the place where you can be redeemed, and you can find the meaning of your life here. Arthur said. Okay, thank you for your reminder. Stephen Strange didn't expect that Arthur would also become obsessed, and he would always say things he didn't understand just like the people in Karmatage. The Book of the Invisible Sun, the New Book of the Universe, the Supreme Law Code, and the Key of Solomon. Have you read all of them? Wang asked after looking at the few books Stephen brought. Yes. Stephen Strange nodded and said. Your learning ability is still so good. Arthur praised Stephen Strange and said. Thank you. Stephen Strange thanked. Come with me. Wang led Stephen Strange to an area where books were kept, which was only open to magicians, and Arthur followed. This place is only open to magicians. With my permission, you can also borrow it. You can start from the Summary of Proverbs. How is your Sanskrit level? Wang took a book and asked Stephen Strange. She asked. It's fluent with Google Translate, Stephen Strange replied. I also use Google Translate, which is very useful. Arthur sat on a chair and flipped through a magic book. Stephen Strange suddenly felt that if Arthur left, he would finally have someone to learn and communicate with during his magic learning career. What are these? Stephen Strange asked, pointing to a row of very exquisite magic books that glowed faintly red on the shelf. These are the personal collection of Master Ancient One, very precious magic books, Arthur explained to him. So it's forbidden to borrow? Stephen Strange asked. In Karmatage, no knowledge is forbidden, only some practices are forbidden. These books are too obscure and advanced for everyone except the Supreme Master, Wang explained. Indeed, I've been using one of the books for a year and I'm just getting started, Arthur said from the side. Stephen Strange took the first book off the shelf, opened it, flipped through it, and suddenly found that several pages of the book had been torn out. Why is this book missing a few pages? Stephen Strange asked suspiciously. That is the Book of Kamastro, which can also be called the Book of Time, and the ritual part of it was stolen by a previous mage, Wang explained. It was stolen by a man named Cassilis. This man also killed the former librarian. He fell into darkness because of this book. I don't think you will be like him, Arthur said added to. Well, I think my will is quite firm, Stephen Strange replied. I will know when one of these books is stolen, and you will die before you escape from here, Wang said, taking back the Book of Kamastro in Stephen Strange's hand. If it's just postponed, what price will I have to pay? Stephen Strange asked. Wang didn't answer him, and handed Stephen Strange the 3 books he had found for him. Don't mind, he threatened me like this before, let's go, it's almost time for dinner, I haven't eaten for several days. Arthur put his arms around Stephen Strange and walked out the door. Thank you for your book, Wang, and see you next time. Stephen Strange said goodbye to Wang. What did you come here for? Stephen Strange, who was eating lunch at the dining table, asked Arthur who was opposite him. Of course it's to enhance your strength. It's not easy to come here. Stephen, you don't want to go back to work as a doctor after the injury is cured, do you? Arthur tasted the delicious curry rice and asked Stephen Strange. She asked. What else can I do but my medical skills? I have nothing left. I just hope that I can heal my injury early and start again, Stephen Strange said. It's a pity that your fate has changed since the day you came to Karmatage. Your talent can make you the most powerful magician. The Earth needs your protection. I still remember the invitation I told you to join about the Avengers, Arthur asked Stephen Strange. Of course I remember. At that time, you expected that I would come to Karmatage, Stephen Strange asked strangely. Yes, all of this is preordained, Stephen. A friend of mine once said that with great power comes great responsibility, and you will know later, Arthur said to Stephen seriously. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? I'm only here to treat injuries, and I haven't learned any magic yet, Stephen Strange said. Believe in yourself, forget your injuries, and you will learn, Arthur said. Okay, I'll try. Stephen Strange nodded. The current scene reminds me of a year ago. We also sat and ate together when we met for the first time. Unexpectedly, we still sat and ate together when we met for the second time. Arthur looked at Stephen Strange who was sitting opposite him. She sighed. Yes, and we ate Chinese food twice, but this time it was more ordinary, and I couldn't even hold the spoon steadily. Stephen Strange looked at his trembling hand holding the spoon said self-deprecatingly. There will be a way. If you promise me to join the Avengers, I can promise to cure you, Arthur said. If you said that before, I will agree to whatever you ask me to do, Stephen Strange said. Okay, let's go to class together after lunch, Arthur said. Let's go. Stephen Strange took the magic book and walked towards the magic classroom with Arthur. In a secret basement in London, Cassius and his disciples gathered here, where Cassius was going to communicate the energy of the dark dimension and summon Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. He took out a scroll made of parchment, on which were the pages of the Book of Kamastro that he had stolen. It records the summoning ceremony of the power of the dark dimension. It took Cassius a long time to decipher the contents of this page. He recited the spell and drew a red symbol in the air with his hand. This is the symbol of the dark dimension summoning ceremony. The power of the dark dimension kept pouring into Cassius' body, and Cassius' eyes turned purple. He saw Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness, and he gave his soul to Dormammu, becoming Dormammu. Mam's servant. Dormammu asked him to destroy the 3 supreme temples of the earth so that Dormammu could erode the earth. Cassius knew the next move after receiving instructions. Cassius felt that the dark energy in his body was endless, and he suddenly felt that his strength had surpassed the Ancient One, and he pressed his hands to the ground. There were many ripples on the ground, and the entire building changed its material form under his energy. This is a spell that can only be used by an ancient mage. Cassius can use it not in the mirror world, but in the real world. His power has already comparable to the Ancient One mage. Cassius passed the energy of the dark dimension to the believers around him. He laughed loudly. This moment has finally come. I want to integrate the earth and the dark dimension into one. In this way, all people on the earth can exist forever. Cassius looked at the London temple not far away. When he summoned his men, the first thing he wanted to destroy was the London temple. Magic practice class. All mages can summon magic weapons by chanting spells. Only Stephen Strange is looking around. His hands are scribbling in the air. Arthur and Mordo stand together and shake their heads. Stephen was so concerned about the injury on his hand that it kept him from practicing, Arthur said. Yes, Stephen won't be able to learn magic at all if this continues. Motu also said worriedly. Don't worry, Mage Ancient One will find a way. Arthur blinked at Moto, and Moto instantly understood that there are several people who were forced out of potential by Mage Ancient One with that method. Next was the practice of opening the portals with the help of the mysterious ring. Everyone used magic energy, drew circles in the air with their hands, and chanted spells, and portals were formed in the air one by one. Only the magical energy of Xingqiu was formed in front of Stephen Strange, but it was too little. Arthur looked at it, shook his head and walked up, and said to Stephen Strange, "What you need is concentration, just like when you operate on others, just like this." All I saw was that Arthur was wearing an ordinary mysterious ring, and as soon as he drew a huge portal in the air with his hand, it appeared, and it was still blue. "Are you here to hit me?" Stephen Strange complained while looking at Arthur's portal. "I'm here to encourage you." Arthur waved his hand, and the portal disappeared. Master Gu Yi walked up to everyone with a Taoist priest, and said to everyone, "I want to talk to Mr. Strange alone." Everyone in the square left, Arthur and Moto looked at each other, and they both guessed what the Ancient One was going to do. "My hands can't do it," Stephen Strange said to Master Ancient One. "It has nothing to do with your hands," said the Ancient Master. "Why does it have nothing to do with my hand?" Stephen Strange asked back. "Master Hamel, come and show Mr. Strange," Ancient One said. The Taoist priest behind him stepped forward and stood between the two of them. He pulled away his left hand hidden in his sleeve. His hand was disabled and had no palm. Stephen Strange was moved when he saw it. He only saw that the Taoist priest named Hamel smoothly summoned a huge magic shield. The movements were very proficient, and there was no reason why he couldn't use magic because of the disability of his left hand. "Thank you, Master Hamel," Master Gu Yi said to the Taoist priest, and the Taoist priest left after the demonstration. However, Stephen Strange fell into thinking. It was because of himself that he couldn't use magic, not because of his own hands. You can't subdue the river, you have to yield to the water flow and use its power for your own use. Ancient One Master said a profound sentence. "I master it by surrendering to it?" "It doesn't make sense," said Stephen Strange. "Not everything makes sense, nor does everything have to be like this. Your intellect has already allowed you to reach a high level in life, but it will not continue to lead you forward. Yield, Stephen," Ancient Master said. "Suppress your arrogance, your strength will definitely increase, follow me." Master Gu Yi opened a teleportation array while speaking, and walked in. Stephen Strange followed Gu Yi into the teleportation array, and the two came to a snow-covered mountaintop. Stephen was only wearing a thin apprentice robe, and suddenly felt extremely cold. "Where is this?" Stephen Strange asked the Ancient One. "The top of Mount Everest is so beautiful, isn't it?" Master Gu Yi said looking at the clouds and the Himalayas below the mountain. Yes, it's beautiful. It's cold but beautiful." Stephen Strange also saw this kind of beauty for the first time. Even though his teeth were chattering from the cold, he still endured the cold and walked towards the cliff to look into the distance. At this temperature, human beings can only persist for 10 minutes, or they will permanently lose their bodily functions, but you will go into shock in about 2 minutes. Master Gu Yi walked towards the portal after finishing speaking. "What?" Stephen Strange realized. "Submit, Stephen." The portal disappeared after the Ancient One entered the portal. No. Stephen Strange was a step too late, and fell to the ground. The snowstorm is getting bigger and bigger. Stephen Strange looked at the mountain peak under his feet. He could only go back by opening the portal by himself. Arthur and Motu walked up to Master Ancient One. "Is it necessary to do this?" Motu asked. "In this way he can activate his potential," Ancient One said with his hands behind his back. 5 minutes had passed, and Stephen Strange hadn't come back yet. Motu stretched his hands to his waist to save Stephen with the Xian ring. Master Gu Yi grabbed Motu's hand and said, "Trust him, he can do it. I also believe that he can do it." Arthur on the side also said. Stephen Strange has been trying to open the portal, but he can only summon bits and pieces of magical energy. He is getting more and more anxious. If this continues, he will freeze to death here. He doesn't want to become an ice sculpture. Stephen Strange took a deep breath, recalled the method of opening the portal that the Ancient One told him, calmed down, chanted the spell, and imagined the place to go. A small portal appeared in front of his eyes. Stephen Strange was overjoyed. There is a portal. He calmed down, thinking about the teleportation place, and kept drawing circles in the air with his hands. But his body was getting tighter, and he was almost unconscious from the cold, but he still gritted his teeth and drew circles in the air. Finally, the size of the portal became the size that he could enter. Stephen Strange exhausted his last strength and threw himself into the portal, before falling in front of Arthur Gai and Moto. The three looked at Stephen Strange and smiled, and Arthur said, "Stephen, congratulations on officially embarking on the path of magic." Stephen was speechless, his whole body was red with cold. Arthur stepped forward to help him up, and said to Gu Yi and Motu, "I'll send Stephen back to take a hot bath to rest, and that's the end of his training today." Arthur helped Stephen Strange to leave after speaking. Stephen Strange went back to take a bath and trimmed his hair and beard. From today on, he will be born again. He will work hard to learn magic knowledge and heal his hands. Arthur came to Wanda's room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Wanda had recently reached the critical moment of comprehending the magic of chaos and had been in seclusion for several days. Arthur was worried that something would happen if she didn't eat or drink, but Arthur thought for a while that he was really worrying. Wanda has a huge blessing of chaotic magic power, so how could something happen? Arthur decided to continue his practice. He went to many multiverses and saw many strange things. Even most of the universe and the Earth were still in primitive society. Arthur wanted to find his original universe, the universe where there were no superheroes and only ordinary life on Earth, but Arthur didn't know how many multiverses there were, but he searched more than 10 universes for a year but couldn't find what he was looking for of that universe. But Arthur came to a magical universe, which is all composed of water energy, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a water universe. Arthur is very comfortable in this universe. He found that his body began to slowly absorb energy after such a long time, which shows that Arthur can be super strong again. After absorbing the energy of Asgard last time, Arthur's body has never continued to grow stronger. So Arthur was very excited to find this universe composed of water energy. He felt as if he had returned home, where the danger of his energy use was much greater than in other places. Arthur's body can slowly absorb the water energy in this universe, which reminds Arthur of Dormammu, who is also invincible in the dark dimension. Arthur is not said to be invincible in this universe, but his ability has also been enhanced a lot, and he also has a super recovery ability. It's a pity that Arthur hasn't found any planet as civilized as the Earth after wandering in this universe for a long time. Most of the week it is covered by endless sea water, and there are many incredible creatures in it, some of which are even very huge. Arthur felt that he had come to heaven. He could control all these creatures. In future fights, Arthur could summon an army of giant sea creatures. Arthur's mouth was about to crooked when he thought of this, and he decided not to be called Sea King in the future, but to change his title to Lord of Water. Wait, why does it feel like Neptune doesn't sound as powerful yet? How many days are you going? Stephen Strange asked Arthur when he knew that Arthur was going to practice in the multiverse. I don't know either. It probably took about 10 days. I found a good place to enhance my strength. Arthur replied. Stephen nodded and bid farewell to Arthur. Arthur told Modo to tell her that he had gone to another universe if Wanda came out. Mordo beside Stephen Strange nodded. Arthur waved his right hand with the black ring, and a blue portal appeared in front of him, only to see that the portal was on a sea. Did you find the wrong place? It's full of sea water. Stephen Strange asked, looking at the scene inside the portal. No, this is where I'm going, so goodbye. After finishing speaking, Arthur jumped from the portal and jumped into the sea, and then the portal disappeared. Why is his portal different from ours? Stephen Strange wondered why Arthur's portal was blue. Master Guyi said that Arthur uses his own energy, which is different from the energy of the multiverse we use. Motu explained aside. Okay, I'll continue reading. Stephen Strange walked towards the library after he finished speaking. Since he was able to use magic, he stopped going to class and always hid in the room to study by himself. Motu glanced at Stephen Strange. This man has always had his own ideas, so Motu couldn't say anything, so he turned and left. After Arthur jumped into the ocean, he soared into the sky. He flew higher and higher, and after entering the planet's atmosphere, he left the blue planet. Arthur came to the universe and saw countless blue planets. Arthur was surrounded by the energy of the red reality gem. The gem changed the environment around him and allowed him to breathe freely in the universe. In fact, the water element is very rich in this universe. Even if he breathes, he will be fine and can survive by absorbing the water element, but he is still used to breathing air. Arthur flew into the universe. Although he had been here several times, he was still shocked by this universe again. All the planets in this universe are blue, and many planets are even covered by thick ice. The entire universe is emitting blue light, and Arthur has not seen a planet that shines like the sun, so the temperature in this universe is very low. Arthur feels the water element in this universe. He has been looking for the core area of this universe. He feels that there is a direction in this universe where the water element is richer than other directions. Arthur's whole body flashed red, and he flew in this direction at a very fast speed. In a universe without gravity, Arthur's speed is almost close to the speed of light. His body is protected by gem energy and will not be injured by the meteorite. As if he was invisible, Arthur's body became translucent under the wrap of red energy, passing through meteorites. If you look at Arthur from a distance, he is like a glowing comet, heading straight in one direction. Arthur didn't know how long he had been flying, but he felt that many days had passed, and Arthur finally came to the edge of the core area of the universe. The energy of water elements here is more intense, and the planets here are all blue planets covered by water and glaciers. Even the meteorites in space are wrapped in ice, which shows that the water element content here is too sufficient. Arthur had never felt so comfortable before. He found a relatively large white planet covered with ice and snow and flew over. Arthur landed on the surface of the planet, which was covered by solid ice, and there was a constant snowstorm on the planet. Arthur came to a huge iceberg, touched the iceberg with his hand, and the iceberg opened a hole for him to enter. Arthur continued to walk inside. His hands constantly released the ability to control water. Coupled with the blessing of the reality gem, a cave the size of a football field was formed here. Good, this is Arthur's temporary secret base. Arthur also used his ability to create a throne. Let's call it the Frozen Throne. Arthur recalled the method of communicating with the multiverse in the Book of Camastro, although the page of the communication ceremony was torn off by Cassius and taken away. Arthur still asked Master Ancient One for advice. Master Ancient One didn't want to teach it to Arthur at first. She was afraid that Arthur would fall because he wanted to obtain infinite energy to communicate with the energy of the dark dimension like Cassius. Although the Ancient One can also absorb the energy of the dark dimension and use it, the Ancient One even relies on the energy of the dark dimension to achieve immortality. The energy of the dark dimension is relatively powerful among all multiverse energies. But Arthur doesn't need the energy of the dark dimension. After Arthur knew the existence of this water universe, he learned the ritual of energy communication from Master Ancient One. Under Arthur's repeated assurances, Master Ancient One handed over the communication ritual method to Arthur. Arthur stood still in the middle of the ice cave, chanting complex spells in bursts, and drew a strange symbol in the air with both hands. A blue symbol appeared in front of Arthur, and a mysterious circular magic circle appeared around him. Arthur instantly felt countless energies pouring into his body, and the shrinking image of the entire water universe appeared in his mind. If anyone was near Arthur, he would see the blue energy around his eyes flowing like thin threads in his veins. Arthur opened his eyes, and his eyes turned blue with a faint light, which was very strange. Arthur felt that he had never been so powerful, and the energy in his body seemed to be infinite. Arthur walked out of the cave, and saw him raise his hands. The iceberg under his feet shook violently and rose from the ground, getting higher and higher, and the ice surface under the iceberg suddenly shattered. A huge jet of water broke through the ice, rushing like the sky. Arthur got up and jumped onto a jet of water. Countless jets of water gathered towards the jet of water under Arthur's feet. This jet of water became thicker and thicker, and under the control of Arthur's energy, it turned into a huge transparent snake. Arthur stumped the water jet on top of the giant snake's head, and the whole giant snake began to freeze from Arthur's feet in an instant, turning into a huge ice sculpture of a giant snake. Arthur was very satisfied looking at his masterpiece. He only used a little water magic energy to achieve such an effect. Arthur felt that if he tried his best, he might be able to instantly freeze a planet full of sea water. Arthur's body floated up from the giant snake's ice sculpture head and flew into the air. The trident appeared in Arthur's hand, and Arthur pointed the trident at the giant snake. A huge blue energy shot out from the trident, instantly shattering the ice sculpture of the giant snake, and the blue energy directly shattered the entire iceberg. Countless huge ice blocks fell from the mountain, smashed through the ice and rushed into the sea. Arthur was very satisfied with his blow. Compared with the power of gem energy used before, even Ao Chuang's vibrating gold body might not be able to take his own blow now. Of course, environmental reasons also exist. Arthur, who left this universe, is definitely not as powerful as he is now, but as long as he uses the ritual magic circle, he can absorb energy from this universe endlessly. Stephen Strange came to the library alone after Arthur left. He thought of a particularly good way, that is, he can use the method of leaving the body to read books while sleeping, which can greatly save study time. Stephen, what do you need? Wong asked, looking at Stephen Strange in front of him. I want the out-of-body book, Stephen Strange replied. You're not ready yet. Wong rebuffed. You can try it, Beyoncé. Stephen said astock. Wong didn't understand, and looked at Stephen seriously. You don't know Beyoncé? You never laugh. Stephen Strange asked. Okay, I think I'm ready, give me the book quickly. Looking at the expressionless Wong, Stephen Strange said helplessly. No, Wong replied seriously. After Stephen Strange left, Wong took out his phone and searched for Beyoncé songs. He opened a book and listened to it. Just behind the king, a teleportation array was formed, and Stephen Strange reached out from the teleportation array to take away the book about soul magic from the bookshelf. Wong seemed to sense something, but turned his head to look but found nothing. Suddenly a teleportation array appeared behind Wong's left, and Stephen Strange took another book from the left shelf. Wong suddenly turned his head but found nothing. When he turned his head, the book he was reading was also taken away by Stephen. After thinking about it, Wong knew that it was Stephen Strange who did it. Apart from him, only Arthur dared to do this, but Arthur had already left in the morning. Wong told Guyi about the library, and Guyi said that he knew, and let Wong leave. She didn't care about Stephen Strange's behavior. Stephen Strange began to study magic. Besides reading books during the day, he used the magic of out-of-body magic at night to let the body sleep and the soul learn. Stephen Strange's magic speed has improved very fast, and he is a genius in learning magic. Master Guyi stopped Stephen Strange that day and asked him why he didn't come to class and wanted to study by himself. Stephen Strange said he didn't like meaningless regulations, and he had his own study plan. Your spells are progressing very fast. You need a safe space to practice your spells. With a wave of his hand, Mage Guyi saw that the space in the middle of the hall seemed to be broken, with many cracks. Master Ancient One walked in towards the crack, and Stephen followed. You are now in the mirror dimension. This is a dimension that has always existed but cannot be detected. The real world will not be affected by what happens here. Mage Ancient One explained to Stephen. Stephen looked around in the mirror dimension. They were still in the hall, but they looked at the outside world through a mirror. We use the mirror dimension to train, monitor, and sometimes control threats. If you don't wear the Xian ring, you will be trapped here forever. Ancient One said. Wait, sorry, what did you mean by the threat you just mentioned? Stephen Strange asked. I saw the ground of Master Guyi, and the entire space suddenly overlapped and extended outwards. The surrounding furniture disappeared, and all the buildings stretched like a kaleidoscope. Exposure to the infinite multiverse also includes exposure to infinite dangers. If I tell you everything you don't know, you will be scared and run away, Ancient One said. This has already shocked me, Stephen Strange said, looking at the surrounding space. Stephen Strange and Ancient One learned how to use the mirror space, and Stephen Strange learned it easily after only watching it twice. The Ancient One nodded. Stephen Strange was the only magic genius he had ever seen except Cassius. Unlike Arthur, it took him several days to learn a spell. Arthur, then I go. The more Stephen Strange communicated with the Ancient One, the more he felt that the Ancient One was very knowledgeable, like an omniscient person. No wonder she could become the Supreme Mage. Stephen Strange, who was training outside, asked Moto, well, how old is Ancient One? No one knows the age of the Supreme Mage, only that she is Celtic, and she never talks about her past. Mordo replied, even if you don't know, you still follow her. Stephen Strange asked, I know that she is unwavering but unpredictable, ruthless, and tolerant, and she made me who I am today. Moto said as he opened up his battle, preparing to fight Stephen. Trust your teacher and don't go astray. Mordo said to Stephen Strange. Like Iker Cassius? Stephen Strange asked back. Yes. Moto raised his foot and kicked Stephen, but Stephen dodged it. Stephen punched Moto in the abdomen, and he grabbed his hands. You know him? Stephen Strange asked while struggling. When he came to us, he lost everything he loved. He was devastated. A heartbroken man wanted to find answers from magic. Moto locked Stephen's neck and said to him, he is an excellent student, but he is proud and self-willed? He questioned Master Ancient One's refusal of her teaching. Before Moto finished speaking, he was hit by Stephen's elbow in the lower abdomen, and Stephen broke free. He left Comitage, and his disciples followed him like a flock of sheep, seduced by wrong theories. Moto touched his lower abdomen and said, then he stole the forbidden ritual, right? Stephen Strange asked. Yes. Mordo replied. What was that ceremony for? Stephen Strange asked. Don't ask. Moto obviously didn't want Stephen to know this so early. He picked up a stick, which is his magic weapon, which can input the powerful power of magic. Stephen Strange looked envious, and asked, when can I have my own magic weapon? When you are ready. Moto replied. I think I'm ready, Stephen Strange replied. Whether you are ready or not is determined by the magic weapon. Now you should use magic to summon the weapon first. Moto said. Stephen Strange could only recite the spell helplessly, and a golden energy whip appeared in his hands. Moto suddenly attacked Stephen. Stephen used the magic whip to block. Moto hit faster and faster. Stephen's reaction was also good. All of them were blocked. Moto suddenly ran into the air, and his shoes were also a magic weapon that could walk in the air. He ran into the air and turned around and punched Stephen in the face, knocking Stephen to the ground. You have to keep practicing fighting, because one day, you will use it. Moto said. Stephen Strange got up from the ground. He lost today's duel. Have you ever sparred with Arthur? Stephen Strange asked suspiciously. Mordo didn't answer, just nodded, showing a helpless expression. Stephen Strange understood Mordo's expression. It seems that he was abused by Arthur. This evening, Stephen Strange was sitting at the desk. He opened his laptop, wanted to send an email to Christine Palmer but didn't know what to say. Since the last time I got mad at her, I haven't contacted her again, and she didn't reply when I sent her a message. Stephen Strange wrote and deleted, and wrote in front of the computer, but in the end he didn't decide to send anything. Stephen looked at the broken watch and regretted very much. He shouldn't have broken the heart of a person who was the best for him. Stephen turned off the computer, and he still didn't send emails today. Stephen Strange took the finished magic books and went out to the library. It was still raining heavily. Stephen Strange came to the library in the rain but found no one there. Wong didn't know where he went, but it happened that he wasn't there. Stephen was very interested in the book that had a page torn last time, and Moto never told himself what kind of magic the ritual on that page was. Stephen took the Book of Camastro off the shelf, picked up an apple on the table, took a bite and opened the Book of Camastro. Stephen Strange flipped through it casually, and suddenly he saw a familiar pattern with a magic weapon drawn like an eye. Isn't this the magic weapon placed on the table in the middle of the library? Stephen Strange looked up at the octagonal copper desk in the middle of the library. There was a shelf in the middle of the desk, and this magic weapon was placed on the shelf. Stephen Strange thought for a while, then looked back to see that the library was empty, and Wong didn't know when he would come back, so he brought it here to play first. Stephen Strange took the magic weapon off the table. It was a pendant, and there was a red rope. Stephen hung it around his neck. Stephen Strange looked at the method of use on the Book of Camastro, chanted the spell and made gestures with both hands. The Eye of Agamotto was successfully opened, revealing the glowing green gemstone in the middle. Okay, isn't this very simple? Stephen Strange was very proud of his ability to understand spells. He continued to study the steps in the book, and successfully summoned a magic circle on his right hand. The second part was successful. He pointed at the apple he just bitten with his right hand, and gently turned the magic circle clockwise. A miraculous thing happened. The flesh on the bitten apple suddenly disappeared bit by bit, and finally turned into a leftover apple nuclear. Stephen Strange turned the magic circle counterclockwise again, and the apple core slowly returned to its original shape, turning into an unbitten apple. My god! Stephen Strange knew what magic weapon this Eye of Agamotto was, and it could manipulate the passage of time in space. Stephen turned the magic circle again, and the apple turned into an apple core and quickly moldy and withered. Stephen Strange turned the magic circle counterclockwise, and the moldy apple core turned back into an unbitten apple step by step. Stephen Strange thought of something. He took the apple away, put the Book of Camastro in front of him, and turned to the torn page. Stephen Strange turned the magic circle, and the 2 pages that were originally torn from the magic book reappeared. Dormammu, the ritual of immortality in the dark latitude. Stephen Strange read the contents of these 2 pages. Click, click. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and a mirror time appeared in front of him. No, the possibility of tampering with the series is forbidden. Mordo walked in with Wong, and Mordo yelled at Stephen Strange loudly. Stephen Strange immediately stopped the magic, and the mirror space disappeared. I was just doing what was written in the book, explained Stephen Strange. Then what did you read in the book? Is it dangerous to perform this kind of ritual? Wong asked Stephen Strange. I don't know, I haven't seen that part yet, Stephen Strange replied. The time manipulation gauge creates new timeline branches, which will create unstable dimension openings, space paradoxes, time loops. Do you want to be trapped in the same time point forever? Do you want to loop forever? Modu looked at Stephen yelled loudly. I really should have written the warning in front of the spell. Stephen felt a little unreasonable and could only complain. Your curiosity may kill you. You are not controlling the continuity of time, you are destroying it. We must not interfere with the laws of nature, we must defend it. Wong took away Camastro in front of Stephen Book and spoke to him. How on earth did you do it? Understand and learn that lengthy spell. Modu looked at Stephen and asked. I have the ability of photographic memory, which is why I was able to obtain a double degree of Doctor of Clinical Medicine and Doctor of Research Medicine at the same time. Stephen Strange said proudly. Your behavior just now is not just relying on good memory. Modu said. You were born for magic. Wong also agreed very much, except for the Supreme Mage, no one can use the Eye of Agamotto. Stephen managed to use it after only one viewing, which is simply a genius among geniuses. But my hands are still shaking, Stephen said, looking at his hands. It's trembling now, Wong said from the side. Isn't this trembling forever? Stephen asked back. We are not prophets, we don't know what will happen in the future. Modu replied. When will you tell me what exactly we are? Stephen asked. Modu and Wong looked at each other, and they decided to tell Stephen the secret of Karmatage, and he had a chance to become a great magician. Wong took Stephen Strange to the middle of the library, where there were 3 doors, a desk, and a globe above the head. Superheroes like the Avengers, like Arthur and Wanda, protect the world from physical dangers. We mages protect the world from magical threats. Wong turned the brass pillar, and the globe above his head lit up. The countless light spots on it emit bright light. There have been many supreme mages in the past, but the Ancient One is the only supreme mage now. Dating back thousands of years ago, there was a father of magic, he is the great Agamotto, who created this gem that you recklessly borrowed mage. Wong looked at Stephen and said. Stephen lowered his head to look at the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, a little embarrassed that his behavior was caught. Agamotto founded 3 temples in places with strong magic power, and they are all located in the bustling metropolis now. Wong continued. Wong pointed to a red door on the west side and said, that door leads to the Hong Kong temple. Point to the silver door on the south side and say that door leads to the Temple of New York. Point to the last golden door and say that door leads to the London temple. Together, these temples can form a protective shield for our world. Wong said as he turned the pillars. The globe above his head was surrounded by 3 golden magic circles. The temple is to protect the world, and we mages are responsible for protecting the temple. Modu also said. What kind of enemy to defend against? Stephen Strange asked. Other dimensions threaten the creatures of our universe, Wong said. Such as Dormammu. Stephen Strange asked back. Where did you know this name? Modu was startled when he heard Stephen say Dormammu, and asked. I just read it from the Book of Camastro, what's wrong? Stephen Strange was very surprised why Mordo's reaction was so great. Dormammu lives in the dark dimension, beyond time, he is the conqueror of the universe, the destroyer of the universe, a being with infinite power and infinite desire. It wants to invade every universe, trying to bring all worlds into him the dark dimension of Dormammu, and what he desires most is the earth. Wong used a globe to demonstrate Dormammu's dark dimension to Stephen Strange. And the page that Cassius stole. Stephen asked. It says how to contact Dormammu, and the ritual to draw power from the dark dimension. Wong followed Stephen Strange's words. Stephen Strange laughed suddenly, and said, okay, I quit. I'm here to heal my hand, not to get involved in any magic war. Stephen Strange was frightened by Wong and Modu's words. He is an ordinary doctor, and now he is needed to protect the earth. How could he do it? Although Arthur also said that he would join the Avengers before, he just thought Arthur was joking. Thump, thump. Suddenly there was an alarm bell ringing overhead. Something happened to the London temple. The door leading to the London temple suddenly opened, and a man wearing a Kamar-Taj mage costume rushed out and was stabbed by a transparent magic blade behind him. The back died instantly. That's Cassius? No. Modu said loudly, and they only saw Cassius gathering a huge energy fireball above his head, which slammed into the ground of the London temple. Boom! The huge explosion sent Stephen Strange flying towards the gate of the New York temple. After Stephen Strange flew into the New York temple, the teleportation array at the gate of the New York temple disappeared, and the gate turned into a stone wall. King, Modu, Stephen got up and shouted loudly, but no one answered him. Stephen could only walk outside. This is the New York Temple. After Stephen came to the gate of the temple, he opened the gate and came to the street. Why is this place so familiar? He turned his head and saw 177A Brick Street. This is Brick Avenue in New York. Stephen turned around and returned to the temple. After closing the gate, he looked around the temple to see if anyone was there. He came to 3 doors, a forest behind one door, a rough ocean behind the door, and the Himalayas behind the door. There is a glowing mechanism next to the door. Stephen turns the mechanism, and the door to the ocean turns into a desert. It turns out that this is a portal, and the mechanism is to control the location of the portal, which is very magical. Is anyone there? Stephen Strange yelled in the temple. There are so many cultural relics and artifacts in the temple, it's like a museum. Stephen looked around, and he stopped in front of a glass cabinet. Inside the glass cabinet was a red magic cloak that automatically floated in the air. It looked very gorgeous. Stephen Strange took a look and turned his head away. He suddenly heard a sound on the first floor, and he walked towards the stairs. He suddenly saw a monk standing in the middle of the hall with a weapon in the hall on the first floor, and the building material at the door of the hall was changing infinitely, just like the demonstration of the ancient master last time. The door opened suddenly, and a man in orange mage clothes walked in, followed by 2 subordinates. He was Cassius, who Stephen saw destroyed the London temple just now. Daniel, they asked you to be the guardian mage of this temple. Cassius clearly knew the monk in the middle of the hall. Do you know what guardian mage means? The monk named Daniel asked Cassius. It's you who will sacrifice for this, Cassius said, and then he pulled his hands, and a transparent magic blade appeared in his hands. The 2 subordinates suddenly launched an attack on Daniel, but Daniel was not a vegetarian either. He waved the staff in his hand to fight against 2 without losing the wind. The 3 fought fiercely together, and Cassius did not go up to attack Daniel, but just watched the battle from the sidelines. Suddenly one of Cassius' men seized the opportunity and slashed on Daniel's leg, and Daniel knelt down instantly. Stop. Seeing that something was wrong, Stephen Strange jumped out from behind the railing. But Daniel was stabbed in the heart by Cassius, and died of exhaustion. Cassius was not surprised at Stephen Strange, who jumped out, as if he knew he was hiding aside. How long have you been in Karmatage? Are you a doctor? Cassius asked. My name is Strange, Stephen Strange said, and then cast a spell with both hands to conjure a magic whip. 2 of Cassius' men suddenly jumped onto the wall and rushed towards Stephen Strange along the wall. Stephen Strange fought with the 2 who came in front of him. Stephen's skill is not bad, but after fighting with Motu, Stephen Strange became much stronger than before. Stephen Strange was still under the wind with 1 against 2. Cassius saw that the 2 were unable to attack for a long time, so he picked up the magic knife and threw it fiercely at Stephen Strange. Stephen saw the right moment and whipped the magic knife thrown by Cassius away. Stephen turned his head and ran towards the temple. Cassius stretched out his hands and pressed down, and the corridor under Stephen Strange's feet suddenly rolled backwards, preventing him from moving forward like a treadmill. Seeing that Stephen couldn't run away, he cast a spell with both hands to create 2 magic shields. 2 of Cassius' men jumped onto a wall and rushed towards Stephen Strange. 2 magic knives slashed at Stephen Strange at the same time, but he blocked him with a magic shield. Stephen punched back, but his hand was injured and he couldn't use much strength. Stephen Strange was kicked to the ground by one of Cassius's men, and another man rushed towards him quickly. Stephen got up immediately, and cast a spell in his hand to summon the magic whip again, and with a whip, Cassius' men who rushed towards him were sent flying. Cassius spun his hands, and the corridor under Stephen Strange's feet also spun along with it. Stephen Strange had never learned the magic of walking on walls, so he lost his center of gravity and hit the window glass that was spinning below. Stephen smashed the glass, Cassius turned the hallway back, and Stephen Strange fell to the ground again. When Stephen Strange saw the ground turn back to its original position, he turned his head and ran towards the corridor behind him. Cassius raised his hands, the corridor suddenly lifted up, and Stephen fell down from the corridor. He grabbed a pillar and hung in the air after scratching around. Stephen looked down, looked at one of Cassius' men standing on the wall, and the portal below. Stephen shook his heart, let go and let himself fall. He just landed on Cassius's subordinate and kicked him out of the portal. Outside the portal was the desert that Stephen Strange twisted and turned. Stephen Strange grabbed the door frame of the portal and did not fall out. Suddenly, the entire corridor descended again, returning to its original state. Another of Cassius' men ran towards Stephen, and was knocked to the ground by Stephen. Stephen twisted the mechanism, and the outside of the portal turned into a rainforest. Just now, Cassius' men couldn't come back in the desert. Up. Stephen wrestled with another of Cassius' subordinates. He saw the timing and kicked him out of the portal, and then turned the mechanism. This man was also thrown into the rainforest by Stephen Strange. Cassius was the only one left now. Cassius held 2 magic knives and slashed at Stephen Strange, but he dodged nimbly. Stephen Strange knocked Cassius away with his body and ran away. Cassius chased him out. Stephen ran to the 2nd floor and raised a glowing tripod to Cassius. Cassius stopped when he saw the tripod, as if he was afraid of the tripod, but Stephen Strange only held the tripod in his hand. You don't know how this thing works, do you? Cassius said. Stephen Strange was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know what it was and how to use it. After Stephen Strange glanced at the cauldron in his hand, he slammed the cauldron forcefully towards the top of Cassius' head, but Cassius blocked it with a magic knife and flew out. Stephen Strange fought again with the magic whip and Cassius's double knives. Cassius kicked Stephen out and smashed a glass cabinet, and the magic weapon in the glass cabinet fell on the ground. Cassius kicked Stephen away again and smashed a glass cabinet. Just as Cassius was about to slash at Stephen with his knife was caught by the red dress floating in the glass cabinet. The cloak blocked it. Cassius grabbed Stephen's clothes, chopped off again, and was blocked by the red cloak. Cassius punched Stephen Strange in the face before grabbing him by the collar and tossing him as Stephen rose from the ground. Cassius stabbed Stephen's abdomen with a knife, but Stephen Strange grabbed Cassius' hand with his hand. Cassius kicked Stephen off the railing of the corridor on the second floor, and the red floating cloak quickly chased after Stephen Strange. Cassius lowered his head and looked downstairs. He saw Stephen wearing a red magic cloak flying up from downstairs. Stephen pulled the magic whip with both hands to summon it and held it in his hand. Cassius caught Stephen's magic whip with a knife. He pulled back hard, and Stephen also pulled hard, and the two competed in strength. But Stephen Strange is now floating in the air and cannot use his strength. He was pulled by Cassius and dragged over. Stephen Strange lost his center of gravity and flew towards Cassius, knocking Cassius away, also knocked to the ground. Both of them were lying on the ground, and Sirius got up and slashed at Stephen Strange with the magic knife. Fortunately, the magic cloak pulled Stephen Strange back and avoided Cassius' attack. The magic cloak dragged Stephen Strange to a pair of magic weapon mail armor made of many metals, but Stephen Strange saw the axe and shield hanging on the wall beside him. Stephen Strange ran to the axe and shield, trying to take them off and use them as weapons, but his body was held back by the cloak. Every time Stephen Strange tried to run to the axe and shield, he was caught by the cloak, pulling him back to the armor of the magic weapon. Stephen Strange was pulled as soon as he ran like this, and then ran forward after being pulled, which was very funny. Stephen Strange understood the meaning of the magic cloak, and asked him to use this strange-looking magic weapon mail armor. Cassius watched Stephen Strange's funny performance and was about to go up and stab him, but he was hit in the face by the magic cloak and knocked down. Stephen took the opportunity to take off the magic weapon mail armor and threw it at Cassius, only to see that the magic weapon mail armor suddenly unfolded, firmly fixing Cassius' body section by section, and fixed it into a kneeling ground with both hands the tied back look. I saw that the immobilized Cassius' mouth was also covered by an iron plate, and he was still muttering words. Stephen Strange was panting heavily. Today was the most dangerous time in his life. He, a doctor, fought a battle with traitors from the wizarding world. Thinking about it now makes me terrified. Stephen Strange was so annoyed by the words Cassius muttered, he went up and took off the metal plate fixed on his mouth. "Please shut up," Stephen Strange said, but Cassius was still muttering, unable to understand what language he was speaking. "I told you to shut up," Stephen Strange said loudly. "You can't stop this, Mr. Doctor." Cassius finally spoke a language Stephen understood. "I don't even know what this thing is," Stephen Strange said. "This is the end, but also the beginning. The process of turning more into less, and less into one," Cassius said mysteriously. "If you say these meaningless words again, I will put this back on for you." Stephen Strange waved the metal buckle in his hand and said, "Tell me, Mr. Doctor." Cassius said, "Wait, I'm Dr. Stephen Strange." Stephen interrupted Cassius, correcting him to call himself Mr. Doctor. "Are you really a doctor?" Cassius asked in surprise. "Yes," Stephen Strange replied. "A scientist? You understand the laws of nature. Everything will grow old and everything will die. In the end, even the sun will burn out, and our universe will be cold and rotten. But the dark dimension exists beyond time," Cassius explained. "Okay, I'm going to put this back on for you," Stephen Strange said as he walked forward with the metal buckle. "This world doesn't need death, Doctor. This world can take all that it deserves, along with many other worlds to be part of one, a great and beautiful world of one. We can all live forever." Cassius tried to convince Stephen again. "Really? So what can you get from this new utopian dimension?" Stephen Strange asked rhetorically. "Like you, like all people, life. Eternal life? People are always thinking about good and evil, but time is the enemy of all of us. Time kills everything," Cassius explained. "What about the people you killed?" Stephen Strange asked. "Insignificant? The vast universe will not care about these fleeting little dust. Yes, you know what we are doing. This world is not what it should be. A world in bondage, because it is time that enslaves us. Time is an insult, and death is an insult. We are not trying to rule the world, we are saving it," Cassius said. Stephen Strange felt that Cassius was hopeless, his thoughts were too extreme, very dangerous. "The Supreme Mage will defend all existence," Stephen Strange said. "Why did you go to Karmatage, Doctor? For enlightenment? Or for power? You went for healing, we all do. Karmatage collects broken things, we are all promised to be healed, and the Ancient One Mage used some tricks to fool us. The real magic is only enjoyed by her. Have you ever wondered why she can live so long?" Cassius asked. "I've seen the ritual in the Book of Camastro," Stephen Strange replied after thinking for a while. "So the ritual gave us the power to overthrow Mage Ancient One and destroy her temple. Make the dark dimension accessible, because what Mage Ancient One hides, Dormammu can give for free. Eternal life? It's not Destroyer. Doctor, he is the savior. Cassius continued to seduce Stephen Strange. No, look at your face, Dormammu turned you into a murderer. How good is his kingdom? Stephen Strange asked back. Cassius didn't answer, but laughed. Do you think that's funny? Stephen Strange didn't know what Cassius was laughing at. No, it's not because of that, I'm funny because your Sunja fell off. Cassius said. Stephen Strange touched his belt, looking for the mysterious ring on his body, and just as he turned around, a magic knife flew towards his chest suddenly. It turned out that Cassius' subordinates used the portal to return here and attacked Stephen Strange. Cassius and Stephen said so much just to delay time. Cassius' men grabbed Stephen and threw him down the stairs. Stephen, who fell to the ground, struggled to get up, with blood streaming down his chest. Stephen Strange crawled forward, and Cassius' hand walked towards Stephen step by step, and a magic knife appeared in his hand after casting the spell. Just when he was about to go up to deal with Stephen Strange, a burst of red energy suddenly rushed towards him, knocking him flying and smashing him against the wall, instantly killing him. A blonde-haired woman appeared in front of Stephen Strange. She was Wanda, who had just woken up from meditation when she heard the alarm bell. Wanda immediately stepped forward to check Stephen's wound, and found that he was seriously injured, and the knife pierced through his chest was already in danger. Hold on. I'll take you back to heal your wounds. Wanda said. Venom and Quicksilver were at home, and she was going to take Stephen Strange back home and let Venom heal him. Lend me your mysterious ring, Stephen Strange said to Wanda. Wanda didn't know what he was going to do, so she handed the Xian ring to Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange stood up persistently, put on the Xian ring and opened a portal with all his strength. Where are you going? Wanda went up to support Stephen. He was seriously injured like this and still running around? Hospital? Someone can save me, Stephen Strange said to Wanda. Wanda helped Stephen lead it into the portal, and came to the hospital where Stephen used to work. Christine. Stephen Strange came to the nurse's station with Wanda's support, and shouted Christine's name. Oh my god, Stephen? What's the matter with you? Christine Palmer asked anxiously when he heard Stephen's shout and saw the seriously injured Stephen running over. Arrange an operating room for me, and you can come in alone. Hurry up. I don't have time, Stephen Strange said. Wanda and Christine Palmer helped Stephen Strange to lie down in the empty operating room beside him. What happened to him, Stephen? Kristen Palmer asked Wanda, looking at Stephen's blood-stained clothes. I was stabbed and my heart was tamponade, Stephen Strange explained. Wanda also nodded. She could only watch from the sidelines. She didn't know medical skills. What are you wearing? Kristen Palmer pulled Stephen's clothes away and cut his underwear with scissors, exposing the wound. The chest cavity is clean. Christine Palmer went to get the treatment equipment. No, the bleeding is in the pericardium. Stephen Strange passed out after finishing speaking. No. Christine Palmer saw Stephen, who had passed out, quickly prepared the equipment, took out a long and big needle, and prepared to draw out the congestion in Stephen's chest. Stephen Strange suddenly had an out-of-body experience at this moment, and he saw Wanda and Christine. Christine's needles were pointing at Stephen Strange's chest and were trying to find where to insert the needle. She couldn't find where Stephen was injured and accumulated blood, and Wanda could only watch from the sidelines and couldn't help. A little higher. Stephen Strange's soul suddenly appeared from the void and said to Christine. Ah! Christine Palmer screamed in horror. She had never seen such a thing. Be careful with the needles, said Stephen Strange. Stephen? Wow, what the hell do you look like? Christine Palmer was stunned by the sight in front of her. She looked at the transparent Stephen in the air, and then at the breathless Stephen lying on the operating table. Wanda was very calm, as if she knew it a long time ago, and didn't respond at all. It's my soul, said Stephen Strange. Are you dead? Kristen Palmer asked in a crying voice. No, Christine, but I'm dying, said Stephen Strange. Okay. Christine could only accept this fact. She took a few deep breaths, calmed down and continued to operate on him under the guidance of Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange used a spell to make his chest transparent, so that Christine Palmer could directly see what was inside his chest. I've never seen a wound like this. What did you get stabbed like this? Kristen Palmer asked Stephen Strange, thrusting the needle into his chest. I don't know what that is either, Stephen Strange replied. What? Christine Palmer was speechless. You don't know what you were stabbed by yourself? That's the space magic knife, a weapon made of energy, very sharp, like a glass knife. Wanda explained from the side. What? Magic. Christine Palmer refreshed all three views today. It's out of body and magic again. Is this acting in a movie? I know you. You are Wanda the Scarlet Witch. You are the Avenger. Christine only recognized Wanda now. Although she was busy with work, she also surfed the internet and watched some videos of Wanda on the internet. Nice to meet you. Are you his girlfriend? Wanda asked. No. Christine Palmer replied hesitantly, and he continued to operate on Stephen Strange. Arthur traveled to other universes, and he asked me to tell you. Stephen only now remembered who Wanda was, and what Arthur said, and said to Wanda. Okay, thank you. Actually, I can help you heal your wound. All you need is a visit to my house. Wanda said. No need, I'll be fine soon. Stephen Strange's soul said. He returned to his body. Stephen opened his eyes on the operating table, and woke up. Kristen Palmer blew the blood out of Stephen's chest and began to help him sew the wound shut. It's been so long, you suddenly appeared here and flew out of your body. Christine Palmer and Stephen Strange were talking. Wanda turned around and left gently after leaving the operating room. Let the two of them stay alone for a while. Yeah, it's magical, right? By the way, I miss you very much. Stephen Strange said what he had always wanted to say. I wrote you emails but you never got back to me. Stephen Strange said. Why should I reply to you? Kristen Palmer asked back. Christine, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for everything, and you're right. I was a complete asshole. I didn't value you properly, and you deserved better. Stephen Strange said. Stop talking, you're not sober now. Kristen Palmer interrupted Stephen, not letting him continue. What the hell happened to you? Where did you go? You went to be an Avenger. Kristen Palmer asked. Arthur did invite me before, but I rejected it. After the Western medicine seemed hopeless, I went all the way east to Kathmandu. Stephen Strange said. Kathmandu? Kristen Palmer asked. Yes, Nepal. Stephen replied. Is that where it's in the Bob Seger song? Kristen asked again. Side A of Beautiful Loser was released in 1975. I went to a place called Kamataj and talked to a man named Ancient One. Stephen explained. Oh, so you've joined the church? Christine asked jokingly. No, I didn't. That's not accurate. They taught me to use a power that I never knew. Stephen explained in a hurry. Sounds like a cult. Kristen said. That's not a cult. Stephen retorted. Well, that's what all the cultists say. Kristen said. You don't believe it. Stephen laughed and sat up suddenly. Wait, Stephen, hold still. What are you doing? There is a cult meeting that is about to be missed, and we have to leave immediately. Christine helped Stephen stand up and walked outside. Is your injury okay? Wanda asked at the door after seeing Stephen Strange and Christine Palmer coming out together. Yes, let's go back. Stephen Strange said as he walked. This is crazy, where are you going? Can you tell me the truth? Asked Christine, who was supporting Stephen. How should I put it? A powerful mage who dedicated himself to an ancient force that could even defy the laws of physics, and he wants to kill me? Now I've locked him in Greenwich Village, and I'm going back there. It just needs to go through a portal, and I built it in the utility room. Stephen Strange explained quickly. Okay, I know you don't want to tell me, it's okay. Kristen thought Stephen was making up stories to lie to her. Stephen opened the door of the utility room, and there was a golden portal in the utility room, and Wanda walked in first. I really have to go, Christine. Stephen Strange touched Christine's face, gave her a deep look, turned and walked into the portal. The portal suddenly disappeared, and Christine was still a little dazed in the utility room. There were too many things that surprised her today. Suddenly, the mop on the side fell down and hit an iron bucket with a sound, which made Christine jump up in fright. Wanda and Stephen Strange returned to the New York temple, which was already in a mess. The two returned to the place where Cassius was trapped. Only the magic mail was left in place, and Cassius had disappeared. Wanda? Strange, are you all right? Mota came to the New York temple and asked the two. I'm fine, Wanda saved me. Stephen Strange said. That magic cloak? It chose you. Mordo looked at the red cloak on Stephen Strange and said in surprise. Amazing? It's very fancy. The ancient master also walked out from the side and said to Stephen Strange. Cassilius escaped. He can fold space and matter at will. Stephen Strange said. Can he fold matter outside the mirror dimension? In the real world? Master Guyi asked. Yes. Stephen Strange nodded. How many people are there? Ancient One asked. 2. I threw one in the desert, and the other was killed by Wanda. The body is in the hall, and the body of Master Daniel is in the hall. Stephen Strange replied, and Wanda faced the Ancient One. Mage nodded. He was brought back to Karmataj, and the London temple has fallen. Mota said. Only the temples in New York and Hong Kong are left to resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension. You defended the New York temple under attack. The mage here is dead, and a new guardian mage is needed. It is you, Mage Strange? Master Guyi continued. No, I'm Dr. Strange, not Mage Strange or Mr. Strange. When I was a doctor, I swore not to hurt people, and I couldn't. I'm a doctor to save people, not to kill them, said Stephen Strange loudly. You're a doctor primarily to save a life, your own? You're too inflated, and before you think back, you have a delusion that you've mastered everything, even death? Yet no one can control death, and neither did the great Dr. Stephen Strange know. The Ancient One Mage said to Stephen Strange. Not even Dormammu? He can make people live forever. Stephen Strange asked back. It is our fear of death that gives Dormammu life, and he feeds on it, explained Ancient One. And you feed on him? You told me to control death, and I know how you do it. I have seen the missing ritual in the Book of Camastro. Stephen Strange became more and more excited as he spoke. Be very careful what you say next, Doctor. Master Ancient One warned Stephen. Because you don't like to hear it. Stephen Strange asked the Ancient Master. Because you may not know what you're talking about. The Ancient One Mage looked at Stephen Strange and said. What is he talking about? Mordo and Wanda on the side looked at the two confronting each other strangely, not knowing what Stephen Strange meant. I'm talking about her infinite lifespan, the reason for her immortality. She draws energy from the dark dimension to maintain her life. Stephen Strange said what he discovered. That can't be true. Modu chuckled. He didn't believe that Master Guyi would do such a thing. There are many kinds of energies in the multiverse. Are you sure that the Ancient One mage absorbed the energy of the dark dimension and not the energy of other dimensions? Wanda asked Stephen Strange back. I've seen the instructions for those ceremonies, and I know how you do it, although I'm not sure if you're absorbing the energy of the dark dimension. Stephen Strange said, looking at the Ancient One mage. When they get back together again, Cassius' fanatical followers will come back, and you will need my support. The Ancient One mage turned and left after speaking. She didn't want to explain Stephen Strange's question thing. She is not what you think, and you are not qualified to say that. You don't know the responsibility on her shoulders. Mordo said to Stephen Strange. Yes, I don't want to know either. Stephen Strange said. Mage Guyi taught you how to master power. What about you? How did you repay her? In the end, you have to question Mage Guyi, even if she really draws energy from the dark dimension. So what? All she does is to protect the safety of the Earth. What is the difference between you and Cassius? Think about it for yourself. Wanda suddenly said to Stephen Strange and Mordo. Wanda really saw I can't go on anymore. What Arthur said to the mages of Karmatage are all white-eyed wolves, who only know how to ask but don't know what to return. Both Stephen Strange and Mordo were silent, not knowing how to refute Wanda. If you're afraid, you can leave. The Earth is protected by our Avengers. If you have the ability and don't want to be responsible, just leave. Wanda looked at Stephen Strange and said, I have protected the New York Temple. Isn't this my reward? Stephen Strange asked back. You saved yourself? You just have no spine. We're going to kill them before they kill us. Mordo shouted to Stephen Strange. When the three of them were at a stalemate, they suddenly heard the sound of casting a spell in the distance, and felt a strong wave of magic at the door. They're back. Mordo rushed towards the door after speaking. Wanda and Stephen Strange followed. I only saw that Cassius and two of his men had condensed a huge fiery red energy ball in the entrance hall, and they were about to use it to destroy the New York Temple. I don't care about that anymore. I have to stop them immediately. Quick. Strange. Mordo jumped from the second floor, stepped on the air and rushed towards them, fighting with the two of them. Wanda condensed a red energy and blasted towards Cassius. Cassius saw the flying red energy. He turned his heart and raised the huge energy ball in his hand and blasted it to the ground, ready to disregard his own safety. Destroy the New York Temple first. Strange. Hurry up. Mordo, who was fighting with Cassius' two men, shouted loudly. At this critical moment, Stephen Strange chanted a spell, wrapping the entire New York Temple in a mirrored space. Cassius' energy ball hit the ground and disappeared without causing any damage, and Cassius was blasted out by Wanda's red chaotic energy ball the next second, and hit the wall at the gate heavily. Mirror dimension, you can't affect the real world here, said Stephen Strange, who was flying in the air. Well done. Wanda praised Stephen Strange from the side. Who are you? Cassius got up from the ground, looked at Wanda and asked. How could this woman have such a powerful energy? If it weren't for the energy support of the dark dimension in his body, Cassius would have died just now. Cassius looked at Wanda with shock and anger. How could women who can play magic be so strong? Both Mage Ancient One and Wanda. Cassius pressed down with both hands, and the space in the temple changed layer by layer. In the mirrored space, Cassius' dark energy became more powerful. Suddenly, the ceiling in a room hit the three of them. Wanda raised her hand to support the ceiling with red energy. Stephen Strange and Mordo ran towards the door, and Wanda also flew out. The three came to the street, walked to the road and looked at the three enemies who came out of the temple. In the mirror space, Cassius' dark energy is even stronger. We are probably not his opponent. Mordo said. How do you know if you don't try? Wanda didn't care. She had practiced in Karmatage for a year, and the chaos magic in her body was much stronger than before, so she was not afraid of Cassius. Suddenly the whole ground stood upright, and it was Cassius who changed the environment again. Stephen Strange flew up with the cloak, Wanda stood directly on the red energy, and Mordo also had magic boots that could stand in the air out of thin air. Cassius slapped the ground, and the vertical road turned into a huge wave, hitting the three of Wanda. Play with me to change the environment. Wanda exerted all her strength, and the red energy immediately enveloped the entire nearby road, and the curvy road returned to its original state. With a wave of Wanda's right hand, the vertical road turned flat again, and the three of them landed on the road again. It's impossible? You can change space matter by yourself? Who are you? Cassius looked at Wanda in disbelief and asked. My name is Wanda, and I just studied in Karmatage for 1 year. Wanda replied lightly. Cassius is speechless. Is this a genius? The previous Dr. Stephen Strange was very talented in magic, and this woman named Wanda is even more outrageous. I don't believe you are so strong. Cassius raised his hands, and the buildings around them suddenly came to life, and they all pressed down on Wanda and the three of them together. Wanda put her hands on her palms, and a red magic shield formed above their heads, resisting the crushing pressure of countless buildings. Wanda gritted her teeth and struggled to support. I'll use the portal and let's escape from here first, Stephen Strange said as he was about to summon the portal. At this moment, the building above the heads of the three of them exploded, and they became pieces floating in the air. Wanda's pressure suddenly eased, and she breathed a sigh of relief. A person in orange clothes appeared here. It was Master Guyi who had arrived. The Ancient One beckoned and sent Wanda and the three of them aside, while Cassius and his two men were sent to her by the Ancient One. It's true, she really draws energy from the dark dimension. Moda said in shock, looking at the dark purple ritual symbol that appeared above the head of Master Ancient One. Cassius. The ancient mage ignored Modu and turned to Cassius. When I went to you, heartbroken, lost and in need of help, I trusted you as my mentor, but you were full of lies, Cassius said. I want to protect you, Master Guyi said. Will the truth hurt me? Cassius asked rhetorically. No, but you will. Guyi replied. Now I have a new mentor, Cassius said. Dormammu is deceiving you. You don't know its true face. Its so-called eternal life is not heaven, but endless torment. Ancient One said. Liar. Cassius didn't want to listen to the ancient mage's nonsense, so he summoned 2 magic knives and rushed towards the ancient mage, and his 2 subordinates also rushed towards the ancient mage beside him. The ancient one mage fought with them with 1 against 3, and the ancient one mage used the fan conjured by magic to fight against the magic blade of Cassius men. Cassius changed the environment on the side to interfere with the ancient one mage. The energy of the ancient one mage was much stronger than that of Cassius, and his movements were easily suppressed by the ancient one mage. Stephen Strange and the others saw that the ancient mage had suppressed the 3 of Cassius by himself, so they didn't go up to help. But just as the ancient one grabbed one of Cassius' men and was about to kill him, Cassius rushed over, and the magic knife penetrated through the back of his hand and inserted into the chest of the ancient one. How is it possible? Modu yelled loudly when he saw this situation. He knew the power of the ancient one mage. How could he fall into the hands of Cassius so easily? Wanda on the side grabbed into the air, and the red energy instantly imprisoned Cassius and his men, and kept squeezing. Cassius's men didn't even scream before the crushed bones shattered. Cassius was wrapped in black energy all over his body to resist Wanda's red energy, but he was still screaming after being crushed by Wanda's chaos magic. Stephen Strange went up to check the wound of the Ancient One, and said, "We must send her to the hospital immediately." Stephen Strange summoned a teleportation array, picked up the Ancient One mage and rushed in, directly arriving at the utility room of the last hospital. And Cassius' whole body black energy flashed, wrapped him and disappeared suddenly. "Let him go," said Wanda. "What should I do now?" Modu was a little bit broken now, and his beliefs for many years collapsed in an instant. "Are you okay?" Wanda asked Mordo. "I need to be quiet," Modu said. "There is no time. Cassius is probably going to destroy the Hong Kong temple directly." Wanda took out a black ring belt while talking, summoned a red magic portal, glanced at Modu and walked in. Modu followed, and the two arrived at the Hong Kong temple in an instant. Fortunately, they came in time, and Cassius hadn't come here yet. Wanda and Modu walked into the Hong Kong temple, and saw Wang in the hall, Li, the guardian of the Hong Kong temple, and more than a dozen temple guard mages waiting in the temple. "Where is Master Guyi?" Wang asked Wanda and Modu, very surprised when he saw them. Master Ancient One was stabbed by Cassius, and Stephen took her to the hospital for rescue. "We are afraid that Cassius will come to sneak attack at this time, so let's come and help first," Wanda said. Modu was also silent on the sidelines. His expression was in a trance, and now he didn't know whether he still needed to continue to guard the faith. No matter what kind of magic Ancient One uses, she uses it to protect the world. Wanda persuaded Modu. She did what she thought was right, but the price will come eventually. Modu said in a low voice. "Modu, if the Hong Kong temple is over, the world will be over. We must defeat Cassius," Wanda said loudly with firm eyes. Modu looked at Wanda, Wang, Li, and the rest of the temple guard mages, and nodded. "In any case, let's destroy Cassius' plot first." At this moment, Wanda suddenly felt a magical wave at the door. Not good. Cassius is here. Wanda took the lead and ran out of the Hong Kong temple, followed by several others. When they came outside the door, they saw Cassius and 4 of his men once again gathered a huge golden ball of energy, blasting towards the Hong Kong temple. Without even thinking about it, Wanda used a red energy to block the golden energy ball. Wang, Modu, Li, and the temple mages rushed to Cassius' 4 men and fought with them. Wanda used the magic energy shield to resist the attack of the energy ball, and Cassius increased the output of the energy ball to break through Wanda's magic shield. "It's you again." Cassius looked at Wanda and gritted his teeth, but he had long thought that Wanda would guard the temple here. "I won't let you escape this time." Wanda looked at Cassius and said firmly. "Haha, I thought you would appear here. Do you think I would be unprepared?" After Cassius finished speaking, he only saw 3 of Cassius' men appearing on the other side of the street. And they also gathered a huge golden ball of energy in their hands, blasting towards the Hong Kong temple to the other side. Wanda raised her right hand and formed an energy shield to resist the attack of the second energy ball. Unfortunately, Cassius' energy ball consumed most of Wanda's mana to maintain the magic shield. The second magic shield only resisted the energy ball for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. The energy ball slammed into the Hong Kong temple and a huge explosion occurred immediately. The entire 3-story building of the Hong Kong temple was blown to pieces in an instant. The surrounding Hong Kong people have long seen that these strangely dressed people can summon fireballs. Is this doing magic? They didn't realize it until after the explosion of the Hong Kong temple. This is all true. Countless people on the streets screamed and ran into the distance, and the streets at the entrance of the Hong Kong temple suddenly became chaotic. "It's over? The earth is about to fall," Modu and Wang said in despair as they looked at the bumped Hong Kong temple. Wanda exerted all her strength, wrapped another energy ball with red energy and sent it up into the sky. A huge golden energy ball exploded in the air, and the loud sound startled the fleeing people around, and they squatted down. Fortunately, there were no high-rise buildings in this area, and the explosion did not damage anything. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned purple, and a piece of purple energy covered the sky and spread to the surroundings, and in the purple energy in the sky, countless huge dark red planets could be seen connected in series by dark matter. If you look from the space outside the Earth, you can see a dark purple space gradually approaching the Earth, and it is still wrapping around the Earth. This is the dark dimension. There is only one temple left on the Earth, and Dormammu has felt that the life of the Supreme Mage has come to an end, so Dormammu has come to the Earth, and it can finally take the long-coveted planet into its pocket. Bingo. And Hong Kong is the center where the dark dimension descends. Everyone in Hong Kong can look up at the sky and see that there are countless connected planets in the dark purple space, and the dark purple space is still swallowing up the building, as if it is the end of the world. Ha 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 ha, the Earth is finally going to merge with the dark dimension, and all people on Earth will become eternal existences. This scene is so beautiful. Cassius laughed while looking at the scene in the sky. Motu, Wong, and Li are already desperate. They don't know how to resist. Seeing that Dormammu is about to descend on the Earth, and the Supreme Mage is still alive and dead, it seems that this time is really the end of the world. Wanda looked anxiously at the dark purple space above her head, and she had nothing to do, and even if Arthur came back, he probably wouldn't be Dormammu's opponent. They saw a black shadow appearing in the purple space above their heads. From a distance, they could see the black shadow opening two huge eyes. It was Dormammu. In the space, he could only see his face clearly from a distance. Dormammu's face is bigger than the planet, and it is composed of dark energy. There are circles of energy ripples on the face, which looks very mysterious. Its two eyes seem to shine with colorful light, which makes people see. I felt very scared when I went up. When Cassius and his disciples saw Dormammu appearing in the purple space, they all knelt down, chanting plausibly, and waiting for Dormammu's arrival. Go and stop it. The red energy on Wanda's body erupted instantly, and she soared into the air, flying towards Dormammu in the dark purple space. Wanda! Motu shouted when he saw that Wanda was about to jump into the flames. He knew that it was useless for Wanda to go. She could never be Dormammu's opponent. Wanda rushed into the purple dark space, and came in front of Dormammu. Seeing this huge monster made of energy, Wanda was also a little scared, but she couldn't help being afraid now. She had to stand up and stop Dormammu. Mam devours the Earth. Dormammu, leave the Earth, this is not where you should come. Wanda, who was floating in the air, shouted at Dormammu. Haha, how dare an ant talk to me like that? Your world is mine. All the worlds are mine. Dormammu's voice seemed to come from the void. Spikes formed by countless dark matter shot towards Wanda like rain. Wanda was wrapped in red energy, and fled left and right in the middle of the purple energy, avoiding the attack of the spikes. Wanda flew past one planet after another, and the spikes formed by the dense dark matter followed Wanda like a snake, trying to sieve her into a sieve. Wanda's magic shield was already full of spikes. When Wanda saw that this was not going to work, she stopped and turned to face the countless spikes of dark matter rushing towards her. Wanda thought of a way. I saw that the dark matter was about to rush in front of Wanda. Wanda hung a circle in the air with the Xian ring in his right hand. A red portal the size of a football field suddenly appeared in front of Wanda. Countless dark matter rushed into the portal and was sent to other spaces by Wanda. After all the dark matter flew into the portal, Wanda closed the portal, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge purple energy shot towards her. Wanda got up and jumped to avoid the impact of purple energy. It turned out to be the dark energy ray ejected from Dormammu's mouth. Dormammu opened his mouth, and a second wave of purple energy sprayed towards Wanda. This energy was even bigger, as thick as a small planet, and Wanda could no longer avoid it. Wanda can only hold up a red energy shield the size of a basketball court to resist the impact of this purple dark energy, but Dormammu's energy is endless, and the purple energy shot at Wanda has been continuing. Not only did not decay, but also became stronger and stronger. Come stronger? Wanda has persisted for 2 minutes, and the dark energy is continuously impacting on Wanda's magic shield. Wanda can feel the temperature around her drop sharply, and her hair is almost covered with frost. Almost exhausted. Wanda's magic shield is about to fail. Is she going to die here? Wanda thought desperately, but it was a pity that she couldn't die by Arthur's side in the end, and Wanda was very disappointed. At this extremely critical moment, a huge blue portal opened beside Wanda, and an equally huge blue energy shot out from the portal, blasting towards Dormammu. Roar! It hit Dormammu's face fiercely, and the purple energy in Dormammu's mouth was also interrupted, and Dormammu let out a loud cry. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief immediately, and Wanda was about to collapse to the ground, feeling weak all over. A man appeared next to Wanda, and put his arms around her waist, preventing Wanda from falling. I'm late, Wanda. It was Arthur who arrived. Arthur, who came back from the dimension of water, immediately knew that the temple was attacked, and he immediately teleported to the temple in Hong Kong. Seeing Wanda fighting Dormammu in the air, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he caught up. Arthur, you are here. What should we do? We are not its opponent, Wanda said while touching Arthur's face. Arthur glanced at the angry Dormammu in the distance, and summoned a blue portal. Leave it all to me, go and have a good rest. After Arthur finished speaking, he pushed Wanda into the portal. Arthur, Wanda only saw a huge purple energy blast towards Arthur before the portal closed, and she fell on the beach, which is the seaside of New York. Wanda insisted on getting up, and was going to go back to find Arthur. She couldn't let Arthur die alone, but Wanda was exhausted, and she couldn't use the power to use the magic to summon the portal. Wanda could only lie on the beach and gasped for breath. She had to recover her strength quickly and rush to help Arthur. Stephen Strange found a mobile hospital bed, put Master Ancient One on it, and pushed her towards the last operating room. Shouting Christine's name while running, Christine Palmer at the nurse's station heard Stephen Strange's voice saying no way. She turned her head and saw the hospital bed pushed by Stephen Strange, and rushed over immediately. This time it's not a fibrillation, it's a damaged heart. Stephen Strange said to her. Is it neurological? Asked Kristen Palmer. Yes. Several people sent Master Guyi into the operating room, and immediately rescued him. Stephen Strange also put on a sterile suit and surgical gloves. But when he picked up a scalpel, he saw his trembling hand. He looked at his former colleague Nick, and handed him the scalpel. Nick, we need to distress her brain, Stephen Strange said to Nick. Nick nodded, took the scalpel and began to operate on Master Ancient One. But only after a while, the alarm sounded on the monitor. Master Guyi's heart had stopped beating, and Christine saw that Master Guyi's pupils had dilated, and he was about to die. Stephen Strange looked at this situation. He thought of something, used out of the body, and saw the soul of the Ancient One flying outside. He immediately chased it out. What are you doing? You are dying. Stephen Strange followed Master Guyi to the balcony of the hospital. You must return to your body immediately. You have no time. Stephen Strange persuaded Master Ancient One. Time is relative. It's just that you haven't fallen down yet. I've spent so many years exploring the mysteries of time, staring at all this, but I can't see what's going on in the future. The Ancient One looked at the sky slowly passing by. Lightning said that he and Stephen Strange stopped within a few seconds. I have prevented countless tragic futures. After solving one, a new one will come. They all brought me here, but they stopped here. Ancient One said. Do you think this is the end of your life? Stephen Strange asked. Do you want to know what you saw in your future? Master Guyi asked back. I don't want to. Well, I want to know. Stephen Strange replied after hesitating. I never foresee your future, I only see the possibility. You have many beautiful qualities, you are always so outstanding. It is not because of your desire to succeed, but because of your fear of failure. Ancient One Mage said. That's what made me a good doctor, said Stephen Strange. That's what keeps you from success? Arrogance and fear still keep you from learning the simplest and most meaningful lesson, said the Ancient One. What is it? Stephen Strange asked. It has nothing to do with you. When you first came to see me, you asked me how I saved Jonathan Pangborn, but it wasn't me. It was he himself who injected the dimensional energy into his body. Ancient One Mage replied. Did he use magic to walk? Stephen Strange asked. It has always been true. He originally had a choice, whether to return to his own life or do something greater. Master Guyi replied. So can I heal my hands too? Go back to my old life? Stephen Strange asked, looking at the Ancient One. Of course, but the world will face a crisis. I also hate myself for obtaining energy from the dark dimension. You know that sometimes in order to achieve the best, people must break the rules. Ancient One replied. Mordo doesn't think so. Stephen Strange said. Mordo is young and energetic, which makes him stubborn in nature and does not listen to advice. He needs your flexibility, just like you need his courage. Wanda, Arthur, and you can only stop more people if you work together. Ma'am, said the Ancient One Mage. But I'm not ready, said Stephen Strange. No one is ever ready. We can't choose our time. It's death that gives life meaning, knowing that life is short. You think I've been through so much and I'm ready? But look at me, extend a moment indefinitely, so that I can look at the snow. The Ancient Master looked at the lightning flashing across the sky, and the soul became transparent in the light of the stars, and finally disappeared. A generation of supreme mages disappeared. In the world, only Stephen Strange was left alone, staring blankly at this condensed moment, wondering what he was thinking. Stephen Strange was washing his hands in the restroom outside the operating room. Christine Palmer walked in, startled by Stephen Strange's cloak floating in the air. Are you okay? Kristen Palmer asked, walking up to Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange came back to his senses, looked at Christine Palmer and reached out to hold her hand. I don't understand what happened, Kristen Palmer said. I know, but I have to leave now. You once said that the loss of my hands is not the end of the world. It can be a new chapter in my life. Stephen Strange said, stroking Christine's face. Yeah, because there are other ways to save lives, Kristen said. It's a very difficult way. Stephen Strange nodded and said, and the two gazed affectionately. Just then, an announcement came on the radio for Kristen Palmer to go to the emergency room. I don't want you to leave, Stephen Strange said, looking at Kristen Palmer. Christine kissed Stephen Strange's face, turned and left helplessly. Stephen Strange put on the cloak, and returned to Carmitage through the portal. Looking at the messy library, Stephen Strange sighed. Suddenly the globe above his head lit up by itself. Stephen Strange looked up, and a dark purple energy appeared near the globe, wrapping towards the globe. Two golden magic shields appeared on the globe to prevent the invasion of purple energy. These two magic shields are the two temples on the earth, and the purple energy is the dark dimension. Suddenly a golden energy shield on the globe disappeared, and the only remaining golden energy shield was instantly broken through by purple energy. Oops, something happened to the Hong Kong temple, Stephen Strange said, looking at the disappearing golden energy shield, which was the location of Hong Kong, China. Stephen Strange ran out of the library and saw that the sky had been shrouded in purple energy. Many magic apprentices came to the square looking at the sky and discussing without knowing what happened. Mentor Mitchell came to Stephen Strange and asked him, "Did darkness and evil invade the earth? Where is the Supreme Mage?" "The Supreme Mage has passed away, and the 2 temples have also been destroyed. It is Dormammu," Stephen Strange said. "It's over? The earth is completely over. No one on earth can stop Dormammu's invasion," Mentor Mitchell murmured with his eyes blank. Stephen Strange looked at the sky shrouded in purple energy, and at the confused and frightened magic apprentices around him. He made up his mind to rush to the Hong Kong temple to stop Dormammu. "Leave it all to me." Stephen Strange summoned the portal, glanced back at Mentor Mitchell and the other apprentices, and walked into the portal under everyone's gaze. After Arthur sent Wanda into the magic portal, the huge purple energy beam from Dormammu's mouth hit him instantly. The red gemstone in Arthur's right hand flashed red, his body suddenly became transparent, and the purple energy beam passed through his body, but Arthur walked out of the energy beam safely. Reality gem. Dormammu looked at Arthur and said in shock, "This mortal can actually own and use the infinity gem?" Although Dormammu disdains the use of infinite gems very much, as long as the dark dimension is not destroyed, he will have a steady stream of life and energy, but he still knows the infinite power of infinite gems. A huge mass of dark matter secretly appeared above Arthur's head, and countless black spikes continued to shoot towards Arthur like rain, with a very large range. Arthur chanted a spell, and countless water appeared out of nowhere beside Arthur, forming a huge waterspout to envelop him, and the waterspout became bigger and bigger. The spikes formed by the dark matter hit the waterspout not only did not break through, but were also swept into the sky by the waterspout. Dormammu's attack was blocked by Arthur again. Dormammu was very angry. Why are the people on Earth so difficult to deal with? The Supreme Mage Gu Yi had fought with Dormammu for hundreds of years before, and now Gu Yi finally died, and jumped out a man with infinite gems. "I want your life." A huge purple energy ball condensed in front of Dormammu. The energy ball glowed with purple light and was continuously compressed. The purple color of the energy ball became more and more intense. How huge is the dark energy? Suddenly, a huge beam of energy on the purple energy ball shot towards Arthur, very fast, and it came to Arthur in an instant. Arthur spread his 5 fingers and summoned a blue magic shield, which resisted the impact of the purple energy beam. A blue ritual symbol appeared above Arthur's head, his eyes turned blue, and the energy of the water dimension poured in continuously in his body. Arthur's blue energy shield is getting bigger, and Dormammu's purple energy is perfectly blocked by the blue energy. At this moment, 6 energy balls appeared around Arthur's head, and 6 huge energy beams shot towards Arthur at the same time. Arthur waved his left hand, and the blue energy shield turned into a circular bubble-like energy shield that wrapped everything around Arthur, and blocked the 6 incoming energy beams. Wanda came to the Hong Kong temple through the portal again, and saw Moto, Wong, and Li who were besieged by Cassius and his remaining 4 men. Wanda looked up at the sky, and saw that Arthur was able to maintain the energy shield defense under the attack of Dormammu's 7 energy beams. Arthur was really much stronger than himself. At this moment, a portal appeared beside Wanda, and Stephen Strange also walked out of the portal. "Where's Teacher Gu Yi?" Wanda asked Stephen Strange. "She died," Stephen Strange replied in a depressed mood. "Let's help first." Wanda rushed towards Cassius after finishing speaking, and Stephen Strange also rushed up with Wanda. Wanda used red energy to suddenly control Cassius, and Moto picked up the magic wand and slammed it at Cassius' chest. No. Cassius was bound by the chaotic energy and couldn't move. He could only watch as Moto's magic wand shattered his chest. The magical energy impacted into Cassius' body, and Cassius' internal organs were instantly shattered by the energy. Cassius' glasses, ears, and nose were bleeding, and he fell to the ground without breath. Without Cassius, his 3 men were also beaten back by Wong and Li. Stephen Strange and Wanda joined the battlefield and solved them very easily. After solving Cassius and his fanatical followers, the 5 gathered together. Moto, Wong, and Li were silent when they heard the news of Master Gu Yi's death. And Wanda is paying attention to Arthur who is fighting Dormammu in the purple space. "I saw Arthur's blue round magic shield suddenly exploded, and Arthur flew out of it. The trident appeared in his hand, and a huge blue energy ray blasted at Dormammu. Dormammu spat out a purple energy beam and blasted Arthur's blue energy ray together. The 2 streams of energy exploded instantly, and a series of dark red planets around them were instantly blown into powder. Arthur is too strong. Moto sighed. He had never seen anyone who could fight against Dormammu, and he felt that the Ancient One Mage was not as strong as Arthur. Can he win? Stephen Strange asked. He clenched his fists. If Arthur couldn't win, he didn't know how he could defeat Dormammu to protect the Earth. It's hard. Arthur should have absorbed energy from other universes, but Dormammu's energy is infinite, and it's much stronger than Arthur's. Wong said from the side. After hearing this, Wanda clenched her fists. She really wanted to go up to help, but she knew that there was not much energy left in her body. Even if she was standing up now, it was a bit difficult, and going up would only drag Arthur down. Wanda regretted that her practice of the Chaos Code was too slow. If she could quickly grasp all the chaotic energy in her body, she would be able to help Arthur instead of just watching from the sidelines like now. Arthur continuously sent out blue energy blasting towards Dormammu in the air, and Dormammu also spat out strands of purple energy blasting towards Arthur. Arthur fought back while dodging, and the purple energy that he couldn't dodge shot in front of him was turned into colorful bubbles by him with the reality gem. Dormammu was also blasted in the face by strands of blue energy. Although it couldn't cause any substantial damage to him, Dormammu felt very angry. A human like an ant dared to challenge him. Lord of the dark dimension of Dormammu, an existence beyond time and space. You have completely angered me, mortal. Dormammu's voice came from the void. You were not a mortal, and you became so powerful with the energy of the dark dimension. You thought you became the master of the world. Arthur retorted loudly. Go to hell. Dormammu yelled loudly, and 3 huge dark red planets flew towards Arthur, surrounding Arthur in the middle and preparing to crush him into mud. Arthur flew into the air to escape from the range of the 3 huge planets, but suddenly many tentacles of dark energy grew on the 3 planets, wrapping towards Arthur. Arthur summoned a blue energy shield to protect his body, but was still wrapped by countless dark tentacles and dragged towards the dark red planet. The 3 planets squeezed Arthur in the middle and slammed into each other. The 3 planets suddenly shattered, and the purple light emitted from the interior of the planet became brighter and brighter. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge explosions sounded, and the 3 planets exploded in an instant, and the white light even illuminated the Earth at the moment of the explosion. People in Hong Kong on Earth only saw a dazzling white light and a huge explosion in the sky. Arthur! Wanda shouted loudly, and the other 4 looked at the sky anxiously. After a while, the white light dissipated, and the sky returned to dark purple, only to see a huge space without any planets in the purple space that had been emptied by the explosion. There was nothing in the entire space except Dormammu, and even the meteorites in space were blown into powder. Is Arthur dead? Looking at the empty void, several people thought. Just when a few people were about to despair, a blue portal appeared in the sky just now, and Arthur, who was wearing a golden armor and holding a trident, walked out of the portal, and now looked at Dormammu in the void. It's Arthur? He's fine. Wanda exclaimed happily, and the others were also very happy. Arthur was safe and sound after the devastating explosion just now. He should have used the portal to avoid the explosion. Stephen Strange told Arthur's actions, and everyone was very happy that Arthur was fine. Arthur looked at Dormammu, not knowing how he could defeat it. He shook his heart and rushed directly towards Dormammu. Dormammu looked at Arthur, who looked like he was rushing, and felt that this mortal was really difficult. The purple energy beam in his mouth continued to shoot towards the rushing Arthur. Arthur dodged aside to avoid the impact of the energy beam, and continued to rush towards Dormammu, and Dormammu's mouth shot out energy beams towards Arthur. Arthur dodged left and right to avoid Dormammu's energy attack. Arthur rushed in front of Dormammu without slowing down, and rushed directly into Dormammu's forehead and disappeared. He rushed into Dormammu's body. Mota said in disbelief. The others were stunned when they saw Arthur rushing into Dormammu's body. They didn't know what Arthur was going to do. Wanda clenched her fists, praying that nothing would happen to Arthur. Arthur rushed into Dormammu's head and entered a colorful world made up of dark energy. He guessed right, Dormammu's body is made up of dark dimensional energy. As long as he can find Dormammu's, the core of the soul can kill him. But Arthur's thinking was too simple. Dormammu's soul had already merged with the dark dimension, so how could it be found and destroyed so easily? Arthur suddenly felt that his body was invaded by dark purple dark energy, and this energy penetrated into his mind. Dormammu wanted to completely assimilate Arthur and turn Arthur into a part of the dark world. The soul gem in Arthur's right hand burst into yellow light, and the yellow energy enveloped Arthur to help him resist the invasion of dark purple dark energy. But Dormammu's dark energy is really endless, and the dark purple energy formed a cocoon that enveloped Arthur and continued to erode into his brain. Arthur suddenly fell into a state of confusion, recalling in his mind that he was hunted down by Namor, besieged by the Chitauri, and pierced in the chest by General Deathblade. Arthur opened his eyes turned from blue to red. He was now full of killing intent, and all kinds of bad memories emerged from the bottom of his heart. Arthur gritted his teeth and controlled his thinking. He knew that this was a side effect of his sea of consciousness being eroded by dark energy. If he couldn't resist the erosion of dark energy, he would become an unconscious chaotic monster. Arthur directly took off the Mind Stone from the glove. The Mind Stone was wrapped in magical energy and flew to Arthur's forehead and disappeared. Arthur put the Mind Stone directly into his sea of consciousness. Under Arthur's control, the red reality gem also broke away from the glove and turned into a liquid state, which was absorbed by Arthur's body. Arthur protected the sea of consciousness with the mind gem and his body with ether particles, and finally resisted the erosion of Dormammu's energy. Arthur's eyes regained clarity, and he suddenly rushed towards the place with the most energy in Dormammu's body. Dormammu observed Arthur's movements. Not only was Arthur not eroded by energy, he was still running around in his body. Dormammu was angry, and countless colorful tentacles made of dark energy wrapped around Arthur, which really disgusted Arthur, and the whole Dormammu's body seemed to have turned into hell. Numerous tentacles appeared out of thin air and entangled towards Arthur. Arthur sprinted left and right to avoid the tentacles' attack. The golden trident kept waving to cut off the tentacles and released energy rays to attack the tentacles. The tentacles cut off by Arthur and the tentacles blasted by the energy ray were turned back into dark energy and reintegrated into other tentacles. It is simply endless. Arthur will be exhausted even if he keeps cutting down like this, even if he is not controlled by the tentacles. Arthur turned his heart sideways and rushed towards the direction with the strongest energy. The trident in his hand blasted orange energy rays continuously, blasting all the tentacles blocking the way in front of him to pieces. Arthur was like a red fireball in Dormammu's body, rushing towards the core of Dormammu's body very quickly, and continuously shooting energy rays to destroy the dark matter that Dormammu blocked him. Suddenly a big face formed on Arthur's path. It was Dormammu's face. It opened its mouth wide and purple energy spewed out from the mouth, shooting towards Arthur. "You only know this trick," Arthur complained, dodging to avoid the attack of the energy ray, and continued to move forward. Dormammu spewed out purple energy continuously from his mouth and shot at Arthur, but he dodged them all. Arthur had rushed to Dormammu's transfigured face. A huge ball of orange energy shot out from Arthur's trident and slammed into Dormammu's face. The transformed face of Dormammu was instantly blown into an energy form and dissipated in the air. Arthur continued to move forward, and suddenly he saw a dark purple planet, which was releasing dark energy continuously. Found it. Arthur was overjoyed. This should be Dormammu's energy core. As long as it is destroyed, it should be able to hurt Dormammu. Arthur used all his strength to condense a super large red energy fireball, which was almost as big as the dark purple planet. This should be Arthur's strongest blow. At this moment, countless dark matter shot towards Arthur like rain, and Arthur's body suddenly burst out with red energy and enveloped the space. Countless dark matter instantly turned into colorful bubbles floating in the air, looking very dreamy. Arthur used the reality gem to turn all the dark energy in this space into foam. Arthur pushed the huge red energy ball towards the dark purple planet, and the red energy ball slammed into the purple planet and exploded. Boom! Dazzling white light illuminates the entire space. Wanda and the others saw that Dormammu's huge body suddenly produced many cracks on the earth, and dazzling light came out of the cracks, and then Dormammu exploded. The huge explosion blew countless dark red planets into pieces, and the entire earth was illuminated by the explosion. Even in New York during the daytime, you can see the dazzling white light in the sky. Successful? Arthur actually killed Dormammu, Motu said in disbelief. It's unbelievable. Both Wong and Li were stunned. Only Wanda was anxiously looking for Arthur. The energy of the purple dark dimension on the earth is slowly shrinking, and the dark dimension is slowly shrinking. Wanda and the others thought that Dormammu was defeated, and the dark dimension would naturally disappear. Arthur appeared at the center of the explosion just now. Although he immediately used the reality gem to turn his body into an illusion to avoid the explosion, he was still hit by the aftermath. Several pieces of the golden armor on his body have been broken, and his chest is even full of cracks. Arthur himself was also seriously injured. The attack just now had exhausted all of Arthur's energy, and he was almost exhausted now. Just when Arthur was about to go back to the earth, he suddenly found that the dark dimension began to spread again, and a huge black face slowly formed in the dark dimension again. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. As expected, Dormammu was not so easily dealt with. Dormammu's huge figure formed in the air again, and it opened its eyes to look at Arthur. "Very good. You are the first human being who can hurt me in so many centuries. Killing you will make me a little bit happy. Go die." Dormammu's voice came from the void. Arthur found that dozens of dazzling purple energy balls suddenly appeared beside him. Before Arthur could react, dozens of energy balls exploded around him in an instant. This explosion did not make any sound. The explosion of the purple energy number not only produced no light, but also produced a huge black hole, sucking everything around it in. Arthur's figure disappeared into the black hole. "Arthur!" Wanda looked at all this and shouted Arthur's name loudly. "What?" Wanda looked at Arthur who had disappeared. She looked up to the sky and screamed. The chaotic magic energy on her body suddenly exploded, and the dark red energy burst out continuously from Wanda's body. Wanda's hair instantly turned dark red and fluttered in the air, and her eyes also glowed red. Arthur's death made Wanda go into a runaway state, and the chaos magic in his body burst out instantly. Wanda, wrapped in red energy, suddenly floated up and flew into the air. "Wanda, come back!" Stephen Strange yelled. Mordo and Wong both wanted to call Wanda back, and didn't want her to die. But Wanda no longer has self-awareness, and now she only has one thought in her mind, which is to kill Dormammu. Wanda came to the sky, and red energy radiated from her body continuously, abruptly turning part of the dark dimension into red. The red energy wrapped around Dormammu, and Dormammu exuded dark purple energy all over to resist the attack of red energy. Dormammu spewed purple energy from his mouth and shot at Wanda, but was blocked by his red energy. Wanda's red energy became stronger and stronger, and Wanda resisted the impact of purple energy and kept approaching Dormammu. Dormammu saw Wanda's intentions. She wanted to die with herself. Of course Dormammu would not think that Wanda could kill herself, but Dormammu would not let Wanda attack herself so easily. Dormammu increased the output of dark energy. The purple energy rays became thicker and stronger, and the energy power became stronger and stronger. Wanda's progress was abruptly stopped, and Wanda's chaotic energy was also consumed severely under the attack of Dormammu's dark energy. Although Wanda is in a state of berserk, her energy is not endless. Even when the two sides are at a stalemate, Motu and the others are also very anxious. What to do? Arthur is dead, and Wanda can't hold on any longer. Is the Earth going to be swallowed by the dark dimension and enter a world without the concept of time? Motu said desperately. There is no concept of time. Stephen Strange suddenly had an idea when he heard this sentence. I have a way to deal with it. Stephen Strange recited a spell after finishing speaking, and the eye of Argomortar on his chest opened, revealing a green glowing gem of time. What do you want to do? Mordo asked Stephen Strange. It violates the rules of nature. Stephen Strange rushed into the void after finishing speaking. Motu and Wong could only watch Stephen Strange rush into the dark dimension, hoping that he really had a way to deal with Dormammu. Stephen Strange used time magic to lock the time of this space, forming a loop. Just when Wanda couldn't hold back and was blown away by Dormammu's purple energy, Stephen Strange appeared. He caught Wanda, opened the portal and sent her away. Stephen Strange activated the time magic, flew in front of Dormammu and shouted loudly, Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. Here comes another death. Your world is mine now. After Dormammu finished speaking, countless spikes formed by dark matter stabbed at Stephen Strange, and Stephen summoned 2 magic shields to keep blocking spiked attack. A beam of purple energy shot out of Dormammu's mouth, melting Stephen Strange instantly. At this moment, time suddenly turned back, and the melted Stephen Strange returned to his original form, and he came before Dormammu again. Dormam, I'm here to negotiate terms. Stephen Strange shouted to Dormammu. Another one who came to die. Your time is now me. What is this? Illusion. Dormammu realized that this scene had just happened, and he questioned Stephen Strange. No, it's true. Stephen Strange replied. That's good. After Dormammu finished speaking, 2 huge spikes of dark matter flew over and nailed Stephen Strange to the ground. At this time, time went back again, and Stephen Strange came to Dormammu again. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. Stephen Strange said. You are, what's going on here? Dormammu asked, feeling this different space. Just like you gave Cassius the power of your dimension, I also brought some power from me, which is time? Time in an infinite loop. Stephen Strange said. How dare you? Dormammu spit out purple energy again and killed Stephen Strange. Dormam, I'm here to negotiate terms. Stephen Strange appeared in front of Dormammu again. You can't go on like this forever. Dormammu said. Actually, I can. This is what it is now. You and I are stuck in this moment. It will never end. Stephen Strange said loudly. Then you will die forever. Dormammu said. That's right, but everyone on Earth will be able to survive. Stephen Strange replied resolutely. But you will be tormented forever, said Dormammu. Pain is an old friend. Stephen Strange said indifferently, and in an instant he was crushed to death by a meteorite summoned by Dormammu. In this way, over and over again, Stephen Strange was also killed by Dormammu over and over again. You can't win. Dormammu said to Stephen Strange, who fell to the ground. Can't win? But I can lose, over and over again. Keep losing forever. Then you will be my prisoner. Stephen Strange got up and continued. No, stop, stop. Dormammu stabbed Stephen Strange to death, and as expected, a new Stephen Strange came in front of it. Stop, let me go. Dormammu yelled. No, I'm here to negotiate terms. Stephen Strange said. What do you want to talk about? Dormammu asked. You leave the Earth immediately, stop your invasion of my world, and never come back. Do it? I'll end the cycle. Stephen Strange said loudly. Dormammu was silent. Today's action encountered unprecedented resistance. The man with the 2 gems and the woman who can use chaos magic, plus the last mage with the time gem, it seems that it is very difficult to get today. The Earth is gone. Dormammu looked at Stephen Strange helplessly, agreed to his request, opened a wormhole, turned around and left, and waited for the next opportunity to come back. His life was infinite, but these people were not. The entire dark dimension left the Earth and slowly disappeared, and Stephen Strange also returned to Mordo, Wong and Li. He used the time gem to restore the entire street of the Hong Kong temple to what it was before the explosion. People on the street walked casually, as if what happened just now had never happened. We did it? Where's Wanda? Wong asked Stephen Strange. I sent her back to Karmatage, said Stephen Strange. Yes, we did it, and at the same time, we violated the laws of nature. Motu did not feel the joy of victory, and was also preoccupied. Look around, it's over. Stephen Strange said. Do you still think there will be no consequences? Strange, is there no price to pay? We violated our own rules, just like her. Any debt must be repaid, sooner or later. I don't know this road I will go on again. After Modu finished speaking, he turned and left. Stephen Strange, Wong and Li watched Modu leaving without saying anything. Stephen Strange used the time stone to restore the London Temple and Karmatage to their original state. Looking at his trembling hands, he removed the Eye of Agamotto from his neck and put it back under the globe on the desk shelf. Wise choice. If you want to bring the Eye of Agamotto, you should understand its power first. Before that, it's best not to hold an infinity stone on the street. Wong walked up to Stephen Strange and said, a piece of what? Stephen Strange didn't understand Wong's words. You may have a talent for magic, but you still have a lot to learn. The news of the death of the ancient master will spread in the multiverse. There is no supreme mage to guard the Earth. We must be prepared. Wong looked at the top of his head, said the globe. We'll be ready, replied Stephen Strange. Arthur. Wanda woke up from the coma, and found herself back in Karmatage's room. She recalled the previous experience, covering her face and crying. "Ah, it hurts." Arthur woke up. He seemed to have had a very long dream. Now he felt that his head was about to explode, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that he was still alive. Arthur struggled to open his eyes. There was a white ceiling and curtains hanging above his head. The familiar smell of medicine came to his nose. "Are you in the hospital?" Arthur recalled what happened before, and a dozen huge purple energy balls exploded around him. Although Arthur used the reality gem to avoid the damage at the first time, he was still affected by the explosion. Then after being sucked into the wormhole again, he passed out and didn't know anything. Where is this? Arthur tried his best to raise his head and looked around. He was indeed in a single ward in the hospital. He was still wearing a hospital gown and lying on a hospital bed. Someone had installed an ECG monitor on his body, and he was still breathing oxygen through his nose. "Am I saved?" Arthur thought, and he opened his mouth first and let out a weak cry. "Is anyone there, please? Is anyone there?" At this moment, a beautiful female doctor came in from the door, came to Arthur's bed, stared at him for a while and said, "Are you awake?" "Dr. Helen Zhao." Arthur struggled to open his eyes, and he recognized that the doctor in front of him was not Dr. Helen Zhao from Avengers Biotechnology. "I am in the hospital of the Avengers." Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he didn't go to any strange place, but Dr. Zhao's next sentence made Arthur's heart ache again. "You know me?" Dr. Helen Zhao asked Arthur with a strange expression. "You are Dr. Helen Zhao from Biotechnology, am I right?" Arthur asked Dr. Zhao. "Yes, I am Helen Zhao. How do you know me? Are you an alien?" Dr. Helen Zhao asked strangely. "I'm from Earth, and I'm still your colleague. How can I be an alien? Can you tell me how you found me?" Arthur asked strangely. Dr. Helen Zhao hesitated for a long time, seeing that Arthur didn't look like a bad guy. He said to him, "We detected a strange astronomical phenomenon in the sky above California, and then a meteorite fell to the Earth quickly, and found it in the crater. We brought you back when you were unconscious. What's your name? What do you mean you are my colleague?" Arthur was silent. He knew what was going on now. He should have traveled through the wormhole to other multiverses, so the people here didn't know him. "Is this the Avengers base?" Arthur asked tentatively. "How do you know this is the base of the Avengers?" Dr. Helen Zhao asked in surprise. When the Avengers found Arthur, they thought he was an alien, so they secretly brought him back to the Avengers base. The experimenters wanted to take a blood test on Arthur, but found that Arthur's skin was very hard. Even the strongest metal can't pierce his skin. The laboratory staff had no choice but to give up drawing blood, and only extracted his saliva from Arthur's mouth for laboratory testing, and found that his cells were exactly the same as those of ordinary people on Earth. But the Avengers determined through a population search that Arthur was definitely not from Earth, and his fingerprints and DNA were never recorded. The laboratory staff conducted another series of examinations on Arthur and found that Arthur's body was very weak, but his body contained huge energy. The laboratory personnel handed over the inspection report to Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers told the laboratory personnel to closely observe Arthur's situation. Once he woke up, he immediately informed himself that this man might be a very big threat. "Don't look at Arthur lying in the ward now, but this ward is underground in the Revenge base. The ward is surrounded by very strong bulletproof glass, and there are Avengers fighters on it. It is still very difficult for Arthur to escape." "My name is John Arthur. What year is it?" Arthur asked. "Today is May 2016, 5. Dr. Helen Zhao replied. 2016. Fortunately, SHIELD should have disintegrated in 2016, and now the Avengers are in charge, and he will not be pulled to do human experiments." Arthur was relieved. He didn't know that he had been studied for a while up. "You've been in a coma for almost a month. If you didn't have vital signs, we would have thought you were a vegetable," Dr. Zhao said jokingly. "Have I been in a coma for so long?" Arthur wanted to sit up, but he didn't have any strength in his body, and all the empty energy in his body was exhausted. Even the infinity gems couldn't be summoned. Arthur felt to himself as a weak patient. "Come and drink some water, and then eat something." Helen Zhao raised Arthur's hospital bed, gave him a glass of water, and then fed him a bowl of nutritious meals like porridge. "Can you tell me where you come from?" Dr. Helen Zhao asked Arthur. "I can't explain in 1 or 2 sentences about my affairs. I will tell you in detail when Steve Rogers comes," Arthur said. Dr. Helen Zhao glanced at Arthur in surprise. This man not only knew herself, but also knew that this was the base of the Avengers, and also knew Steve Rogers. If it wasn't for the DNA test that there is no such person on Earth, she would be sure that Arthur is Earth people. Dr. Helen Zhao nodded and let Arthur continue to rest. She turned and walked out of the ward to the conference room on the first floor. "He's awake." Steve Rogers sat on the sofa in the conference room, beside Tony Stark, Rhodes, and Natasha. "Yes, he woke up, but things are a bit unexpected. This person seems to be from Earth." Dr. Helen Zhao told the 4 of them what Arthur said after waking up. "You mean he knows you and Steve?" Tony Stark asked, looking at Dr. Helen Zhao. "Yes, and he also guessed that this is the base of the Avengers Alliance." Dr. Zhao Helen nodded and said, "This is interesting. Who is this person?" Natasha said aside. "He said his name is Ian Arthur. As for his background, he has to tell the captain calmly." Dr. Helen Zhao said. "He said he wanted to talk to me quietly?" Well, let's go meet him together after he can move around and see what he has to say. We'll be busy with other things first. Steve Jeff Rogers said. The three of them nodded. Their current tasks are very heavy. The aftermath of the Avengers Alliance in the Sokovia incident is very troublesome. There are still several secret bases of Hydra waiting for them to deal with, so Asia SC's affairs can only be put aside for now. Arthur was lying on the hospital bed, closing his eyes and trying to communicate with the energy in his body, but there was no response. Even his spiritual sense was useless, and he was just like an ordinary person now. Moreover, his body is very weak, and he can't lift any strength, even worse than ordinary people. Fortunately, he was rescued by the Avengers. If he traveled to other planets, he would probably have been eaten by monsters. Arthur can only calm down and recover slowly. There is an old saying in China, if you come, you will be safe. Your name is John Arthur, Steve Rogers said, looking at Arthur sitting in front of him. Yes, nice to meet you, Steve, Natasha and Stark. Arthur greeted Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and Natasha. He has been recovering for a week, and he can finally walk on the ground. Although he is still a little weak, he can act like a normal person. Steve Rogers and the others also took time to meet with Arthur. You know us? Stark asked. Arthur nodded. Arthur knew them too well, even Arthur knew a lot of their secrets. Where are you from? Why can't we find your information? Steve Rogers asked. I also come from the Earth, but it should be another universe. I came here through a wormhole. Arthur thought for a while and said frankly, these people Arthur can still trust. You said you came from another universe? Isn't this too sci-fi? Tony Stark couldn't believe Arthur's words. The universe is composed of countless multiverses. In the universe, there are many you and many me, but there is no me in this universe. Arthur explained. Well, can you tell me what your world looks like? Steve Rogers continued to ask without arguing with Arthur whether what he said was true or false. I'm in my world, and I'm also a member of the Avengers, and it's earlier than Tony's entry into SHIELD. Arthur briefly introduced his own universe. What? You entered SHIELD earlier than me, and your world SHIELD collapsed, and Ultron didn't destroy Sokovia. Tony said in shock. What Arthur said was roughly the same as the things in their world, except for a few differences. Then can you go back to your own world? Natasha asked. It should be possible, but I was injured a little, and now I can't use my abilities, just like ordinary people. Arthur said helplessly. Well, I believe what you said, but for your safety and our convenience, you cannot leave this base for the time being. Steve Rogers said. Well, in my current situation, I can't go far if you let me go. Arthur said indifferently. This is your zero-time certificate. You can use it to move freely in the base. If you need anything, you can contact me. My phone number is. Steve Rogers gave Arthur a work permit and said to him. I have your mobile phone number, but I can't take out my mobile phone. I am familiar with this place, so you don't need to introduce me. Arthur said. Well, we still have very important things to solve. You can go back to rest, or go around, but you can't leave the base. Steve Rogers said. Okay, then you guys talk, I'll go out first. Arthur turned and left after finishing speaking. Do you believe what he said? Tony Stark asked the two. He shouldn't have lied, and what he said is indeed very well founded. Natasha was good at reading people, and she felt that Arthur had no reason to lie to them. Multiverse? It seems that there are still many unknown things in this world, so let's not talk about this. Are you all okay? Steve asked the two. I'm fine, but Wanda is sad. I'll go see her later. Natasha replied. Tony Stark also nodded. During their previous capture of Brock Rumlow in Nigeria, they accidentally injured many poor people, including more than a dozen Wakandas. Now King T'Chaka of Wakanda has issued a strong condemnation of the Avengers at the United Nations, and especially for Wanda, who made a mistake in this operation, saying that she has no right to carry out operational missions in other countries. The Avengers are all depressed. The last Sokovia incident also killed a lot of poor people. Now the entire international public opinion is pointing at the Avengers. Arthur was wandering alone in the Avengers base, which was exactly the same as the base in his world. Even the people he met were the same. Arthur was used to greeting others at first, but he realized that this is not his world when he found that no one knew him. Arthur walked and came to a corridor. Arthur looked at the place in front of him, laughed at himself. Why did he unconsciously go back to his bedroom? In the original world, this is the resting place of the Avengers. Arthur also has a bedroom here, but Arthur has not lived in it a few times. He came here subconsciously, only to realize that this is not the original world, and he must not have his own bedroom anymore. Arthur turned around and was about to leave. Why are you here? Steve Rogers came and met Arthur around the corner. I'm used to it. I want to go back to my place when I'm walking, but I just realized that there is no place for me here. Arthur cried and laughed. It's okay, if you like, I can arrange a room for you to live here temporarily. Steve Rogers said. Really? That's great. I almost vomited in that ward. I've never lived in a ward for such a long time in my life. Arthur complained. Okay, wait for me first, I'll go see someone, and then I'll make arrangements for you. Steve Rogers said. Who are you going to see? Arthur asked strangely. It's Wanda, she's in a bad mood right now, I'll go see if she's okay. Steve Rogers replied. Wanda, can I go and see her with you? Arthur asked anxiously. Okay. Steve Rogers stared at Arthur for a while, and he found that Arthur seemed to care about Wanda, so he agreed to Arthur's request. Steve Rogers took Arthur to Wanda's room. Arthur looked at this room with complicated eyes. This room was also Wanda's room in his world. The door of Wanda's room was open, and Steve Rogers and Arthur walked into Wanda's room. The sound of the TV came from the room, and Wanda watched TV alone on the bed. The news that the King of Wakanda accused the Avengers was playing on the TV, and Wanda was also mentioned in the news. Wanda didn't notice the two people who came here, and Steve Rogers picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. It wasn't until Wanda realized that she turned her head and saw Steve Rogers and Arthur at the door. "Is there a guest?" Wanda asked as she watched Arthur get up from the bed. "His name is John Arthur, he is from another place, and he is going to be a guest here for the time being." Steve Rogers introduced to Wanda. "Hi, my name is Wanda." Wanda held out her hand to Arthur. Arthur looked at the haggard Wanda very distressed. He couldn't help but stepped forward and hugged Wanda tightly in his arms. Steve Rogers on the side jumped. Why did Arthur make such an unreasonable move? Wanda's mood is unstable now. If she suddenly gets angry, Steve can't guarantee that he can save Arthur. Web novels. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. I'm Aquaman in Marvel. Chapter 136 Wanda and Vision. Chevron _ left. Previous. Next. Chevron _ right. Nights _ stay. Can you let me go first? Wanda was a little confused. This man was too enthusiastic. He immediately hugged himself when he came up. Wanda was a little angry but held back her attack. "I'm sorry, I can't help it. My name is John Arthur. I'm so glad to meet you." Arthur let go of Wanda, and said a little embarrassedly, he was a little too excited. Suddenly a figure came out of the wall and appeared in front of the three of them. Looking at Arthur in front of Wanda, he asked, "Who are you?" "Vision, why did you come in like this again?" Wanda asked looking at the vision that appeared. "I saw the door was open, so I came in." "Who is he?" Vision asked Arthur. He was a little unhappy to see Arthur so close to Wanda, and Arthur had a kind of very familiar feeling. "My name is John Arthur, nice to meet you." Arthur stretched out his hand to Vision. "I'm Vision, nice to meet you." Although Vision didn't like Arthur a bit, he shook hands with him. "Why do you have the fluctuation of the gem on the Loki scepter?" Vision held Arthur's hand and felt the faint energy fluctuation on Arthur's body. Yes, it was the same energy fluctuation as the gem on his head. Both Wanda and Steve Rogers looked at Arthur, and the gemstone was inlaid on Vision's head. How could there be fluctuations in the gemstone on Arthur? "The gem in the Loki scepter in our universe is indeed on me." Now that he was discovered by the Vision, Arthur generously admitted that he believed that the three of them would not talk nonsense. "Your universe? What does this mean?" Wanda asked. Steve Rogers explained the origin of Arthur to Wanda and Vision. Wanda and Vision were shocked after hearing. Vision was more acceptable. His mind was very knowledgeable, and Wanda was shocked. "There are actually countless multiverses. Is there no illusion in your universe?" Wanda asked. "Since the gem on the scepter is on Arthur, what about the illusion?" "No, Vision's body was obtained by Ultron, and finally we eliminated it together." Arthur replied. "Then, what about me in that world? What happened to me afterwards?" Wanda couldn't imagine how she would live in a world without illusions. "You and Pietro have been living in my house since I rescued you in Sokovia. The three of us live together, and by the way, there is a cat. My relationship with you is similar to Vision, so I just met you. I'm a little excited. I'm sorry." Arthur explained to Wanda with a little embarrassment, lest Wanda think that he had plans for her. After hearing Arthur's words, Vision suddenly became more hostile to him. "This blonde man is quite handsome, and he also has gems. Maybe he will be his rival in the future." Vision has decided on his own, and he will monitor Arthur well in the future every move. Wanda was also taken aback by Arthur's words. Is the self in another world with him, and Pietro is not dead? When Wanda thought of this possibility, she felt that it was not unacceptable. No wonder she had an inexplicable affection for him just now. It turned out that he also had gems on him. Steve Rogers was eating melons on the sidelines, and today he learned another big gossip. It was a worthwhile trip. "Please keep it a secret for me. I can't let other people know about this gem on my body. I'm still injured and I can't protect myself in danger." Arthur said to the three. "Don't worry, we will keep it a secret for you. Your room is right in front. If there is danger, we will protect you," Steve Rogers said firmly. Wanda and Vision also nodded, expressing that they would keep Arthur a secret. Wanda also asked Arthur a lot of questions, and Arthur patiently answered them one by one. Both Steve Rogers and Vision saw the difference between Arthur and Wanda. Vision suddenly felt a little sour, but he could only bear it. This emotion has appeared since he was with Wanda, and it is especially serious today. Described this emotion in his knowledge base as jealous. "Okay, let's go. Don't bother Wanda and Vision, I will show you your room." Steve Rogers saw that Vision was about to blacken, and quickly interrupted their conversation. He could see that Wanda felt much better after meeting Arthur, and she had come out of the self-blaming mood, and the rest should be given to Vision to comfort her. "Okay, then I'll go first. Don't bother you, don't think too much, have a good rest." Arthur got up and said to Wanda. "Okay, you also take care of your injuries," Wanda replied. "By the way, Steve, Stark is waiting for you in the conference room, talking about important things." Vision said. Okay, I'll go down right away. Steve Rogers took Arthur away after finishing speaking. Let's go to the meeting room first. Vision said to Wanda. Wanda nodded, changed clothes and went to the meeting room with Vision. Steve Rogers took Arthur to a room at the end of the corridor, and asked Arthur, whose room is this in your world? It's Peter Parker's room. Arthur replied. Who's Peter Parker? Steve Rogers hadn't heard the name. You'll see him soon. Arthur said mysteriously. Okay, this is your room for the time being. There are all the furniture in it. You can rest first. I have to leave first. Steve Rogers said to Arthur and left. Arthur looked at the back of Steve Rogers and sighed. He opened the door and walked into the room. There was everything in it. Arthur opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of beer and drank it. The person he missed most this month was Wanda. He was very excited to see Wanda just now, and Wanda and Vision in this world are together. Let him feel a little taste. Haha, what kind of vinegar do you eat? The most important thing now is to quickly restore the ability, so that I can return to my own world to meet Wanda. Wanda didn't know her life and death must be very anxious now. Arthur sat down cross-legged on the ground after thinking clearly, and entered a state of meditation. Arthur's universe. After Wanda woke up, she frantically studied Dormammu's information in the library, and she wanted to find Arthur's whereabouts. She couldn't believe that Arthur died like this, leaving nothing behind. She couldn't accept the situation. Stephen Strange came to Wanda, held down the book she kept flipping, and said to her, "Don't do this. You haven't rested or eaten for several days. You still have injuries. You should take a good rest." "Okay. No, I have to find out where Arthur might go, and I'm going to save Arthur," Wanda said firmly. "Well, I have also restudied the Book of Camastro these few days, and discovered the knowledge of the multiverse that Arthur has been learning," Stephen Strange said, and Wanda looked up at Stephen. "You still remember the situation at that time? Dormammu's energy ball produced a huge explosion and formed a wormhole," Stephen Strange said. Wanda nodded. How could she forget the situation at that time? "I guess Arthur was sucked away by the wormhole. He has 2 infinity gems and won't die just like that. He should have crossed the multiverse and gone to other places." Stephen Strange's analysis is inseparable. 10. Wanda's eyes lit up after hearing Stephen Strange's words. Yes, Arthur must have fallen into the wormhole, but where should he go to find it? "I have a way. After I master the Eye of Agamotto, I can travel back in time and get news about Arthur from the wormhole," Stephen Strange said. "Really?" Wanda asked excitedly as she grabbed Stephen Strange's trembling hand. "Don't worry, leave it to me. Don't look at my hands shaking like this. Learning magic is still very easy for me," Stephen Strange assured by patting his chest. In fact, he was not sure, but looking at Wanda was getting thinner and thinner, feeling like she was going crazy. He could only stabilize Wanda first, let her eat something, take a rest, and think of a way. "I'll help you solve your hand problem," Wanda said directly to Stephen Strange. "Okay, you heal my hand, and I'll find Arthur for you." Stephen Strange didn't take Wanda's words to heart. He couldn't heal it himself, so how could Wanda do it? "Okay, it's a deal." Wanda looked at Stephen Strange and smiled. "You don't know that there is a cat in my house that heals well of all injuries. Universe 199,999. In the meeting room of the Avengers base, General Russell was holding a small meeting for the Avengers. He is now the Secretary of State of the United States. The whole world owes a great favor to the Avengers. You fought for us and risked your life to protect us. Many people regard you as heroes, but some people prefer to describe you as vigilantes," General Russell said. "Mr. Secretary of State, what do you think of us?" Natasha asked. "A group of superpowers living in the United States often disregard sovereign borders and impose their will on others, no matter where and anyone, and they are completely disregarding the consequences. What do you think of this kind of people?" General Russell asked rhetorically. General Russell counted their heroic deeds for the Avengers. New York, Washington, D.C., Sokovia, rocks. "You have acted without any supervision and restraint for the past 4 years, and the governments of the world can no longer bear it. This is the situation, but we have a solution." General Russell's assistant handed him a document, and he put it in front of Natasha. "The Sokovia Agreement? This agreement is supported by 117 countries, and it stipulates that the Avengers will no longer be a private organization. The action will be supervised by the UN Special Team, and it will only act when the Special Team deems it necessary." Russell introduced to everyone. "The Avengers were formed to make the world a safer place, and I think we did it," Steve Rogers said firmly. "Then please tell me, Captain, do you know where Thor and Banner are now?" General Russell asked Steve. Steve Rogers couldn't answer, and looked at Secretary of State Russell. "If I lose 2-3,000 megaton nuclear bombs, the consequences can be imagined. Compromises and guarantees, that's how the world works. Believe me, this is the best compromise." Russell pointed to the cable on the table. "The Corvia Agreement said. Then will there be a contingency plan?" Rhodes asked on the side. 3 days later, the United Nations will hold a meeting in Vienna to approve this agreement," Russell said, looking at the silent Avengers. "Speak out directly if you have something to say," General Russell said. "What if you don't like our decision?" Natasha asked. "Then you all retire? Discuss what you are going to do." General Russell left after speaking. The rest of the Avengers didn't know what to do, but Steve Rogers was very firm. He would not agree to such an agreement. But Tony Stark has all his property in the United States, and he cooperates very closely with the government. If he does not agree to the agreement, his situation will be very difficult. Tony Stark, Colonel Rhodes and Vision agreed to compromise to sign the agreement, and Natasha agreed with them. Only Steve Rogers and Sam firmly disagreed. Wanda did not express their opinions, and they had a quarrel. But Arthur is now happily enjoying dinner in the Avengers cafeteria. The Avengers cafeteria in this universe is much worse than Arthur's universe dishes. The canteen in Arthur's universe is a chef trained by the Atlantis restaurant, who can cook all kinds of dishes, and the canteen chef in this universe is obviously invited casually. But Arthur wasn't so picky, and it would be nice to have a change of taste. After eating, Arthur went for a stroll in the yard outside the Avengers base, and he saw Steve Rogers hurriedly walking towards the parking lot. "Steve, where are you going?" Arthur walked forward and asked Steven. I have something to rush to London." Steve Rogers looked very bad. "What happened?" Arthur asked Steve Rogers, concerned. "You know Carter Peggy, she passed away," Steve Rogers said. "My condolences, Steve." Arthur didn't know how to comfort Steve Rogers. His confidant passed away, and Steve Rogers must be very sad. "I'll go first, see you later." Steve Rogers got into a black Dodge and left. Arthur walked towards the Avengers building. He was really bored, and his body would not recover for a while, unless he could go to a place with a very strong water element, so don't think about it here. Arthur wondered if he left here secretly, but he felt that someone was watching him secretly, and it might be difficult for Arthur to escape. Arthur is not without a little power, he can use magic now. Magical power does not need to have strong energy itself, as long as you know that the spell will communicate the energy of the multiverse to use magic. But Arthur's mysterious ring is placed in the armor space, and the battle armor has been severely damaged in the battle with Dormammu, and Arthur did not see his armor after waking up. It should be given by the Avengers. Keep it up. Arthur didn't ask Steve Rogers where his things were. He didn't want Steve Rogers to be wary of him, so he just went to get it back at night. Arthur returned to the dormitory. When he passed by Wanda's room, he saw that Wanda's door was not closed, and there was a violent quarrel in the room. Vision and Wanda were arguing about something, and Arthur didn't stop to eavesdrop. Both of them are super capable people, and they are easy to be spotted, and it will be ugly when they get there. And Arthur can probably guess the purpose of their quarrel. It should be because of the Sokovia Agreement. There was no accident in Sokovia in Arthur's universe, and the war with Ultron was in Wakanda, but Arthur knew that the countries were already very dissatisfied with them. It is estimated that someone will propose other agreements, but Arthur doesn't care. Nothing is equal in the face of absolute power. If anyone wants to control themselves, come on, let's see who has the qualifications. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Who came to find me?" "Come in." "The door is unlocked," Arthur said loudly. A person came in through the door, and it turned out to be Natasha. "Are you okay?" Natasha asked Arthur. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Please sit down." Arthur said to Natasha. "I'll come to see you, and I want to chat with you by the way." Natasha said. "Okay, I want to talk to you too. I'm almost bored to death staying here all day." Arthur complained. "Your matter is very bizarre and unbelievable, but I don't know why I believe what you said." Natasha said. "There are many magical things in the universe, whether people believe it or not." Arthur said. "Then why did you fall into the wormhole and come here?" Natasha asked suspiciously. "I fought against a very powerful existence in order to defend the Earth, but it broke the space and created a wormhole without fighting, and I was sucked into the wormhole." Arthur explained simply. "Break space? Create wormholes? God, what kind of power can do this? Does that enemy exist with us?" Natasha was taken aback. She never thought that Arthur could be with such a the enemy fights. "Of course it exists, and it may have been driven off the Earth," Arthur replied. "Who drove them away?" Natasha asked. "The Avengers is not the only organization defending the Earth. There are many mysterious organizations. I'm talking about a mage organization," Arthur explained. "Mage? Do mages really exist on Earth?" Natasha was eye-opening today. "Of course it exists, and you will know each other in the near future. Won't Wanda also use magic power?" Arthur replied. "Wanda's ability is produced by the Mind Stone." Natasha said. "I know this. The Mind Gem activated the chaos magic in her body, so she can get such a powerful ability." Arthur said. "Well, I'm here to tell you that the United Nations has proposed an agreement that all superpowers will be under the supervision of the United Nations." Natasha said about the business. "The Sokovia Accords." Arthur asked. "Why, this agreement has also been proposed in your universe." Natasha wondered how Arthur knew about the Sokovia Agreement. "Not yet. Our universe is quite special. There is no accident in Sokovia, and the countries have not reached the point where they can't bear it." Arthur replied. "No accident happened to Sokovia? Then how did you know about the Sokovia Agreement?" Natasha asked. "I know many things, you just take it as one of my abilities." Arthur replied. "Okay, so what do you think of this agreement? It is estimated that you will also appear in this agreement." Natasha said. "Of course I am opposed to this agreement, but don't worry, this kind of agreement is just a casual talk. After the real enemy comes, no one will care about whether there is an agreement or not." Arthur said. "The real enemy? Who is it?" Natasha asked. "I can't say it now, but I will understand that day," Arthur said mysteriously. "Okay, then rest, I'm leaving first." Natasha got up and was about to leave. Okay, good night. Arthur sent Natasha to the door and locked the door. Arthur lay on the bed and rested. In the middle of the night, Arthur suddenly sat up from the bed. He sat cross-legged, chanted a spell, and his soul came out of his body. Arthur's soul floated outside, and he headed into the warehouse to get back his things. Ordinary people cannot see Arthur's soul, only those who know magic can see it. Arthur's soul came to the secret warehouse of the Avengers with ease, and there is a high probability that his things will be placed here. Arthur was really glad that the 2 gems were put into his body by himself. If they were still inlaid on the armor, they would have been taken away by now. Arthur felt it in the warehouse, he felt the energy emanating from the trident, and his things were indeed here. Arthur opened a huge chest, and inside lay his golden trident and armor. The golden trident was intact, but the Aquaman's armor was damaged because it had resisted most of the shock waves for Arthur in the last battle. The entire armor is covered with dense cracks, and a few pieces are still missing. Fortunately, the armor can be repaired automatically. This is the mystery of Ulu metal. Arthur turned the trident and the armor into 2 rings, and he took out the black ring from the space of the armor and put it on his hand. Arthur's soul opened a portal in the warehouse, leading to Arthur's room, so Arthur returned to the room with 2 rings. After Arthur's soul returned to his body, he opened his eyes. The ring turned into a golden trident was worn on his index finger, but the armor was taken back into his body by Arthur. He has no energy in his body now, and he can't feed the armor to make it repair automatically, so Arthur has to get out of here and find a place to restore the ability. Arthur took out the mysterious ring and put it on his hand, drew a circle in the air, and the golden portal was formed like this. At this moment, the door of Arthur's room was suddenly opened, and Wanda and Vision walked in. What are you doing? Vision asked Arthur looking at the portal. Sorry to wake you up. I need to go to a place. I'll come back to you after a while. Arthur walked into the portal after speaking. Wait. The portal disappeared before Vision finished speaking, and Arthur also lost track. What should we do now? Wanda asked Vision. When they were resting just now, Wanda felt a wave of magic. Wanda woke Vision up, and the 2 came to Arthur's room towards the position of the fluctuation. Now Arthur has left, but there is nothing they can do. I'm telling Mr. Stark, you go to rest first. Vision said to Wanda, and Wanda could only nod her head. She didn't feel much about Arthur's departure, although Arthur's situation was rather bizarre, but the person she likes is still Vision. Arthur's portal opened on the sea, and Arthur jumped directly into the sea after passing through the portal. He came to the Bermuda Triangle, and he was going to go to the sea to see what Atlantis is like in this universe. Arthur dived into the deep sea, but he swam for several hours and ran all the nearby seas without seeing the existence of Atlantis. Is there no Atlantis in this universe? The development of this universe is exactly the same as what Arthur saw in the movie. Is this the main universe of the movie? Arthur thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. He swam to the deepest part of the seabed. This is the bottom of a canyon, the temperature is very high, and the seabed is still bubbling with magma. Arthur felt that his body had finally started to absorb the water element here, so Arthur found a big rock and lay down on it, closed his eyes and began to slowly absorb energy to restore his strength. At this moment, in the Avengers base, Tony Stark and Natasha, Rhodes and Sam, Wanda, and Vision all gathered together. Reassur's equipment in the warehouse is missing. From the surveillance, I only saw the box open by itself, and then a golden energy circle appeared and then disappeared, Sam said. What about the surveillance in Arthur's room? Natasha asked. Arthur has been sleeping, but when the energy circle in the warehouse appeared, an energy circle also appeared in Arthur's room, and then Arthur woke up. After he got up, he also summoned an energy circle to enter and then disappeared. Sam said. It turns out there is magic. Natasha said looking at the surveillance screen. What magic? Tony Stark asked. Arthur told me that there is a mage organization on Earth, but I still don't believe it. I didn't expect him to use magic himself. Natasha explained. Well, now we have completely lost track of Arthur, and the United Nations is about to hold a meeting to discuss the agreement. We have no energy to find him anymore. Tony Stark said. Let's ignore him for now. I found out that he is not a dangerous person through several times of disarming with Arthur. He still feels relatively friendly. Natasha said. The rest of the people also nodded. They don't know if the Avengers can continue to exist now. Who has the energy to find someone with superpowers? Only Vision is very concerned about Arthur's whereabouts. He has an indescribable feeling for Arthur. Arthur has the same gems as him, and Arthur is also very special to Wanda. However, Vision did not find Arthur in all the surveillance on the internet. Did he really disappear like this? Arthur Original Universe. Stephen Strange finally comprehended the Book of Camastro thoroughly, and also knew all the uses of the Eye of Agamotto. As expected of a magic genius, in a short period of time, he has mastered esoteric magic that the predecessors could not master. Wanda didn't tell the Avengers about Arthur. She was afraid that the members of the Avengers would be worried about Arthur's whereabouts, and no one could do anything but hope for Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange's hand fully recovered after being treated with venom. Stephen Strange looked at this harmless cat and felt very complicated. I spent all my savings and found countless ways to heal the wound that could not be healed, and it only took 1 minute to heal in the hands of a cat in Arthur's house. And the price is chocolate. Venom likes to eat chocolate. Wanda bought a bunch of chocolate for him to eat. The Venom couldn't bear it after staying in Carmitage for a few days. It was cold and poor here. The life of the mages was relatively difficult, and the food was simple. Venom said that it still wants to go back to the Avengers base, where the food is endless. Stephen Strange flew into the air above the Hong Kong temple. He entered the mirror space and opened the Eye of Agamotto by chanting a spell. Stephen Strange used the Eye of Agamotto to bring this space back to the moment when Arthur was bummed that day. Stephen Strange came to the moment when the wormhole was created by the explosion. He saw Arthur, who was unconscious. His armor was broken, and Arthur must have been seriously injured. Stephen Strange felt the energy of another dimension from the wormhole. He made a magic mark in the other dimension and removed the time magic. I've already found where Arthur went. He is indeed not dead, but just unconscious and sucked into the wormhole. Stephen Strange said to Wanda, who looked at him expectantly. Great. Then let's go quickly. Wanda said excitedly. I'm afraid this matter has to be discussed in the long run. We don't know what's going on there, whether we can come back smoothly after going there, and I can't leave for too long. Now Kamatage is only me and the king to protect the temple. Stephen Stolanchi asked Wanda to calm down and not be too impulsive. But how could Wanda calm down? She finally found out about Arthur's whereabouts. She must go to rescue Arthur immediately. I can go alone. I have a chaotic energy body, and I can survive even in space. Wanda said anxiously. This is too dangerous, and if you don't find Arthur, you will never come back. Even if you want to go, you must first learn the portal method to travel through the multiverse. Stephen Strange shook his head and refused. No, I can't wait any longer. Arthur must be very dangerous now. I must find him immediately. Wanda said firmly. Okay, so, I'll put a magic mark on you, and if you can't come back then, I'll find a way to save you. Stephen Strange said. Wanda nodded. Stephen Strange grabbed Wanda's wrist and planted a magic mark on his wrist. Wanda got a hexagram tattoo on his wrist. Stephen Strange raised his hand to move the space. A portal appeared in front of Wanda, and the portal was pitch black. This is the exit of the wormhole. Are you sure you want to go in? Stephen Strange asked again. Thank you. Don't worry, I will find Arthur and bring him back with me. I'm leaving? After finishing speaking, Wanda put on the vibrating gold coat sent by Wakanda and walked into the portal. The moment Wanda stepped into the portal, she seemed to lose her center of gravity, and stepped into a dark and bottomless hole, only feeling her body keep falling downwards. Wanda wrapped her body with chaos magic, just in case. She had been falling in a dark passage with no light for more than 10 minutes, and finally her eyes lit up. In a piece of space, a wormhole entrance suddenly appeared, and a red figure flew out of the wormhole. She was Wanda. Wanda found that she was floating in space now, and she immediately increased the chaotic energy to wrap herself to prevent herself from being radiated by cosmic rays. Wanda held her breath and looked around. She turned her head and saw an incredible scene. The huge Earth was behind him. This is the sky outside the Earth. Wanda looked at the Earth and the moon not far away, and heaved a sigh of relief. He could go back to the Earth at any time near the Earth. It was not a strange place after all. Wanda started to fly around to see if there was any trace of Arthur. Wanda searched around but couldn't find Arthur. Could it be that he flew directly to the Earth? Wanda's heart tightened, and he heard Stephen Strange say that Arthur was in a coma at the time, and if he fell to the Earth, Arthur would at least suffer more injuries. After confirming that there was no trace of Arthur nearby, Wanda turned and flew towards the Earth. Wanda was surrounded by red energy, and she flew straight towards the United States. Wanda passed through the atmosphere and landed on a rural farm in the United States. This is the first time for Wanda to travel through the multiverse, and she doesn't know the difference between this Earth and the Earth she is on. Wanda came to a small town, and she found that the residents in the town seemed to know her, and looked at her very scared, and many people were still pointing at her from a distance. What's going on here? Wanda was puzzled, and she walked towards a small bar. After Wanda walked into the bar, everyone in the bar saw her as if they had seen something terrifying. Wanda was surprised, and looked down at her own attire. No problem. Just when Wanda was about to ask someone else, a piece of news on TV caught her attention. The King of Wakanda says the Avengers are not bound by international law, and if we don't respond to such actions, things will get worse. What legal right does a superhuman like Wanda Maximoff have to act in Nigeria? The news broadcast the UN's condemnation of the Avengers, and it also took Wanda out and criticized it. Wanda finished reading the news carefully, and finally she knew why others knew her, and there was another self in this universe. And she is more famous than herself. Wanda watched the destruction caused by the Wanda of this world in Nigeria, causing countless deaths, and the Sokovia incident that caused the destruction of the entire city of Sokovia. She was extremely grateful that she did not living in this universe. If she caused so many poor people to die, and the whole world blamed herself, she couldn't imagine how she would feel. Give me a bottle of whiskey, Wanda said to the bartender. The bartender opened a bottle of whiskey and handed it to Wanda and asked her, "Are you Wanda from the Avengers?" "Sorry, you mistook me for the wrong person. I just look like her." Wanda paid the money, put on the hat of the coat and covered her head, and left with the wine. The people in the bar watched Wanda leave before they dared to discuss Lin cautiously. "Is it her?" "That's her, exactly the same as the one on TV. Impossible. It is said that the Avengers are not all in New York. Maybe I really made a mistake. Never mind, let's drink. Cheers." Wanda bought a mask and a baseball cap in the small town to cover her face, and now no one recognizes her. So where should I go to find traces of Arthur? Wanda was in trouble. She thought of Karmatage and went to find Master Guyi. There is nothing she doesn't know. Wanda came to Brooklyn Avenue in New York, where the New York Temple should be. After walking for a long time, Wanda found the familiar magic temple. She knocked on the door but no one answered, so she had no choice but to push the door open and walk in. Is there anyone? Wanda called from the door to the temple. Who are you looking for? Suddenly a familiar voice appeared beside Wanda, and she turned around to see that it was Stephen Strange. Stephen. Wanda happily called out Stephen Strange's name. Stephen looked at the familiar woman in front of him strangely. Does she know herself? And also found the temple in New York. What is she going to do? Sorry, do you need help with anything? Stephen Strange asked, looking at the strange woman in front of him. Sorry, I'm a little excited. Wanda said as she took off her mask and baseball cap. Are you Wanda from the Avengers? Stephen Strange recognized the topic of news in this newspaper recently. You can say yes or no, I'm here to find Master Guyi. Wanda said. Master Ancient One, she passed away by herself. Stephen Strange said in a low voice. This universe Dormammu has also been here. Wanda asked suddenly. How do you know? Stephen Strange looked at Wanda strangely. He had reset all the time, and it was impossible for outsiders to know about Dormammu. Actually, I am not from this universe. I came here from other multiverses. Wanda could only tell the truth. She believed in Stephen Strange's character. What? Are you from another multiverse? What's going on? Stephen Strange looked at Wanda in surprise and asked. What happened is this. One of my friends encountered a wormhole during the battle with Dormammu and came here. With your help, I opened the multiverse portal and came here to find my friend. Wanda briefly explained the matter. You mean that I in your world helped you come to this universe? That friend of yours can fight Dormammu? Stephen Strange asked. Wanda looked at Stephen Strange and nodded. What do you use to prove that what you said is true? Stephen Strange still didn't believe Wanda's words. Wanda took out the mysterious ring and put it on her hand. She swiped her right hand in the air and a portal appeared in the two young people. On the other side of the portal was the familiar peak of Mount Everest that Stephen Strange was familiar with. Wanda in this world can't do this, Wanda said. Ahem, well, I believe you. Stephen Strange was a little embarrassed to see Mount Everest again. What do you need me to do for you? Stephen Strange asked. I want you to help me find my friend. Wanda said. When did he enter the wormhole? Stephen Strange asked. 8 days ago. Wanda replied. Follow me. Stephen Strange led Wanda back to Karmatage through the portal of the New York Temple. The two came to the lobby of the library. Stephen Strange put his hands on the table in the center of the hall, turned the table, and the globe above his head lit up. Stephen Strange continued to spin, and suddenly a black hole formed near the globe, and Stephen Strange stopped. Found it? This should be California. At that time, the black hole appeared over a small town in California. Your friend was very likely to fall nearby, Stephen Strange said to Wanda. Great. Thank you so much. Whether you brought me here or helped me find Arthur, I thank you, thank you. Wanda looked at Stephen Strange and thanked him. As expected of the successor of the Supreme Mage, Stephen Strange never disappointed Wanda. It's a pity that there is no venom in this world, otherwise I can help you heal your hands. Wanda said looking at Stephen Strange's trembling hands. In your world, you helped me heal my hand. Stephen Strange asked Wanda after hearing what she said. Yes, it's a pity that I can't heal you now, Wanda said apologetically. It's okay. Actually, I know how to keep my hands from shaking. I just need to inject magical power into my body, but I didn't do that. Trembling hands can remind me of my responsibilities at any time. Stephen Strange was not disappointed. He was very said calmly. Then I'm leaving. Thank you for your help. Goodbye. Wanda opened a portal and left Karmatage after finishing speaking. Stephen Strange looked at the back of Wanda's departure. An Avenger actually learned magic. There are so many things in the universe. He also turned and walked towards the New York Temple. Today's homework has not been completed yet. A small town in San Diego, California, USA. Wanda came here because she asked the locals that a meteor fell there last week. Wanda came to a bar in the small town again, and inquired that the bar was the best place. What would you like to drink? The fat bartender asked Wanda. A glass of beer is enough. Can I ask you something? Wanda asked the bartender, and handed him $500. No problem, if you have anything to ask, I'll tell you everything I know. The bartender happily accepted the $500. He had never seen a guest who tipped so much. It was so generous. It is said that a meteor fell near here last week, you know, Wanda asked. The bartender was relieved after hearing this, thinking that she was about to ask some difficult question, as far as everyone nearby knew about it. I know this best. It is true that a meteor fell on the Gobi not far away, but it is said to be a satellite. Less than 2 hours after the fall, it was protected by the government and no one was allowed to approach it. Some people said it was a satellite. The alien spaceship has crashed, and it is said that the Avengers are coming, the bartender whispered to Wanda. What? The Avengers are here? Wanda asked in surprise. Yes, a friend of mine was watching not far away. It was blocked by the government to prevent people from passing by. He saw the spaceship of the Avengers landing nearby, the bartender said. What about the falling meteorite? What happened afterwards? Wanda asked anxiously. Of course it was taken away by the Avengers. People in the government must obey the orders of the Avengers. If it is an alien spaceship, it must have been taken back by the Avengers for research. The bartender replied. It's over. Arthur fell into the hands of others, but it fell into the hands of the Avengers, and he has not been taken into the laboratory for dissection and research. Wanda couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and walked outside without taking a sip of the beer on the table. Wanda walked out of the town to a deserted place, and she opened a magic portal directly to the woods next to the Avengers' New York base. Wanda came to the woods through the portal, and she sneaked towards the Avengers base, and now she has to find a way to sneak into the Avengers base. Who is there? But just as Wanda walked out of the woods, someone discovered it. It was Sam's voice. It's me. Wanda took a deep breath, took off her mask and walked out of the woods. So it's Wanda, why are you here? Are you still in a bad mood? Sam asked Wanda concerned. Wanda has been in the lowest mood among all the Avengers recently. The last incident caused countless deaths. She very remorseful. Wanda reacted immediately after hearing this, pretended to be in a heavy heart, and said, yes, I'm a little bored to go out for a walk by myself. Think about it, it's not your fault alone, don't blame yourself too much. Sam patted Wanda's shoulder to comfort her. Thank you, by the way, do you know about the California meteorite? Wanda finally asked the question she wanted to ask. How could you not know, isn't that meteorite the one named Arthur? What's wrong with you asking such a strange question? Sam looked at Wanda and asked. Yeah, of course I know it's Arthur, so do you know where Arthur is now? Wanda hid her embarrassment and almost revealed her truth, but she became excited again when she heard Arthur's name, and asked. You are not Wanda. Who are you? Sam suddenly took out a gun and pointed at Wanda and questioned. The woman in front of him couldn't be Wanda, they had a meeting to discuss Arthur's departure, but this person didn't know, she must be a fake. I am Wanda, you are too sensitive. Wanda waved her hand, wanting to quibble. Don't talk nonsense, it's true that Wanda doesn't know about Arthur, who are you? Sam pointed a gun at Wanda and questioned her. Invasion. Sam said into the headset. Wanda saw that something was wrong, and it would be troublesome if she dragged on. Sorry. After Wanda finished speaking, she suddenly restrained Sam with energy for a moment, and put her hand on top of Sam's head to check his memory. Sam was bound by the red chaotic energy and couldn't resist. A wave of energy invaded his brain, and he immediately recalled what happened to Arthur in his mind. Wanda learned about Arthur's whereabouts from Sam's memory, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur was not imprisoned, and he escaped using the magic summoning portal. People can catch him. At this moment, a wave of energy bombarded Wanda. She let go of Sam and blocked the attack of the energy cannon with a magic shield. Wanda? What's going on here? A red figure descended from the sky. It turned out to be Iron Man Tony Stark. She's not Wanda? Grab her. Lying on the ground, Sam felt dizzy and nauseous, but he still said to Stark. Who are you? You'd better raise your hands and surrender immediately, don't let me get rough. Tony Stark's voice came from the steel armor, and he raised his hand cannon to Wanda. If the situation is wrong, he will launch attack. I'm sorry Sam, I just want to inquire about Arthur's whereabouts. Now I have to leave first. You'd better not stop me. After Wanda finished speaking, red energy wrapped her body and flew out instantly. Want to run? It's not that simple. Tony Stark rushed to Wanda, blasting the energy cannon at Wanda. Wanda spread her right hand in the air, and a red magic shield formed to block Stark's attack. Tony Stark was fighting Wanda in the air. Of course it was only Tony who was attacking. Wanda had been defending and didn't fight back. Wanda didn't want to hurt Tony and make things worse. Who the hell are you? Tony Stark found that the woman in front of him was exactly the same as Wanda, and the dark red energy was no different from Wanda, but her defense method was more gorgeous than Wanda. That mysterious energy shield is definitely something Wanda can't do. I'm sorry. After Wanda finished speaking, the red energy squeezed Tony's steel armor, fixing him in the air. Wanda pulled a crimson magic chain in her hands, and she threw the chain towards Tony. The crimson magic chain wrapped Tony into a rice dumpling, and wrapped in Wanda's red energy, Tony was gently put back on the grass. It's endless. Just as Wanda was about to leave, someone came again. It was Colonel Rhodes wearing a steel armor and attacking Wanda. Wanda had no choice but to prop up the magic shield to defend. Suddenly a man wearing a cloak flew in front of Wanda, and there was another Wanda behind him. Wanda? No, who are you? Vision asked Wanda looking at the sky. All the Avengers looked at Wanda behind the Vision, and then at Wanda in the air. They were so confused. How could there be two identical people? Wanda took advantage of their stunned effort to slip away but was stopped by Vision. Vision punched Wanda, and Wanda blocked it with a backhand and gave Vision a kick. At this moment, Wanda, who was blasted into the air by a cloud of red energy, was shot by Wanda who came with Vision. Wanda's magic shield blocked the attack of the red energy. She soared into the sky and was about to leave by force, but the speed of Vision was no slower than her and rushed up, wrestling with her. Are you Ultron? Wanda asked looking at the Phantom fighting with her. She was very familiar with this person. He was the one who almost killed herself. No, I'm Vision. Vision didn't expect Wanda to say that he was Ultron, and kept fighting with her. This woman's fighting style is much better than Wanda's, her skills are also vigorous, and she can also make some strange energy attacks, Vision thought. The jewel above Vision's head suddenly shot a burst of golden energy towards Wanda. A red energy ball was formed in Wanda's hand, and a dark red energy shot out. Vision's golden energy blasted together and a huge explosion occurred. Boom! Both Wanda and Vision were blown out and landed on the grass. Vision, are you okay? Another Wanda raised Vision worriedly. Wanda looked at Wanda in this universe and was shocked to care so much about this person named Vision. What is their relationship? Tony Stark broke free from Wanda's magic chain, came to Wanda and looked at her and said, I know who you are? You said you came to find Arthur's whereabouts, and you called the Vision Ultron, which shows that you are Wanda from Arthur's universe. Tony Stark revealed Wanda's identity in one go. Arthur once said that there is no phantom in their world. The Genjin body was obtained by Ultron, and the energy used by Wanda in front of him is exactly the same as Wanda's. Same, the most important thing is that this Wanda did not fight back when fighting with them, but was just passively defending, obviously not wanting to hurt them. What? She is Wanda from Arthur's universe. Everyone was stunned, and it was unbelievable that Arthur said that he came from another universe. But now when an identical Wanda appears in front of everyone can't help but not believe it. Okay, I admit that you guessed it right. I did come from another universe, and I came to find Arthur's whereabouts. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Wanda admitted. She is me in another universe. Wanda in this world looked at Wanda, who was exactly the same as herself, and didn't know what to say. This feeling was so amazing. Vision also looked at this Wanda with complicated eyes. Arthur did not lie to them. This Wanda traveled across the universe to find Arthur for Arthur, regardless of his own safety, and even dared to come to the Avengers base by himself, indicating that their relationship is very unusual. Okay, the current situation is that both Wandas are real, but she came from another world. Sam asked in disbelief. Tony Stark nodded. He and Rhodes looked at each other, and both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. Well, since we all know your situation, there is no need to continue the fight. Arthur has already left, and we don't know where he went. Tony Stark said. I've seen it from Sam's memory, Wanda replied. You actually read my memory in an instant. You are really much better than our Wanda. Sam looked at this heroic Wanda and praised. Thank you for the compliment. I often compete with you. I am familiar with all your moves, except him. Wanda pointed at Vision. Is that the Mind Stone? Why is the Soul Stone in this world on his head? Wanda asked, looking at the familiar gemstone on Vision's head. This is the gem on Loki's scepter. Is it called the Soul Gem? It's such a beautiful name. It created me, and it merged with me. Vision replied, touching the gem on his forehead. In your world, this gem is in the hands of Arthur, right? Vision asked Wanda. How do you know? Wanda looked at Vision strangely. Arthur wouldn't tell others such a secret thing. When I shook hands with him, I felt the same energy in his body. Vision replied, pointing to the gemstone above his head. Are you and Arthur really together? Wanda, who was silent on the side, finally couldn't help asking. When Arthur said that he and Wanda had an unusual relationship, Wanda in this world was a bit strange. Believe it, but now the evidence has appeared in front of you. Yes, Arthur is my boyfriend. What about you? Why are you with him? Wanda admitted generously, and asked another Wanda. When everyone heard their conversation suddenly became so explosive, they all raised their spirits and listened to their gossip. Vision and I have experienced a lot. He cared about me and I fell in love with him, so we were with him. What about you? Why are you with Arthur? Wanda in this world looked at Vision, said with staring eyes, and then asked Wanda. Arthur rescued Pietro and me from Sokovia and gave us a warm home. He was the best person in the world to me, so I fell in love with him, and I confessed to him on my own initiative. Wanda replied with a blushing face. Oh, everyone uttered a strange cry. They didn't expect Wanda from another world to express their feelings so straightforwardly, but it was right to think about it. Both Wandas dare to love and dare to hate. Okay, I'm going to find Arthur's whereabouts. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm leaving first. I hope you can keep it a secret. Wanda said to everyone. Don't worry, we'll keep it secret for you. Don't rush to leave after you find Arthur. I'll treat you to a meal when it's time. Tony Stark said to Wanda. His previous impression of Arthur was not bad. Okay, thank you, goodbye. Wanda summoned a portal, walked in and disappeared. The world is full of wonders, but this Wanda society has so many abilities. It seems that Arthur taught him, but why is there no Arthur in our world? Sam sighed. Who knows? But our illusion is no worse than Arthur's ability. Rhodes replied. Of course, Rhodes hadn't seen Arthur make a move, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. The Avengers all went back to rest, and today's events were all kept in their hearts. Wanda flew towards the Devil's Triangle in Bermuda. She knew that Arthur would go to the bottom of the sea to recover his energy, and the most likely place for him to go was the kingdom of Atlantis under the sea. Although Wanda didn't know the exact location of Atlantis, she heard Arthur say that Atlantis existed in the deep sea of the Bermuda Delta. Wanda plunged headlong into the deep sea. She was surrounded by a magic bubble to isolate the sea water, so that she could move freely on the bottom of the sea. These magics are some practical things recorded in the Codex of Chaos Magic. Wanda swam towards the deep sea, looking for Arthur's whereabouts. Vienna United Nations Building. Natasha participated in this hearing on behalf of the members of the Avengers, and the meeting was organized by King T'Chaka of Wakanda. Before the meeting started, Natasha met T'Challa, the son of King Wakanda, who also followed his father to participate in this meeting. Neither of us seem to be used to being the center of attention. T'Challa said to Natasha. After all, this is not a good thing. Natasha replied. Your performance so far is very good. Considering your last experience in Congress, I thought you would be very uncomfortable in this environment. Tichola said. I'm really a little uncomfortable. Natasha nodded and said. That alone makes me glad you're here, Miss Romanoff, Tichola said. Why? Don't you support this agreement? Natasha asked. I support the agreement, but I don't agree with it politically. The efficiency of 2 people can be better than 100 people present. Tichola replied. If you need to move the piano, 2 people are not enough. The old King Tichaka came to the 2 and said. King Tichaka, please allow me to apologize for the Nigerian incident. Natasha said sincerely to King Tichaka. Thank you for your support to us. I regret that Captain Steve Rogers will be absent from signing the agreement today. King Tichaka said. Yes, I'm sorry too. Natasha said. Please take your seats, the meeting officially begins. At this moment, the broadcast sounded, and the meeting was about to officially start. Everyone returned to their seats and sat down. King Tichaka walked to the podium and began to speak. Just after King Tichaka started his speech, Tichola, who was standing aside, suddenly discovered that there was a situation downstairs. Everyone was running away, and there was definitely a time bomb in that car. Climb down, everyone. Tichola yelled as he ran to his father, Tichaka. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion occurred in the car downstairs, directly shattering all the glass of the building, and King Tichaka standing on the podium was instantly overwhelmed by the flames of the explosion. Tichola was also sent flying by the impact of the explosion, and the entire venue was thrown into chaos. Tichola crawled to his father's side and found that his father was no longer breathing. He cried bitterly while hugging the old king's body. Everyone in the conference room was evacuated towards the safe passage. Only Natasha was still staring blankly at Tichola and the old king. She did not expect such a thing to happen. The ambulance came to the scene soon. According to statistics on the scene, more than 70 people were injured and 12 people died. The local police immediately entered the investigation and immediately identified the suspect as the Winter Soldier James Buchanan Bakey. The fire truck was extinguishing the fire in the building. The police were searching for suspects, and Tichola and Natasha came to the zero-hour headquarters built downstairs. I'm sorry, Natasha said, looking at Tichola who was sitting in a daze on the chair. In our country, death is not the end, it's more like the beginning of a journey to a strange land. You stretch out your hands, Bastet, and Segmet will lead you to the eternal grassland, where you can run forever. Tichola said calmly. It sounds peaceful. Natasha said. My father thinks so, but I don't think so. Tichola said suddenly. Tichola, the task force will send someone to arrest Bucky. Natasha said. Don't bother them, Miss Romanoff, I will kill him myself. Tichola stood up and said firmly, then turned and left. Natasha sat on the chair and sighed. She suddenly received a call from Steve Rogers. Natasha persuaded Steve Rogers to let him not act rashly. She knew that Steve cared about Bucky very much, and she didn't want Steve Rogers to be involved in this matter. But Steve Rogers insisted on arresting Bucky by himself. Only he knew Bucky's location, and then hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Natasha felt a headache. After 3 days of energy absorption at the bottom of the sea, Arthur finally had a weak energy in his body that he could use, which was enough for him. Arthur, who was lying on the boulder mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He wanted to leave this ghostly place. The temperature here was too high, and Arthur felt that he would be roasted if he stayed any longer. Arthur quickly rushed to the surface of the water and flew out of the water. He was finally able to fly freely. He found an uninhabited island and landed on the beach. Arthur took 2 coconuts from a coconut tree, broke them and drank some sugar. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and he wanted to eat something. Arthur stood in the woods, closed his eyes and chanted a spell. An ancient blue symbol appeared above Arthur's head, and a magic circle appeared at his feet. The energy in his body can finally communicate with the dimensional circle and use the multiverse summoning ceremony. In an instant, a huge energy continuously rushed into Arthur's body, and he absorbed the energy of the water dimension to replenish his body. At this moment, Stephen Strange, who was far away in the New York temple, woke up from his meditation, and he raised his head to look at the sky outside the glass above his head. He felt a huge magical energy gathering towards the south. What happened? Someone summoned Dormammu again. He is going to sea. Wanda, who had been searching for a day on the bottom of the sea, also felt this magical wave. Found it. Wanda rushed out of the sea happily feeling the familiar water elemental magic, and quickly flew in that direction. Arthur stopped the ceremony after filling his body with energy. He opened his eyes, the blue light in his eyes slowly dimmed, and returned to normal. He suddenly felt something, looked up into the distance, and saw a red one that was constantly enlarging. Someone was coming, and he was very familiar with this person. All he saw was a red figure flying towards him in an instant and throwing himself into his arms. The huge impact knocked Arthur down on the beach. Wanda? Why are you here? Arthur looked at Wanda in his arms in a daze. Wasn't she with Vision at the Avengers base? Why did he suddenly appear here? But looking at Wanda's clothes, Arthur understood something. Is it you, Wanda? You also came to this universe, Arthur said, hugging Wanda tightly. After you disappeared, I was very worried about you. Stephen Strange helped me come here to find you. I was afraid of losing you. Wanda began to cry as she spoke. It's okay, I'm okay. Arthur hugged her tightly and stroked her golden hair, comforting her. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. A portal appeared next to them, and Stephen Strange walked out of the portal, looking at Arthur and Wanda lying on the ground and hugging each other. Stephen, you're here too? Arthur asked in surprise when he saw Stephen Strange. Sorry, you got it wrong. I am indeed Dr. Stephen Strange, but I don't know you. Stephen Strange replied. Why are you here, Stephen? Wanda greeted Stephen Strange. Is he the friend you're looking for? Stephen Strange asked while looking at Wanda. Wanda nodded, and she left Arthur's arms, a little embarrassed, and wiped away her tears. Were you using the magic energy ceremony just now? Stephen Strange looked at Arthur from top to bottom. It's me. Arthur replied. Have you absorbed the energy of the dark dimension? This is a very dangerous behavior. Stephen Strange looked at Arthur and warned. No, the energy of the dark dimension doesn't help me accept longevity. What I absorb is the energy of the water dimension. Arthur shook his head and said. The dimension of water? How did you find the dimension of water? Stephen Strange suddenly became interested. After I learned the method of traveling through multiverses with Master Gu Yi, I went to various universes to have a look. As a result, I discovered the dimension of water. I left a dimensional energy gathering circle in the dimension of water, which can unlimited absorption of energy in the dimension of water. Arthur replied. You are such a magical genius. Such a method can also be thought of. Stephen Strange praised. I don't dare to call myself a magic genius in front of you. Let me know. My name is John Arthur. Arthur stretched out his hand. I'm Dr. Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange shook hands with Arthur. When are you going to go back to your universe? Stephen Strange asked. I still want to play here for a few days, and finally found such a fun place. Arthur replied. Let me advise you, in the multiverse, it is best not to break the timeline of the development of the universe, and not to intervene in the struggles of others, otherwise unexpected things will happen. Stephen Strange looked at Arthur and said seriously. Mage Gu Yi warned me a long time ago, so I just wandered around and won't mess around. Arthur replied. I hope so, then I won't disturb your reunion, goodbye. Stephen Strange walked into the portal and returned to the New York temple to continue his meditation. Only Arthur and Wanda were left staring at each other. I'm hungry. Wanda never ate or rested since she came to this universe. I'm hungry too. How about we go to New York to eat Brazilian barbecue? Tony Stark's favorite. Arthur suggested. Okay. Wanda replied happily. Arthur took Wanda's hand, opened a portal and was about to walk in. Wait. Wanda took out her baseball cap and mask and put them on. Yes, you are a superstar in this universe now. Do you want us to hold a concert? Arthur said jokingly. Wanda blushed and hit Arthur on the shoulder. Let's go. Wanda slapped Arthur on the shoulder, took Arthur's hand, and the two passed through the portal to the sky above a beach in New York, USA. Arthur took Wanda and flew towards the city of New York, and the two came to the side of the road where there was no one. Suddenly, countless red particles flew out of Arthur's body like sand, condensing into a red gemstone. A yellow gem flew out from Arthur's forehead, and the two gems fell into Arthur's palm together. Arthur raised his right hand, and a golden glove covered with tiny cracks appeared on his right hand. Arthur put the two gemstones back into the two grooves. He raised his fist and shot a burst of red energy to the ground. A red Ferrari sports car appeared there out of thin air, just like a scene in the game. Get in the car. Arthur opened the car door for Wanda. Wanda sat in it. Arthur also took the driver's seat. Arthur started the sports car and drove Wanda towards the Brazilian barbecue restaurant in New York City. James Bucky, the suspect in the UN bombing in Vienna, escaped from custody today. He is also missing from the Avengers. Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson. Both Arthur and Wanda, who were eating the Brazilian barbecue set, heard the news on the TV. This world is different from our universe in many ways, and you don't even exist here. Wanda said to Arthur while eating. It's normal, more bizarre things will happen in other multiverses. Arthur didn't care, and buried himself in the food on the plate. Steve Rogers and Sam seem to be in trouble, Wanda said. Well, how should I put it? The Avengers in this world will soon be disbanded. Arthur replied. Break up? Why? Wanda asked strangely. Because the United Nations came up with a deal to police all the Avengers on Earth, and Steve Rogers and a few others disagreed. The team was destined to fall apart, Arthur replied. Then will such a thing happen in our world? Wanda asked worriedly. Although this world is a little different from theirs, the general development is still the same. Maybe. At that time, we will not care about the United Nations, and we will directly move the headquarters to Wakanda. I don't bother to care about some small things other than the destruction of the world, and let them do it themselves. Arthur said. Wanda nodded. As long as it was Arthur's decision, she would support it. Bucky was taken to an abandoned factory by Steve Rogers and Sam, who clamped his metal arms with hydraulic presses to immobilize him. Ah, Steve. Bucky woke up feeling a lot of pain in his body, and saw Steve Rogers and Sam in front of him. Which Bucky are you? Steve Rogers looked at Bucky and asked. Your mother's name is Sarah, and you used to put newspapers in your shoes. Bucky told the unknown past of Steve Rogers. It's not something that's taught in museums, says Steve Rogers. Then there won't be any problems. Sam asked aside. He was worried about Bucky. What did I do? Bucky asked, understanding Sam's meaning. A lot of things. Steve Rogers replied. God, I knew it was going to be like this. The things that Hydra put in my brain are still there, and he just needs to say those goddamn words to activate. Bucky said. Who is he? Steve Rogers asked immediately. I don't know, Bucky replied. A lot of people died in the bombing that framed you, and that doctor went to great lengths to spend 10 minutes with you? Don't just say I don't know, Steve Rogers said. He wants to know about Siberia, where I was detained. He wants to know the exact location, Bucky said after trying to recall. Why would he want to know this? Steve Rogers asked again. Because the Winter Soldier is not just me, they are the elite death squad, the most murderous force in the history of Hydra, and that was before they were injected with the serum. Bucky said. Have they all become like you? Sam asked beside him. Worse, Bucky replied. Can that doctor control them? Steve Rogers asked. Absolutely. The doctor said he wanted to see an empire fall. With the help of those people, he can do it. They can speak 30 languages. They are good at hiding, infiltrating, assassinating, and destabilizing the government. They can overnight destroy a country. Bucky said the terrible truth. If only it would have been easier a week ago, Sam said, looking at Steve Rogers. If we tell Stark, Steve Rogers said. He won't believe it. Even if he believes it, who knows if the agreement will allow him to help? Sam interrupted Steve Rogers. It's up to us, Steve Rogers said. Not necessarily, I know someone, said Sam. It would be great if I knew where Arthur was, his ability would definitely help. Steve sighed. Arthur and Wanda were wandering the streets of New York holding hands, and it was rare for him to go shopping with Wanda. Aren't we going back? Wanda asked Arthur. Anyway, I've come here, so if I don't have fun, it's not in vain. Arthur replied. I don't understand what you mean, this place is exactly the same as our world, we can go back and visit again. Wanda said strangely. I don't want to miss the fight tomorrow, we'll go to the theater then, Arthur said. Watching a play? What's there to see? Wanda asked suspiciously. Captain America fights Iron Man, Wanda fights Vision, and other Avengers. Tomorrow they will fight together. Do you think it's interesting? Arthur asked Wanda. This. I haven't seen it, and I think it's interesting. Wanda nodded and said. Then let's go on a trip. Let's find a luxury hotel to rest for a night. Arthur pulled Wanda and left. After hearing what Arthur said, Wanda blushed and followed Arthur away. The next day, Wanda was still in bed when she heard a knock on the door. She got up, put on her clothes and opened the door. Did you rest well last night? Arthur asked Wanda standing outside the door with a plate in his hand. Not good, Wanda said loudly after glancing at Arthur, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. What's the matter? Are you angry about getting up? Arthur was confused by Wanda's reaction, wondering why she got angry. Could it be that the bed in this hotel is uncomfortable? No, at the latest I slept comfortably. Arthur didn't know that Wanda expected Arthur to sneak over to find her last night. The door was unlocked. Who knew that Arthur just said good night and went to the next room to fall asleep? I've prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat after you wash up. We'll go to the theater later. Arthur shouted into the bathroom. Understood. Wanda's voice came from the bathroom. After the two had breakfast, Arthur drove a sports car and brought Wanda to an underground parking garage at an airport in New York. Why did you bring me to the airport? Where are we going to use the portal directly, or use it as a plane? Wanda asked suspiciously. This is our destination. After Arthur finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs, and Wanda followed. The sports car they were riding turned into red energy and disappeared into the air after they left. Everyone pay attention, everyone pay attention. Unexpected incidents happened at the airport, and now everything is closed. Everyone, please leave the airport immediately. Everyone, please leave the airport immediately. At this moment, an alarm for everyone to leave was broadcast on the radio. It seems that we came at the right time. Let's go, Arthur said, leading Wanda upstairs. At this moment, on the parking lot of the airport, Steve Rogers ran in front of a helicopter, which was the plane they were about to take to leave, and suddenly the helicopter was destroyed with a bang. Steve Rogers looks up to the sky. Iron Man Tony Stark is flying in the air, and War Machine Colonel Rhodes. The two landed in front of Steve Rogers from the sky. Isn't it strange that I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance at the airport? Tony Stark asked. It's really strange. Rhodes and Tony sang and joked together. Listen to me, Tony, that psychiatrist, he's the one behind the scenes. Before Steve Rogers could finish speaking, he saw a black figure jump down from a high place and land in front of him, wearing a Black Panther T'Challa of Warframe. Ross gave me 36 hours to take you back, and 24 hours have passed. Can you help me cooperate? Tony Stark said. You got the wrong guy, Steve Rogers said. There is a problem with your judgment. Your old comrades killed many innocent people yesterday, Tony Stark said. There are 5 more Winter Soldier like him. I can't let the doctor find them first, Tony. Steve Rogers said. Steve, do you know what's going to happen next? Are you going to fight a bloody road this time? Natasha also came out and said to Steve Rogers. Come on, I'm running out of patience, underwear baby, Tony Stark yelled. Suddenly a strand of spider silk shot from the sky and glued away Steve Rogers' shield and trapped his hands. A man in a red suit jumps onto the roof holding Steve Rogers' shield. He is Spider-Man Peter Parker? Look, the fun has begun. On the second floor of the airport, Arthur and Wanda sat in chairs and watched what happened at the airport downstairs. Is that Peter Parker? He's coming too, Wanda said, looking at Spider-Man falling from the sky. I'm sorry, sir and madam, something happened at the airport and you need to leave immediately. A member of the Avengers Guard wearing a police suit and holding a gun came to the two of them and said to them, "Go get me something to eat." Arthur ordered. The guard immediately turned his head and left, went to the KFC on the second floor to get food for Arthur. Arthur only took one look at him and controlled him. Peter Parker hasn't joined the Avengers yet. This is the first time he's seen these Avengers. Arthur said to Wanda, "Really? This world is indeed very different from ours." Wanda replied, "All I saw was Steve Rogers raising his hands in the airport, shooting an arrow from a distance and breaking the spider silk on Steve's hand. Spider-Man Peter Parker was kicked down by Ant-Man Scott Lang, who suddenly appeared, and Captain America's shield was also snatched by him. I didn't expect Scott to come too," Wanda said in surprise when she saw Scott appearing downstairs. "Yeah, it's getting more and more interesting." Arthur looked at the Avengers downstairs as if they were reminiscing about the plot of Captain America 3, and the live broadcast was very cool. "There are two on the tarmac, one of which is Wanda. I'm going to catch her." "No, there are two on the second floor of the terminal. These are Arthur and Wanda." Tony Stark's computer scanned Arthur and Wanda's position. "Why are they here?" Rhodes on the side asked. "I don't know. I hope they didn't come to make trouble. Leave them alone. I'll catch Wanda. You deal with Steve." Tony Stark flew away after finishing speaking. "There are two more in the terminal. Sam and Bucky are there." Rhodes flew into the air and found Bucky and Sam. "Bucky is mine." T'Challa heard Rhodes' words, turned around and ran to the terminal. Steve Rogers threw his shield and hit Rhodes in the air, knocking him staggered, and then rushed to T'Challa, the Panther who was about to leave, to stop him, and the two immediately fell together. Spider-Man Peter Parker flew up with spider silk and headed towards the terminal hall. And Scott Lang stopped Natasha. Facing the beauty of the Avengers, he didn't act immediately. Natasha kicked Scott's crotch, grabbed his hand and wanted to subdue him. Scott suddenly shrinks and escapes Natasha's grasp, grabbing her hand instead and throwing her to the ground. Natasha couldn't see the shrunken Scott, so she used the electric shock device in her hand to knock Ant-Man Scott out. Spider-Man Peter Parker rushed into the terminal and kicked Sam into the air. When Bucky saw this, he punched Peter Parker, but he grabbed Bucky's metal right arm with his hand. "You have metal arms, you're so handsome," Peter Parker said, grabbing Bucky's hand. But Bucky was stunned. His metal arm could blow the car flying with a single punch, but this man who sounded like a child grabbed his right hand and couldn't move. How strong is this man? Sam flew from the air, grabbed Peter Parker, and flew him forward. "Listen, you have the right to remain silent, please stop immediately." Peter Parker struggled in Sam's arms, broke free from Sam's arms, and shot spider silk to the side. Arthur and Wanda sat in chairs below and watched Sam and Peter Parker fly overhead. Peter Parker is still so skinny. Wanda took a bite of the sundae after she finished speaking. "Yeah, I guess Sam and Bucky will itch his hated teeth." Arthur sat on a chair with a dinner plate on his lap, which contained Coca-Cola burger, fried chicken, and French fries. He looked at it while eating happily play. Bucky also quickly ran past the two, turned his head and glanced at them before paying attention. He didn't know the two. Tony Stark is Wanda and Hawkeye Button, who are running to the ground with missiles in the air. "Wanda, I think you've broken Vision's heart," Tony Stark said. "You locked me in the room." Wanda was interrupted by Stark before she could finish speaking. "Well, first of all, this statement is too exaggerated, and second, I am protecting you." "Hi, Clint," Tony Stark said, and then greeted Barton. "Hey, buddy," Barton replied. "It seems that retirement life is not suitable for you. Are you tired of playing golf?" Tony Stark asked Button. "Every time I play, I make a hole-in-one, and it's hard to miss it." Button suddenly raised his arrow and shot at Stark. Stark accurately blasted Barton's 2 arrows with a hand cannon. "Isn't that off the mark?" Tony Stark asked sarcastically. "Who said that?" Barton replied, and then a car fell from the top of the building, just touching Tony Stark's body and falling, and then the cars hit Tony Stark one after another. It was Wanda who used her ability to pull the car out of the parking lot and smash it at Tony. Tony kept dodging in the air, but was finally crushed to the ground by 3 cars. Multiple contusions detected. Friday's voice came from inside Tony's helmet. "Yes, I detected it too, it hurts." Tony Stark crawled on the ground and said. Arthur handed Wanda a fried chicken wing, and he ate a beef burger. The two watched the battle between Peter Parker and Sam Bucky in the waiting room. Peter Parker stuck the air outlet of Sam's wings with spider silk, and Sam fell from the air instantly. As soon as he stood up, Peter Parker stuck his hands to the elevator handrail with spider silk. "Your wings are made of carbon fiber." Peter Parker jumped on a pole and looked at Sam, who was intrigued by Sam's wings. "You shot this thing?" Sam asked back, looking at the spider silk in his hands. "No wonder the performance is so good, I really have to say, it's amazing." Peter Parker was very excited. He was so excited to compete with the Avengers and see their amazing equipment. "I don't know if you have participated in a battle before, but you shouldn't talk so much nonsense at this time," Sam said. "Well, I'm sorry, this is my fault." After Peter Parker finished speaking, he grabbed a spider thread and kicked Bucky, who had just run in front of Sam, kicking them down from the 2nd floor together. And again used spider silk to stick their hands. "You two, I really want to continue fighting with you, but I have another task today. I have to impress Mr. Stark. So, I'm sorry." Peter Parker just shot out the spider web. He was dragged away by a small plane that happened to fly over. This is a small plane controlled by Sam. He really can't stand Peter Parker's non-stop talking mouth. Couldn't you have done this earlier? Bucky was already too annoyed by Peter Parker's words. If he couldn't catch him, he really wanted to stick his mouth on himself. Arthur looked at Peter Parker, who was thrown out of the window, and smiled. He stood up and stretched himself. He had finished all the food on the plate. I'm full, let's go out and have a look together. Arthur put down the plate and said to Wanda. Wanda nodded, got up and followed Arthur to the stairs, and they came to Sam and Bucky. Need help? Arthur asked. Arthur and Wanda? Why are you here? Sam asked. You know them. Bucky asked too. A red light flashed in Arthur's hand, and the spider silk on Sam and Bucky disappeared. Thank you. They are guests from other places. We met in the Avengers base before. This is Arthur, and this is Wanda. Sam introduced the two to Bucky. Nice to meet you, my name is Bucky. Bucky said to the two. I've known you for a long time, do you need me to help you delete the Hydra thing in your mind? Arthur looked at Bucky and asked. Can you clear the instructions for him? Great, please. Sam said happily while looking at Arthur. He turned to look at Bucky and nodded to him, making him believe Arthur. Come on. Bucky agreed without hesitation, and he was not afraid that Arthur would harm him. Arthur put his hand on Bucky's forehead, and the yellow energy overflowed from his hand and wrapped around Bucky's head. Ah! Bucky screamed suddenly, his head was about to explode in pain. After only 10 seconds, Arthur withdrew the yellow energy. Okay, it's completely cleared up. Arthur said to Bucky. Bucky knelt down on the ground, panting heavily. The headache just now made him a tough guy a little bit unbearable. Thank you, Bucky said weakly. Arthur nodded and led Wanda to continue downstairs. As soon as Arthur and Wanda came to the first floor, they saw Steve Rogers, T'Challa, and Rhodes fighting fiercely. Steve Rogers won 1 against 2, and Ant-Man Scott Lang suddenly ran over and gave Steve a small tanker for him to throw at the two. Steve Rogers was a little confused, so he threw it anyway, and Scott Lang threw a blue dart that just hit the car. The mini oil tank truck instantly became larger, turning into a real oil tank truck and falling in front of Rhodes and T'Chaka. Omega, my god. Before Rhodes could finish speaking, the fuel tanker fell in front of him, and the gasoline in the tanker exploded instantly. T'Challa fell to the side, Rhodes was blown to the ground, and even Natasha was affected. My god, I thought the car was filled with water, I'm so sorry. Scott Lang and Steve Rogers turned around and ran away. They were going to leave here in the Quinjet fighter jet in the warehouse. Now I'm really angry. Rhodes got up and said. Tony Stark fell from the sky and landed next to Natasha and pulled her up from the ground. That's your plan? Natasha asked Tony Stark. I originally wanted to be polite to them, but now it seems that I have to increase my firepower. Tony Stark said. Hawkeye, Button and Wanda ran towards Steve Rogers and Scott, while Bucky and Sam also came here, and the 6 of them ran towards the direction where the fighter plane was parked. At this moment, a golden energy descended from the sky and drew a line in front of them. It was an illusion flying in the air, and the illusion meant to make them stop. Captain Rogers, I know you believe you are right, but for the sake of the overall situation, you must surrender now. Vision said. Iron Man Tony Stark and Black Widow Natasha came across from them, Black Panther T'Challa and War Machine Rhodes also fell from the sky, and Spider-Man Peter Parker also came here. There were 6 people on both sides confronting each other, and Arthur and Wanda also came to the side to watch the show. Let me ask in advance, which side are you two here to help? Tony turned to look at Arthur and Wanda and asked, and the 12 people on both sides turned their heads to look at them. You go ahead, leave us alone, we're here to see a show. Arthur replied with his arms folded. Wow, why does she look exactly like Wanda? Are you twins? Peter Parker exclaimed as if he had discovered something extraordinary. T'Challa, Scott Lang, and Bucky, who didn't know why, also discovered that there were 2 Wandas. Although they were puzzled, they refrained from asking questions on this occasion. What to do, Captain? Sam asked. Leave them alone, fight them, Steve Rogers said, and then took the lead towards Tony Stark and them. This is a good show, Natasha said. Tony and the 6 of them also walked towards Steve Rogers and the 6 of them. This kind of scene is really rare. Arthur folded his arms and looked at both sides in the field running up and rushing towards each other, and sighed. The 12 people fought together in an instant. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers fought together, Scott Lang and Natasha fought, Rhodes and Sam fought in the air, Wanda stopped Vision, and the happiest thing is T'Challa. He finally met the father killer Bucky. The scene was very hot, and several people cooperated with each other tacitly. Wanda was the most eye-catching among them, directly suppressing Vision, and then defeated Natasha and T'Challa in an instant. So you look like this when you fight, you're so handsome, Arthur said, looking at Wanda who was out of control in the battle. Do you want to try it too? Wanda asked, slapping Arthur's arm. I don't want to. Arthur replied, even if you hit me, I wouldn't dare to fight back, Arthur complained in his heart. Steve Rogers' shield flew out and cut Peter Parker's spider silk and let him fall. Your shield doesn't conform to the laws of physics, Peter Parker complained as he looked at the shield flying back to Steve Rogers' hand. Child, there are many things you don't understand here, so don't interfere, Steve Rogers said to Peter Parker. Mr. Stark said you would say so, Peter Parker said before shooting spider silk and pulling Steve Rogers' shield and left foot towards him. Then he shot 2 strands of spider silk and pulled hard, and he quickly flew towards Steve Rogers, kicking Steve Rogers and smashing him onto a truck. He also let me attack your leg? Said it was your flaw. Peter Parker said. Steve Rogers looked at the shield that fell on the ground in front of him, got up and was about to run to pick it up, but at this moment his hands were stuck by Peter Parker's spider silk. Peter Parker pulled the spider silk hard to prevent Steve Rogers from moving forward. Steve Rogers suddenly turned around and made a 360-degree rotation, and Peter Parker, who was pulling the spider silk, flew out. Peter stood up and shot Steve with the spider silk, and he caught the spider silk. Steve pulled Peter Parker over and backhanded a shield and knocked Peter Parker to the ground. Peter Parker got up and jumped onto a container. What else did Stark tell you? Steve Rogers looked up at Peter Parker and asked. He said you were wrong, and you think you did nothing wrong, which makes you very dangerous. Peter Parker kicked Steve Rogers, dragging the spider silk. Steve Rogers jumped up and kicked Peter Parker flying out of the air. He's right. Steve Rogers threw his shield and broke the pillar of the boarding aisle. The entire boarding aisle was crushed and was held above his head by Peter Parker. You're pretty brave. Where are you from? Steve Rogers asked Peter Parker. Queens. Peter Parker said with all his strength, holding the boarding aisle. I'm from Brooklyn, not far from you. Steve Rogers said and ran away. Peter Parker fell to his knees under the weight of several tons of boarding aisle, and suddenly he felt light on the top of his head, and the boarding aisle was lifted by the red light and thrown aside. For a child, he really did. It turned out that Arthur came, and he moved the boarding channel above Peter Parker's head. What child? Aren't you the same age as Peter Parker? Wanda next to her told Arthur's age. She didn't know what happened today. She was in a bad mood and always complained about Arthur. Thank you, Peter Parker said to Arthur and Wanda. Small, you're welcome. Arthur replied. We gotta go, that guy should be in Siberia by now. Bucky said to Steve Rogers. You have to lure away all the flying ones. I'll deal with the illusion. You go to fly the plane. Steve Rogers said. No, you go on the plane, both of you. Sam said in the air. Although I don't want to admit it, if we want to win, someone has to lose. This is not a real battle, Steve. Barton said while shooting arrows from the top of the container. Okay, Sam, what are your plans? Steve Rogers asked. We need to make a big noise to divert their attention, Sam said while avoiding Rhodes' pursuit. I have a big guy, but I can't last long. Wait for my signal, and you run as hard as you can. If I am torn in two, don't come back to save me, the shrunken Ant-Man said while running. He's going to tear himself in two, Bucky said in shock. You really want to do this? Steve Rogers also asked. I've done it several times, actually just once, in the lab. I passed out from the pain. Scott Lang jumped onto Rhodes' steel armor while cheering himself up. He maximized the energy of the PIM particles, pressed the zoom button on his left hand, and suddenly a huge Scott with a height of tens of meters appeared on the field, and he grabbed Rhodes in the air. Go ahead, what is that? Peter Parker, who is now beside Arthur and Wanda, looked at the huge Scott and yelled. This is the signal, run. Steve Rogers and Bucky turned their heads and ran towards the fighter plane with all their strength. The huge Scott Lang threw Rhodes out, and Peter Parker, who was talking to Arthur, saw that something was wrong, and he shot Spider Silk and flew up. Peter Parker shot out Spider Silk to hold Rhodes, who was flying, so that Rhodes did not hit the passenger plane parked beside him. Scott Lang kicked another bus into the air, Bash rolled into Vision and T'Challa, and Vision punched the bus in two. T'Challa chased after Bucky and Steve Rogers, and Sam entangled Tony Stark in the air. Is there anyone on our side who has special abilities that you want to show off? I absolutely welcome it. Tony Stark was hit on the head by Sam with a small remote control plane as soon as he finished speaking. But T'Challa was stopped by Scott Lang, and just when Scott Lang was about to catch T'Challa, he was shot back by Rhodes with more than 10 rounds of artillery fire. Peter Parker, who fell behind Rhodes, flew towards Scott, kicked Scott in the face, and almost kicked him down. And Patton fought with T'Challa again. Patton was obviously not T'Challa's opponent, but T'Challa paid attention to Bucky, who was running away, and he was just fighting with Patton. Vision also noticed Steve Rogers and Bucky, who were about to run in front of the Quinjet fighter. The yellow gemstone above his head shot out a burst of yellow energy, breaking the tower above the parking warehouse and crushing them. Just when the tower was about to press down on the two of them, it was blocked by a burst of red energy. It turned out to be Wanda's chaotic energy, and Colonel Rhodes immediately used an ultrasonic attack on Wanda. Wanda could only cover her ears and knelt down on the ground, while the tower lost the support of Wanda's energy and continued to press down on Steve Rogers and Bucky. Steve Rogers and Bucky jumped forward, jumped into the hangar warehouse and came to the front of the fighter plane, avoiding the tower that fell from their heads. But there was an unexpected person waiting for them in front of the fighter plane, and this person was Natasha. You're not going to stop, are you? Natasha asked, looking at Steve Rogers. You know I can't. Steve Rogers replied. I'll definitely regret it. Natasha raised her arm after she finished speaking, and she suddenly fired an electric shock bomb, knocking the Panther T'Challa to the ground. Go, Natasha said to Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers gave Natasha a grateful look, and boarded the fighter jet with Bucky, while Natasha stayed behind to block T'Challa. On the other hand, Peter Parker asked Tony if they had seen a movie called The Empire Strikes Back, and he thought of an idea to deal with the huge Scott Lang. Peter Parker wrapped Scott Lang's feet in spider silk, while Tony Stark, along with Rod, gave Scott Lang a blow to the head. Scott Lang suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell down. Just as Peter Parker was celebrating, he was knocked out by Scott Lang and hit the ground heavily. And Scott Lang also fell to the ground. He couldn't support anymore. He shrunk his body and lay on the ground with a dry mouth. Tony Stark immediately came to Peter Parker, who was lying motionless on the ground, to see if he was okay. "It's me, your mission is over, you did a good job," Tony Stark said, grabbing the hand of Peter Parker, who was rebelling indiscriminately. "No, I'm fine and I can continue to fight." Peter Parker obviously didn't want to leave yet. "Stay here or I'll tell your aunt. Your job is done," Tony Stark warned Peter Parker, before leaving. Peter Parker was indeed exhausted, and sat down on the ground to rest. Steve Rogers took Bucky off from the warehouse in a fighter jet and flew into the air. Rhodes and Tony Stark got up and chased after him, and Sam also chased after Rhodes, firing missiles to stop Rhodes from advancing. "Vision, there are enemies behind me. Vision, did you hear that? Destroy his thrusters and turn him into a hang glider," Rhodes said. Vision aimed at the thrusters on Sam's back, and the jewel yellow energy shot out from above his head, attacking Sam. And Sam obviously felt it. He suddenly retracted his wings and avoided the blow of Vision. The Phantom's energy didn't hit Sam, but hit Rhodes' chest in front of him. Rhodes' arc reactor suddenly lost energy, and the armor suddenly lost power, and he also fell from the air to the ground. Both Tony Stark and Sam accelerated to catch up with Rhodes, who was falling fast, trying to save him. "Tony, my engine is off. Rhodes can't do anything now, he can only let himself hit the ground." Neither Tony Stark nor Sam caught up with Rhodes, who was falling at a high speed. Just when he was about to hit the ground was suddenly wrapped in red energy, and the entire open space outside the airport suddenly turned into a lake. Rhodes slammed into the water heavily, splashing a splash of water. "What's going on here?" Tony Stark asked, looking at the lake that appeared out of thin air. "I'm sorry, but Rhodes is fine at last." Sam fell to Tony's side and said. They saw Rhodes in the water suddenly floated up, and then the entire lake shrank rapidly, turning back into grass in an instant, and Rhodes was lying on the grass. Tony immediately went up to get his mask, and Rhodes fainted from the impact just now, bleeding from his nose. "Check vital signs," Tony Stark ordered Friday. Vital signs started, heartbeat detected, comatose, rescue team notified. Friday replied. "He's fine, don't worry about Tony." Arthur took Wanda's hand and appeared beside Tony Stark. "You saved Rhodes just now? Thank you very much." Tony Stark looked at Arthur and said. "You're welcome, just treat it as a gift, it's rare to meet you." Arthur replied. "How did you do it?" Vision also came, looked at Arthur and asked. This method of changing the environment out of thin air was obviously beyond his comprehension, like a miracle. "It's done by the power of the gemstone on your head." Arthur replied. He didn't say he had 2 gemstones. "Okay, I'll go first, see you later." After Arthur and Tony finished speaking, they took Wanda to open the portal and left. Today they watched almost the play, and his purpose of saving Rhodes was also when he reached it, he chose to leave. Tony Stark didn't think about what Arthur's goodbye for a while meant. He was very tired now, the Avengers had completely fallen apart, and he sat there blankly holding Rhodes. Steve Rogers drove the plane and took Bucky towards the Hydra base where Bucky once stayed in Siberia. "What about your friends?" Bucky asked Steve Rogers, sitting behind him. Steve Rogers replied with a sigh, "No matter what happens, I will face it. I don't know if I'm worth what you're doing for me, Steve." Bucky said in a low tone. "You can't blame you for what you did in those years, because you had no choice." Steve Rogers persuaded Bucky. "I know, but I did it after all, and I should be responsible for my actions," Bucky said firmly. After a 5-hour flight, Steve Rogers and Bucky finally arrived near the Hydra underground base in Siberia. Bucky took a gun from the arsenal, and the two opened the hatch to get rid of the man behind it. "Remember that time we had to take a refrigerated truck and sit in the cold storage at the back of the car and go back to Rockaway together?" Steve Rogers recalled the past. "Isn't it because you spent the money on the bus ticket to buy hot dogs?" Bucky also remembered, and complained to Steve. "You're not paying $3 to win a teddy bear for a redhead," retorted Steve Rogers. "What's her name?" Bucky also fell into memory and asked. "Doris, you call him Ziaduo," Steve Rogers replied. "She must be 100 years old now." Bucky lamented how quickly time flies. "We're -2. Man," Steve Rogers said, patting Bucky on the shoulder. The two left the plane and walked to a hidden entrance of the Hydra base, an iron gate. The iron door was open, and the fact that it was not closed meant that someone had opened it before. "He should have been here a few hours ago," Steve Rogers said, looking at the iron gate. "That's enough time to wake up those Winter Soldier," Bucky also said. The two of them were heading towards the underground base in the old-fashioned elevator. Just as they left the elevator and crept forward into the aisle carefully, there was another sound from the elevator behind them. Steve Rogers and Bucky immediately pointed their guns at the elevator, ready to catch the enemy by surprise in a split second. But the moment the elevator opened, Steve Rogers was stunned, and a person who shouldn't be here appeared here, and he was Tony Stark wearing a steel armor. "You seem very nervous." Tony Stark opened his helmet and said to the two. "It's been a long day today." Steve Rogers thought Tony was here to catch him, and looked at Stark warily. Suddenly a circle of blue glowing energy suddenly appeared on the wall to their left, startling both Tony and Steve. You guys are so slow. You didn't come to the base until we finished our dinner. Arthur walked out of the portal while drinking a bottle of Coke, followed by Wanda in a beautiful dress. Arthur bought it yesterday when he was shopping with her. Why are you here? Steve Rogers looked at Arthur and Wanda and asked. You took good care of me at the Avengers base before, so I didn't come to help you. Arthur looked at Tony Stark with a strange look and replied. Calm down, I'm not here to catch you, Tony Stark said. So what are you doing here? Steve Rogers asked. Perhaps what you said makes sense. Ross doesn't know that I'm here, and I don't want him to know, otherwise I have to arrest myself. Tony Stark replied. It sounds like things are getting more and more troublesome, Steve Rogers said. I'm really impressed by you. All the invincible superheroes are managed by an old man. In fact, I've seen General Ross upset for a long time. Do you want me to help you get rid of him? Arthur suddenly asked from the side. Did no one in your world come up with a rule that the Avengers need to be restricted? Tony Stark looked at Arthur and asked. Not yet. If anyone wants to supervise me, he must be tired of work. Arthur replied. Okay, don't talk about it. It's important. I'm glad you can help me, Stark, Arthur and Wanda. Steve Rogers said. Nice to see you again, Captain, Tony Stark said. I guess you won't be so happy in a while, come with me. Arthur took a look at Tony Stark and took the lead and walked forward. What do you mean? And where are you taking us? Tony Stark asked, and the four followed Arthur together. Follow me and you'll know. Arthur led a few people forward quickly, and they came to a huge courtyard. There are many instruments here, and there are yellow glass cabins, all of Hydra's winter soldiers lie in them. The 6 people walked to the yellow dormant cabin and observed inside, when suddenly a man's voice came from the radio. Don't worry, they're dead. Do you really think I'm going to find more people like you, Bucky? Several people looked at the dormant compartment, and indeed the soldiers lying inside were shot through the foreheads with guns. What's up? Bucky said. But thanks to them, I was able to lead you here. I am very surprised that Wanda and this gentleman I don't know appear here. The broadcast continued. Suddenly a small window opened in front of them, and a man appeared behind the small window. Steve Rogers threw the shield in an instant and hit the small window and bounced back. The glass of the small window was not damaged in any way. Don't bother, the Soviets designed this room to withstand the attack of UR-100 missiles, the man said. I bet I have some more powerful firepower to blow him away, Tony Stark said. You can certainly do it, Mr. Stark, as long as you have time, but then you will come here for nothing. Zemo Helmet said. You killed so many innocent people just to bring us here. Steve Rogers walked to the small window and looked at Zima and asked. I spent a whole year doing nothing but studying you and following you. Now that you're standing here, I realize that there's a little green in your blue eyes. It's nice to be able to spot a little blemish. Interesting, Zemo Helmet said. Several other people felt chills after hearing Zima's words. Does this person have any thoughts about Steve Rogers, or there is a deep hatred? You're from Sokovia? Is that why? Steve Rogers said. Sokovia was hopeless before you blow it up? No, it's because I swore an oath. Zemo Helmet replied. Who did you lose? Steve Rogers asked, looking Zima in the eye. I lost everyone? You will too. An empire can be revived if it is overthrown by others, but if it disintegrates from the inside, it will perish forever. After Zima finished speaking, a monitor next to them suddenly had a picture. Boom! A ray of energy suddenly shot out from Arthur's hand and blew the display into pieces, startling everyone present. Damn, what did you do? Zima asked loudly while watching Arthur's behavior. His goal was about to be achieved, but was destroyed by this man. I think you're so proud. I'm quite upset, thinking that you can directly destroy the Avengers Alliance by yourself, but you don't know what the consequences of doing so are. Arthur said. What consequences? Zemo Helmet looked at Arthur and asked. I have no obligation to tell you. I can only tell you that all conspiracies are useless in the face of absolute power. After Arthur finished speaking, a ball of red energy shot from his hand to the small room where Zemo Helmet was. On the steel walls of the room, under Arthur's red energy, the wall made of steel plates more than 1 meter thick instantly became transparent. Come out, Arthur said. Zemo Helmet walked out of the small room through the transparent steel wall with dull eyes, and obediently came to Arthur. What did you do? He would listen to you like this. Tony Stark looked at Arthur in surprise and asked. I controlled him, and you don't know that I have the gem on the Loki scepter. Arthur replied. I'm so glad you're not our enemy. Tony Stark sighed looking at Arthur's various abilities. Your enemies are much stronger than mine. Well, tell me, why do you want the Avengers to completely disintegrate? Arthur asked, looking at Zemo Helmet. My dad lived just outside of Sokovia and I thought it would be safe there, and my son was so excited he could see Iron Man through the car window. I told my wife not to worry, they were in the city fighting, we stay far away, nothing will happen. Zemo Helmet said that there was a little struggle in his eyes, and this painful thing made him feel very uncomfortable even being controlled. Both Steve Rogers and Tony Stark were silent when they heard Zemo Helmet's words. After the ashes cleared and the screaming stopped, it took me 2 days to find their bodies. My father still hugged my wife and children tightly, and the Avengers just went home? They knew I was the only one. I can't kill them. People stronger than me have tried, but what if I let them kill each other? Zemo Helmet's expression became more ferocious as he spoke, and at this moment he rolled his eyes and turned to fall back. Did you hear that? Come out, T'Challa! Arthur yelled. Several people were startled by Arthur's shout. T'Challa is here too. T'Challa came out from behind the door and came to Zemo Helmet. He did your father's death. I handed him over to you. You can kill him to avenge your father. Isn't that why you came here? Arthur looked at T'Challa and said. T'Challa looked at Zemo lying on the ground and was silent. He took off the Black Panther helmet. He has been swallowed by hatred. I can't be swallowed by hatred like him. He needs to be responsible for killing so many people. T'Challa said. What I want to ask is how does he plan to make us kill each other? Tony Stark asked suddenly. You'd better not know this, I'm doing it for your own good. Well, let's go. Arthur turned his head and walked outside. Wanda followed behind him. Steve Rogers and T'Challa looked around and walked out, while Bucky carried Zemo Helmet on his shoulders and took him away. Several people left the underground base and came to the fighter plane. Arthur flew into the air and fired a blue energy ball into the base. Boom! The mountains shook for a moment, and the entire Hydra base was blown up and collapsed by Arthur's energy bomb. Is this necessary? Tony Stark asked, looking at Arthur falling from the sky. There's a lot of information about Hydra in it. The Avengers have basically disbanded now. I don't want these materials to fall into the hands of others. Arthur looked at several people and said. Then Arthur walked up to Zemo Helmet, who was thrown to the ground by Bucky, and touched his forehead with his hand, and Arthur's hand was covered with yellow energy rays covering his head. What are you doing now? Steve Rogers looked at Arthur and asked. I delete a small part of his memory. Letting you know some things will only hurt your friendship. Let him pass the past. Arthur said willfully. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark because of Bucky's affair. Arthur didn't want to see this situation. Arthur remembered the location of this place and blew it up as soon as he returned. What are you hiding from us? Tony Stark looked at Arthur and questioned, and Steve Rogers, Bucky, and T'Challa also looked at Arthur. Don't ask me any more, I should go back too. As for where you are going and how you want to get along, you can decide for yourself. Arthur stood up and said, Are you going back to your world? Steve Rogers asked after hearing what Arthur said. Yes, it's time to go back. If you don't go back, you'll probably blame me again. Arthur replied. Steve Rogers understood what Arthur meant, and there was also a Steve Rogers in Arthur's world, probably that Steve Rogers was always in charge of Arthur. Wait, didn't I say treat you to a meal before letting you go? Tony Stark said. We still have a chance to meet again. If nothing happens, I'd like to come here to have fun. Arthur replied. Arthur glanced at several people, and took Wanda's hand. Arthur drew a circle in the air with both hands, and a blue circular portal appeared in front of Arthur. Everyone, there will be a period later. Arthur looked at everyone and said. See you again when I have a chance. Nice to meet you. Steve Rogers replied. See you soon. X4 Tony Stark, Bucky and T'Challa said in unison. Goodbye. Wanda also bid farewell to everyone. After Arthur took Wanda into the portal disappeared. They left like this? So where are you going next? Tony Stark looked at Steve Rogers and asked. Where are Sam, Barton, Scott, and Wanda? Steve Rogers asked, looking into Tony Stark's eyes. They were imprisoned in a sea prison by Ross. Tony Stark was a little embarrassed to say, and he just knew about it. Where is Natasha? Where did she go? Steve Rogers asked again. Because King T'Challa told Rose about her helping you. Rose has sent someone to capture her, but she should have left smoothly. Tony Stark replied. Tony, do you really want to go on like this? Be constrained by others all the time? Steve Rogers asked Tony Stark seriously. The Avengers has been disbanded, and I have to go back to my company. I really don't want to care about these things in the future. I should live my own life. Tony Stark said. He was really tired, this incident made him exhausted, and Pepper also broke up with him because he has been an Avenger. He is tired of this kind of life. Okay, we're leaving. I still have things to deal with. Zemo Helmet will leave it to you to bring it to Russell. King T'Challa, let's see you again when we have a chance. Steve Rogers looked at Stark, glanced, took Bucky on the plane and left. He was going to rescue Sam and the others. Then let's go together. Tony Stark said, looking at T'Challa. T'Challa nodded, picked up Zemo Helmet on the ground and boarded his Wakanda plane with Tony Stark. Kamar-Taj. Arthur and Wanda returned to Kamar-Taj in their original universe through the portal. After Wanda and Arthur walked out of the portal, they saw Wong and Stephen Strange. Oh my god, thank God that you all came back safely, it's great. Stephen Strange said happily to Wanda and Vision. Yeah, I'm relieved that you're fine. The king on the side also said. Not only are we fine, but we have also played in other multiverses for a few days, don't worry. Arthur patted Stephen Strange on the shoulder and said. Where did you find Arthur? Stephen Strange asked Wanda. In a multiverse that is exactly the same as here, there are you and the Avengers. It's strange, but there is no Arthur. Wanda replied. It's normal. The multiverse is all-encompassing. You may even be a man in some worlds. Are you going to mess around? Wong replied from the side. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding person, don't you know that? Arthur looked at Wong and patted his chest and said. Stay safe, you. Stephen Strange looked at Arthur with contempt. Although Arthur didn't like making troubles, it had nothing to do with keeping himself safe. Okay, now that we're back, it's time for us to go home. I'm not used to not being home for so long, Arthur said. Are you going to leave when you come back? What about the temple? We are seriously short of manpower now. After Mordo left, a group of magicians also chose to leave. Stephen Strange looked at Arthur and asked, "Don't worry, you can just send a few people to guard the temples in Hong Kong and London. Dormammu won't come back so soon, and Comatage will depend on you in the future." Arthur patted Stephen Strange's shoulder said. Wanda looked at Arthur speechlessly. He wanted to be the shopkeeper again, but this is Arthur's style. "Let's go, call me if you need something." Arthur opened a portal and walked in. "I'm leaving too, goodbye." Wanda also walked into the portal and left after bidding farewell to Stephen Strange and Wong. "Bastard." Stephen Strange scolded while looking at the disappearing portal. He turned his head and left with the king. Stephen Strange wanted to quickly learn magic and become the new supreme mage. Now the safety of the magic world on Earth depended on him. Arthur came to the base in Siberia again. The gate of the base was tightly closed, and Arthur didn't bother to go down to see what was there. Wanda and Arthur slowly flew over the base. Arthur had a blue energy ball in his hand, and Wanda had a red energy ball in his hand. Arthur looked at Wanda and nodded, and the two threw the energy ball in their hands at the Hydra base at the same time. Suddenly there was a huge explosion here, and the entire base collapsed. Arthur fired a beam of energy light at the opposite snow mountain, and the snow mountain suddenly collapsed. Arthur and Wanda watched the countless snow completely buried the secret base of Hydra. "Let's go," Arthur said as he opened a portal, and Wanda nodded and flew into the portal. Arthur and Wanda felt very cute looking at their little villa. They hadn't been back for more than a year. Arthur opened the door and walked in. He was shocked by the scene in the villa. Dust was everywhere, and cobwebs were formed on the windows. This is a house that no one has lived in for a year. Why does it look like no one has lived in it for more than 10 years? Pass. There is no way. The houses in the United States are made of wood, and there are more bugs. Pietro has completely moved to the Avengers base since Wanda and Arthur left, and the villa is vacant. "Okay, the next big cleaning. We have to clean the room again," Arthur said, looking at the dusty house. "Okay, let's do it together." Wanda nodded and said. The two started to work. Wanda cleaned the floor, Arthur cleaned the furniture, and the two worked hard. "If only there was a magic that can make the house look brand new," Arthur muttered while doing it. "Yes, but we didn't clean it ourselves. Don't complain. Cleaning the house together is also a kind of warm activity, isn't it?" Wanda said to Arthur. Wanda and Arthur spent the afternoon cleaning their house again and washing all the sheets and quilt covers and clothes. After cleaning the house, the two drove to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients and drinks to refill the refrigerator. Finally, Arthur took the initiative to ask Ying to cook a table of sumptuous dishes to celebrate the two returning home. Wanda and Arthur sat together and fed each other food, a meal full of warmth. The two sat on the sofa watching TV after eating and drinking. It was a parody of the Avengers movie. In the movie, the actor in the costume of Captain America and the actor with the beard of Iron Man hugged passionately. Arthur, not only did I not feel disgusted, but I watched it with relish. When a fat version of Wanda in a red dress weighing more than 200 kilograms appeared and was jealous of Iron Man, Wanda next to Arthur couldn't bear it anymore. "Who are these people? Is this director sick? I'll see what his name is in the cast after the show is over," Wanda said with a frown. "What? You still want to trouble the director? Forget it, there are so many spoof movies in the United States, and they are all normal." Arthur changed the channel, turned around and put his arm around Wanda's shoulder to comfort her. "Well, count him lucky." Wanda pouts angrily. "Very cute." Arthur loved Wanda's angry look. "Why are you staring at me all the time?" Wanda turned her head and found Arthur, who was staring at her, blushing coquettishly. "I can't take it anymore." Arthur hugged Wanda and kissed her small mouth. Woo! Wanda was pressed on the sofa by Arthur, wanting to speak but unable to speak. Natasha has been a bit battered recently, and the Avengers has received complaints from several countries. Because their combat troops went to other countries to destroy the Hydra base, the local area suffered certain losses. Countries have protested to the United States, strongly condemning the Avengers' behavior of boasting about international actions. But compared to the world that Arthur went to before, the Avengers in this universe have not reached the point where various countries can't bear it, and no one has proposed an agreement to supervise the Avengers. However, countries are already on the verge of collapse, and even China protests against the Avengers' illegal capture of the remnants of Hydra in China, causing casualties and certain environmental damage. Natasha could only come forward and explain that some things were not caused by the Avengers' intentions. There are reasons for these things, but all countries don't buy it. Natasha couldn't figure it out. Since the establishment of the Avengers, one after another, it seemed that there was a huge hand controlling everything. Natasha and Tony Stark have always been responsible for the contact between the Avengers and the outside world. Since Ross became the Secretary of State of the United States, he has been eyeing the Avengers even more. Especially Dr. Banner, although he broke up with Rose's daughter, but every time Rose saw him, he wanted to catch him and get a sample of his serum. Wanda and Arthur haven't been seen for more than a year. The last time I called Arthur, Arthur told me that he went to a magic school. I don't know if he is back now. Steve Rogers asked. Natasha asked. I haven't contacted them either. The cell phone that called Arthur before was turned off, but I haven't been able to call since. It's probably because the cell phone is out of battery, and he didn't reply to emails. Natasha said helplessly. Snapped. It's too much, how can there be no trace for such a long time, and don't contact us, are they still from the Avengers? Thor's home is in Asgard, I won't talk about him, and Arthur is on the Earth, could it be missing too? Steve Rogers slapped his palm on the table and said angrily. With Steve Rogers' character that is not easy to get angry, he got angry. It can be seen that Steve Rogers has also been annoyed by the Avengers' complaints from other countries recently. Then I'll try to contact him again. Natasha said. The next morning. Do beep, beep, hello, Natasha? Can I help you? Arthur's voice came from the other end of the phone. Arthur? It's been more than a year since you disappeared, and you still ask me if I need you? Do you want to quit the Avengers? Natasha didn't expect that the call was really connected. When she heard Arthur's voice, her chest shuddered. An unknown fire burst out, roaring loudly. Calm down, calm down. This time I successfully protected the safety of the Earth in Hong Kong, which can be considered as a contribution to the Avengers. I didn't just enjoy it. Arthur explained to Natasha. Hong Kong? Why don't we know what happened in Hong Kong? Can you explain it in detail? Natasha didn't believe Arthur's words. I can't make it clear on the phone. I'll come over in a while, call everyone who is here, and let's have a drink at noon. Arthur said. Well, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, you will wait for me to arrange an infinite task for you. Natasha threatened Arthur, and then hung up the phone. Beep, beep. Arthur was puzzled while holding the phone. Natasha is not such a hot-tempered person. What's wrong? Is it too much? Not really. What's the matter? Have you been scolded? Wanda asked, standing behind Arthur in a white shirt with bare thighs. She could hear Natasha's loud voice on the phone. Seeing Wanda's clothes, Arthur turned around and hugged her, and said, Why don't you sleep a little longer? Natasha has taken some medicine, and she has such a bad temper today. You deserve it. Who told you that you have never contacted the Avengers base? Just explain it later. Wanda said. Shall we continue to sleep for a while? Arthur hugged Wanda and said with a smirk. Come on, I'm going to take a shower, and we'll go to the Avengers base together later. Wanda pushed Arthur away and said. Bath? Let's go together. Arthur chased after Wanda and prepared to enter the bathroom with her. Get out. Wanda slammed the bathroom door shut, shutting Arthur out. Arthur shrugged. Wanda was thin-skinned and there was nothing he could do. He went to prepare breakfast for Wanda. Arthur drove his transformed Quinjet fighter and brought Wanda to the Avengers base in Washington. After the two left the tarmac, they walked towards the Avengers base building. Hi, good morning. Hi, long time no see. Arthur took care of acquaintances when he saw him. Everyone who saw Arthur was very surprised. What kind of wind brought him here today? The last time I saw Arthur was at the celebration banquet of the Battle of Wakanda. In the meeting room, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Natasha, Sam, Bucky, Barton, and Rhodes looked at Arthur unkindly. Don't look at me like that, you think I'm embarrassed, what about the others? Arthur asked. Dr. Banner hasn't come to this base since Ross became Secretary of State. Scott Lang went back to deal with Dr. Pym's affairs. Thor also said that he had something to leave the Earth. Peter Parker is studying in school. Steve Rogers explained to Arthur. Aren't you going to explain what you've been doing this year? Tony Stark looked at Arthur and asked. Well, my year. Arthur told several people about his experience this year. What? Dormammu invaded Earth. Comatage has a mage organization. You went to the Earth in a different world, and there are us there. Several people were shocked when they heard Arthur's experience. They didn't expect Arthur to have such a rich experience in this year, and all of them were not easy. Let others know the secret. You mean that the Avengers in that world has been completely disbanded? Because what agreement did the King of Wakanda unite with 115 countries? Tony Stark asked. Yes, that's the way it is. Our world is okay, and King T'Challa of Wakanda still supports us. Arthur replied. In fact, our situation is not optimistic. Now many countries have protested against me, accusing us of violating the territory of other countries, and causing economic losses and casualties to other countries. Steve Rogers said. There are rumors that more than 100 countries have communicated in private. It is estimated that our side will also propose an agreement to supervise the Avengers. Natasha added on the side. When did this happen? Why don't I know? Tony Stark looked at Natasha and asked. I only learned about it recently. I didn't tell you that you and Banner have been conducting weapon research. Natasha replied. Then what should we do? Once the United Nations proposes an agreement and officially signs it, if we don't agree, it will become an illegal action, and we may be arrested by the whole world. Rhodes asked worriedly. We absolutely cannot agree to such an agreement. Once agreed, all actions of our Avengers will be controlled by others. As long as there are people, there will be conflicts of interest, and our Avengers will become a weapon in the hands of others. Steve Rogers looked at everyone and said firmly. Then if we disagree, we will be enemies of the world? At that time, all our actions will become extremely difficult. Tony Stark said. Everyone also understands Tony's difficulties. All his property and even the person he likes are in the United States. He is different from others, and he can't just leave. Then what should we do? We can only obediently sign and wait to be supervised. Sam asked while looking at the crowd. I have an idea. Arthur said suddenly. What's your idea? Let's hear it. Tony Stark said. It is impossible for us to sign this agreement. Our biggest problem now is that we have been in the open. Everyone in the world knows the Avengers, and everyone knows that the Avengers are in the United States, so some countries or organizations have been against the Avengers. We are eyeing it. Arthur said to everyone. Then what to do? Sam asked Arthur. We just need to get out of everyone's sight, move out of the United States, go to a place where others can't find us, and then our actions will turn from light to shadow, so that others can't know our steps. We have to be in everyone's heart, become a mysterious organization, and no one will know about our actions. Arthur continued. It works, but where are we going to move? Steve Rogers asked. Wakanda, Atlantis, and outer space are all three places, Arthur said. Wakanda is not bad, and Atlantis is not bad, but outer space is a bit too ridiculous. Natasha looked at Arthur and complained. I can build a teleportation array, and returning to Earth from outer space is an instant thing. Arthur replied. Okay, let's do it like this. Natasha, you go to contact King T'Challa and ask if we can go to Wakanda to build a base. As for the King of Atlantis is here, I believe it will be fine without his consent. Steve Rogers said. Then what should I do? I also move Stark Industries to Wakanda. Tony Stark looked at Steve Rogers in a daze and asked. We will announce the disbandment of the Avengers at that time, and all the property of the Avengers will be transferred to your name. At that time, you will continue to live in New York. I will build you a portal so that you can come to Wakan at any time, just reach base, Arthur explained to Tony Stark. Well, that's all I can do. Tony Stark replied helplessly. I haven't taken you to Atlantis yet, do you want to visit with me? Arthur asked Wanda. Okay, I also want to see what your hometown looks like. Wanda nodded and agreed. Then let's go. Arthur opened a portal, and the two walked in hand. After passing through the portal, Arthur and Wanda came directly to the sea near Atlantis. Arthur took Wanda and jumped into the sea. The moment Wanda entered the water, a bubble popped outside Wanda's body, formed, enveloping her, allowing her to move freely in the water. Arthur glanced at Wanda, went up and hugged her, accelerated instantly and rushed towards the bottom of the deep sea at a very fast speed. Wanda had never moved so fast in the sea before, she felt very exciting. Wanda was about to scream out of excitement. Wanda is not an Atlantean who can't see the surrounding things clearly in the deep sea. The yellow mind gem in Arthur's right hand emits a bright yellow light, illuminating the surrounding environment like a light bulb. What's that? Wanda asked, pointing to the huge black shadow swimming towards the two of them in the distance. She had a bit of deep-sea phobia and was afraid of meeting some huge unknown creature. Oh, that's a tiger shark, my friend. Arthur stopped and looked at the huge tiger shark swimming towards the two of them. After more than 10 seconds, Wanda finally saw this huge tiger shark clearly. This tiger shark is very exaggerated. Its body is as big as a whale. The largest great white shark is like a small fish in front of it. It has 2 rows of pointed teeth. Wanda didn't want to be bitten by such a giant in the sea. When the tiger shark swam up to the two of them, Wanda's heart ached. Don't be nervous, it's very docile. It's just patrolling today. Arthur saw that Wanda was a little scared, and reached out to touch the top of the tiger shark's head, comforting Wanda. Patrol? Wanda asked suspiciously. Yes, they are all giant creatures that I brought out from the bottomless abyss, and now they are living with the Atlantis, and they will protect the safety of Atlantis. Arthur pulled Wangdar's hand, touched the tiger shark's skin and explained to her. Its skin is like sandpaper. It's so fun. Are we almost there? Wanda asked Arthur, stroking the tiger shark's skin actively. We'll be there soon, let's go. Arthur swam forward with Wanda. Suddenly a huge city appeared in front of them. There were colorful and glowing creatures in the city. The huge gate and 2 statues of Neptune holding tridents shocked Wanda. This is Atlantis? It's so beautiful. Wanda said, looking at the city covered in colorful corals and the beautiful schools of fish. Yay, welcome to Atlantis, this may be our home in the future. Arthur said to Wanda. Arthur opened his hands, and countless schools of fish swam towards Arthur and Wanda, circling around them like their guards. Wanda has completely fallen in love with this beautiful country under the sea, which is much more beautiful than Atlantis in her imagination. Arthur brought Wanda to the gate of Arthurlanda's city. 2 blue-skinned female escort soldiers saw Arthur and immediately knelt down on one knee and said together, "Welcome home, your majesty." Wanda was taken aback by the reaction of the two. Arthur shook her hand to let her not be surprised, and then said, "Get up. Should we inform the first elder that his majesty is back?" The two stood up and said, "No, I'll go find the great elder myself," Arthur said, and led Wanda into the city of Atlantis. Compared with Arthur's last visit, Atlantis is much more prosperous. The damaged buildings have been repaired, and many Atlantis people have opened shops again. Now the entire main road seems to be prosperous again. Scene. His Majesty. His Majesty. His Majesty. All Atlanteans who saw Arthur bowed their heads to salute Arthur, and Arthur also saluted one by one. Unexpectedly, you are quite popular in Atlantis. Wanda sighed, seeing everyone's respect for Arthur. Of course, your husband is the king of Atlantis, and you will be the queen from now on. Arthur teased Wanda. Who will be your queen? And I didn't promise to marry you. Wanda snorted and said with a blushing face. Who else do you want to marry if you don't marry me? Let me see who would dare to make a move on you. Arthur said domineeringly. Okay, you're amazing. Take me around. I haven't visited such a magical store before. Wanda said with her arms around Arthur. Okay, I haven't shopped before. Arthur took Wanda to shop, and the two were very interested. The owner of the shop they went to asked Arthur what he liked, and the owner offered it directly to Arthur, which made Arthur feel embarrassed to speak. The two walked around without buying anything, but just tasted the seafood of Atlantis. The Atlanteans here eat fish and plants that grow in the sea. Just as Arthur and Wanda walked out of a shop, the great elder Sartul led a group of soldiers to find Arthur. "My lord, why didn't you send someone to notify me when you came back? I didn't know you were back until I heard from the guards, and you didn't go back to the palace. What are you doing on the street?" Great elder Sartul looked at Arthur complained. "Let me see how the lives of the people of Atlantis are doing. You have done a good job, and the lives of the people are on the right track." Arthur admired the management of Atlantis by the elders. "Thank you for your praise, but your majesty, although you don't like to manage these things, you still have to take the time to come back and have a look. We don't come back once in a few years. We don't know whether our king is dead or alive." Great elder Sa complained to Arthur. Yes, this time I came back to solve this problem. This time we are going to build a base here so that all members of our Avengers can come to live in Atlantis." Arthur told Sartu said. It's against the rules for humans to come and live in our Atlantis. Old Sartu hasn't forgotten how his son died, and the people of Atlantis still hate humans. Sartu looked at Wanda beside Arthur. "By the way, this is my girlfriend Wanda, and this is Elder Sartu." Arthur introduced each other. "Hello, Great Elder Sartu." Wanda heard Sartu's name familiar, as if the Atlantis in Sokovia was called Sartu. "Hello." The Great Elder Sartu greeted Wanda with a blank expression. It was difficult for the old Sartu, a human on land, to give them a good look. "Okay, don't mind it so much." Wanda was once imprisoned in Sokovia's laboratory with General Sartu, and she was persecuted by Hydra since she was a child. There is a little connection. Arthur persuaded the elder Sartu. "Have you been locked up with my son? Then have you ever seen him?" The great elder immediately changed his face when he heard his son's message. "I met him a few times. He is a very respectable person. He never bowed his head to Hydra until the end of his life." Wanda thought of the man who was tortured and did not reveal anything about Atlantis. The secret man said with a heavy heart. "Oh, my child, I'm sorry, you are also a good child, welcome to Atlantis as a guest." The elder's face changed a lot after hearing Wanda's words. For this girl who was persecuted by the bad guys just like his son, old Sartu also changed his opinion of her. Wanda and Arthur came to the palace of Atlantis under the leadership of the great elder Sartu. Arthur said at the time that the palace was not needed, but Sartu still sent someone to rebuild the palace. The scale of the palace is not as big as before, but it is not too small. Overall, Arthur is quite satisfied. Now there are very few male Atlantis. Most of them are still underage children. The adult men of Atlantis basically died in that battle, so now the guards of Atlantis are all made up of women, which is somewhat similar to Wakanda. Under the decree promulgated by the Great Elder, the few men in Atlantis became the key protection figures. Their task is to reproduce offspring, and each man can marry multiple women. There is no way around this. Atlantis must do this if it wants to continue to exist. Originally, the elder Sartu planned to choose a few queens for Arthur, but when he saw Wanda brought back by Arthur, this idea was dismissed. "This is your palace? It looks pretty good," Wanda said, holding Arthur's hand. "This is newly built. The previous palace was much bigger than this one, but unfortunately it was blown up by Hydra." Arthur explained to Wanda. "There is no water in the palace. Atlantis has a technology to fill the house with air. No water will enter the room." It was because of this technology that Arthur decided to build the Avengers base in Atlantis, and humans on land can also survive under the sea. "Your Majesty, the elders are already waiting for you in the conference hall," Great Elder Sartu said to Arthur. "Then let's go." Arthur, Wanda, and the elders came to the conference hall, which was very big. There was a long table in the middle of the conference hall, and several elders were already waiting here. After the three of Arthur entered the door, all the elders stood up. They looked at Arthur and Wanda next to him. "Long time no see, everyone. This is my girlfriend Wanda. If you have anything to say, just say it," Arthur said while sitting in the main seat, while Wanda sat on a chair beside her, watching Arthur hold a meeting with 10 elders. "Your Majesty, you have been out for too long, and you have not heard from me for several years. Are you being too irresponsible to Atlantis?" An elder directly questioned Arthur. "I was already very dissatisfied, so I dared to speak like this. I've already said that the affairs of Atlantis are led by the Great Elder and you are fully responsible. I have very busy affairs and I don't have time to manage them," Arthur said blankly. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by what you are very busy with?" Another elder asked. "My current organization on Earth called the Avengers must ensure the safety of the Earth and deal with the enemies who once invaded Atlantis, so that other places will not be invaded." Arthur looked at the elder replied. "Your Majesty, you are the king of Atlantis. You are not obligated to be responsible for the safety of the human beings on those lands, are you?" the elder continued to ask. Snapped. "You are blinded by hatred. Atlantis is a part of the Earth. If the Earth is gone, how can Atlantis continue to exist? Do you think hiding in the deep sea under -meters is safe?" Asia Ser was overwhelmed by the popularity, so he slapped the table heavily, and said loudly with righteous words. "With my efforts, the grievances between Wakanda and Atlantis have been wiped out. The Hydra that invaded Atlantis before was almost completely wiped out under the pursuit of the Avengers. Asia SE continued. Wakanda reconciled with us? How is that possible? We do not accept the hypocrisy of Wakanda. They must have a purpose to reconcile with us. Several elders discussed the reconciliation between Wakanda and Atlantis, and they did not believe that Wakanda really wanted to reconcile. You don't have to guess, the old King T'Chaka of Wakanda was killed, and our Avengers helped Wakanda avenge me, and I also have Wakanda's blood in my body, so Wakanda he promised to reconcile with us. Arthur explained for several elders. I know you all have grievances against Wakanda, but it's time to let go. Now our first priority in Atlantis is to cultivate and survive. Wakanda will never fight Atlantis again. In this way, isn't it good? Arthur looked at the elders and asked. If Wakanda is sincere and reconciles with us, that's great. We don't want to conflict with anyone. Atlantis can't stand it anymore. Great Elder Sartu stood up and said. The other elders didn't say anything when they saw the Great Elder, and they didn't express their opinions. In the following time, several elders reported to Arthur the development of Atlantis in the past few years, and Atlantis was slowly getting better. The purpose of my return this time is to build an Avengers base in Atlantis, and the Avengers will come here to develop. Arthur announced to everyone. This, Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is against the rules. Is it too dangerous for people from land to come to Atlantis? Several elders looked at Arthur with worried eyes. The rules are set by me, and the Avengers building a base in Atlantis can also strengthen the defense of Atlantis. There won't be many land people coming, just some members of our Avengers come back. You guys don't worry about Atlantis being exposed to the land people. Arthur explained to everyone. The elders look at me and I look at you. They know that Arthur must do this, so they didn't refute it. It's useless for them to object. Now Atlantis depends on Arthur to defend the safety of Atlantis. Actually, this is not without benefits. The technology of Atlantis is a bit behind, and it is still using the Trident's water energy attack. The Avengers will help us create a batch of energy weapons to make our firepower even stronger. Arthur said to everyone. After hearing Arthur's words, everyone's faces improved a little. It's not that we don't have other advanced weapons. It's just that the weapons factory was directly blown up by land people, but there are still some blueprints left. It's just that the weapons factory hasn't been rebuilt yet. Great Elder Sartu said to Arthur. The weapon factory can also arrange for people to rebuild. There are fewer men in Atlantis now, but young men will become adults in a few years, so now the women in Atlantis must take the initiative to stand up and do something. What the man did. Arthur said. Women in Atlantis are different from women on land. They are not weak. They are born with strong physiques and can use the abilities of Atlanteans. Women are not weaker than men, but the former Atlantis women don't get the status they deserve. Several elders agreed with Arthur's opinion, and the meeting ended here. The elders all returned to their tribes to arrange things, and Arthur took Wanda to select a site for the Avengers base. Arthur and Wanda are sitting on the back of a huge seahorse, which is a mount animal dedicated to the royal family of Atlantis. It has colorful fins and looks very beautiful. Atlantis also has a specially raised animal, a water spot for these rides. Jaime took Arthur and Wanda to the sky above Atlantis, and Arthur looked down at the entire Atlantis looking for a suitable place to build the Avengers base. Let's go outside the city and have a look. It's better not to build it in Atlantis. Atlantis people still have a deep misunderstanding of land people. Wanda persuaded Arthur. Ever since she came to Atlantis, she had discovered that the people here were hostile to her, a white-skinned land native. If Arthur hadn't been by her side, someone would have attacked her. Arthur nodded after hearing this. It is true that the people of Atlantis have hated land people from ancient times to the present. This is not a concept that can be changed all at once. Your Majesty, we can go to the bottomless abyss outside the city to have a look. I think it is more suitable there, said Sansa, the captain of the female guard. She is Arthur's little fan, and she especially worships rebuilding Atlantis. Aquaman Arthur. So Sansa trained hard, and it took only 2 years to become the captain of the Royal Women's Guard and successfully approached Arthur. Yes, the abyss under the sea is a good place. There are natural caves and giant beasts guarding them. Why didn't I expect that? Arthur suddenly realized, looking at Sansa with admiring eyes. Sansa smiled happily. She was very happy to help Arthur. Arthur and his party came to the cliff of the abyss. Arthur and Wanda got off the seahorse, and the rest of the road was not suitable for riding a seahorse. Because the giant beasts in the abyss have a natural suppression of weak creatures like seahorses, Arthur, a seahorse, has just been sent from the water field to serve, and he still can't face the giant beasts without being surprised. You wait here for me, I'll go down with Wanda. Arthur turned his head and said to the girls in the escort. No, Your Majesty, we have to be by your side to protect your safety. If you are in danger, who will protect you? Sansa insisted, and also glanced at Wanda beside Arthur. This land woman is a weak ordinary person. No, I will never be in danger in the bottomless abyss, but you may be in danger. Well, you just wait here, this is an order. Arthur said. Yes, Your Majesty. The female guards had no choice but to agree. Arthur took Wanda's hand and jumped from the cliff into the dark abyss. On the way of falling, Arthur raised the yellow gemstone in his right hand, and the bright yellow light illuminated the surrounding stone walls. Arthur could see things in the dark underwater, and he was afraid that Wanda would not see them. Wanda only saw huge caves on the rock wall, but she didn't know what was inside the caves. These caves are the homes of giant creatures on the seabed. Now I have sent these giant creatures around the city of Atlantis to guard the city, so most of the caves are empty. Arthur explained to Wanda. What kind of giant creatures are they? Is it the tiger shark we saw when we came here? Wanda asked curiously. The tiger shark is just one of them. There used to be all kinds of giant creatures living here. They are all very powerful, so this place is called the bottomless abyss. No matter who comes down, there will be no return. Arthur explained. Then how can you order them to do things for you? Wanda asked again. This is one of my abilities. I can control others, especially the animals in the sea. Arthur explained. I thought you controlled others with the soul stone. It turns out that you have this ability yourself. No wonder the mind stone allows you to use it. Wanda said. Why, do you adore me a little? Arthur asked jokingly. Worship you? The female guard named Sansa just now seems to admire you. Wanda said sourly. Although she didn't think Arthur would like that kind of blue-skinned woman, she still aroused Wanda's vigilance. I don't need their worship, I want you to worship me. Arthur said. Well, I admire you, you are the best. Wanda said with a smile. It's not too bad, there happens to be a giant creature here, let me take you to see it. Arthur found a creature in a cave, and he took Wanda to swim to the cave. After the two entered the cave, Wanda realized that the cave was also very huge, and there was still a lot of space in the cave. Just as they walked forward, Wanda was startled by the sight in front of her. A crab as big as a small house appeared in front of the two of them. Arthur and Wanda were not as tall as his legs, and the huge pliers seemed to be able to cut people in half. This crab is dark red, with spikes growing on its back, completely different from ordinary crabs. It seemed to have noticed the arrival of Arthur and Wanda, but did not respond. Arthur walked up to it, touched its thick shell and asked, why didn't you settle outside the city of Atlantis? The big crab spit out a string of bubbles. Oh, so that's the case. Arthur seemed to understand what the crab meant. What did it say? You can actually communicate with it. Wanda looked at Arthur in disbelief. He could actually understand the meaning of the crab. I can probably understand what they mean. It said that the territory outside the city is occupied by other creatures. If it can't beat them, it can only go back to the abyss. Arthur explained to Wanda. Haha, it's really interesting. The big crab looks so powerful that it is no match for other creatures. Wanda looked at the big crab and said happily. She felt that everything in Atlantis was very interesting. Okay, you can continue to live here. We may move back to this area in the future, and then I will ask you to protect us. Let's go first, goodbye. Arthur patted the crab's big pincers to bid farewell to it. The big crab also spit out a string of bubbles, and shook its huge pincers as if saying goodbye to Arthur and Wanda. After Wanda and Arthur left the cave, they swam to the abyss. Arthur decided to build a base here. The abyss is hidden and guarded by giant creatures. It is a unique place. Our mission has been completed. When the time comes, let Stark design a giant base warship, and drive directly here to be the submarine base. Arthur said to Wanda. Wanda also nodded, and the rest of the work will be handed over to Tony Stark, who is still better at designing the base. The two left the abyss, rode the seahorse again, and led the female guards to swim towards the palace. Wakanda Nation. T'Challa walked in the city, and the captain of the guard, Okoye, followed him. You promised Steve Rogers to move their Avengers base to Wakanda. Okoye asked. Yes, the Avengers helped us a lot last time, and this time they are in trouble, and we can't just sit by and watch, and they just need a shelter. T'Challa, wearing a purple costume with his hands behind his back, observed the people's sentiments, while saying, where are you going to put them? Okoye asked. They can't disturb the lives of the people of Wakanda. I plan to arrange them under the mountains of the Jabari tribe, where it is more suitable for building foundations. T'Challa replied. Okoye breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they are not arranged in the palace, other places are easy to handle. Washington Avengers Base. It has been contacted, and both the Kingdom of Atlantis and Wakanda have agreed to let us build a base. Natasha said to Steve Rogers and Tony Stark. Leave the undersea base to me to build. As for the base in Wakanda, T'Challa needs help. Tony Stark said. I'll leave this to you. As for Natasha and Sam, you and Hill will sort out the supplies in the Avengers base and prepare to transport them to Wakanda first. Steve Rogers ordered. Okay. Natasha turned her head and went to work. Steve, Secretary of State Ross is looking for you in the conference room. Colonel Rhodes came over and said to Steve. Okay, I'll be there right away. Steve Rogers replied. He asked Tony Stark to start designing the blueprint of the submarine base first, then got up and walked to the meeting room. Steve Rogers pushed open the door of the meeting room and saw Rose and his secretary standing in front of the French windows. Ross, what do you want from me? Steve Rogers asked Rose. Steve, I came to you to tell you some news in advance. The gray-haired Ross turned to Steve Rogers and said. What news? Steve Rogers asked. You should have heard some news. Now 115 countries have put pressure on the United States, condemning the Avengers for interfering in other countries' internal affairs and crossing the border without permission. Secretary of State Ross said. Then what are you going to do? Or what is the United States going to do? Steve Rogers looked at Ross and asked. Don't get excited, things are not that bad, and now some countries propose to let the Avengers all sign an agreement. Secretary of State Ross said. What agreement? Steve Rogers asked knowingly. This is the agreement of the Avengers Alliance. The members of the Avengers Alliance will only act under the supervision and approval of the United Nations. A special supervision team will be established. In fact, this is the only compromise method. After all, although you do not belong to any national organization, you people are in the United States. So we have to face the decisions made by 115 countries together. Secretary Ross took the agreement from the secretary and handed it to Steve Rogers, and then explained to him. We need to discuss this matter before we can decide. We need time to discuss it. Steve Rogers said. Of course, after all, it's just an agreement. It's still a while before it's officially signed. I hope you can have a good discussion. Secretary of State Ross said to Steve Rogers. What if we say no? Steve Rogers asked, looking at Rose. Then you have to retire. In the future, you will all be illegal and will be sanctioned by the United Nations. So I suggest you think about it. Secretary of State Ross replied, and then left with the secretary. Steve Rogers held the agreement and looked at Rose's back and sighed. Fortunately, there was a way to deal with it before, and now it only needs to delay the time. A week later, Avengers Base meeting room. All the members of the Avengers gathered here, and Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and Arthur explained the current situation. That's the way it is, so our decision is to leave the United States. To transfer the Avengers from the open to the dark, you can speak directly if you have any opinions. Steve Rogers said. Everyone, look at me and see you can't make up your mind, and Wanda, Pietro, Sam, and Bucky all agree with Steve Rogers and Arthur's decision. I have a problem. Peter Parker, who was sitting in the corner, said weakly. Your question is very simple. You are still in school and it is impossible to leave with us, so we will announce the dissolution of the Avengers, and you can continue to act in New York. Steve Rogers guessed what Peter Parker wanted to say, tell him the conclusion directly. Then I don't have a problem. Peter Parker lowered his head, he was meaningless. What about me? Am I going to Wakanda with you too? Scott Lang asked. You go with us first, and if you want to go back to see your daughter, you can go back secretly. Arthur said to Scott Lang. Okay then, Scott Lang replied. I'm resting at home for the time being. I won't go with you guys. Call me if necessary. I'll come no matter how far away. Barton said. Barton has retired to take care of his 1-year-old son at home. Everyone understands Barton's situation. Anyone else have any comments? Steve Rogers asked. Everyone fell silent, agreeing with Arthur and Steve Rogers. Since everyone has no other opinions, we will announce to the world that our Avengers Alliance is officially disbanded. Steve Rogers said to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. During this time, the Avengers had quietly transferred important information and weapons to Wakanda. But the ordinary staff in the Avengers base don't know anything, and their next fate is to be recruited by the US government. The Avengers only need 16 people with superpowers, and the Avengers are officially preparing to move to Wakanda and Atlantis. Vienna United Nations Assembly. Under the live broadcast of numerous media, the President of the United Nations formally proposed the Avengers Agreement to the world, which was signed by 115 countries of the United Nations, requiring the Avengers to start operations only with the consent of the United Nations monitoring team. All private actions of the members of the Avengers are regarded as a provocation to other countries, and will be judged by the 115 countries of the United Nations. After the President of the United Nations announced the agreement, there was an uproar in the audience. The United Nations is about to officially attack the Avengers. All the cameras are pointing at Natasha, Steve Rogers, and John Arthur, who are present today. I want to see the three of them. Reaction. Steve Rogers stood up and walked to the podium under the gaze of countless people. He will speak on behalf of the members of the Avengers. I am Steve Rogers, and I am speaking on behalf of all members of our Avengers. Steve Rogers stood on the podium with a tall and straight body and spoke to all the media and members of the United Nations. The Avengers sincerely apologize for the economic damage and civilian casualties caused to other countries in the previous actions. Our Avengers were established to protect the peace of the Earth, and I can say to the world that we have done it, but I can only say sorry for the Avengers Agreement proposed by the United Nations. Our Avengers cannot accept such an agreement. The actions of the Avengers need to minimize the risk factor caused by the enemy in the shortest possible time, so we need the action was swift and effective. Steve Rogers continued to speak after taking a sip of water. We can't do this under the supervision of others, and all actions require the approval of the supervision team, and our Avengers have become a sharp sword for the supervision team. If there are malicious people among the members of the supervision team, it will cause unimaginable things, so we do not agree with this agreement. Countless organizations in the world want to obtain the secret of the powerful strength of our Avengers members. Some of our members have even spent their entire lives avoiding the capture of other organizations. The Avengers gave us a safe home, but I can only say sorry for the misunderstanding and prejudice against us by other countries in the world. We will not sign this agreement. I, Steve Rogers, will officially announce the official dissolution of the Avengers from today. Just when Steve Rogers announced the news of the disbandment of the Avengers, all the reporters and the media went crazy. Everyone stood up, and countless flashes flashed towards Steve Rogers. Everyone wanted to record this explosive moment. Arthur touched Natasha's hand. Natasha turned her head to look at Arthur. Arthur motioned Natasha to look at the door. Natasha turned her head and found that the door was surrounded by some special police with weapons. Natasha understood what Arthur meant, and the United Nations prepared to arrest the three of them directly after the meeting when the Avengers did not agree to sign the agreement. Come on, let's go to the stage too. Arthur stood up and said to Natasha, and the two walked to the podium together. The media reporters saw Aquaman Arthur and Black Widow Natasha of the Avengers coming to the front, and they immediately pressed the shutter to take a group photo of the three Avengers. Why are you here too? Steve Rogers looked at Arthur and Natasha in surprise and asked in a low voice. They may not be ready to let us simply leave here, so I am going to take you away directly. Arthur motioned Steve Rogers to look at the door, and then said. Steve Rogers also noticed the situation outside the hall. He turned his head and looked downstairs behind him. The entire street had been blocked by the police, and several armored vehicles equipped with heavy firepower had already arrived. It seemed that someone was determined not to let them go. Arthur walked to the podium, and he was going to say a few words to everyone in the world. Hi everyone, I'm John Arthur. Today I want to say a few words to everyone on the Earth. We Avengers have defended the Earth time and time again in the confrontation with evil forces, although it has caused a certain loss, but things in the world are not perfect, and you have to pay a certain price if you want peace. There are many races coveting the Earth in the universe. Don't think that I am exaggerating. Some things cannot be made public, so I just want to say that our Avengers Alliance has a clear conscience, but who will defend the safety of the Earth in the next crisis? Who knows? Some organizations may be ecstatic to hear the news of the dissolution of our Avengers Alliance, but you guys, if you think you can get away with it without the Avengers, you are wrong, and we will come back to find you. After Arthur finished speaking, he drew with his right hand in the space, and a blue circular portal appeared behind the three of them. Let's go. Arthur took the lead and entered. Natasha and Steve Rogers followed Arthur into the portal and reality disappeared. All the cameras present recorded this scene, and the faces of the President of the United Nations and Ross immediately darkened. They planned to let the three of them come and go, but they did not expect to let them escape under the eyes of everyone. After the three of Arthur passed through the magic portal, they came directly to the new base of the Avengers in Wakanda. It was built with the help of T'Challa. It took only half a month to build it. Wakanda's technology is really powerful, incomparable. Aren't you attending the United Nations meeting in Vienna? T'Challa and Tony Stark were communicating at the gate of the base, and asked when they saw the three coming over. They wanted to assemble a heavy army in the United Nations building, and planned to arrest us directly after the meeting, so I just used the teleportation door to leave. Arthur explained to the two. Oh, the Avengers news is everywhere now, and we're completely on fire again. Stark held a tablet with Steve Rogers announcing the disbandment of the Avengers. Arthur also took out his mobile phone to browse the content on the internet. Netizens have mixed opinions on the disbandment of the Avengers. Some netizens think that after the members of the Avengers are completely disbanded, no one will protect the Earth anymore. What if aliens invade the Earth again? I feel that the Avengers are all heroes who have contributed to the peace of the Earth, and express support and regret for the Avengers. However, some netizens feel that the members of the Avengers are all vigilantes. The organization they formed spontaneously is not supervised by any organization, and they have no scruples in doing things. They trample on the territory of other countries at will, arrest citizens of other countries privately, or disband good. Anyway, there are all kinds of things to say on the internet. Some people applaud the dissolution of the Avengers, while others feel sorry. Arthur and the others have also achieved their goal, and they have been away from the public's sight since then, and their future actions will also become secret operations. And Tony Stark had a headache. Arthur and the three of them opened the portal and left. Tony can predict how many media are waiting for him to speak in Stark Industries. This is the new base? It looks pretty good, Arthur said, looking at the circular base in the distance. This is the new Avengers base built with the help of the people of Wakanda. There are 2 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, for a total of 4 floors. This foundation is not as big as the previous base because Arthur and the others gave up the ordinary civilian staff of the Avengers and did not bring them to Wakanda. Steve Rogers' more confident team was handed over to Hill to manage, and they will operate secretly in other regions, and they can be regarded as secret peripheral members of the Avengers. So the new base only has Steve Rogers and a few of them training here, so the base looks rather shabby. But these are temporary. The underwater base of Atlantis is already under construction. It will be a special huge submarine, and it can be used as Atlantis when it directly drives to Atlantis undersea base. Let's go, I'll show you around, T'Challa said to the three. Under the leadership of T'Challa, Steve Rogers, Natasha, and Arthur walked into the new base of the Avengers. Don't look at the base as ordinary from the outside, but once inside, you will find that the design here is very high-tech. The circular base looks very solid, and all the transparent glass doors are bulletproof. The lighting system of the entire base is also very technological. There are no obvious lights, but the entire base is bright. The elevator at the base is made of vibrating gold mixed metal. Even if it is attacked by powerful firepower, the elevator can still operate normally. Several people took the elevator to the basement floor. This is the laboratory of Stark and Banner, and Steve Rogers and the three of them also met other members of the Avengers here. Sam, Bucky, Rod, Pietro, Wanda, Banner, Scott Lang, and even Kitty Venom are all here too. Thor left the Earth for something, Peter Parker went to school, Barton went home to take care of the children, except for these three, everyone else is here. Steve Rogers looked at all the members of the Avengers, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Avengers is about to start again. This design is really good. How long will it take to complete? Arthur asked, looking at the design rendering animation of Tony Stark's submarine base ship. The entire submarine base ship is very large, similar to the helicarrier of SHIELD. It doesn't need any special power, it only needs strong metal not to be crushed by the pressure of deep-sea water. It is a round battleship as a whole, with 4 floors in the cabin, and a hatch above the head for small submarines to enter and exit. The overall design is more in line with Arthur's aesthetics. Tony has nothing to say about the design vision. It may take 4 months, because we are going to add vibration metal to the surgical metal, and the power is also provided by vibration gold, so the construction period will be extended. Tony Stark said. Good guy, Wakanda is really rich. How much vibrating gold it takes to build a battleship with vibrating gold? How's your latest research going? Arthur looked at Tony Stark and asked. He was particularly obsessed with T'Chaka's nano-vibrating gold armor recently. I found a new metal that can replace vibrating gold. Its properties can not only be nanosized, but also can generate huge energy. I have to continue to study it. Tony Stark replied. Okay, don't patronize research when you go back. Spend more time with Pepper, and be careful that she breaks up with you. Arthur persuaded Tony Stark. She doesn't pay much attention to me recently, and I will spend time with her when I go back this time. Tony nodded and replied. What's wrong? Arthur suddenly saw Steve Rogers holding the phone with a strange look on his face. She passed away. Steve Rogers began to answer. It was Steve Rogers' girlfriend Carter Peggy who died. Arthur was surprised that what should have happened a few days ago hadn't happened. Now it seems that it was only delayed for a few days. Sorry, let me go there for you. If you go by yourself, I'm afraid the US government will want to deal with you. Arthur said to Steve Rogers. Okay, let's go. Steve Rogers nodded and felt that Arthur was right. Arthur opened a portal and took Steve Rogers away. The rest of the people continued to be busy in the base. Only Natasha had nothing to do now. Before, she was responsible for the diplomatic work of the Avengers. Now that the Avengers have changed from the light to the dark, she will be released. Up. Natasha finally doesn't have to have those damn meetings with world leaders every day. I plan to rest for a few days. During this time, I have been under too much pressure. This time I can relax. Natasha said to everyone. The other Avengers all nodded. Among the members of the Avengers, Natasha has the most tiring job. She doesn't need to fight and kill, but she needs to have an overview of the overall situation, especially when she faced pressure from various countries every day. So everyone understands her. It's okay, go and take a good rest for a few days. We are here, and there is nothing else to do at the moment. We will wait for the establishment of the new base and laboratory. Dr. Banner said to Natasha, and the others also echoed, let her go take a break. Do you need me to provide you with a place to rest? T'Challa asked Natasha. The room in the new base has not been taken care of, and the members of the Avengers are still living with the Wakanda. No, I have to deal with some personal matters. Natasha walked to the Quinjet fighter and said to T'Challa. Okay, goodbye then, contact me if you need it. T'Challa said. Natasha nodded, glanced at Dr. Banner, then turned her head and boarded the fighter plane to take off and left Wakanda. What happened to you and Natasha? Tony Stark came to Dr. Banner and asked him. Why do he and Natasha feel a lot stranger recently? Did they quarrel? Tony Stark thought to himself. It's nothing, it's just that everyone is too busy recently. I didn't want to live in the London base before, which made Natasha a little unhappy. When she comes back, I'll just be with her. Dr. Banner said with a wry smile. Yeah, women's minds are more difficult to guess. Tony also sympathized with Dr. Banner. Recently, the relationship between Pepper and him has become worse and worse. Since Tony changed the Stark Tower into the Avengers, Pepper I never gave him a good face. The next thing will be left to you. I have to go back to New York to deal with a lot of things. Tony would have a headache as long as he thought of the inquiries from the media and the top politicians in the United States that he would face after returning. Don't worry, we'll take care of it here, Dr. Banner said. The other Avengers members bid farewell to Tony. Among all the Avengers members, only Tony Stark couldn't stay in Wakanda for a long time. All his assets were in New York, and he couldn't just leave. Tony put on his armor and flew into the sky, leaving Wakanda, while the rest of Dr. Banner, Rhodes, Bucky, Wanda, Pietro, and Scott stayed to organize the new base. The United Nations enacted new measures immediately after the Avengers refused to sign the Avengers Agreement. It is strictly forbidden for members of the Avengers to conduct activities in other countries outside the member countries, for members of the Avengers to participate in wars in other countries, and for members of the Avengers to use weapons of mass destruction. If the members of the Avengers do not abide by these regulations, the United Nations will have the right to arrest the members of the Avengers and will hold them accountable according to law. That is to say, although the Avengers is disbanded, the members of the Avengers will no longer be able to act legally. If they are found to act privately, all countries will be able to arrest the members of the Avengers. Although the United States did not issue a statement, members of the Avengers knew that Ross would no longer allow the Avengers to continue operating in the United States. Natasha drove a fighter jet to a small town in Norway, where a friend she knew was waiting for her. There is an RV in a forest. This is Natasha's zero-hour residence. It is several kilometers away from the city. No one knows the existence of this place. Natasha is going to rest in this place for a few days, get away from the city and relax. She walked into the RV and saw Mason lying on the bed soundly asleep and felt speechless. Her friend always looked like he didn't get enough sleep. Why are you sleeping in my bed? Natasha kicked Mason awake and said, I'm sleepy, I didn't even cover the quilt. The sleepy-eyed Mason said after seeing Natasha. Have you bought everything on the list I sent you? Natasha asked Mason. When did I let you down? I bought everything you wanted, and I thoughtfully prepared a Norwegian passport visa and a local driver's license for you. Mason handed Natasha a stack of documents and said to her, Good job. Natasha praised. There's a generator outside, it's gas-powered, and the septic tank needs to be flushed in a few weeks. You still have to haul your trash into town. It's only a 20-minute drive. I stash your basic hardware in the stairs next. Mason chattered to Natasha. You did a good job. Natasha looked at Mason and said, Are you okay? Mason asked looking at the tired Natasha. I'm fine. Natasha replied. I heard something about the disbandment of the Avengers, and now you have been blacklisted by countries all over the world. Mason looked at Natasha and said, It's okay, this is our own choice, and it's not a bad thing to leave everyone's sight. Natasha said with a smile. Are you sure? Mason couldn't believe that Natasha didn't care about their situation at all. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Natasha nodded and said, If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. It's like this between friends. Mason looked at Natasha and said sincerely, I know I have friends, and I cherish them too. Natasha also looked at Mason and replied. Mason looked at Natasha and nodded, turned around and walked out of the RV. Natasha saw a box on the ground with some miscellaneous documents in it. Hey, what is this trash? Natasha asked Mason, kicking the cardboard box. Just some letters and personal items from a dark Budapest safe house, Mason replied. Budapest? Natasha asked in surprise. Budapest was where she lived when she was a spy. Yes, Budapest. I know you're not going back, so I've arranged for someone else to live in the apartment now, Mason replied. I'm sorry for making you spend so much effort, I should let you throw it away directly. Natasha said. Well, if you don't want it, just throw it in the trash. Mason glanced at Natasha and turned away. Natasha took the cardboard box out and put it in the trunk of the car, ready to take it to the city with other garbage and throw it away. Natasha started cleaning the caravan. She hasn't lived here for a long time, so she needs to clean it up. It took Natasha more than an hour to clean the RV, and the sky was getting dark. Natasha opened a bottle of beer and looked through the things she arranged for Mason to buy. Among them was a box of hair dye. Natasha likes to dye her hair to change her appearance. It's very late today, tired Natasha going to take a shower and get a good night's sleep. After taking a shower, Natasha was watching a movie on her laptop and eating canned food when the lights in the RV suddenly went out. It's all right now, Natasha said helplessly. The power of the RV was cut off, and it was probably because the generator outside was out of order. Natasha came to the gasoline generator outside the RV and pulled the starter cable of the generator, but it couldn't be ignited. Natasha checked whether the other parts of the generator were damaged. It seemed that there was no gasoline. Natasha picked up the oil barrel on the side to refuel the generator, but found that the oil barrel was empty. Good job, Mason. Natasha laughed angrily, and Mason also said that he had never let himself down in his work, but he was beaten in the face before the end of the day, and he didn't even fill himself up with gasoline. Natasha reluctantly put the gasoline can in the back of the car, started the car and drove towards a small town a few kilometers away, where there was a gas station. Natasha, who was sitting in the car, regretted why she didn't stay in Wakanda, and wanted to come here alone to find trouble. After all, she was still angry with Dr. Banner. The last time Dr. Banner was asked to come to live with her in Washington, Dr. Banner refused to say anything because Ross became the Secretary of State and Banner and Ross's daughter arrived. Still have emails. Natasha was immediately unhappy, leaving Banner alone in New York, and she went to Washington to handle the diplomatic affairs of the Avengers. This time, she was still a little uncomfortable. She didn't want to stay with Banner, and wanted to be alone for a few days. Now that I think about it, it is because I have been under too much pressure during this period, and I am a little sensitive. In fact, Banner did nothing wrong. I will go back and have a good talk with him in a few days. Natasha was driving on a rough road, and when she passed a bridge, a rocket hit the side of Natasha's body. Natasha's car exploded and rolled and flew out, breaking the railing of the bridge. Fortunately, the car just ran out of the bridge with its front wheels. Natasha stepped on the brakes in a dizzy state to prevent the car from falling off the bridge. Now the whole car is erected beside the bridge. If the center of gravity is not stable, it will fall from the bridge, and there is a rushing river under the bridge. Natasha was dazzled by the sudden attack, and she was dizzy all over. She sat in the driver's seat for a long time before she recovered her breath. At this time, a jeep drove up from not far away, and stopped not far from Natasha's car, and a person got out of the car. He was wearing thick black battle armor all over his body, and he couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman with a helmet on. Natasha saw the mysterious man coming. She hurriedly unbuckled her seat belt and wanted to get out of the car, but when Natasha moved, the car suddenly lost its center of gravity, and the front of the car was pressed down towards the bridge. Natasha immediately leaned back to keep the car from falling off the bridge, and she took a pistol from under the car seat, loaded it with a clip, and held it tightly. I'm sure Ross has no jurisdiction here. You should know that I'm good at shooting when I'm angry. Natasha yelled loudly. She looked at the equipment on this mysterious man and decided that he was sent by Ross to arrest her. Natasha picked up the pistol and shot at the man. I saw this mysterious man took a round shield from his back and blocked Natasha's bullet. His round shield was actually made of the same vibrating gold material as Steve Rogers. Who is he? Just as Natasha was changing a magazine after she ran out of magazines, the man threw out the buckler and shot at Natasha. The buckler got stuck hard on the window of the back seat of the car, and Natasha jumped out from the shattered window of the back seat of the car. Looking around cautiously with a pistol in hand, the mysterious man disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the mysterious man appeared on the roof of the car, pulled out his shield and jumped off Natasha's head. After reacting, Natasha raised her gun and fired, but the bullets were all blocked by the mysterious man with a round shield in the air. After the mysterious man landed, he kicked the pistol in Natasha's hand, and Natasha immediately went to fight him hand-to-hand after seeing the pistol being kicked away. Natasha's melee combat skills are also among the best among the members of the Avengers. Natasha uses a turn lock to lock his head with her feet, but it was cracked by this mysterious man. He also used the same judo technique as Natasha in the next second to throw Natasha away. Natasha was thrown heavily on the ground. She turned her head to look at the mysterious man, but found that her helmet and glasses seemed to be a display screen. Natasha could even see small dots floating on the screen and some data displayed. Natasha and the mysterious man stood up straight at the same time, and their movements were exactly the same. Natasha looked at the display screen on his helmet glasses suspiciously. But this strange mysterious man turned his head and looked at a small black box in a cardboard box that Natasha wanted to throw away, which fell out of the car. He got up and walked towards the small box. You didn't come to find me. Natasha saw that this person's target was not her, but the garbage she wanted to throw away. Natasha pulled out the dagger hidden in her shoe, got up and ran towards him, and the dagger stabbed hard into his shoulder. But the mysterious man reacted immediately, raised his hand to block Natasha's wrist, and Natasha stabbed him elsewhere. The mysterious man moved very quickly, dodging Natasha's attacks one after another. He saw the timing and used his thigh to press Natasha's left hand holding the dagger to the ground, and grabbed Natasha's hair. Natasha resisted vigorously, but was punched on the lower abdomen by the mysterious man, flew 5 meters away, and hit the ground hard. Natasha clutched her stomach in pain, and looked at the mysterious man walking towards the car. She couldn't let him succeed. Just when Natasha stood up, she was kicked down by the mysterious man again, but Natasha saw that the man's purpose was to get the box, and she didn't want to hurt herself. Natasha suddenly took out a device, fired a steel wire and bound the ankle of the mysterious person. A steel nail was shot from the other end and nailed to the pillar on the bridge. The steel rope shrank instantly, pulling the mysterious man to the pillar above the bridge. Natasha immediately started running to the car, and went to pick up the box now. When the mysterious man was about to be pulled to the pillars of the bridge, he pulled out a long knife from behind, cut off the wire rope on his ankle with one knife, and flew towards Natasha, who was holding the black box in front of the car, with his inertia. When Natasha got the box, she saw the mysterious man falling from the sky and the long knife slashing at her. She rolled to the side to avoid the knife, picked up his round shield from the ground, and resisted the mysterious man's attack. The mysterious man snatched the box from Natasha's hand and kicked Natasha's round shield in front of him. Natasha was kicked off the bridge by the kick of the mysterious man, and fell into the rushing river below the bridge. The round shield fell to the ground beside the bridge. The mysterious man put away the long knife and opened the small black box, only to find that the box was empty. Careless, the mysterious man walked to the bridge and looked at the turbulent river under the bridge, but Natasha was nowhere to be seen. The mysterious man picked up the buckler and reported to the Red Room headquarters that he had missed it, and that it was in the hands of the Black Widow Natasha. The headquarters didn't reprimand the mysterious person, but sent their top combat team in the Red Room, ready to find Natasha and snatch back that very important thing. On the river far away from the bridge, Natasha swam to the bank from the biting cold water and walked towards the bank. It began to rain lightly, and Natasha went to a big rock on the bank and lay down, panting heavily. Tonight's preview made her wonder, who is this mysterious man? At first he thought it was someone sent by Secretary of State Ross to arrest him, but this person did not kill him. His fighting style is actually exactly the same as his own, and there are also some fighting styles of other Avengers members, obviously specially trained for a long time. Just when the mysterious man revealed that his real target was the box, Natasha became a little suspicious. The box should be something sent to her by someone else. And the only ones who would send things to her were her former partners, the widows she had trained with since she was a child, and this mysterious person wanted to snatch this thing, which meant that he had something to do with the organization of the Red Room, but the Red Room had already completely devastated by Natasha. Natasha took the contents of the suitcase from the pocket of her dress, and when she got the suitcase on the bridge, she took the opportunity to smuggle it away. This thing is a bundle of small bottles in the laboratory. There is a red liquid in the bottle, and it emits a faint red light. There are more than 10 bottles in this bundle, and there are 2 photos sandwiched between the bottles. These are photos of Natasha and her childhood friends. Natasha finally knew who sent it to her. Damn it, you will make trouble for yourself. Natasha scolded her 100 times in her heart. Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Natasha got off the train, and she took the train to the city she never wanted to return. Natasha has been restricted from traveling by the United Nations, so there is a certain risk for her to take a plane, and it is much safer to take a train. Natasha misses Arthur a little now. If he is here, let him open a portal to where he wants to go. If you can go, you should give him a call. Arthur should be in London with Steve Rogers for Carter Page's funeral by now, but just leave him alone. Natasha followed the crowd and walked towards the city. She came to an old apartment, where she used to live, and her little friend should be waiting for her here. Natasha carefully checked as she walked, and it was also very dangerous for her in Budapest. Natasha walked up the old-fashioned spiral staircase to the 5th floor. Natasha came to a garbage disposal window in the corridor on the 5th floor, opened it and took out a pistol from it. This is what she used to hide here. After Natasha put away the pistol, she came to room 502 where she used to live. Natasha carefully took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, turned the lock, and opened the door of the room. I know you're outside. Natasha's familiar voice came from the room. I know you're in there too. Natasha replied in Russian. She drew out her pistol, walked into the room cautiously, and looked around, hoping to see the familiar person. Then why are you sneaking around like this? Is the enemy's stronghold? A woman's voice came from the room. Because I don't know if I can trust you, Natasha replied as she walked. This apartment is very big and there are quite a lot of rooms. Interesting, I want to say the same thing. The woman's voice came from inside again. Then shall we talk like adults? Natasha came to the door of a room, leaned in and saw the woman she wanted to see. This woman has a round face, blonde hair, and fair skin. She is about the same height as Natasha. She also holds a gun in her hand and looks at Natasha defensively. She is the little friend who grew up and trained with Natasha, Yelena Belova. Are we like this? The two pointed their guns at each other at the same time and remained motionless, but they were very excited when they saw each other. Natasha walked towards Yelena slowly, and Yelena backed away slowly. Put down the gun, or I'll make you look good. Yelena said. Put the gun down. Natasha replied, and then walked closer and closer to Yelena, and Yelena also quickly backed away. Be careful where you step. Natasha reminded Yelena not to fall. At this moment, the two quickly took the pistol from the other's hand at the same time, with the same movements, and then pointed the other's gun at each other. Yelena suddenly got into trouble, kicked Natasha in the face, grabbed Natasha's head and slammed her hard against the wall. Yelena's strength was very strong. Natasha grabbed Yelena's neck and knocked the kitchen cabinet behind her head, which split open immediately. Get down, get down. Then he pushed her on the stove and shouted at Yelena. Yelena grabbed a plate from the sink and smashed it hard on Natasha's head, grabbed the rag beside her and hit Natasha hard. But Natasha grabbed the rag, tied it around Yelena's neck, and dragged Yelena towards the stove. Yelena struggled hard and stepped on the stove, fell backwards, stepped on Natasha's stomach and threw her flying, hitting the ground hard. The two got up at the same time and looked at each other fiercely. Yelena turned around, picked up a fruit knife from the stove, and walked quickly towards Natasha. Seeing that something was wrong, Natasha took a stick from the table next to her. Yelena continued to walk towards Natasha quickly, and slashed at Natasha, but she dodged it. Natasha dodged left and right, avoiding Yelena's several knives, and when Yelena continued to raise the knife to stab, Natasha grabbed her wrist holding the knife. Yelena also grabbed Natasha's other wrist. The two used judo fighting skills at the same time. Yelena grabbed Natasha's wrist and threw her to the ground. The moment Natasha fell down, she kicked Yelena's ankle, kicking Yelena to the ground as well. Yelena stood up and stabbed Natasha with a knife. Natasha blocked it with the stick in her hand, went up and hugged Yelena's neck, and Yelena also grabbed Natasha's hair with her backhand. The two hugged each other tightly. Yelena broke away from Natasha's hand, leaned down and rushed towards Natasha, hugged Natasha's legs, picked up Natasha and smashed her against the wall next to the windowsill. Superior. Natasha grabbed the white curtain by the windowsill, pulled it off, and wrapped it around Yelena's neck. Yelena hugged Natasha's body again and slammed into the wall. Natasha jumped down from Yelena's arms, and Yelena also took advantage of the momentum to wrap the curtain around Natasha's neck. Natasha grabbed the curtain and threw it over her shoulder, knocking Yelena to the ground. Yelena also grabbed the curtain around Natasha's neck tightly, and the two of them grabbed the curtain around each other's neck at the same time, lying on the ground and strangling hard. It only took a while for the two of them to blush, and Natasha could hardly hold her breath when she saw Yelena. Okay, that's enough. Natasha let go of her hand and loosened the curtain around Yelena's neck. Yelena also let go of Natasha's neck, pushed her away, and breathed in the air. Are you okay? Natasha asked Yelena lying on the ground. Not good. Yelena glanced at Natasha, took off the curtain wrapped around her neck, and got up from the ground. Do you have to come to Budapest? Natasha also got up and asked Yelena. I came here because I thought you would never come back, but now that I'm here, I just have something to ask you. What kind of bullet made the hole? Yelena went to the kitchen and took out a bottle from the refrigerator. Wine, pointing to several triangular bullet holes on the wall and asked. It wasn't a bullet, it was shot by an arrow. Natasha turned her head to look, and saw that the triangular holes were shot by Button's arrows. Okay. Yelena picked up the glass and took a sip. Why did you send me this if you didn't think I would come here? Natasha asked, taking out the bundle of red potion and putting it on the table. Oh my god, why did you bring it here? Yelena's face suddenly changed, she turned and walked towards a room. I didn't come to be friends with you, but at least you have to tell me what happened. Natasha chased after her and asked Yelena. This is a synthetic gas, a neutralizer for chemical inhibitors. This gas can prevent the brain's neural pathways from being manipulated from the outside. Yelena took out a backpack from the cabinet and packed her clothes. How about we talk in English next time? Natasha said, walking to the hangers and looking at the clothes she had worn. No? Why don't you bring it to your super scientist friends? They can explain it to you and ask Dr. Banner. Yelena said while packing. We don't talk much now, so. Natasha replied. What about Tony Stark? Yelena asked again. He is probably being watched by the US government now. Natasha found a piece of clothing and was about to change into it. Great. It was just the right time. When they were needed, none of them could help. Yelena complained. I don't want to stay here. I was on vacation, but you almost killed me. Natasha said, looking at Yelena. Then what can I do? You are the only superhero I know. Yelena watched Natasha take off her shirt, and her back was covered with purple blood. Yelena's eyes suddenly softened a lot. That's the whole reason I sent it to you. I've been watching the news, hoping to see Captain America beat the Red Room one day. Yelena packed up and turned to leave. What? Natasha was very confused after hearing Yelena's words. Red Room, wasn't it completely destroyed by myself several years ago? Defeat the Red Room? What are you talking about? It has disappeared for several years? Dreykov died long ago? I killed him with my own hands. Natasha put on a black leather jacket and asked Yelena. Yelena came to the weapon room, put the weapon into the backpack, and said, You don't really believe it, do you? Natasha didn't speak, but remained silent. You really think so? Yelena asked, looking at the bewildered Natasha. Dreykov is dead. In order to find him, I almost destroyed the whole city. Natasha looked at Yelena and replied, If you're so sure, then tell me what happened. Tell me in detail. Yelena looked at Natasha and asked. We planted a bomb, replied Natasha. Who are we? Yelena asked, interrupting Natasha. Clint Barton, killing Dreykov is the last step in my defection to SHIELD. Natasha looked at Yelena and said with certainty. It's that simple. Yelena nodded and asked. Of course it's easy. Here's what I mean by imploding a 5-story building and then shooting with the Hungarian special forces. We hid for 10 days before escaping Budapest. Natasha went to the kitchen and picked up she poured a glass of wine and drank it down. She kept avoiding recalling the fight. Have you checked the body? Are you sure you killed him? Yelena asked again. There is no body left for me to examine. Natasha said and turned to leave. You forgot Dreykov's daughter. Yelena said looking at Natasha's back. It was Natasha who heard Dreykov's daughter stopped, and at this moment there was the sound of walking upstairs. Boom! A large hole was blown through the ceiling of the living room by explosives, and the whole room was suddenly covered in dust. Yelena picked up the bundle of red medicine on the table, put it into her backpack, and sneaked to other rooms. Natasha also left the spot immediately, only to see a steel rope lowered from the ceiling, and several special forces in black combat bulletproof suits jumped down from the big hole in the ceiling. Arms in hand, armed with infrared sights, they strafed the room looking around. Yelena immediately ran to the bathroom. The special forces saw Yelena and shot at her immediately, but missed Yelena. When Yelena ran to the bathroom, she met Natasha who came here first. Yelena turned a switch on the wall, and suddenly all the light bulbs in the room burst one by one, and the room suddenly became dark. Yelena and Natasha rushed out together, knocking down the 2 enemies in the living room in just 2 or 3 hits. The remaining 2 enemies shot Natasha and the others but were dodged by the 2, and the 2 rushed out of the apartment and came to the corridor. They found that there were 2 enemies with guns guarding in the corridor, and 2 enemies with weapons in the yard outside the windowsill, guarding all the passages they could escape from. Yelena threw a grenade into the corridor and ran down the stairs to the roof. Where are we going? Natasha asked as she ran away with Yelena. Motorcycles? It's on the east side of the building. Yelena replied. The 2 were running fast, and suddenly a gunshot came from the opposite side. The glass in front of them was shattered by a shot. Hand. The 2 leaned over and rushed to the roof, ran to the edge of the roof and slid down the tiles of the old-fashioned roof, and suddenly a black-haired woman chased them up behind them. The 3 chased on the roof, and Yelena and Natasha ran to a large iron chimney. Yelena pulled out the fixed bolt of the chimney, and the 2 hugged the chimney and pushed hard on the roof. The chimney fell towards the ground, and the woman who was chasing after her quickly ran over and jumped towards the chimney. Natasha grabbed her hand just as she jumped up the chimney and slid down. I've got you, hold on. Natasha held on to her hand tightly as the chimney continued to fall toward the ground. And this woman took out a knife from her leg and stabbed at Natasha's leg. Natasha had no choice but to let go of her hand. No. Natasha watched with her own eyes as she fell from a height and hit the ground with stagnant water heavily. After the chimney fell down, it hit the wall of the opposite house. Yelena was thrown out by the inertia and just smashed through a glass window and fell into the corridor. And Natasha was miserable. She slammed on the wall and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, there were several ventilation ducts in the middle. Natasha hit 3 ventilation ducts in a row, and finally landed firmly on the ground. Natasha got up from the ground, feeling that her whole body was in pain, but she saw the woman who just fell down, and Natasha went over to see if this person was okay. Hey, don't move. You're hurt, I'll help you. Natasha slowly approached the brunette. She struggled to turn on an electric shock switch on her arm, and the arm electric shock device lit up and glowed red, and then she aimed her fist at her head as if reluctantly but unable to resist. "What are you doing?" Natasha asked, looking at the brunette. "He forced me," the woman said helplessly, and then clicked on the device to activate it, which instantly hit the woman's head, and she immediately lost her breath. Natasha went up to check. The whole face of the black-haired woman was scorched and blood was bleeding from 7 holes. It was obvious that she could not survive. Natasha looked at her in shock. Natasha recognized the equipment on this person, which was exactly the same as the one she had used before. She was a widow trained in the Red Room. Yelena also came here and saw Natasha kneeling on the ground and the black-haired woman lying in front of her. She wanted to use the potion to help the black-haired woman release the control of the Red Room, but it seemed useless now. Yelena put away the potion and said to Natasha, "You trust me now. How many more?" Natasha looked at Yelena and asked. "Enough." Yelena didn't want to say this now. She turned her head and left immediately. Natasha got up and followed Yelena. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at the body of the black-haired woman lying on the ground. She couldn't help but believe that the Red Room hadn't been wiped out and was still in operation. The two came to the street, and they ran fast to ride Yelena's motorcycle. "Which one is yours?" Natasha asked, looking at a row of motorcycles parked opposite. "The one with the black and brown seats." Yelena replied. "Where's my key?" Yelena asked, touching her body. Natasha took out the key. At some point, Natasha secretly took the motorcycle key into her hand. "This is my motorcycle," Yelena reminded Natasha, who sat on the motorcycle and started the engine naturally. Boom! At this moment, a car was bombed and flew in front of the two, and an army green armored vehicle rushed towards the two. "Don't talk nonsense, get in the car," Natasha shouted loudly, and Yelena immediately sat behind Natasha. Natasha started the motorcycle, and a flicked motorcycle rushed out. Huge army green armored vehicles chased after them, knocking or crushing everything in their path. Natasha could only speed up and rush forward. Just as they passed a fork, a black van sprang out. Natasha slammed on the brakes, bypassed the van and slipped out of a side alley. The van was hit by the armored vehicle and flew away. Natasha and Yelena finally got rid of the armored vehicle temporarily and headed towards the street, but suddenly a woman was chasing after them, also riding a motorcycle. 2 motorcycles were chasing on the road. Natasha saw a staircase to go down. She rushed down without thinking, and the woman on the motorcycle behind her drew her gun and shot. The bullet hit the rear wheel of Natasha and the other's motorcycle, and the motorcycle lost control and hit the railing. Natasha and Yelena were thrown from the motorcycle to the road below the guardrail. The two fell on a blue car. The man in the car just got out of the car to see what happened, when Yelena pointed a gun at his head. "Your car has been confiscated." Yelena pushed the man away and got into the co-pilot. "You can't steal someone else's car," Natasha said as she got into the car. "So you want me to track him down and ask him to cancel suing us for robbery afterwards?" Yelena asked Natasha. "Shut up." Natasha started the car and reversed the car. At this moment, the enemy who had just been riding a motorcycle had already arrived at the guardrail above their heads and shot at the two of them. Natasha kicked the accelerator and the blue car rushed out, knocked over the cars parked on both sides and left quickly. The woman on the motorbike also found a stair that could go down and rushed down, chasing after Natasha and the other's car. The two sides started chasing again on the street. The motorcycle was getting closer and closer to Natasha's car. The woman took out her submachine gun and shot at the car. The rear windshield of the car was shattered in an instant, and Yelena shrank behind the seat with her head in her arms. "Okay, do you have a plan? Or continue to hide?" Yelena asked Natasha. "Yes, our plan is to drive them away," Natasha replied. "This plan sucks." Yelena couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Natasha's steering wheel and turned it hard. The car suddenly turned 180 degrees with a flick of the tail. Yelena saw it and opened the door. The door was hit by a road sign along the road and flew out, hitting the motorcycle that was chasing behind them. The woman on the motorcycle was thrown flying and fell heavily to the ground, unable to continue chasing. "It's nothing to do with a little effort," Yelena said proudly. Natasha turned the front of the car back to the front and rushed forward quickly, but the enemy pursued closely, and the huge armored car caught up just now. The armored vehicle ignored the slow-moving vehicles along the way and rammed into them indiscriminately, knocking all the vehicles along the way and flying around, and the whole street suddenly became a mess. "Damn it, it's back." Yelena felt very annoying. These enemies were like dogskin plasters, and they couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard they were shaken. Natasha could only sprint left and right in the car, constantly passing through the gaps in the traffic flow. In the armored car, the driver was the mysterious person who snatched the box on the bridge before. She adjusted the armored car to automatic driving, and then leaned out from the top of the armored car. The mysterious man's technological eyepiece locked onto Natasha's car, and the mysterious man suddenly took out a bow and arrow from behind, pulled it full and aimed at Natasha's car. "Fasten your seatbelt," Natasha said to Yelena when she saw the situation of the armored vehicle behind her. "You are such a good mother." Yelena decisively pulled on the seatbelt and put it on. Natasha drove the car and began to move around in a snake shape, but did not escape the attack of the mysterious man. The mysterious man shot an arrow at the bottom of Natasha's car. The arrow exploded right at the bottom of the bike, and the whole car was blown up into the air, flipping back and hitting the roof of a car behind. Then it fell again, was hit by the car behind and flew out. The whole car rolled continuously, just rushed towards a subway entrance, and finally stopped in the lobby of the subway station on the basement level. The blue car was on all fours, and its body was seriously damaged, but Natasha and Yelena were not seriously injured. Both Natasha and Yelena struggled to get out. Yelena's arm was cut by car debris and was bleeding, but when she took out a scarf to wrap her arm to stop the bleeding, Natasha stopped her. "No, trust me. Come with me." Natasha pulled Yelena and ran towards the crowd in the subway hall. The mysterious man in strange armor came down from the subway entrance, just in time to see the two people sliding down the smooth slope in the middle of the elevator. The mysterious man threw out the round shield and flew towards the two of them. Natasha and Yelena slid down to the second basement level in an instant. The round shield flew over their heads and was deeply inserted into a pillar in front of them. Natasha grabbed Yelena's hand and led her to get up and run away. The mysterious man calmly got off the elevator and walked slowly into the subway hall. All the people here took the subway that just arrived and left, and now there is no one in the entire subway station. Looking at the blood on the ground, the mysterious person followed all the way to the mouth of an underground well. She opened the well cover and jumped down. Not far away, in the ventilation duct above, Natasha and Yelena hid here, and Natasha watched the mysterious man who jumped towards the mouth of the well. Yelena lay in the ventilation duct with a scarf wrapped tightly around her arms to stop the bleeding. "Are you okay?" Natasha asked Yelena, who was grinning in pain. "What a great idea. I like the part where I almost bleed to death. It's very comfortable here." Yelena sat up and said, looking at the spacious ventilation ducts around her. "Barton and I hid here for 2 days," Natasha said. "That must be very interesting." Yelena followed Natasha's eyes and saw the marks they drew on the wall above her head. "Who is that guy?" Natasha asked. "Drykov's special project. He can imitate anyone he has ever seen. It's like wrestling with himself in a mirror. Drykov will only send him on the most important missions." Yelena replied, "Road. It doesn't make any sense for them to hunt us down." Natasha said. "It's hard to tell the truth when you ignore key details," Yelena said. "What do you mean?" Natasha asked. "You didn't mention Drykov's daughter at all, and you killed her." Yelena asked back. "I have to do that? I need her to lead me to Drykov. Drykov's daughter is collateral damage. I need her confirmation to know where Drykov is." Natasha recalled that she confirmed that Drykov is at home, and choose Drykov's daughter to attack Drykov's house with a bomb when she comes home from school. "But you are here, but you are not so sure." Yelena said. "I need to go for a walk." Natasha feels very guilty every time she thinks about this incident. Although she has killed many people, Drykov's daughter is something she will never forget for a long time. After confirming their safety, the two left the subway station and went to a small shop at a gas station to take a break. "The red room is still running. Where is it?" Natasha asked Yelena. "I don't know, it moves frequently, and every widow has to be sedated when entering and leaving the country to obtain the highest level of security." Yelena replied while choosing medicines for wound disinfection. "I just find it hard to believe that he can hide from our sight." Natasha said very strangely, "No one can hide from the sight of the Avengers. It's not wise to attack the Avengers if you want to hide, the clues are hidden in the name. If Drykov kills you, one of the big men in the Avengers will come to avenge you." Yelena said to Natasha. "Wait, who are you referring to by the big shot?" Natasha asked. "Well, I suspect that the Atlanteans from the bottom of the sea must drink several tons of water to replenish their energy after each battle. Where do you think I am during this time?" Yelena made a joke and asked back. "I thought you were released from prison and lived a normal life." Natasha replied after thinking for a while. "Then you haven't contacted me?" Yelena asked again. "To be honest, I thought you didn't want to see me." Natasha fell silent and said. "Haha, nonsense. You just don't want your little sister following you all the time while you and the cool kid save the world," Yelena said to Natasha. "You are not my real sister." Natasha said something that made Yelena sad. "The Avengers are not your real family." Yelena didn't expect Natasha to say that. She thought about it and said back. "Why do you always do this?" Yelena asked suddenly again. "What?" Natasha asked. "The way you fight. That, you always do things like this. When you fight you shake your hair, your arms, and your hair, and then you get into a fighting pose," Yelena said as she squatted down, imitating the moves Natasha made when fighting. "This fighting posture shows that you are a posturing person? Haha," Yelena said mocking Natasha. "I'm not a poser." Natasha replied blankly. "Come on, these poses are all cool, but you feel like everyone's looking at you, all the time." Yelena said. "I spend so much time posing. I actually want to do something good to make up for the pain I caused. Try to be more than a trained killer." Natasha interrupted Yelena's taunt. "She designed these actions are just to change the public's perception of themselves." "Then you are deluding yourself? Because pain and torture happen every day, and we are all trained killers. It's just that I'm not the guy on the cover of the magazine, and I'm not the killer who is called a hero by little girls." Yelena after speaking, he turned and went out. Natasha was stunned for 2 seconds, and paid the boss for the things she just bought. Fortunately, the boss here didn't know them and couldn't understand their language. There is a shed at the entrance of the small shop, with a lot of tables and chairs for customers to rest. Next to it is an auto repair shop, and a few young boys are playing football in the open space. This place looked rather romantic. Yelena was sitting on a chair, washing the wound on her right arm with hydrogen peroxide. Natasha sat down opposite Yelena with a shopping bag and 2 bottles of wine. That gas, the anti-reaction potion, was secretly synthesized by an old widow in Melina's generation. When I was on a mission to retrieve the potion, she awakened me with the gas, but I killed wake up my widow. Yelena said expressionlessly. Were you able to try to control yourself? Natasha asked. What you're experiencing is mental conditioning. I'm talking about chemical changes in brain function. They're completely different things. You're fully conscious, but you don't know which part is yours, and I'm not sure. Yelena looked at Natasha. Eyes replied. Natasha sat beside Yelena and bandaged the wound on her right arm. That's all that's left? Natasha asked, looking at the red gas potion in Yelena's backpack. Well, it's the only thing that can stop Dreykov and his network of widows. They train hard every day, just like we did when we were kids. Maybe only 1 in 20 survives the training and becomes a widow. The rest are dead. Yelena said. To Dreykov, we are just objects, weapons without a face, and he can throw them away at any time, because he will have more people. Yelena continued after a pause. It's thanks to you and Alexei that no one is looking for him anymore, Yelena said again. Alexei. Natasha hadn't heard that name for a long time. Yes, Dad. Yelena called out the former title. Natasha bandaged Yelena's wound, then returned to sit opposite Yelena, picked up the wine on the table and drank. Have you ever looked for your parents? Your real parents? Yelena looked at the warm father and son in the garage opposite, and asked Natasha. My mother threw me on the street like garbage, why should I look for her, and you? Natasha said melancholy. They destroyed my birth certificate, so I reinvented it, and my parents still live in Ohio, and my sister moved west, Yelena replied, taking a sip of her drink too. Is that so? Natasha asked with a smile. You are a science teacher, but you are working part-time now, especially after having children. Your husband, he is responsible for decorating the house. Yelena made up a warm person for Natasha. Haha, this is not my story. Natasha replied with a smile. So what's your story? Yelena asked. I never left myself alone to think about these issues. Natasha couldn't say what she would do in the future, and she never thought about it. Have you ever thought about having children? I want a dog, Yelena said. Where are you going next? Natasha asked. I don't know, I really don't have anywhere to go back, so I can go anywhere, Yelena replied. Natasha looked at Yelena and sat up straight. No, Yelena said suddenly. No what? Natasha asked suspiciously. You're going to give me some heroic speeches, I can feel it, Yelena said. I'm not good at speeches, it's more like an invitation. Natasha smiled and shook her head. Go to the red room with you to kill Dreykov? Yelena asked. Yes. Natasha nodded. Even though the red room is hard to find, Dreykov is too cunning and ordinary people can't kill him. Shall we go there? Yelena asked again. Yes. Natasha replied. It sounds like a lot of work. Yelena said. But it should be fun. Natasha said with a smile. Yes, I also find it very interesting. Yelena also said. Both of them knew what the other was thinking, and they had a new goal to completely destroy the red room. I saw where he put the keys. Natasha looked at Yelena and said, referring to the car key of the owner of the garage. In the upper drawer, in the green cabinet. Yelena said with a tacit understanding, and she also noticed it. The two smiled tacitly, picked up the wine bottle and toasted. The two stole the car repair shop owner's car, and Natasha took Yelena to the place where her plane was parked. Did you know? This is the best gift I've ever bought for myself. Yelena, who was sitting in the passenger seat, touched the dark green tactical vest she was wearing. This. Natasha turned her head and glanced. Yeah, what? You don't like it? Yelena asked. Is this like, what's left in the army warehouse, or? Natasha looked at the dark green vest and said hesitantly. Well, it has a lot of pockets, and I wear it all the time, and I've made some modifications myself, Yelena explained, interrupting Natasha. Whatever. Natasha laughed, unable to understand Yelena's aesthetics. Shut up, the point is I never took control of my life before, and now I do. Some things I want to do. Yelena continued to explain. Well, I like your vest. Natasha understood Yelena's meaning and said. I knew it. It's cool. Yelena said more and more, like a child showing off her new clothes. Very good, yes, I like it. Natasha could only follow her happily. But I really don't know where the red room is, sorry. Yelena calmed down and said. I know, but I think I know someone does, Natasha said. Really? Who? Yelena asked in surprise. We have to fly my plane, Natasha replied. Okay. Yelena nodded. And your potion? In fact, I have a friend who is more powerful than this potion, we can ask him for help. Natasha continued. Really? Which hero friend of yours? Yelena asked with interest. It's the one where you suspect that he will drink tons of water after the battle. Natasha replied. Sea King? Can he help us? Yelena asked. Let me try to contact him. Natasha connected to the car phone and called Arthur's cell phone. Beep, 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 beep. No one answered for a long time. It seems that we can't count on him. Yelena said, listening to the beeping sound from the phone. I guess he fell asleep. He usually prefers to sleep. Natasha called again, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Do beep, beep, hello, what is Natasha looking for me so late? Arthur's lazy voice came from the phone. I need your help with something, Natasha said. I want to sleep. I'm not free. Art refused impatiently. Wait, how about if you help me calculate that I owe you a favor? Natasha said immediately, afraid that Arthur would hang up the phone. Well, it's rare that you will beg me once. Tell me, the location, the time. Arthur thought for a while. Natasha usually doesn't ask for help, so this time she probably has something really important to ask herself. Anyway, she's fine recently, so I'll help her. Come to Budapest tomorrow morning, and I'll send you the location. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. If Arthur could come to help, her chances of winning would be much higher. Okay, you can just send me the location when the time comes, and I'll be there in a second. Arthur's voice dropped again, probably because he was sleepy. Okay, thank you then, good night. Natasha said without disturbing Arthur's rest. Good night. Arthur replied, before hanging up. Unexpectedly, you are quite face-saving, and now I finally feel the benefits of you joining the Avengers. Yelena said on the side. They can be considered my family. Natasha said with emotion. The next morning, Natasha drove overnight and took Yelena to the place where she parked the Quinjet fighter jet. I've wanted to try this advanced fighter for a long time, it's great. Yelena said, looking at the Avenger Quinjet fighter parked on the front lawn. This is my plane. Natasha said, looking at Yelena. You've been driving all night and you're tired, so leave it to me. Yelena said, patting her chest. Natasha nodded helplessly, took out her mobile phone and sent a location to Arthur, and then dialed his number. Hello, the location has been sent to you. When are you coming? Natasha asked Arthur on the phone. You really don't give me time for breakfast. Arthur's voice came from behind Natasha. Natasha and Yelena turned their heads and saw Arthur, who had just walked out of the blue magic portal. Arthur was wearing pajamas, holding a cup of soy milk and a craft paper bag on his mobile phone, which was full of a bag of steamed buns. Arthur took out one and ate it happily. Omega, you came so fast. Yelena said in amazement as she looked at the blue portal that disappeared behind Arthur. He is always very timely and a reliable person. Natasha praised Arthur insincerely. Stop it, you don't believe what you said. Why don't you eat some steamed buns from our restaurant in Atlantis? You have never eaten such delicious steamed stuffed buns before. Arthur walked up to the two of them and held the craft paper bag was handed over. Thank you. Yelena and Natasha were really hungry. They ran for their lives all day yesterday, so they took a casual bite at night. Wow, my god, how can there be such a delicious thing? Where can I buy it? Yelena almost swallowed her tongue after taking a bite of the steamed bun. She thought it was the best food she had ever eaten since she was a child. Something. Well, the taste is not bad. We have in the cafeteria. Well, the cafeteria has not been built yet. Natasha eats the cafeteria of the Avengers every day, and there are chefs trained by the Atlantis restaurant, so she's used to it. Can the one in the cafeteria compare to this? I got it from the Atlantis restaurant. Beauty, if you like it, go to any Atlantis restaurant in New York to eat in the future. It's free, just give me my name. Seeing that Yelena really liked it, Essie handed her the whole bag of buns in his hand. Thank you. My name is Yelena Belova, nice to meet you, the superhero Aquaman Arthur from Atlantis. Yelena introduced herself. It's nice to meet you too. What do you want from me? Aren't you going on vacation? Do you want me to take you to play? Arthur turned to Natasha and asked. I'm not like you. I like to enjoy myself. I can't take a good rest even if I take a vacation. It's really bad luck. I came here to help us deal with a mysterious organization. Natasha gave Arthur a white look and said. What mysterious organization, to be more specific? Arthur said, taking a sip of the soy milk in his hand. Let's talk about it when we get on the plane. Natasha took the lead on the Quinjet. Are you going to act with us dressed like this? Yelena asked, looking at Arthur's leopard print pajamas. I'll change it later, let's go. Arthur also boarded the plane. Yelena shook her head and followed. Yelena and Natasha changed into a set of white combat uniforms on the plane and checked their weapons. Your clothes are too ostentatious, but in order to match you. Arthur looked at the white combat uniforms of the two and complained, and then he snapped his fingers, and the leopard pajamas on his body flashed golden and turned into Natasha and their identical white combat uniforms for men. My god, are you a magician? With your ability, do you no longer need to buy clothes? Yelena looked at Arthur in surprise and asked. That's the theory, so you can call me Arthur the Wizard. Well, where are we going next? Arthur asked. What we have to deal with is a spy organization called the Red Room. That's where I used to be. I thought I had completely destroyed it. But recent events tell me that it still exists, and we need to find it. Natasha sat in the co-pilot seat of the plane and explained to Arthur. Yelena started the fighter jet and controlled it to fly into the air. That's not easy. You tell me where the organization base is, and if I just bomb it, it will be over. Arthur said indifferently. We don't know where it is, but two people I know will know, and we're going to find one of them now. Natasha said to Arthur. Okay, whatever you want, I'll take it as a stretch. Arthur lay on the seat and closed his eyes to rest. A prison on the Hungarian border. The prisoners in the prison gathered together, watching the two big men on the seat wrestling their arms. So, I have the nuclear code. But he's right there, Captain America, Steve Rogers. One of the tattooed burly men wrestled several prisoners in succession, and he said his life story. The era of the Red Guardian is coming. He is Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian known as the captain of the Soviet Union. He has been imprisoned in this prison for 20 years, living a repetitive life every day, and Captain America Steve Rogers, who has gone through this super soldier program like him, has become a household hero. So Alexei was very upset and could only be unhappy in this prison. Suddenly someone informed him that he had his package, and Alexei went to the guard room strangely. No one had ever sent him anything. 2 guards opened Alexei's package, took out the candy and ate it, only handing him back some envelopes and a toy. Alexei was very angry, but helpless. He alone could not escape from this prison. This prison was built in a valley basin of a snow-capped mountain. Frozen to death on the snow mountain. Alexei took some envelopes and took out a toy from the middle. It was a toy of the Red Soviet captain, and there was a sound effect when the chest symbol was pressed. Who sent such a toy to himself? Is this mocking yourself? Alexei pulled the mechanism on the back of the toy, and suddenly the head of the toy flew up. Alexei suddenly found that there was a wireless earphone in the head of the toy, the kind used by spies. He looked around the guard room and around vigilantly, and put the earphones into his ears. Today is your lucky day. Alexei, go to the door on the south wall. A familiar voice said to him from the headset. Alexei looked towards the iron gate to the south, which had opened automatically. Knowing that it was his daughter who had come to save him, Alexei stood up and strode towards the guard room. The guard asked him what he wanted to do through the glass. Alexei suddenly smashed the glass with a punch, grabbed a guard by his clothes, and dragged him out of the guard room. The entire tempered glass in the guard room also shattered into pieces. Alexei kicked him unconscious, then grabbed another guard and smashed his head on the iron window of the guard room. Alexei has long seen that these 2 people are not pleasing to the eye, dare to eat my food, and even go through my package. Alexei took his own candy and chewed it in his mouth. Over a prison on the Hungarian border, Yelena hovers in Natasha's Quinjet. Alexei followed Natasha's command in the headset and moved towards the prison gate. Natasha had already hacked into the prison's system and opened all the iron doors that were closed. The prison suddenly became chaotic, and the prisoners all found that the door was opened, and they all rushed out following Alexei. The prison guards also realized that something was wrong, and a large number of guards wearing thick body armor and carrying explosion-proof shields surrounded the prisoners. Seeing so many guards rushing towards him, Alexei suddenly turned around and rushed out to an iron gate on the side, closed the iron gate, and blocked the gate with a shield so that the guards could not open it from the inside. The prisoners huddled together, and Alexei ran outside alone. Did you make things big? Natasha asked while sitting in the co-pilot listening to the fighting and shouting from the earphones. Alexei came to the last thick steel gate of the prison. He kicked the whole gate out with force and hit the ground heavily. Alexei saw the sun outside for the first time in more than 20 years. He came to the square outside and asked into the headset, "What should I do next?" "We will take you out of here." Alexei looked up and saw a black fighter jet flying towards here from a distance. At this moment, he heard the noise behind him, and he turned his head to see countless prisoners rushing out of the gate that he had just kicked away. Suddenly the square was in chaos, with countless prisoners running around in the square, but the guards on the sentry tower discovered the situation and sounded the alarm, and the entire prison immediately went into alarm. "Which one do you want to save?" Arthur asked, looking at the chaotic crowd below from the outside. "That fat man with brown hair, what are you doing?" Natasha asked, pointing to Alexei in the crowd. "You guys are moving too slowly, I'll catch him up." After finishing speaking, Arthur opened the rear hatch of the fighter jet and jumped down. "He's not serious, is he?" Yelena asked as she turned to look at Arthur, who flew away. "He is such an impulsive person, let's wait." Natasha shrugged and replied. Alexei only saw a man in white clothes jumping out of the plane and falling from the sky, just in front of him. "Are you Alexei?" Arthur asked, looking up and down at the fat super soldier. "It's me, who are you?" Alexei looked at the young man in front of him and asked. "It's you?" Arthur didn't talk nonsense with him, grabbed Alexei's arm and soared into the sky. "Ah!" Alexei screamed in the air. The guards all saw Arthur soaring into the sky, and they picked up their guns and shot at the 2 of them. "Ah, don't." The sound of countless bullets piercing through the air sounded beside Alexei. Alexei raised his left hand to cover his head. He was afraid that he would be shot into a sieve. He suddenly found that he was surrounded by a red energy shield, and the bullet hit the energy shield to form circles of ripples, which could not penetrate. Arthur was annoyed by the shooting of the prison guards below. He suddenly shot out a huge blue energy beam from his right hand, which instantly shattered the tower below, and the prison guards on the side were also blown out. Suddenly Arthur looked up and saw that the snow-capped mountains around the prison had been shaken into avalanches by the explosion just now, and countless snow on the surrounding snow-capped mountains fell towards the prison in the basin. "Wow, this would be a cool way to die." Yelena looked at Schwebang and sighed. "Let's go." Alexei yelled at Arthur. Arthur carried Alexei and rushed back into the fighter jet, throwing Alexei heavily to the ground. "Ah, can you be gentle?" Alexei grinned and crawled into the cabin and said. He felt that his arms were almost numb. "Then we're leaving." Yelena was about to leave here. "Wait. You fly high so that the avalanche won't affect you. I'll go down." Arthur called Yelena, and he jumped out of the cabin again. What is he going to do? Yelena looked at Natasha and asked. "It's probably to save the people below." Natasha said, looking out the window at Arthur, who fell back into the prison. Wow, he is so great. Yelena didn't know if she was mocking Arthur. All the prisoners and prison guards on the ground saw the doomsday scene, and all turned their heads and fled to the underground prison. Arthur landed in the middle of the square. He looked at the snow that was buried here in all directions. He couldn't bear to have thousands of people buried here like this, no matter whether they were good people or bad people. Arthur's eyes turned blue in an instant, and when the snow came to the prison, the blue energy spread out with his arms open, and the white snow instantly became solid under Arthur's blue energy. Ice. The whole valley turned into a world made of ice sculptures. The snow formed by the avalanche seemed to be frozen above the prison, and there was an indescribable beauty immediately. Unbelievable. Yelena, Natasha, and Alexei sighed looking at the scene below. Arthur flew up from below, closed the hatch, and found that the three of them were staring at him. What's the matter? Let's go. Arthur said a little funny. Are you still human? Alexei said. He's a god? He's no longer human. Yelena also echoed. Okay, let's go. Natasha glanced at Arthur. Having such a family made her feel very reliable. She turned her head to control the fighter jet with a smile on her lips. Arthur walked to a bench and lay down, ready to take a rest. Alexei looked at Arthur and came behind Natasha and Yelena. Oh, it's exciting. I'm so proud of you. I didn't expect you to come to my rescue. Alexei said behind Yelena. Yelena gritted her teeth and turned around to punch Alexei hard in the face. Well, why are you so hot-tempered? Are you here today? Alexei asked Yelena, holding his nose. I didn't have my period, idiot. I don't have a uterus. Yelena said blankly. Or the ovaries. Natasha added on the side. Yeah, that's the involuntary hysterectomy that the Red Room makes you do, where they just stick their hands in and rip all your reproductive organs out, and cut them all off like that. Take everything it's out, so you can't have children. Yelena seemed to be describing something that had nothing to do with her. Okay, stop talking. You don't need to be so objective and cruel. Alexei couldn't listen anymore, and interrupted Yelena. Oh, I was going to talk about the fallopian tubes, but that's okay. Yelena continued. Is this true? Arthur asked Natasha, sitting up. Natasha nodded with a wry smile, but did not speak. If you want children, you can go to Wakanda to find my cat, it should be able to help you. Arthur said silently. Your cat? Can I grow a womb again? Yelena felt that she had heard it wrong, and looked at Natasha beside her. Yes, his cat can save the dead. Natasha saw Wanda's chest was blown with a big hole during the Wakanda battle. Even the heart was gone, and she could make the white cat named Venom. It was saved. Although the white cat made everyone in the kitchen itch in the Avengers base, it was so delicious, but no one said anything. Its value cannot be measured by some food. Oh, you Avengers are really not simple, even a cat is so amazing. Yelena sighed. It means a lot to me that you saved me. Alexei said excitedly. No, I saved you because you told us how to get to the Red Room. Natasha turned her head and said. Wow, look at you, is this all a deal? Alexei said. Believe me, if you don't talk, the following conversation will not be so happy. Natasha said. Little Natasha, you have been indoctrinated with Western thoughts. Alexei said sarcastically. I chose to go west and become an Avenger because they treat me like family, Natasha replied. Really? Family? They just want to use you. Alexei said, looking at Arthur lying on the bench. Before I want to read your memory directly, you'd better say it yourself. Arthur said, lying on the bench with his eyes closed. Well, actually, I don't know where it is. Alexei said helplessly. Yelena and Natasha looked at each other. Natasha unbuckled her seatbelt, got off the passenger seat, and came to Alexei. You and Dreykov are like a family? Don't you know where he is? Natasha looked at Alexei and asked. Dreykov? Oh, my friend. Made me the first Soviet super soldier, and I could have been more famous than Captain America? And he sent me to Ohio on that damn mission for 3 years. Then let me spend the rest of my life in prison. Why? Do you think I will know where he is now? Alexei talked about his experience angrily. Let me read his memory directly. Arthur stood up impatiently and walked towards Alexei. Wow. Well, although I don't know, but someone knows this. Alexei looked at Arthur, who was walking towards him, and said immediately. Who knows? Natasha asked, looking at Alexei. Who else? Melina Foskov. Alexei said. What? Mother Melina? Yelena asked in surprise. We thought she was dead. Natasha was also taken aback. Such a cunning fox can't be killed. Alexei said. It's disgusting, Natasha said. What's disgusting? She's a scientist, a strategist, and I'm just a thug. She worked directly for Dreykov a lot more than I did, Alexei continued. Wait, you mean Melina is still working for the Red Room? Natasha looked at Alexei and asked seriously. She works remotely from outside St. Petersburg, Alexei replied. Hee, let's go see our mother. Yelena said with a smile. The four of them drove a fighter jet towards St. Petersburg. 3 hours later, the Quinjet fighter landed firmly on the lawn outside St. Petersburg, not far from Melina's farm. The four got off the plane, Yelena leading the way, Arthur and Natasha following her, and Alexei was the last to get off the plane. Natasha, come here, I have something to ask you. Alexei called Natasha's name. What's the matter? Natasha stopped helplessly and turned to Alexei and asked. Did he mention me to you? Alexei asked nervously. What? Natasha didn't understand what Alexei meant. Has he mentioned me to you? You know, exchanging his war stories. Alexei said to Natasha. Who? What are you talking about? Natasha still didn't understand. Captain America, Steve Rogers? In this arena of terrestrial political conflict, my greatest rival? He's more of a modern man than an Avenger. You know, I always thought we were respect. Alexei explained. Wait, you haven't seen us for 20 years, do you want to ask me something about your legend? Natasha interrupted Alexei and asked impatiently. You don't need to ask, Steve Rogers never mentioned your existence. Arthur said the fact that Alexei couldn't accept. What's the matter with this tense relationship? Did I do something wrong? Alexei looked at Natasha and Yelena helplessly and asked. Is this a serious question? Yelena asked, turning to Alexei. I've only ever loved you, girls. I tried my best to ensure that your actions will be successful, that you will fully develop your potential, and everything will be resolved smoothly. Alexei looked at the two and said affectionately. Is everything settled? Natasha retorted. Yes, yes for you. We completed the mission in Ohio, Yelena, you continue to be the greatest girl killer, no one can match your efficiency, you are ruthless. Alexei stopped Yelena's hand. And Natasha, not only a spy, not only overthrew the regime, destroyed the empire from within, but became an Avenger, a superhero. Alexei took Natasha's hand again. Both of you have killed so many people, your ledger must be dripping with blood. I'm so proud of you. Alexei said, hugging Natasha and Yelena in his arms. Aren't you finished? Are you going to leave? Arthur said impatiently, watching the performance of the three of Alexei from a distance. Natasha pushed Alexei's arms away, and left without looking back. Can you let me go? You smell really bad. Yelena also broke free from Alexei's arms, leaving Alexei standing there alone doubting life. The four continued on the road, heading towards Melina's pig farm. Melina is in front of a maze set up for piglets, using a tablet to control the pigs to move forward in the maze. Suddenly she saw an alarm on the computer that someone was approaching. There are 4 red dots on the map warning that they are approaching here. Melina drove the pigs back home, and took out a huge sniper rifle from the cabin. She looked up and looked around, and finally saw movement on the mountain in the distance. She raised the sniper rifle and aimed at it. From the scope, Melina saw Natasha and the 4 of them. Melina slowly put down the sniper rifle, panting heavily. 20 years, she saw her former family again. The 3 of Natasha came to Melina's pig farm led by Alexei, and they saw Melina holding a sniper rifle through the barbed wire. Melina also saw the 4 of them, and she slowly observed the changes in Natasha, Yelena, and Alexei one by one. Honey, we're back. Alexei said, looking at Melina. When Melina saw Arthur, she immediately raised her sniper rifle and aimed it at Arthur's head. I advise you to put the gun down before I get angry. Of course, if you think you can live until the moment you press the trigger, you can try it. Arthur looked at Melina with his arms crossed. Said. He has no malicious intentions. He is Natasha's friend. Don't be nervous. Alexei immediately stopped in front of Arthur. He was really afraid that Melina would be killed by Arthur. He knew that Arthur was different from ordinary people and had powerful superpowers. Melina held the gun and thought for a few seconds before putting it down, turning around and walking towards the wooden house beside her. She didn't say a word. Come on, girls. Alexei followed, and Yelena followed. Let's go, Natasha said to Arthur, and they followed Alexei towards the wooden house. Farms outside St. Petersburg. Melina brought the 4 of them to the cabin where she lived. Welcome to the humble house, don't be restrained. Melina opened the door of the wooden house and walked in. Natasha and the 4 of them followed. The log cabin looks very warm and full of various plants. It seems that Melina is a person who likes to grow flowers. The 4 of them walked into the room to visit, while Natasha followed Melina closely for fear that she would play tricks. Arthur, on the other hand, walked straight to the leather sofa in the living room, and sat down on it. He conjured up a thermos cup out of nowhere, and drank tea in his hand. Yelena looked at the surrounding facilities in the dining room, and she remembered that when she lived with Natasha when she was a child, the furniture was exactly the same as it was then. Alexei hid in a room without knowing why. Are there any traps around here? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Natasha asked Melina while visiting. I didn't raise my daughters to fall into a trap, Melina told Natasha. You didn't raise us up at all, we just lived for a while. Natasha found a cup and took a glass of water from the tap. Well, maybe, but if you're weak, you're not under my watch, Melina said, leading Natasha to a table in the restaurant and sitting down. At this time, Alexei's strange voice came from the room, as if he was howling in pain. Is he constipated? Arthur asked in disgust. Maybe. Yelena replied blankly while sitting on the dining table. Dear Sea King Mr. Arthur Jorn, what do you need to drink? Melina walked over and asked Arthur. Oh, I don't need a treat, I brought it myself. Arthur shook the thermos in his hand and said, vaguely seeing a few goji berries soaked in it. Then let's have a drink. Melina pouted and suggested to Natasha and Yelena. Melina took out a bottle of brandy and poured a glass for Natasha, Yelena, and herself, and took some food from the refrigerator. The 3 drank like this. Arthur felt weird looking at the depressing atmosphere, but he didn't feel impatient. Drinking tea alone, Arthur wanted to see what Melina was going to do. Ahem, how is it? Does it fit well? Alexei's voice came from the side. Everyone looked at him, only to see that he was wearing a red tight battle suit and a red helmet with a 5-pointed star on it. If he had a shield, it would look a bit like Captain America's old uniform. Oh my god. Both Yelena and Natasha couldn't stand it anymore, only Melina not only didn't dislike him but also applauded. I haven't washed it once, come here for a drink. Melina still complained. Family, we are together again. Alexei said happily after walking to the dining table and sitting down, looking at the three of them. Given our family structure, it was just a planned ploy and it only lasted 3 years. I guess we can't use the word family anymore, can we? Melina said to the crowd. I agree, let's do this next. Natasha said that she was interrupted by Alexei just as she was about to say the main point. Okay, let's get together again, and, I want to say something right away, you haven't aged at all, have you? You are as gentle and beautiful as they arranged for our wedding day. Alexei looked at Melina said. You've gained weight, but you're still fine, Melina replied. Natasha and Yelena drank heavily, and she was almost disgusted by these two people. I just got out of prison, and I'm very energetic now. Alexei looked at Melina and said with a smirk. Please don't do this. Natasha couldn't listen anymore, interrupting the emotional exchange between the two. The next step is this, you have to tell me the location of the Red Room. Natasha looked at Melina and said the purpose of their visit this time. It's like you told them they can stay up late to catch Santa Claus. Melina didn't answer Natasha's question, but looked at Alexei and sarcastically. That's funny, you know, Santa's going to come down the chimney, girls. Watch out. Where's he? You wait for him to finish the cookies, then you can see him there. No, I think go after their dreams, go after the stars, girls. Alexei said that he had a conversation with Natasha and Yelena at Christmas when they were young. Finding Dreykov is not a fantasy, but an unfinished task for me, Natasha said, looking firmly at Melina. You can't beat someone who dominates the will of others, and you'll never see the pinnacle of what we started in America. Neither will you. Melina said to Natasha and Alexei, then rose from her seat stand up. She walked aside and took out a tablet computer, operated it a few times, and then shouted, come in. Suddenly a fat pig with mottled hair opened the door and walked in, coming in front of Melina. Did this pig just open the door? Natasha asked looking at the flowery pig. Yes, good boy, Alexei, good boy, Melina said, feeding the pig. You named a pig after me? Alexei asked, looking at Melina angrily. Don't you think it looks like you? Look, it's sitting like a dog. Fine, next, watch, stop breathing. Melina turned off the breathing item on the tablet to 0. It's just that the pig suddenly stopped moving, and was struggling with suffocation. We infiltrated the Northern Research Facility in Ohio, which was under the cover of SHIELD scientists who were, in fact, Hydra at the time. Combined with Project Winter Soldier, they dissected and disassembled human brains to create the one and only cell blueprint of the basal ganglia is the hub of cognition, autonomous movement, programmed learning. Melina said to several people. Yelena and Natasha looked at each other in shock. This is the Red Room be able to control the secrets of the widows? We didn't steal weapons or technology, we just stole the key to free will, Melina said, looking at Alexei. The flower pig on the ground has suffocated and fell to the ground. You are just an idea that you got from Hydra's Loki scepter to control the human brain. Arthur stood up from the sofa, walked to the dining table, and said standing behind Natasha. And this method is just the simplest one. There are many ways to control others on the earth. Arthur waved his hand, and the pig lying on the ground regained its breath and stood up, walking towards the door. I'm just telling you that the Red Room can order the subject to stop breathing, and there is no choice but to obey the order. Dreykov used chemical methods to conquer the world's spies. Melina looked at Natasha and Arthur said. Then do you know who they used it on? Yelena asked Melina suddenly. I don't know, that's not the department I manage, I'm only in charge of research. Melina shook her head and said. Please, don't lie to the children. Alexei said, looking at Melina. I'm not lying. Melina said. You are Dreykov's architect, Alexei said. Then what are you? If I'm his architect, you're his partner? You're his business partner. Melina retorted, looking at Alexei. No, I'm just a scapegoat. Alexei exclaimed. Shut up, you're an idiot. Natasha couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted at Alexei. You're a coward? Our family was never real, so there's no relationship to sustain. Natasha yelled at Melina again. Never had a family, right? In my heart, you are my family. Alexei said. Who cares? That's not true. Natasha said, looking at the two. What? Don't say that, it's real to me, she's my mother, the closest person I've ever had. The best part of my life is fake and you're not telling over me? And those agents, you used chemical methods to conquer the world? I was the one who was conquered. Yelena said with tears in her eyes. Melina was moved when she heard Yelena say that she was the conquered agent. And you escaped. Dreykov made sure that no one escaped. Do you want to say something? No. Yelena looked at Natasha and said, then got up and left, walked into the bedroom and closed the door. I don't know. Melina said to Alexei. It's okay, I'll go talk to her. Alexei stood up and walked into the room to comfort Yelena. Arthur came to sit next to Natasha and said to Natasha, you are our family. This will never change. Thank you. Natasha lowered her head, trying to maintain her emotions. Next, I'm going to ask you carefully, Ms. Melina, you are delaying time. I guess you have already notified the Red Room before, am I right? Arthur looked at Melina said. Melina was silent. She did inform Dreykov about the situation here when Natasha and the four of them came. But I can feel that you still have deep feelings for Natasha and Yelena. The current situation is, which side do you choose to stand on? Enemy or friend? I will give you a chance to choose. Arthur looked at Meili and said seriously, Melina is very important to Natasha. Arthur can still see it. Can you defeat the Red Room and kill Dreykov? Melina asked back. It's easy. Arthur said nonchalantly. I can help you destroy the Red Room and Dreykov. Melina said, looking at Natasha. Do you want me to choose to believe you? You are not the first mother who chooses to abandon me. Natasha said to Melina. No, you're not abandoned. You were just selected by a program that evaluates the baby's potential. Melina interrupted Natasha and said. I was carried away. Natasha looked at Melina in shock and asked. I'm sure your family will be rewarded when the deal is done, but your mom, she's been looking for you, she's like you in that. She's persistent. Melina said. Then what happened to her in the end? Natasha asked. Dreykov killed her, and she was threatening to unmask the Red Room. Generally speaking, the behavior of a curious civilian would not be executed. But, as I said, she is persistent. Melina replied. I think about her every day of my life, whether I admit it or not, I have already admitted it. Natasha said with red eyes. At this moment, the lights outside the window came on, and 4 Quinjet fighter jets had surrounded the cabin, and the 4 planes fired 8 missiles at the cabin at the same time. It's finally here. Arthur said with a smile, looking at Melina and Natasha. Boom! The small wooden house was hit by 8 missiles at the same time in an instant, and it was immediately shattered, with flames bursting into the sky and thick smoke billowing. All 4 fighter jets landed from the sky, and then the mysterious person who attacked Natasha and the others led more than a dozen agents in the Red Room towards the cabin that was blown into ruins. A gust of wind blew, and the thick smoke dispersed, and the agents in the Red Room finally had a clear view of the situation in the wooden house, and they saw a scene that surprised them. In the middle of the ruins, a complete dining table was still there, and Arthur, Natasha, Yelena, Melina, and Alexei sat around the table unharmed. As if the explosion just now had nothing to do with them, the agents immediately picked up their guns when they saw this situation. Da-da-da-da. More than a dozen fire snakes spewed out from the muzzle of the gun, and the agents fired at the 5 people together. But an unacceptable scene happened to them. A semicircular red energy shield enveloped 5 people. Countless bullets hit the energy shield and only produced faint ripples, unable to break through the energy shield and hurt the people inside. It seems that they didn't intend to let you go, so you are just a chess piece that can be discarded casually to Dreykov. Arthur said, looking at Melina. Arthur raised his right hand, and a blue energy beam shot out, blowing up all the dozen or so agents who were shooting together now. Noisy. Arthur said indifferently as if he had done something trivial. Melina looked at Arthur in shock. She knew that the Avengers were powerful, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful. Is this still human? Yelena and Alexei knew Arthur's strength when they robbed the prison, and they will no longer be surprised. Let's go, meet this Dreykov. Arthur stood up and walked towards the dozen or so agents who fell to the ground. Natasha and Yelena got up and followed. Melina glanced at Alexei, then got up and followed. More than a dozen female agents lost their breath on the spot. Only the mysterious man was still alive, and he saved his life wearing a thick battle suit. He was the one who chased me and Yelena in Budapest. Natasha said, looking at the mysterious man lying on the ground. Natasha stepped forward and took off the helmet of the mysterious man. Several people were shocked when they saw the mysterious man's true face. She is a woman in her 30s, and her entire face should have been burned, with horrible scars. Natasha stared blankly at the woman, wondering what she was thinking. Who are you? Arthur asked, looking at the woman. The scarred woman was controlled by Arthur, and her eyes were blank. I'm Antonia. What? Natasha covered her mouth after hearing the name and looked at the scarred woman in shock. What's the matter? Yelena asked her while holding Natasha's arm. She is Dreykov's daughter, she is not dead. Natasha looked at Antonia apologetically, and couldn't help shedding tears. Arthur stepped forward and put his hands on top of Antonia's head, and the yellow energy enveloped her. After 1 minute, Antonia's eyes rolled over and she fell down. What did you do? Natasha asked Arthur, looking at the fallen Antonia. That Dreykov is really not human. He actually turned his daughter into a weapon. I just read her memory and removed the control drug in her brain. She just fainted. Arthur shrugged, said with a shrug. Natasha took Yelena, Melina, Alexei, and Arthur in the sky in a Quinjet fighter. This fighter is the fighter of the Red Room, and it can directly locate the headquarters of the Red Room. The reason why the mysterious organization Red Room can escape the sight of the Avengers is because its base is not on land. Instead, it floats in the sky. No wonder no one knows where the Red Room is. Natasha sighed, looking at the strange building in the clouds ahead. That is the base of the Red Room. The whole base is like a satellite, very huge, with 4 parking pads forming across, which looks very technological. There's no need to land, I'll just shoot him down from the sky and it'll be over. Arthur looked at the base in the Red Room in front of him and said, please, there are still many young girls in there, they are just controlled by Dreykov. We are going to rescue them, just like you rescued the prisoners in the prison. Natasha said to Arthur. Okay, but if Dreykov knows I'm coming, he probably wants to run away. Arthur said. Arthur and I went in to save people. You stay and watch these planes, don't let Dreykov escape. Natasha looked at Yelena and the 3 of them and said. Can the 2 of you deal with them? Yelena took the potion out of her backpack and handed it to Arthur. No need, my ability is much stronger than this potion, and never underestimate the Avenger, Arthur said, waving his hand. Natasha parked the Quinjet fighter steadily on the plane's starting runway. Natasha changed into a black suit, and Arthur's white suit became a golden armor again. Although Arthur's armor was still full of cracks, under the warmth of Arthur during this time, the armor recovered a lot by itself, and the cracks became very small, not as obvious as before. Looking at your armor, I finally believe what you said about the Hong Kong War. Natasha looked at Arthur's golden armor and said, Arthur's armor had never been damaged so badly in the battle with Ultron. One can imagine what kind of battle Arthur has experienced. This is already how I restored it. The previous battle almost killed me and Wanda, Arthur said as he walked towards the gate. Boom! Arthur took out his trident, and a beam of blue energy blasted towards the door of the Red Room. Suddenly, Arthur blasted a big hole in the huge steel door. The enemies in the entire base immediately knew that someone had invaded, and the entire base alarmed. You are really reckless. Didn't you like to sneak in secretly before? Natasha said speechlessly watching Arthur's extremely domineering attack. Before Arthur did the mission secretly, why is it so violent this time? Under the absolute power gap, there is no need to be cautious. I am not the same as before, Arthur Cowhide said coquettishly. I can see that you are getting more and more arrogant. What are you going to do next? Natasha asked as she watched more and more enemies with weapons gathered in the gate. Arthur didn't answer Natasha's question, and walked straight to the door with a big hole, and Natasha followed him. More than 30 female agents took up weapons and guarded the door and shot at the two of them. A blue energy shield surrounded Arthur and Natasha, and the dense bullets fired on the shield could only produce circles of ripples. Arthur and Natasha walked towards them slowly, a yellow light flashed in Arthur's right hand, and all the female agents stopped attacking, and stood there blankly. Go, leave here in the transport plane, Arthur ordered, and the female agents lined up and walked towards the transport plane on the parking lot. Let's go find Dreykov, Arthur said with a glance at Natasha. It's easy to follow you, and I will entrust you with the difficult tasks in the future, Natasha said with a smile. No, please spare me. There are so many capable people in the Avengers. I'm the only one missing. Arthur took Natasha to an elevator, which can directly lead to the top floor, Dreykov's office. You just like to be lazy, Natasha and Arthur complained to him standing in the elevator. Suddenly all the lights in the elevator went out, and the elevator stopped moving, as if there was a power outage. It seems that Dreykov knew we were coming and wanted to trap us in the elevator so that he could escape, Natasha said to Arthur without any panic. It's pointless. The red gemstone in Arthur's right hand lit up, the elevator regained its power, and continued to move towards Dreykov's office on the top floor. On the top floor, Dreykov did know that Arthur Jan, the king of the Avengers, and Natasha, who he trained back then, had come to find him. Since Melina signaled the appearance of Arthur and Natasha, he decisively dispatched a combat operation team to destroy the two, so he ordered to destroy them together with Melina. I lost the news if I couldn't find the action team, and I felt something was wrong when I got Dreykov. I didn't expect them to find them so soon. Dreykov originally hoped that his agents could stop them, but he didn't expect them to solve it so quickly. All the agents came to his office in the elevator. Dreykov panicked a little. He operated on the computer to stop the power supply of the elevator, then packed up his things and prepared to escape, but he didn't expect that the elevator inexplicably restored the power and continued to head towards the top floor. Fuck. Damn it, stop it. Dreykov tapped on the keyboard angrily, trying to stop the elevator, but the elevator not only didn't stop but had already reached the top floor. Dreykov raised his head and looked at the office door. Natasha, who was wearing a black suit and holding a pistol, and Sea King Arthur, who was wearing a golden armor and holding a trident, came in from outside. Are you Dreykov? Arthur asked looking at the fat middle-aged man with white hair and golden eyes who looked like an oil tycoon. Sea King Arthur Jorn. It's an honor to meet you. At this moment, Dreykov calmed down again, and said to Arthur while sitting on a chair. Oh, and my child Natasha, you are still so beautiful, Dreykov said to Natasha. I didn't expect you to be alive, Dreykov? But today you will never escape again. Natasha pointed a gun at Dreykov and said. I didn't expect you to be quite ambitious. Hiding in such a secret place and wanting to control all the spies in the world is amazing. Arthur applauded as he said. I am not like you Avengers, strutting around the city. The real power comes from undetectable influence. The leaders and great men of the world all obey my widows. As long as I give a command, a quarter of the earth everyone will starve, and my widows can start and end wars. They can create kings, and they can destroy a kingdom, Dreykov said proudly to the two as if he didn't feel his situation. Your ambition is really ignorant. The frog in the well doesn't know how big the sky is. If I want, I can make everyone on the earth submit to me, but what can I get? Superior treatment and adoring eyes from others. Arthur pursed his lips and said disdainfully. Okay, I won't tell you any more. Release the control over all the girls in the world. Arthur controlled Dreykov in an instant, and gave him an order. Dreykov opened the drawer, and inside was a password device. His ring was the key to unlock it. After he unlocked the encryption, he operated the computer. The big screen showed that the brain control programs of all girls in countless countries in the world have been released, and they are completely free. Up. What did you do to me? Dreykov woke up after the operation, but he still couldn't control his body and could only speak freely. Don't you like to control others? I'll let you taste what it's like to be controlled by others, Arthur said with a sneer. Natasha walked up to Dreykov, looked at him fixedly and asked, what's my mother's name? Where we buried her, there is a tree and a pink flower, so beautiful. There is also a tombstone with her name engraved on it. What is her name? Unknown. Dreykov sneered said. You are no longer human. Did you have any regrets when you turned your daughter into a weapon? Natasha pointed a gun at Dreykov's head and asked. Haha, human nature? I'm just grateful that you made me a handy tool. Come on Natasha and shoot. Dreykov laughed loudly and said with a distorted expression. Killing you will dirty my hands? You kill yourself. Natasha put the gun on the table. In fact, Natasha couldn't shoot, because there was a kind of gas around Dreykov, which could make the man cannot do anything that hurts him. Since you like to let the widows deal with themselves when you fail, then you should deal with yourself in the same way, Arthur said while crossing his arms and looking at Dreykov. It was so bad that it was even worse than a beast. Arthur also felt that his hands were dirty after killing him. No, Dreykov looked tough, but he was still scared when his hand automatically picked up the pistol on the table and aimed it at his head. Boom! Dreykov pressed the trigger, and suddenly a blood hole was punched in his head, and he fell backward, blood flowing out. Natasha looked at Dreykov's body lying on the ground with red eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Arthur walked up and hugged her, patted her on the back, and jokingly said, okay, is this still the Black Widow who is not afraid of anything? Why did you lose your composure today? I'm fine, I just thought of my mother. Natasha pushed Arthur away and said to him with red eyes, you know, I've never met my biological parents. I was brought up by my adoptive father, but he also left me when I was 16. Now you are my family, and yes you say Yelena and Melina Alexei and we are all your family, aren't you? Arthur said looking at Natasha. Let's go. Natasha wiped away her tears, turned and walked outside. Hey, am I your family? Tell me clearly. Arthur chased after Natasha. You, barely count. Natasha said expressionlessly. Then you have to treat your family better in the future. Don't assign tasks to me. You can discuss and solve it yourself. Arthur took the opportunity to say, you have a good idea. Natasha gave Arthur a white look and said, striding towards the door. Let's discuss it again. Don't go so fast, wait for me. Arthur chased after Natasha, and the two left Dreykov's office in the elevator together. Arthur and Natasha searched the entire Red Room base and rescued all the young women and widows. They all came to the airport and boarded the transport plane together to leave here. Is everything resolved? Yelena asked, looking at Natasha and Arthur. Isn't it easy for me to go out? Arthur said proudly, raising his chin. Where's Dreykov? Yelena asked again. He shot himself in the head and died. Natasha said beside him. Good to die? Then let's get out of here. Yelena walked towards the Quinjet fighter. Melina and Alexei were responsible for taking away all the other female agents who had been taken out of control. What about this base? Natasha looked at Arthur and asked. Actually, it's pretty good to be a base for the Avengers here, but it looks too bad. Let Tony build another one in the future. You go first, and I will leave it to deal with it. Arthur said to Natasha. Natasha nodded, and the Quinjet fighter that boarded Yelena left, and the other two transport planes also left here, leaving only Arthur standing where he was. Arthur opened his 5 fingers to the base, and a red energy ball enveloped the entire Red Room base. Arthur waved his hand, and the huge Red Room base quickly flew straight to the sky. Enveloped by Arthur's energy, the Red Room base directly left the atmosphere and went into space. Just when it was some distance away from the Earth, the entire foundation exploded, and the Red Room was blown to pieces in space. Arthur looked up at the exploded Red Room base from a distance, then turned and walked towards the place where Natasha and the others left. All the girls trained in the Red Room were taken out of control by Arthur. They were all orphans brought in by Dreykov, and they had nowhere to go. In the following days, they will live under the care of Melina and Alexei, and Dreykov's daughter Antonia is no exception. And Yelena also rejected Natasha's invitation to join the Avengers. She decided to stay with Melina and the others. Melina, Alexei and Natasha are both her family members. Yelena gave Natasha her favorite vest as a gift, and Natasha put it away happily. Maybe these widows in the Red Room will set up a new spy organization, and Arthur will not pay attention to these. For the enemies that Arthur will face next, these spy agents are no threat to him. Arthur accompanied Natasha to the place where Dreykov said Natasha's mother was buried. Looking at the unknown tombstone, Natasha's eyes were red. She squatted down and stroked the tombstone, picking up all the dead leaves around the tombstone. Arthur handed the prepared bouquet of flowers to Natasha, and Natasha put the flowers in front of the tombstone, staring blankly at the tombstone. Arthur looked at Natasha and the lonely tombstone under the tree, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit sad. He raised his hand and swiped in the air. The land around the tombstone suddenly turned into a piece of green grass, and small red flowers emerged from the soil, and the dead tree also sprouted green shoots again, and then clusters of pink flowers bloomed. All of a sudden, the environment became vibrant, as if spring had arrived. With tears in her eyes, Natasha burst out laughing when she saw the scene in front of her. She turned to look at Arthur standing behind her. You really have a way. If you don't already have Wanda, I think I would fall in love with you. Natasha looked at Arthur and said jokingly. You can just talk about this kind of thing here. Don't say it in Avengers Kiri, or I will be smashed to pieces by Wanda even if I am not torn in half by Banner. Arthur replied righteously said. The two who looked at each other suddenly laughed together. The haze in Natasha's heart dissipated instantly. Yes, I still have these cute family members? Since Steve Rogers announced the disbandment of the Avengers at the United Nations half a year ago, Peter Parker's actions have become cautious. Today he came to Stark Tower, looking at the reporters downstairs who didn't eat or drink and wanted to wait for Tony Stark to come out to interview him. Peter Parker was very thankful that no one knew that he was Spider-Man. Peter Parker took the student ID of New York University to confuse the reporters' inquiries, and successfully entered the Stark Tower to meet Tony Stark. You see, those damn reporters have already surrounded the company and my house, and now I have to sneak out in a battle suit when I go out. Tony Stark complained to Peter Parker. Tony Stark successfully developed the Mark No. 50 nano armor, which is composed of vibrating gold and a special alloy. The entire armor can be stored as energy in a small arc reactor. I saw it, so what are you going to do? Tony Stark, Peter Parker's follower, walked to the roof and asked. What can we do? Just pretend they don't exist? Let's go, I'll take you to see the new Avengers base, you haven't been there yet. Tony said, patting Peter Parker on the back. Great, I've been staying at school and at home every day, and I'm almost suffocating, so I can finally meet everyone. Peter Parker said happily. The two came to the top of the Stark Tower and boarded a Tony's private Quinjet fighter jet. Wakanda was a bit far away, and it was too full to take Tony's helicopter. This is your new equipment, do you like it? Tony Stark took Peter Parker to a dressing room on the plane, where a new spider suit was hanging. This one looks the same as the previous one. Peter Parker said strangely looking at this suit that was exactly the same as the one he was wearing now. The difference is big. This battlesuit has more comprehensive functions, and there are dozens of attack methods, and the material is breathable and high-temperature resistant, which is very strong. Tony took out a tablet computer, on which was the information of the new battlesuit. This is so cool, I like it so much, thank you, Mr. Stark. Peter Parker said looking at the new function of the suit on the computer. The previous suit was also made by Tony Stark, but it was not so strange function. As long as you like it, I will make you an unexpected suit next time. Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker and said, don't bother. This set is enough for me, thank you very much. Peter Parker said to Tony Stark. Tony Stark has the best feelings for 4 people among all Avengers members. One is Steve Rogers, one is Arthur, one is Rhodes, and the other is Peter Parker. Tony regarded Peter Parker as his own child, and he felt that Peter Parker's ability and character qualified him to be his successor. So Tony Stark cultivated Peter Parker very much, not only to build a spider suit for him, but also to give Peter Parker the opportunity to be an Avenger trainee, so that Peter Parker can have income to improve his family life. The two arrived at the new base of the Avengers in Wakanda in a Quinjet fighter jet. Tony Stark and Peter Parker got off the plane and walked towards the base. This is the new base? Why does it feel like it's not as big as the previous one? Peter Parker said looking at the base in front of him. It's not as big as it was before. How many staff members were there in the previous base? There are only a few of us here, why should it be so big? Tony Stark explained to Peter Parker from the side. Oh, it's a bit big for just a few of us. Peter Parker said. The two came to the gate of the base, and after verifying their identities through laser scanning, the steel gate opened automatically, and the two walked towards the base. Peter Parker walked and observed everywhere, chattering incessantly. Tony Stark had long been used to Peter Parker talking a lot, so he pretended he didn't hear it. The two came to the second floor of the Wakanda base and met everyone here. Oh, Natasha, your new hairstyle is so ugly, I suggest you change it back to the original. Tony Stark said, looking at Natasha's short white hair. Yes, I said it was ugly before, but you still don't believe it, do you believe it now? Arthur looked at Natasha and complained. He felt ugly when Natasha dyed her hair, which made Natasha look much older. I want you to take care of it. Natasha ignored Arthur and Tony, greeted Peter Parker, turned and left. Hi, Peter, long time no see, how are you doing recently? Arthur looked at Peter Parker and asked. Hi, Arthur, I've been doing well recently, but now I have to avoid the police. Peter said speechlessly. We are all like this. Didn't you see that I can't even go home? I moved the villa here, and the US government has been looking for us, so you have to be more careful when you move in New York. Arthur said. I will. Peter Parker nodded. The new armor has been successfully developed. Arthur turned to look at the new diamond-shaped energy reactor on Tony Stark's chest and asked. Nothing can be hidden from you, it has already been produced, and it is still in the testing stage. Tony Stark nodded and said. Tony, are you here? Rhodes came up from downstairs to greet Tony Stark. How about it, don't you feel unaccustomed to not going out to do missions now? Tony asked Rhodes. It's a little bit, it feels weird to be idle suddenly, so I've been training with Sam recently. Rhodes was forcibly retired by the US military after the Avengers announced their disbandment, and now he brings his family with him. I came to Wakanda and lived here with everyone. You guys came just in time. The Avengers submarine base has been completed. Originally, I wanted to witness the official opening of the base when everyone was together. It seems that everyone is here today, which is just right. Arthur told Tony and Peter Parker said. What, it's finished? So fast. Tony Stark didn't expect the industry of the Wakandas to be so powerful. It took only more than 6 months since the construction of the submarine base, and it was unexpected that the construction had been completed. Great, it just so happens that I can follow along to witness this moment. Peter Parker said happily. Tomorrow is the weekend, so you just have to play here for 2 days before going back, Arthur said. Peter Parker nodded, and will call Aunt May later to tell him that he is with Arthur, and he will go back the day after tomorrow. Arthur called out all the Avengers, and everyone made a plane and headed to the beach of Wakanda, where their submarine base, the Avenger, was docked. Peter Parker, who was sitting on the plane, was stunned when he saw the Avenger parked like a hill on the shore. This is not a ship, but like a spaceship. The whole hull is round and has a long tail, the whole shape is like a ray. The hull is made of black steel, and the hull is very huge, bigger than the Wakanda base. Its appearance is very sci-fi, especially like an alien warship. T'Challa and Princess Sully are already waiting for you at the beach. The Avengers came to the T'Challa brothers and sisters after getting off the plane. It's amazing how quickly such a large battleship was built. Steve Rogers patted T'Challa on the shoulder and praised. It's all thanks to Sully's help, she has an amazing talent in weapon design. T'Challa said, looking at his younger sister Sully who was standing beside her. I dare not say anything else. Among you, only Mr. Stark can compare with me in terms of weapon design. Princess Sully raised her head proudly and said, like a proud little peacock. It hurts, Sully said holding her head. It turned out that T'Challa patted Princess Sully on the head, and said, you're still out of breath when you say you're fat. It's just that everyone doesn't know as much as you do. Sully does have a skill in technology research. I have also communicated with her. Your technology in Wakanda is really not built. Tony Stark came up to smooth things over and said, okay, 2 geniuses, stop flattering each other, we will leave our Atlantis weapons to you to improve. Arthur said from the side. No problem, leave it to me, Princess Sully assured, patting her chest. Everyone laughed. Princess Sully's character is really cute. Let's go, let's get on the boat and have a look, T'Challa said to everyone. Led by T'Challa and Sully, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Natasha, Banner, Rod, Sam, Arthur, Bucky, Wanda, Pietro, Peter Parker, Scott Trump boarded the battleship USS Avenger undersea base together. Different from the sci-fi exterior, the interior of the Avenger base is quite simple. The wide aisles are not composed of various pipes and metal doors like the cabins that everyone imagined. Instead, it is as spacious and bright as the Wakanda base. The walls of the aisle are made of white metal, and there are blue lights above the head, which looks very technological. Everyone passed through 3 automatic glass doors and came to the first hall. The whole hall is the size of 2 basketball courts, and there are all kinds of facilities inside, such as computers, sofas, refrigerators, and TVs. This is the place for the daily activities of the Avengers. Next to the hall is a meeting room, which is of normal size. There is a long table and more than a dozen chairs inside. Further inside is the warehouse and arsenal, where some of the supplies from the previous Avengers base have been placed. Behind it are 2 laboratories for the work of Tony and Dr. Banner. The second floor is a very large training base with various training equipment, which is big enough for everyone to move around. The third floor is the room. Each of the dash rooms is equipped with a bathroom and toilet, and there is a huge kitchen behind it. The fourth floor is where fighter planes and submarines are parked, and you can drive directly outside the base. And everyone visited the rest of the control room and other places one by one. Everyone is very satisfied with the submarine base Avenger. The entire submarine base has no special power because it does not need to move, but there are a lot of defensive weapons that can resist invading enemies. And there is an advanced seawater to freshwater system, and the electricity is of course generated by the infinite special energy invented by Tony Stark. Generally speaking, everyone is very satisfied. As a base, the basic needs have been met, and the space is large enough to withstand the water pressure under the seabed at a depth of meters. This base is very good, so let's go straight away. Steve Rogers stood in the control room and said to everyone, okay, let's go. Princess Sully bounced towards the console in the center of the control room, working on the computer for a while others watched from the side. Tony Stark also stepped forward to help. After a while, the Avenger was activated, and the 3 huge screens in the control room lit up, showing the surrounding scene of the Avenger. Avenger, let's go. Princess Sully shouted the slogan. Everyone suddenly felt the hull move, and watched the Avenger leave Wakanda and sail towards the distant sea on the display screen. All the data is normal, the power system is normal, and now we are going to dive. Princess Sully operated for a while, and the Avenger slowly dived into the sea and disappeared on the surface of the sea. Everyone looked at the situation on the screen and knew that they were already sailing on the bottom of the sea, and the radar showed the location of the Avenger and the location of the destination of Atlantis. The speed of the Avenger is still quite fast, and it will arrive in more than 4 hours at this speed. Princess Sully switched to the autopilot mode, and everyone left the control room to choose their own rooms. Arthur and Wanda have been together publicly now, so the 2 asked for a big room to live together. Natasha and Dr. Banner also reconciled again, and the 2 also chose to live together. Natasha's body has been completely healed by the venom, and now she has returned to a complete woman. As for whether the 2 will have children, they have to decide for themselves. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark were sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. Rhodes and Sam came over with 2 bottles of wine and a few wine glasses, and the 4 drank together. You didn't call us to drink. T'Challa came over with Princess Sully and other Avengers. You guys drink first, I'm going to get a table of sumptuous dishes and everyone have a good drink. Arthur said aside. Good. I've been hungry for a long time. Princess Sully said happily. You just know how to eat. T'Challa patted Sully on the head and complained, and Sully stuck out her tongue strangely. Let me help you, Wanda said to Arthur. I'll go too. Pietro on the side also said. Let's go. Arthur nodded, leading Wanda and Pietro towards the kitchen. The rest of the Avengers were also sitting on the sofa chatting, drinking wine, warm like a family. Natasha enjoyed this scene very much. She sat next to Dr. Banner and listened to Peter Parker and Princess Sully chattering about the United States and Wakanda. She likes this kind of family gathering very much. The 3 of Arthur came to the kitchen. This kitchen is very large, with refrigerators, stoves, steamers, ovens, dishwashers, and all kinds of tableware. T'Challa is still very reliable in his work. Arthur opened the refrigerator, which was full of all kinds of meat. He opened the second refrigerator, which was still meat, and the third one was also meat. Arthur was speechless. It was all meat, but Wakanda people live on meat, which is quite normal, but they can't do without vegetables. Wanda, come fry the steak. Pietro marinated the little wild boar and roasted it in the oven. I'll go to the restaurant to get some vegetables. Arthur instructed the 2. Wanda and Pietro nodded, watching Arthur open a magic portal and go about their business. Arthur teleported directly to the Atlantis restaurant, found Zhao Long, and asked him to help him prepare all kinds of fresh vegetables, which he wanted to take away. Zhao Long had no choice but to take out all the vegetables in the restaurant's warehouse. Arthur put the vegetables into the dimension space and left without looking back. Leave in a hurry without chatting for a while. Zhao Long shouted to Arthur's back. The oil in the pot is still hot, and Wanda is still waiting for me. Let's talk next time. Bye. Arthur walked into the magic portal and disappeared. Grass, the guy who values sex over friends. Zhao Long looked at the disappearing portal and scolded with a smile. Where did you get so many fruits and vegetables? T'Challa looked at the vegetables and various cut fruits on the table in surprise and asked. He didn't remember when he prepared these ingredients for the base. Vegetables and fruits are scarce items in Wakanda, and they have to buy them from other countries. I took it from the Atlantis restaurant in the United States. What's the matter? Arthur replied indifferently. You mean you just went back to the United States to pick up a lot of vegetables and fruits? T'Challa looked at Arthur in a daze and asked. Now they are in a high-speed boat. What is Arthur doing? The mealtime is only an hour, and he can go to the United States to get vegetables? Well, you don't know. Arthur went to the wizard school to learn magic. He can summon the portal, and he can go there in an instant. Steve Rogers explained T'Challa's confusion. Magic? Is there really such a thing in the world? If there is magic, why don't you send us to Atlantis directly, and we need to drive for such a long time? T'Challa looked at Arthur and asked. I can directly send the entire Avenger to Atlantis in an instant, but isn't that no fun? What's wrong with showing you the beauty of the seabed? Bye-bye, T'Challa said with a glance, and then ate Wanda's fried steak by himself. Well, Arthur is right. Isn't it more ceremonial for us to go in person? Let's have a toast. It's rare to gather together to celebrate the launch of the Atlantis base. Tony Stark raised his glass. Stand up and say. Everyone raised their glasses and stood up, clinking glasses together. Cheers. Everyone enjoyed the food prepared by the 3 of Arthur, and everyone found that Arthur's craftsmanship was getting better and better, and Wanda and Pietro's craftsmanship was also good under Arthur's teaching. It's up to you to take care of the food in the future, Tony Stark said to Arthur while eating the steak. You have a good idea? At that time, I will open a portal to the Wakanda base and invite some reliable cooks to cook. Arthur replied. Tony Stark's proposal was just a joke. Let Art cook every day. Don't dream. It would be nice if he could show up in the base every day. Everyone was very happy to eat, especially the T'Challa brothers and sisters. They tasted Chinese dishes for the first time and found it very novel and delicious. After nearly 4 hours of sailing, the Avenger finally came near the kingdom of Atlantis in the Bermuda Delta. Just as Arthur and the others were chatting, an alarm sounded suddenly, as if someone was attacking the hall. What's going on? Go and see. Everyone walked towards the control room together. After coming to the control room, everyone saw the terrifying scene outside. The entire Avenger was surrounded by countless giant sea creatures, and these creatures had all sorts of strange things. Huge whale sharks, giant octopuses, giant crabs, and giant sea orzes dazzled everyone, and everyone also found a team of Atlanteans. All of them were women, with blue skin and golden armor, riding a shark mounts. An Atlantean woman in the lead bombarded the Avenger with a trident and sent out blisters to signal a warning. It turns out that the Atlanteans look like this. Arthur, you are too different from them. Peter Parker looked at the blue-skinned Atlanteans and sighed. Okay, everyone is welcome to Atlantis. I'll go out and say hello to them. Wait a minute. Arthur turned and walked outside. Arthur walked to the exit cabin on the 4th floor, opened the hatch, got out of the Avenger, and swam to the front of the Atlantis troops. It turned out to be Your Majesty. See, Your Majesty. All the Atlantean soldiers were very surprised when they saw Arthur. They thought it was the land people calling again. Okay, it's all a misunderstanding. This is my warship. It will stop in the abyss outside the city in the future, so don't worry. Arthur explained to everyone. Yes, your majesty, replied Sansa, the leader. Zyoba, long time no see. The giant octopus swam up in front of Arthur, and Arthur stroked its head. Arthur hadn't seen it when he came back last time. Okay, what should you all do? Arthur waved to the other giant creatures to let them disperse. All the giant creatures turned their heads and left, leaving Zyoba alone and staying beside Arthur. Let's go. Arthur sat on Zyoba's head, and Zyoba led Arthur to swim towards Atlantis, while the Atlantis guards followed behind Arthur. The Avenger also continued to follow Zyoba and Arthur, and soon the beautiful kingdom of Atlantis appeared in front of everyone. This is Atlantis? It's so beautiful. Natasha exclaimed, looking at the colorful and shining buildings in front of her. Yeah, I was also shocked when I came here for the first time. Wanda on the side also said, it's so beautiful. My father and king once led troops to attack Atlantis. I didn't have mine at the time, so I was the first to come. T'Challa said, and Princess Sully nodded. This is still Atlantis, which was bombed by Hydra, and I'm afraid it was even more beautiful before. Steve Rogers said, looking at the kingdom of Atlantis. Everyone nodded, thinking that everything on Earth is really incredible. A huge octopus swims over the kingdom of Atlantis. Behind the octopus is the Atlantis escort, followed by a super large battleship. All the people of Atlantis saw this scene. Everyone saw Arthur on the head of the octopus, and the people of Atlantis also knew this Arthur's exclusive mount called Zyoba. All the Atlanteans on the street chanted Your Majesty and looked up at their Aquaman swimming past their heads. I didn't expect Arthur to be so popular. Rhodes exclaimed as the Avengers looked at the people of Atlantis in the picture and cheered. He is the king of Atlantis, and I am so respected by everyone in Wakanda. T'Challa next to him said angrily. Everyone smiled knowingly, admiring the beautiful scenery below. With the Avengers, Arthur gradually moved away from the kingdom of Atlantis, and came to a huge trench, which was the base location Arthur chose for the Avengers. Sully drove the Avenger to a large flat open space on the edge of the cliff, and stopped the Avenger steadily. Then she pressed a few buttons, and steel claws suddenly appeared around the Avenger. These steel claws deeply penetrated into the rocks on the seabed, firmly fixing the entire Avenger on the seabed. In this way, neither an earthquake nor a strong current can shake the Avenger at all. The Avenger base has officially landed. Princess Sully announced to everyone. All the members of the Avengers applauded. Arthur also got down from the top of the octopus, let Sansa lead the escort back to Atlantis, and Xiao Bie also went back to the lair in Shenzhen under the sea. Arthur returned to the Avenger of the Atlantis submarine base and came to everyone. Well, the Atlantis submarine base has also been officially launched, and our Avengers can start preparing for the next stage. Steve Rogers announced to everyone. This is Wenster Sarto, the great elder of our kingdom of Atlantis, and this is Sansa, the head of our escort team. In the base of the Avengers of Atlantis, Arthur told everyone, introducing the great elder and the guards who came after hearing the news. It's an honor to meet you, Grand Elder. Steve Rogers shook hands with the Grand Elder on behalf of the members of the Avengers. It's a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the people of Atlantis, I would like to extend my welcome to you, the great elder Sartu said. In the future, we will still have to rely on the kingdom of Atlantis for our activities in this base. Of course, we will also help the Atlanteans resist the invasion of foreign enemies, Steve Rogers said to all Atlanteans. Of course, we also hope to advance and retreat together with the Avengers. When the Elder heard the invasion of foreign enemies, he still looked at T'Challa unconsciously. The Elder paid special attention to Arthur when he heard that Arthur introduced T'Challa as the current king of Wakanda. T'Challa also felt the special vision of the Great Elder, and he also knew what was going on. It was difficult for the Atlanteans to let go of their prejudice against the Wakanda, and this matter could only be resolved slowly. On behalf of Wakanda, I also apologize to the Kingdom of Atlantis. My father and king once waged war with Atlantis, but now I am the king of Wakanda, and I and Atlantis the Sea King Arthur also has a blood relationship, so I sincerely hope that Wakanda can get along well with Atlantis. T'Challa said to the elders and all Atlantis of the escort team. We believe in King T'Challa's sincerity. We hope that we can let go of our prejudices with Wakanda, live in peace in the future, and fight against invasions from humans or people from other planets. The elder also sincerely told T'Challa Ra said. On behalf of the Avengers, I hope to form an alliance with Wakanda and Atlantis. In the future, we will advance and retreat together to defend the peace of the earth. Steve Rogers stood up and said. I agree. Arthur agreed immediately. I agree too. T'Challa replied immediately. The great elder saw that his king had expressed his opinion, and he couldn't refute anything, so he could only nod aside. In this way, Atlantis, Wakanda, and the Avengers officially formed allies in this world to fight against threats from alien planets. The members of the Avengers were still unable to move freely on the seabed, but with the help of Atlantis using the portal, they came to the palace of Atlantis together as guests. The people of Atlantis heard that their king had not only returned, but also brought back more than a dozen mainlanders, and had formally formed an alliance with them and the people of Wakanda. Everyone chose to support Arthur's decision. Arthur is everyone's king, and Atlantis cannot lose this powerful leader, so even if some people still have prejudices against land people and Wakanda, they still don't say anything, they can only choose to accept the reality silently. The members of the Avengers also took a good tour of Arthur's palace and met other Atlantis elders. My palace is not comparable to your Wakanda palace. The previous palace was blown up by Hydra. This one is newly built so it looks a bit shabby. Arthur and T'Challa stood side by side on the balcony looking at the distant scenery. The house of the Kingdom of Atlantis is very magical. There is no water in the palace, and the water is isolated from the doors and windows of the palace. It's already very good. The Kingdom of Atlantis is also mysterious and beautiful just like the story my father told me. The people of Atlantis are as magical as the rumors. T'Challa said aside. Okay, let's taste the food of Atlantis together, let's have a banquet. Arthur said to everyone. Okay, there's something delicious again. Princess Sully jumped up happily when she heard what Art said. You just know how to eat. Are you hungry again from the lunch you just had? T'Challa complained to his sister. What just now? That was already a few hours ago. Princess Sully pouted and said. Everyone laughed when they saw the warm dialogue between the siblings. Under the leadership of Yate, everyone came to the restaurant of the palace. The whole restaurant also has the characteristics of Atlantis. The tables and chairs are made of shells, the table is a whole piece of transparent crystal, the walls and pillars are covered with coral, colorful. Arthur once lamented that his palace is like the East China Sea Dragon Palace. After a while, the maids brought the dishes and began to serve them. Seafood that everyone had never seen was brought up one after another, as well as other plants. The wine was the unique pearl wine of Atlantis. In fact, Arthur has not eaten these dishes a few times, and he feels very novel every time he eats them, let alone the members of the Avengers. Everyone was very interested in tasting the special dishes of Atlantis and drinking the fragrant pearl wine. The Great Elder and another elder were accompanying at the table, while Arthur told everyone the story of the Kingdom of Atlantis. Wanda was very silent today, sitting in the distance and watching Arthur secretly. She didn't have the nerve to speak up. Wanda will be the Queen of Atlantis in the future, so she still needs to give the people of Atlantis a calm and good impression. After drinking and eating, everyone bid farewell to the Great Elder, left the Atlantis Palace, and returned to the Avenger base. Arthur held a meeting with the elders in the palace to discuss the issue of living together with the Avengers base in the future. The next day Arthur brought a person to the Avengers to meet everyone. He was Dr. Stephen Strange who had been guarding Comatage. This is Dr. Stephen Strange, he is now the Supreme Mage of the Alliance of Earth Mages. Arthur introduced Stephen Strange to everyone. Nice to meet you, I basically know all of you are famous superheroes. Stephen Strange said to the Avengers. Nice to see you again, Stephen. Wanda stepped forward and hugged Stephen Strange. I'm happy too, Wanda. Stephen Strange said to Wanda. Next, Arthur introduced the members of the Avengers to Stephen Strange one by one. It stands to reason that Stephen Strange is also a member of our Avengers, and you once promised me to join the Avengers. Arthur looked at Stephen Strange and said, you know that I have a heavy responsibility now. I can only say that we, Comatage, and the Avengers will work together to protect the peace of the Earth. Stephen Strange said. This is enough, we can get the help of the Comatage Master Alliance and we are even more powerful. Steve Rogers said to Stephen Strange. Okay, then I have to trouble you to help me build a few permanent portals, one leading to the Wakanda base and one leading to the Stark Tower in New York. Arthur said to Stephen Strange. No problem. Stephen Strange replied. Everyone is also waiting to see what kind of magical items this mysterious mage on Earth can come up with. No problem, it can be easily done with only 2 magic tools. I believe you have seen this before. Stephen Strange took out a semicircular doorknob, which is the magic weapon used by Comatage's portal device. You only need to turn the semicircle mechanism to open the portal in different positions. One magic weapon can fix 5 places, which is really easy to use. Just use this thing? So amazing. Sam asked, looking at the round doorknob in Stephen Strange's hand. Let me show you. Stephen Strange walked to a door frame that Arthur had prepared in advance. This door frame was specially used as a portal, and behind the door frame was a wall. Stephen Strange stuck the doorknob next to the doorframe and cast a complex spell on the doorknob. Everyone saw that the orange magic circle in Stephen Strange's hand flew into the doorknob, and then the magic weapon lit up, and yellow energy flowed out from the handle, covering the entire doorframe. Then a magical scene happened. The original white wall behind the doorframe has now become the scene on the next floor of the Wakanda base. What's the principle? Can I go and try it? Tony Stark suddenly became interested when he saw such a magical spell. He was very interested in these magical things. Please. Stephen Strange said to Tony Stark. Tony Stark walked to the portal, hesitated for a moment, touched the space in the portal, and passed through the portal directly, proving that the scene in front of him was not fake, and Tony Stark walked in. The others also followed Tony Stark into the portal, and everyone found that they had indeed arrived at the Wakanda Avengers base after walking through. It's amazing, everyone feels the magic of magic, especially Peter Parker running around playing with the magic portal. Okay, it's not finished yet, Stephen, go ahead. Arthur held Peter Parker and said to Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange took out another magic weapon that was exactly the same, installed it next to the portal of the Wakanda base, and activated it by entering the magic circle. Stephen Strange twisted the semicircular magic weapon, and the environment behind the portal changed immediately, into Tony Stark's studio in Stark Tower. Tony Stark walked in surprise, and sure enough, he went through the portal and returned to his own studio in Stark Tower. Everyone came over again, and Stephen Strange took out the same magic weapon and installed it in Tony Stark's workshop. Okay, now the 3 doors have been linked together. You can switch where you want to go just by twisting the mechanism. Stephen Strange said to everyone. This is so convenient. I want to go to Karmatage to learn magic. Tony Stark said, looking at the portal. If anyone wants to come to Karmatage to learn magic, I welcome you all. Stephen Strange said to everyone. Then what does this magic weapon rely on to charge, and how long can it be used? Steve Rogers asked Stephen Strange. Theoretically, it can freely absorb the magical energy in the universe to recharge, so as long as it is not destroyed, it will be fine for 100 years. Stephen Strange replied. It's really great. In the future, if I want to go to Wakanda or the Atlantis base, I only need to come to Stark Tower. Peter Parker said happily. It can also fix 2 positions. Where else do you want to fix it? Stephen Strange asked. I'll figure it out myself in the future, and these 3 positions are enough for now. Arthur just watched Stephen Strange use the magic circle that he has learned to match with this magic weapon 3 times. Okay, then my mission is complete. I have to go back to guard the temple right away. By the way, the New York temple is on Brink Street. If you have anything to do, you can find me there. Stephen Strange prepared left. Okay, it's very nice to meet you. Let's have a drink together next time. Steve Rogers saw that the sky was getting dark, so he didn't want to keep Stephen Strange, and he would invite him to the Avengers base later. Get together. Okay, I'm also very happy to meet you, then I'll go first. Goodbye. Stephen Strange said goodbye to everyone, opened a magic portal and left. Okay, now the portal has been installed, and the entire base has been officially opened. The old base of Stark Tower can also be activated, but everyone should be careful when coming here, and don't let others see it, otherwise Stark will be in trouble. It's gone, Steve Rogers said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Now with the portal, everyone can freely enter and exit the 3 Avengers bases, but everyone is still mainly active in the Wakanda base, and the Atlantis base can carry out some secret experimental work. Everyone returned to the Wakanda base from the portal, and everyone gathered in the base to discuss the next step. Our real enemy is Thanos, the Titan Thanos. He has countless alien subordinates, backed by 2 legions of Kree and Chitauri. His goal is the 6 infinite gems in the universe. Arthur explained the news of Thanos to everyone. What are infinite stones? Peter Parker asked something that no one knew. Infinity gems appeared together with the birth of the universe. There are a total of 6 known infinity gems, and they have different abilities. Arthur raised the green glove of his right hand and appeared in front of everyone, with 2 sparkling gems inlaid on it. Gems. Mind gem, from Loki's scepter, it can control other people's thinking. Reality gem, this gem has been coveted by dark elves for hundreds of years. I got it from the Dark Elf King. It can temporarily change reality. Arthur paused and continued. The cosmic Rubik's Cube is a space gem that can travel through space. The Eye of Argomortar guarded by Stephen Strange is a time gem that can change time. There is also a soul gem in the void of the universe, and a power gem has already it was snatched by Thanos. Arthur used the reality gem to cast a screen to introduce to everyone. You mean Thanos' purpose is to snatch these gems? What is he going to do? Tony Stark asked Arthur. His purpose is to make the universe peaceful. Don't look at me like that. Thanos believes that wars are caused by robbing resources, and the reason for insufficient resources is that there are too many species in the universe. Thanos' purpose is to get 6 gem, and then he only needs to snap his fingers to make half of the life in the universe disappear without any pain, and he calls this action mercy. Arthur explained to everyone. Everyone was silent after hearing this. They didn't expect that Thanos' real purpose was to wipe out half of the life in the universe, and his ambition was too great. Then why don't we destroy the gem first? Tony Stark said to Arthur. Can you destroy the gems? Do you think Thanos will let the Earth go without the gems? Wherever he goes, he will kill half of the local life indiscriminately, and the Earth will not be spared. Arthur told Tony Stark said. Then what should we do? Can we just wait for Thanos to find us? Colonel Rhodes asked from the side. The only good news now is that we have 3 Infinity Stones, 1 in Asgard, and Thanos only has 1 for the time being. Arthur analyzed to everyone. Can we defeat Thanos with 3 gems? Pietro asked worriedly. It must be possible. This battle is related to the survival of half of the life in the universe. We can only succeed and not fail. Steve Rogers said firmly. So we have to unite all the forces on the Earth to fight against Thanos. Sam also said. We have Hulk, Thor, and Arthur. I don't believe we will lose. Tony Stark said. Actually, I have already fought Thanos once, and he snatched the power gem from me. Arthur told everyone about his fight with Ronan on Xandar. Everyone looked solemn after hearing this. They never imagined that such a powerful Xandar star in the universe would be so afraid of the Kree. Fortunately, with the help of Arthur, Ronan was defeated, but Thanos didn't even play. He snatched the power gem from his hand. And after listening to Arthur's description, everyone understands the power of the power gem, and even one blow can destroy a planet. Will the Earth face such a powerful enemy? So when will Thanos invade the Earth? Peter Parker asked weakly from the side. It may take some time. He is actually still collecting news about Infinity Gems, and he is more afraid of Odin, the God King of Asgard, so he will not come to Earth for the time being. Arthur explained. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, there are also Asgard warriors, and the omnipotent father of the gods. But don't be too optimistic. Earth's Supreme Mage Ancient One has passed away, and now Stephen Strange will inherit the position of Supreme Mage. As far as I know, Ragnarok in Asgard is coming soon. The end of God's twilight is the time for Thanos to come, so we don't have much time. Arthur said to everyone. Twilight of the Gods? Isn't that a fairy tale? Is Asgard really going to be destroyed? Natasha asked aside. Yes, this is unavoidable for anyone. Odin is old. When his life ends, it is the time of Asgard's Ragnarok. Thor's departure this time has already been reminded. Did he just go looking for answers? Arthur told everyone the unforgiving fact. Okay, let's not be too stressed. I believe that as long as we are united, we can defeat Thanos. For me, there is no enemy that cannot be defeated. Steve Rogers stood up and said. Every time in the war, it seems that there is little hope, but he has survived, and he is determined to defeat the evil this time. Okay, then let's do what we should do. I'm going back to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Arthur yawned and walked towards the door, followed by Wanda and Pietro, who had already left the villa. From New York to the beach in Wakanda. Then I have to go back, otherwise Aunt May will talk about me again, and I have to go to class tomorrow. Peter Parker said. Let's go together. I'll ask Happy to take you back later. Tony Stark patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said, now it's convenient for them to go back, and they can come here at any time with the portal. Scott Lang also followed Tony Stark and the others, and Scott Lang was going back to see Dr. Pym and his daughter Kathy. T'Challa and Princess Sully also left the Avengers base and went back to the palace. Only Steve Rogers, Natasha, Banner, Rhodes, Bucky, Sam, and Dozing Venom are left in the base. The next thing for the rest of the people is to move some materials to the Atlantis base. Dr. Banner also wants to move the laboratory to the Atlantis submarine base. He prefers there, even if he goes berserk without him, he can't destroy anything on the bottom of the sea, and the Atlantis base is an excellent hiding place for him. Natasha and Dr. Banner reconciled as before. After going through the Red Room, Natasha's heart was also opened. With the help of Venom, she finally recovered and became a normal woman. Now she can even consider having a child, but thinking of the upcoming war, Natasha is not in the mood to think about children. Arthur took Wanda and Pietro back to the beach villa not far away, and the three finally lived together again. After 2 years of training, Pietro seems to have matured a lot. He is now one of the most powerful members of the Avengers, and his speed is even close to the speed of light. Tony Stark also made a battle suit for Pietro. Although it is not as exaggerated as a steel armor, it can protect Pietro's body from being hurt by weapons for lightness. The most important function is high temperature resistance. When Pietro moves at high speed, the friction between his body and the air will generate very high temperature, and even generate an electric current, so the suit designed by Tony Stark for him is a bit like the suit of the Flash. But it's silver. Wanda and Arthur have now moved into the same room, and everyone has accepted the fact that they are together. Pietro is also happy for this, and Wanda finally has a good home. On the contrary, Wanda is now a little worried about whether it is time for Pietro to find a girlfriend. Pietro is almost 30 years old now and has not been in a relationship yet. Pietro himself is also very handsome, especially with silver hair, which looks very temperamental, so Wanda has been looking for girls for Pietro. But Pietro didn't have this idea, he just wanted to improve his strength quickly, and if he could protect Wanda and Arthur by himself in the future, that would be his greatest wish. Arthur took a shower and lay down on the bed to play with his mobile phone. Under Arthur's favor, League of Legends also launched a mobile version, which is now particularly well received by players. The League of Legends has already surpassed the Dust in online games and is the leader. It has brought a lot of income to the Avengers. Now that the Avengers are disbanded, the League of Legends has also been transferred to Stark Corporation. Wanda also took a shower and went to lie down next to Arthur, took out the Chaos Codex that she never left, and looked at it. If you want to work so hard, I'd be ashamed to be lazy, Arthur said, squinting at Wanda. I feel a lot of pressure when I hear you introduce the enemy we are about to face today. I must race against time to make progress, and I can't hold you back. Wanda turned a page of the book and said, Who said you are holding me back? You are already stronger than me now. If I lose the Infinity Stone, I may not be your opponent now. Arthur Mansion turned to kiss Wanda on the cheek and said, Then let me protect you. You can just hide behind me when the time comes. Wanda joked. If I need your protection, then others will say that Arthur, is a softie. No, you are not allowed to watch it. Go to bed. Arthur threw away his phone and rushed towards Wanda. Don't, itch. Wanda giggled under the quilt and begged for mercy. The next day, he took the bus to school. Although many people in the school drove to school, Peter still chose to take the bus. Peter Parker walked on the New York University football field as usual. His girlfriend Gwen Stacy has been admitted to Oxford University. Now they can only see each other on weekends. Peter Parker became a person again. Fortunately, his good friend Ned Leeds from high school was also admitted to New York University with him, and the two became classmates again. Peter Parker came to his number 111 storage cabinet, opened the storage cabinet, put his school bag in it, and took out the textbooks he needed in the morning. How about we build my new Lego Death Star? A familiar voice came from behind Peter Parker. What? You snatched it? No way. How much? Peter Parker turned to look at Ned and asked. 3,083. Ned replied. Great, exclaimed Peter Parker. Really, do you want to fight together tonight? I came to your house to look for you yesterday, but you were not there. Ned complained. You know, I went to Stark Tower. Peter Parker winked at Ned. Okay, I understand. Ned immediately understood what Peter Parker meant. Ned was the only classmate who knew that he was Spider-Man. Because everyone knows that Arthur John is the king of the sea, and as his classmate Ned Liz naturally knows the relationship between Arthur and Peter Parker, so he guessed Peter Parker's identity. Peter Parker did not deny it either, so after Arthur dropped out of school, the relationship between Peter Parker and Ned Liz became more and more intimate, and finally became good friends. Why do you always go to Stark Tower? The Avengers have disbanded. Ned Liz asked in a low voice. After graduation, I may go to Stark Industries to find a job. Peter Parker said. That's fantastic. Ned Liz exclaims. Do you want to go? Then I will introduce you. Peter Parker asked. Great, it's settled, my future depends on you. Ned Liz said happily. In physics class, Peter Parker browsed his personal account of Hero Video on his laptop. Now he is also a big internet celebrity with 800 million fans. Every time he uploads a video of Spider-Man, he is widely praised and is called the most down-to-earth video. Angry superhero. Peter Parker was looking at the recent comments. There were all kinds of comments. Most people still had apologetic comments, and sighed that they would never see other superheroes after the Avengers disbanded. Peter Parker spent the morning fishing while listening to lectures, and had lunch with Ned in the cafeteria at noon, and the two discussed which girl in the university was the most beautiful. How are you and Gwen? Ned asked Peter Parker. That's it, last week I went to see her at her house, and now she is an intern at the Osborn Group. Peter Parker returned. Have you seen Arthur recently? I haven't seen him for several years, and I can still see his videos on the internet before. Now he has basically no news. Ned lowered his head and whispered to Peter Parker asked. Well, to be honest, I saw him yesterday. He recently moved to live in another place, not in New York. You don't know that Arthur is almost 2 meters tall now. I really don't know how he grew up so tall, Peter Parker confided to Ned. He is from Atlantis. Of course, his body is different from ours. Let me meet him when I have the chance. Before I knew he was a superhero, I asked him for some autographs. Ned said exaggeratedly to Peter Parker. It's simple. When I have time, I'll ask him out and let's have a meal together. Peter Parker promised, patted his chest. Okay, I'll just wait for your words. Ned happily drank the milk in his hand. There was a debate in the afternoon, and then it was time for school to end. Peter Parker didn't choose to live in the school, and left the school quickly after school. On the way back, he bought 2 bags of sugar and a sandwich to supplement his hunger, then came to a remote alley, took off his clothes, and put on the new spider suit designed for him by Tony Stark. Peter Parker began to wander around in New York City looking for criminals. Because of the relationship with Spider-Man, the crime rate in Queens, New York City has dropped significantly. Regarding the U.S. government's order to monitor Spider-Man's every move, the New York police also chose to turn a blind eye to Spider-Man. If Spider-Man is arrested, who will help them catch the criminals, right? Peter Parker caught 2 thieves and a car thief on the street. The law and order in New York today is quite good. You can't even see a woman molesting or robbing. What's wrong? The sun was setting, and the sky was getting dark. Peter Parker could only helplessly sit on the roof and eat a sandwich. Suddenly he saw an ATM bank opposite, and a few big men with bags walked in. Oh, it's finally a little fun. Peter Parker said excitedly, swallowing the sandwich in one gulp. 4 middle-aged men came to the ATM with Avengers toy masks and 2 strange weapons. A homemade laser gun in one of the men shot out a purple energy laser, which easily cut open the ATM machine thick steel plate. Another man took out a device that looked like a claw and pointed it at the ATM. The ATM was pulled out of thin air when the device emitted a blue light. The rest immediately went to take out the box containing the banknotes and put the banknotes into the backpack. Pretend. Peter Parker came in from the door and closed the bank door behind his back. He found that the fools here were all busy moving money into their backpacks, but no one realized that he had come in front of them. Peter Parker put his hands on the wall and made a pose, coughed twice and said to several people, "Hello, brother, did you forget your bank card number?" The 4 of them were startled, and they raised their heads together to look at Peter Parker, revealing the toy masks they were wearing. So you are the Avengers, so why are you here? Isn't the Avengers disbanded? Their masks made Peter Parker laugh. An Iron Man, a Captain America, a Hulk, and a Sea King. Iron Man picked up a rifle and pointed it at Peter Parker, but Peter Parker shot spider silk from his hand and took away the rifle, and hit his face with his backhand. Arthur and the Hulk, I finally see you. Peter Parker knocked down Arthur in a circle and kicked the Hulk. Why are you robbing a bank? You're a billionaire. Peter Parker said to him while avoiding a few punches from Iron Man. Captain America raised the 3-clawed instrument, and sucked Peter Parker into the air with blue energy. This feeling is so strange. Peter Parker struggled and said. Captain America pushed Peter Parker hard and flew out and hit the wall heavily. What the hell are you? I'm starting to think you're not Avengers anymore. Peter Parker just got up and was sucked by that strange instrument again. The man wearing the mask of Captain America smashed him to the ceiling and the ground. Countless banknotes were also sucked into the air and floating, which felt very dreamy. Peter Parker stuck his left hand to the ground and resisted the suction force of the strange instrument, and then shot a bunch of spider silk from his left hand and stuck it to the table behind Captain America and pulled it hard. The table flew over and smashed the Captain America who was controlling the instrument. Peter Parker immediately released the control, and he punched the Hulk who was holding a gun and wanted to attack him. Where did you get such equipment? Just when Iron Man raised the three-clawed instrument again, Peter Parker stuck it to the wall with spider silk and the instrument. Sea King turned hard, picked up the purple energy ray gun, adjusted the energy to the maximum, and shot towards Peter Parker. Wait. Peter Parker grabbed the clothes of Iron Man at the critical moment and led him to the ground, avoiding the blow. But because of the recoil, Sea King couldn't hold the purple energy gun steadily, and the energy ray drew an arc in the air, not only cut off the ATM bank, but also opened up the shop where Peter Parker went to buy sandwiches every day. Cut across. When the purple energy ray hit the gas pipe of the sandwich shop, an explosion occurred instantly, and the entire sandwich shop ignited a fire. No, Mr. Dalmore. Peter Parker saw the mess in the sandwich shop opposite, and thought that Dalmore might have been accidentally injured. Mr. Dalmore? Where are you? Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Peter Parker put down the robbers, turned around and rushed into the sandwich shop, looking for Dalmore everywhere. In the end, Peter Parker rescued Dalmore and his cat, who had fainted on the ground, but found that the 4 bank robbers had already fled, and the police car was driving towards here not far away. I have to leave first. Peter Parker handed the cat to Mr. Dalmore, turned and left the scene. It would be another trouble for him to be seen by the police now. Peter Parker jumped on the roof and called Tony Stark. If Peter Parker encounters any difficulties in New York, he can contact Tony Stark first. Hello, Peter, what can you do? Tony Stark answered Peter Parker's call. Mr. Stark, I just encountered a very strange thing. A group of people armed with high-tech weapons robbed an automatic withdrawal bank. Peter Parker said quickly. Speak slowly? What high-tech weapons? Tony Stark said. It looks as if they made it themselves. One can emit blue energy to control objects from a distance, and the other is an energy gun that emits purple light, which can emit purple energy rays. It is quite powerful. Peter Parker said. Well, where is it? Has anyone caught it? Tony Stark asked. At the ATM bank at 365 in Manhattan. I just let the robber get away while trying to save someone, Peter Parker said. Okay, I will pay attention to this matter. If there is nothing else, you can go home. You know that I am being watched by too many people now, so I may not be able to help you much, but you should not take risks alone. Tony Stark said. Okay, then I'll go back first, and I'll contact you if there's anything else. Peter Parker hung up the phone, and he could only run towards the house helplessly. Stark Tower Laboratory. Is Peter Parker calling? Arthur, who was sitting opposite Tony Stark, asked. It is convenient for Arthur to go to Tony Stark's laboratory now, so he came to chat with Tony when he had nothing to do, and see the progress of Tony's new armor. Yes, he encountered strange things. Some robbers robbed banks with energy weapons. Tony Stark said. The energy weapon robbed the bank? Well, I seem to know what's going on. Arthur was silent for a while, thinking that there seemed to be such a plot. What's going on? Tony Stark looked at Arthur in surprise. Arthur even knew this? I don't remember the details clearly. It seems that a private team secretly took away the alien weapons of the Chitauri who stayed in New York back then, and researched and manufactured the energy launcher themselves. Arthur told Tony Stark said. It turned out to be like this. We did hire a private team to deal with the finishing work at that time. It is normal for 1 or 2 things to be stolen. This is a small matter, and Peter Parker should be able to solve it by himself. Tony Stark knew Peter Parker has improved a lot from Wakanda, and he should be able to handle it on his own. Okay, if he needs help, you can help him. I've been thinking about Thanos' next move recently. I guess he will go to the Void to find the Soul Gem. Arthur said to Tony seriously. The Land of Nothingness? Where is that? Do we need to take him away first? Tony Stark asked with interest. I don't know where the Land of Nothingness is. It is said that the soul will eventually go there after death. It is not easy to get the Soul Gem. You must use the person you care about most as a sacrifice. Arthur told the secret of the Soul Gem. The person you care about the most as a sacrifice? It's so evil. Then how do we get the Soul Gem? Tony Stark asked. No way, we can only ensure that Thanos can't get it. Arthur continued. Let Thanos not get it? Do you know who Thanos cares most about? Tony Stark asked. Of course I know, and she is still my friend. They are called the Guardians of the Galaxy. The female member Gamora is the daughter of Thanos, and she is the person Thanos cares about most. Arthur said. You mean Thanos will attack Gamora? Tony Stark asked. Not necessarily. Thanos will not know in advance that the Soul Gem needs to be sacrificed to get it. If Thanos goes ahead of time, he will probably use his other daughter Nebula as a sacrifice. Arthur said. Thanos has a daughter. Tony Stark asked. Yes, but I don't know if Nebula is that important in Thanos' heart, so I want to find Gamora in advance to prevent their attack from Thanos. Arthur said his plan. Where are you going to find her? Didn't you say they were adventuring around the universe? Tony Stark said. It's fine for me to try my luck, so I leave things on Earth to you, and I need to leave for a while. Arthur said. Okay, we will protect the Earth, you'd better tell everyone before leaving. Tony Stark said helplessly. Of course. Arthur replied. Peter Parker returned to his home and found that Ned was actually waiting for him in his room. Hi, why are you here? You didn't tell me in advance. Peter Parker said, looking at Ned in surprise. Didn't you make an appointment to play Lego together? Where did you go and you just came back now? Ned looked at Peter Parker and asked. I'm going to do something. Peter Parker hesitated and didn't want to discuss this at home. Are you off to fight criminals? Ned asked. SHH. Keep your voice down, don't let Aunt May hear this, I went shopping in the street. Peter Parker said, covering Ned's mouth. Okay, let's not talk about this, I brought the toys, let's play together. Ned pulled out the Lego Star Wars puzzle. Okay, let's play. Peter Parker sat down with Ned and began to assemble the Lego model. Arthur persuaded Wanda to leave the Earth alone, and went directly to Xandar through the portal. When Arthur was recuperating on Xandar last time, he still met a few people from the Nova Corps. Arthur wanted to ask them if they had the contact information of Star-Lord Quill. Arthur came to the Nova Corps and met Nalian, the captain of the First Army, and asked him about Quill and the others. You said Quill, he has been very active recently, accepting bounty missions everywhere in the universe to earn bounties. Captain Nalian said. Then is there a way to contact them? I have something important to ask them. Arthur asked Captain Narian. Wait for me to ask for you. Captain Nalian raised his right hand and dialed the phone number of a strange-looking alien through the communication device. Oh, Captain Nalian, what do you want me to do? I've been very law-abiding recently, and I haven't done anything illegal, said the strange-looking alien. I didn't say you broke the law. I have a friend who wants to find Star-Lord. Do you know where he is? Captain Narian asked. Xingju, I have seen him on Katie recently. I don't know where they went, but I can hug you and contact him. How about asking him to come to Xandar? The strange-looking foreigner said the star. That's really great. You ask Xingju to come here quickly. There are his friends from Earth waiting for him. Captain Nalian said. No problem, I'll contact him right away. The weird-looking alien hung up the phone after finishing speaking. Thank you so much, Captain Narian, you helped me a lot. Arthur said to Captain Narian. Small things, last time you helped us resist the invasion of the Kree, I should help with this. Captain Narian said politely. By the way, what are the Kree people doing after that time? Arthur asked. After Ronan's death, some Kree people seem to have followed their new masters. I don't know what they are planning recently. There has been no news about them for a long time. Captain Nalian said. Okay, thank you for your help, I'll go first. Arthur knew that the Kree people were helping Thanos collect information about the Infinity Stones, so he didn't take any action. Next, Arthur only had to wait for Quill on Xandar. They come on it. Peter Parker was having dinner with Aunt May and Ned, who had just returned from get-off work at the hospital. The much-loved Dalmores in Queens was destroyed in a bombing at Dash o'clock tonight. The explosion was caused by a thwarted ATM robbery by a local Queens crime, the Terminator, the former member of the Avengers, Spider-Man. While Spider-Man was preventing them from robbing, a powerful shockwave was triggered, which shredded the small shop opposite. Miraculously, no one was injured, and the police are following up the case. Deal with it. The latest news was broadcast on the TV at the side. After hearing the news, Ned raised his head and looked at Peter Parker. Peter Parker secretly shook his head at Ned, telling him not to talk nonsense. Oh my god, the law and order is really messed up now. Peter, if something like this happens to you, you have to leave immediately and don't act like you know. Aunt May said to Peter Parker while watching the news. Okay, I'll try to stay away from those dangerous things. Peter Parker assured Aunt May with a nod. Good boy, study hard, find a good job and live a good life in the future, so that you can be worthy of your parents. Aunt May looked at Peter Parker and said. Peter Parker was silent after hearing his parents, nodded and lowered his head to eat the food on the plate. In Peter Parker's room after dinner, Ned and Peter Parker build Lego together. What's the news today? Didn't you say you were just going for a stroll? You were almost injured when I watched the surveillance video. Ned looked at Peter Parker and asked with concern. This is a common thing. The Avengers just need to deal with some special events, so the actions are very dangerous. Peter Parker said. Did the Avengers not really disband? They just found a place to hide. Ned suddenly asked in a low voice. Peter Parker glanced at Ned in surprise. Unexpectedly, Ned was so smart that he guessed the truth. I don't know either. Captain America announced the disbandment, and then I haven't seen them. I've only seen Tony Stark recently. Peter Parker still couldn't tell the truth. I know that in New York, only Iron Man, Tony Stark and you are still active in the public eye, and all the other Avengers have disappeared. Ned said. So you have to keep the fact that I'm Spider-Man a secret. If someone finds out, you know the consequences. Now the US government is doing its best to track down our whereabouts. Peter Parker looked into Ned's eyes and said. Okay, I promise to keep it secret, don't worry. Ned replied. Arthur was wandering boredly on Xandar. He bought some special gadgets from Xandar and prepared to bring them back to Wanda and other Avengers. At that time, he didn't have any money, and the money he paid to the Xandar stars was all conjured by him using reality gems. The money he transformed could last for 2 days without revealing his secrets, and there would be absolutely no problem. Arthur took a box of skewers of fried alien creatures and ate them. He didn't know what it was, but the taste was pretty good, almost like beef. Hey, isn't the Sea King Arthur from Earth sitting over there? Suddenly a familiar voice came from not far away. Arthur raised his head and saw the 5 familiar people: Star-Lord Quill in red leather, Gamera with green skin, Dracula with the ferocious appearance of Destroyer, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot the Tree. "Oh, my friends, long time no see." Arthur got up and ran over to hug the 3 of them, a tree and a raccoon. "How are you doing?" Arthur asked the 5 of them. "Of course, we are the guardians of the galaxy, there is nothing we can't handle," Quill said happily. "Did you rob others again?" Arthur asked with a smirk. "Of course, as long as we encounter big villains, we will not let them go easily," Rocket said. "I'm Groot." The tree figure Groot also greeted Arthur. "By the way, why are you looking for us in such a hurry? I rushed over as soon as I heard your message. How can I be a friend?" Quill patted Arthur on the shoulder and said, "Of course I'm looking for you for something important. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk on the spaceship." Arthur looked at the 5 people and said, "Okay, let's go buy some supplies first, and we have a task to complete soon," Quill said. "Then let's go, this time I am ready to act with you," Arthur said. "Really? That's great, we can fight side by side again," Quill said happily, and the other friends were also very happy to have another adventure with Arthur. "Let's go, let's buy something delicious to celebrate," Gamera said. Everyone walked towards Xandar Star to buy supplies together. Xandar Star. Arthur followed the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy to buy some necessities and a bunch of delicious food in the market. The 6 returned to Quill's Marauder spaceship, and Arthur looked at the same spaceship and recalled the memories of dealing with Ronan with them. "What are you looking for from us, can you tell us now?" Quill looked at Arthur and asked. "I suspect that Thanos may come to you at any time," Arthur said, looking at the 5 people. "Thanos came to us? What does this mean?" Rocket looked at Arthur and asked. "Thanos' goal is 6 infinity gems. He snatched the power gems from us before, and the remaining 4 are in our own hands, and the only thing he can find is the soul gem," Arthur told everyone explained. "Soul gem? Then what does this have to do with us?" Quill looked at Arthur and asked. "Gamera knows this question better," Arthur said to no one. All 4 of Quill turned their heads to look at Gamera. Gamera's face changed when Arthur said the soul gem, but she immediately pretended to be nonchalant when everyone looked at her. "How would I know? I'm useless to you," Gamera said insincerely. "There's no need to hide it. I can tell you a secret, the soul gem can only be obtained under certain conditions." Arthur looked at Gamera and said. "What conditions?" Rocket asked. "I'm Groot." The tree figure Groot also wanted to know. "That is, you must sacrifice the most important person in your heart." Arthur told the secret of the soul gem. "What? Sacrifice the most important person?" Quill thought he heard it wrong, and said loudly. The other 4 were also taken aback. How could there be such harsh and ruthless conditions? "Yes, if you want to get the soul gem, you need to sacrifice the soul of the important person in your life to the altar of the void, and the most important person for Thanos is you, Gamera." Arthur tell no one. "I'm his most important person? Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. For my father, only his goals are the most important, and he doesn't care about the rest." Gamera laughed at himself speaking of. "Whether you believe it or not, Thanos' feelings for you are different from others. And you also know the whereabouts of the soul gem, so you are in a very dangerous situation now," Arthur said to the 5 people. "Haha, dangerous? I'm waiting for Thanos to appear. My goal is to kill him with my own hands and avenge my wife and children." Dracula the Destroyer suddenly laughed and uttered harsh words. "Very determined, but you will die when you meet Thanos. He has the power gem. Do you think you are his opponent?" Arthur looked at the Destroyer and asked. "Then what should we do?" "We have to find a way," Rocket said to everyone. "We don't know Thanos' movements, but I guess he must be inquiring about the whereabouts of the Infinity Stones now, so you'd better keep a low profile recently, and don't let the whole universe know your movements," Arthur said to everyone. "Okay, that's the only way. We're going to do a bounty mission next, so you can go with us," Quill said to Arthur. "What mission?" Arthur asked. "Go to a planet full of water to find a crystal for the buyer? As long as we bring it back, the buyer will pay us that amount," Quill said to Arthur with joy. "It sounds interesting. Well, I'll go on an adventure with you, and it's also to prevent Thanos from attacking," Arthur said to everyone. "Great. We can fight side by side again." The Destroyer happily patted Arthur on the shoulder and said. "If Thanos comes, are you confident in defeating him?" Gamera asked after looking at Arthur after being silent for a while. "I am not what I used to be now. He only has 1 power gem, and I have 2 gems. Now I am not invincible when I meet him." Arthur raised his right hand with 2 infinity gems, 1 red and 1 yellow, appeared in Arthur's hand. "Oh my god. You actually have 2 infinity gems, that's amazing." Quill looked at Arthur and exclaimed. "I still remember the scene when you used the power gem to destroy Ronan, and now you have 2 gems. It seems that you are much stronger than before." Rocket jumped on Groot's shoulder and said. "I'm Groot." The tree man Groot was also surprised that Arthur had 2 gems. "I think you are the biggest target of Thanos now, you are more dangerous than us." Gamera looked at Arthur and said. "Thanos will not know that these 2 infinite gems are in my hands for the time being, so we still have time to prepare for the solution," Arthur said to no one. "Okay, then our Guardians of the Galaxy will set off immediately and go to planet Bassa to find the lost treasure," Quill said to everyone. "Let's go," everyone shouted together. Arthur followed the Guardians of the Galaxy and flew into the boundless universe on the Marauder spacecraft. Earth, USA, New York City. Tonight is a gathering day for classmates at Peter Parker School. Basically all college students will go to the school hall to attend the party. Peter Parker and Ned didn't go. Peter didn't like to go to this kind of party, and Gwen warned him not to talk to other girls privately. Ned only had Peter Parker as a friend, so naturally he didn't go to participate. He came to Peter Parker's house to ask Peter Parker to play League of Legends together. Middle lane? Mid lane? Why don't you go to the party? Ned asked Peter Parker while operating an excavator jungle on his phone. It's boring, and I don't want to get to know those female classmates. Peter Parker also took the tablet that Arthur gave him and manipulated the hands of Knockos to fight against Demasha on the top lane. Are you afraid that Gwen will be taught by her if she finds out, right? Come and help me in the wild. Ned's excavator encountered the jungler Blind Monk in the enemy's jungle, and asked Peter Parker for support. Don't talk nonsense, Gwen never cared about me. Peter Parker said something ambiguous while controlling Niushao to rush towards the first half of the field. Do you think I will believe what you say? Yes. Under the siege of Peter Parker and Ned, he successfully killed the enemy jungler Blind Monk, and Demasha, who came with Peter Parker's promise, was not spared, were killed by them together. Ned's excavator got a double kill, and he was jumping for joy. The two played games in Peter Parker's room just like that, and Aunt May brought them a plate of fruit for them to eat together. How about we go to the new pizzeria on the street behind the school after school tomorrow? Ned asked Peter Parker. Okay, I'll buy you as much as you want. Peter Parker can now receive a salary every month after becoming an Avenger. Of course, what he said to Aunt May was the internship salary in Stark Industries. And Aunt May also got a job in the hospital with Stark's help, and their lives are much richer than before. Aunt May is also very grateful to Arthur and Tony Stark. When the Avengers announced their disbandment, Aunt May was still worried that Arthur would be fine. Peter Parker told Aunt May that Arthur was fine now and handed over a beautiful girlfriend. Aunt May was overjoyed and gave him the opportunity to sneak Arthur home for a meal, and Peter Parker nodded in agreement. What is that? While Peter Parker was playing games with Ned, Peter Parker suddenly noticed the blue flames rising into the sky in the woods in the distance outside the window. What are you doing? Peter Parker looked at the blue light in the distance and said, it should be a villa area outside the city. Is it a gas explosion? Ned also looked into the distance and said, stay here, I'll go and see what's going on. Peter Parker quickly dug out the Spider-Man suit from the closet and put it on. Be careful, Ned told Peter Parker. Aunt May asked me and said I went shopping. Peter Parker said to Ned standing on the windowsill, and then flew away after shooting spider webs. Ned looked at Peter Parker's back with worry in his eyes. Just under a bridge in the woods outside the city, two men stood in front of a van, and one of them held a strange weapon and pulled the trigger on an old car. Boom! A ball of blue flame energy shot out from the weapon and hit the car, and the dilapidated car was instantly engulfed by the blue flame. And the blue flames were accompanied by lightning, and after the flames disappeared, only the charred car wreckage remained. Oh, haha, it's so powerful? It's made from the energy weapon recovered in Sokovia. Let me try it for you. After speaking, the white man threw the weapon to the black man beside him. Dude, I just want something low-key. Why are you selling me these high-end goods? It turned out that the black man came to the white man to buy equipment. Okay, I have a bunch of good things here. Wait a minute. The white man threw the weird weapon back into the van, and then rummaged through the car. I have a black hole grenade, a Chidori railgun. The white man introduced the equipment on the car. And on the bridge pillar on the side, Peter Parker had already crawled here secretly, and he was shocked when he heard what the white man said. These are all things recovered by the Avengers Logistics Force. How could they be in the hands of these people? Who are they? Another bald black man got out of the car and walked up to the two of them. You are still firing randomly in the wild, hurry up. The bald man complained to the white brain. The times have changed now, we only sell these high-tech weapons. The bald man said to the black man. So that's it? It seems that the ATM robbers must have bought weapons from them. Peter Parker suddenly realized as he looked at the people below. I just want to buy the robbers, I don't want to beat them all back to their babies, the black man said to the bald head. At this moment, Peter Parker's cell phone rang, startling the three people below. What the hell is this? The bald head said, looking around. Peter Parker took out his mobile phone from his body, saw that it was Ned calling, and he immediately hung up the phone. Is this what you set up? The bald man took out his pistol and pointed at the black man. Calm down, buddy. I don't know what's going on. The black man raised his hands and said, hey, if you want to shoot, come at me. Peter Parker jumped off the bridge and landed in front of the three of them and said to the bald head, okay. The bald head turned around and aimed at Peter Parker with the bridge, and was about to shoot, but Peter Parker shot the spider silk first and stuck the pistol, and pulled the pistol away from the bald head's hand. Seeing that something was wrong, the bald head ran to the cab, and the black man also rushed to his car. Peter Parker chased after him, but he didn't expect the white man to take out a glove-like device from the van and put it on his right hand, with electric arcs flashing on it. Unprepared, Peter Parker was punched by this equipment and flew 5 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. His whole body was paralyzed and unable to move. Oh ha ha ha. The white man laughed loudly, turned his head and jumped into the van. The van rushed out as soon as his bald head stepped on the gas pedal, and the car followed the van and left. What's that? Peter Parker crawled on the ground and raised his head to look at the starting van, and shot out spider webs that stuck to the rear of the van. Peter Parker was dragged out by the van, and the van rushed onto the road. Peter Parker was dragged on the ground, his body was still in a paralyzed state, and now he regained some strength. He shot the second spider silk towards the van. "We have to call the boss," said the bald man. "No need." The white man took out a weapon emitting purple light from under his feet, and aimed a shot at Peter Parker. But just as the car was turning, the door of the van was thrown back, and the door was just thrown out by the energy rush. "Are you firing randomly again?" The bald man turned to the white man and asked. "Shut up." The white man stood up after falling due to the recoil, picked up the weapon again and thought about aiming at Peter Parker. "I have to call him." The bald head took out his mobile phone and called their boss. A burst of purple energy shot towards Peter Parker. Peter Parker could only pull the spider web and change direction to dodge, but fortunately, the power of this weapon is not very powerful. Peter Parker was fine once he was hit. At this moment, the car bumped and the white man's brain fell into the car, and the energy weapon in his hand flew out and fell to the side of the road. Peter Parker was dragged around and bumped into countless trash cans along the way, and finally Peter Parker hit a road marker hard, and the spider silk in his hand was also gone. "That's great. Then I have to take a shortcut." Peter Parker got up and looked at the van going away. Peter Parker ran towards the woods, shot out spider silk and flew up, shuttling through the air in the woods. This is a villa area. Many people saw Peter Parker moving forward with spider threads in the air. Peter Parker also knocked down some tables in the courtyard. The scene was very funny. Peter Parker chased the van all the way. He jumped onto the roof of the villa, and ran on the roof of each villa. "It's here. I expected you to pass here." At a turning intersection, Peter Parker came here one step ahead of the van, and when he jumped towards the van, he was suddenly grabbed by an unknown thing up to the sky. Peter Parker looked at the thing that grabbed his leg. It was a vulture monster wearing a whole body of equipment. Some of them had 2 huge wings, and there were propellers on the wings to accelerate. The vulture monster dragged Peter Parker to the sky, and Peter Parker struggled hard to break free from the monster's iron grip. "What's going on here? Are you a falcon?" Peter Parker flew higher and higher, being dragged by the vulture monster, who wore a metal mask and had green lights in his eyes. Just when Peter Parker reached a sufficient height, his spider suit sounded an alarm, and suddenly the spider logo on Peter Parker's back exploded, and a parachute suddenly opened. Peter Parker was also dragged by the opened parachute out of vulture monster's claws, and fell towards the ground. This is a safety device designed by Tony Stark, which will automatically open the parachute when the wind is too strong at a certain altitude. However, Peter Parker was wrapped in a parachute and fell quickly from a height of several hundred meters. Fortunately, there was a lake below, and Peter Parker just fell into the lake. Fortunately, he did not end up in a broken body. "Wake up, we're almost there." Arthur, who was sleepy, was woken up by Gamera. Arthur rubbed his eyes and yawned. He had been on the spaceship all day, and he was almost bored to death. Arthur still couldn't adapt to the rhythm of life in the spaceship, so Arthur tried to open his eyes and look ahead. "I only saw a blue planet constantly zooming in. This planet looks very similar to the Earth, but the blue sea occupies a very large area. The green land only accounts for 1/10 of it. From the sky, it can be seen that there are islands on the entire blue planet. If you look closely, it looks a bit like the world of One Piece. This planet is really nice, it's my favorite place." Arthur looked at the planet and sighed. "It does look very beautiful. I don't know if there are advanced life forms on it." Quill looked at the planet and said, "Then let's land and take a look." Rocket said while controlling the spacecraft to fall towards the largest island. "I'm Groot." Groot also seemed to like this planet quite a bit. Arthur and their spaceship landed steadily on a flat rock by the sea of a huge green island. After the spaceship cabin opened, Quill led the way down, followed by Gamera and Destroyer, followed by Rocket and Groot. "Where's Arthur? What is he dawdling about?" Quill looked at the few people who came down and asked. "Come here, I'm looking for my sunglasses." Arthur was wearing a beach t-shirt and big shorts, with flip-flops on his feet. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he looked like a tourist on a trip. "What are you doing? Are you going on vacation dressed like this?" Rocket looked at Arthur and complained. "You guys don't understand, it's called a sense of ritual. No matter what you do, the most important thing is to be happy." Arthur walked up to a coconut tree, beckoned a blue coconut that flew down from the tree and fell into Arthur's hand. "It's amazing, the coconuts here are actually blue." Arthur took out a straw out of nowhere, used his fingers to make a small hole in the hard coconut shell, inserted the straw into it, and tasted it beautifully. "This is not the coconut you mentioned. It is called cocoa fruit. It tastes sweet and is a common fruit in the universe." Rocket looked at Arthur and said, "It's called coconut in our place, but it's not blue." Arthur Howe said indifferently, "Okay, I thought Quill was unreliable, but I didn't expect you to be less reliable than him. We have to find our target after we leave." Gamera looked at Arthur and said, "Our target is a blue crystal called Boza's heart. It is said that it exists in the deepest part of the bottom of the Boza star." Quill took out an instrument, which showed the appearance of Boza's heart. "Under the sea? Then how do we go? Only Arthur can go down." The 5 people came to the edge of the cliff, and there was an endless sea below, and all 5 turned their heads to look at Arthur. "I'll just take you down. Of course, you can wait for me on the spaceship if you want to go." Arthur looked at the 5 people and said, "Of course we are going. Adventure is my favorite thing to do," Quill said, patting his chest. The other 4 nodded and agreed with Quill's opinion. They didn't want to miss the opportunity of this underwater adventure. "Let's go then." Arthur jumped off the cliff and rushed into the sea after speaking. "Wait, then what shall we do?" Quill looked at Arthur's back and shouted, but Arthur was nowhere to be seen. "Let's go, trust him." The destroyer patted Quill's shoulder, and then jumped into the sea. Rocket and Groot jumped off without thinking, leaving only Gamera and Quill in place. "Shall we jump like this?" Quill looked at Gamera and asked. "Otherwise, what else do you want?" After Gamera finished speaking, she jumped off the cliff and disappeared into the sea. "Okay, then I'm coming too." Quill opened his helmet mask and jumped down. He plunged into the warm sea water in an instant, and the inertia made him rush down to the depths. However, at this moment, a blue energy shield surrounded him, separating the seawater around his body, and providing the oxygen he breathes. "Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Quill could see clearly that Arthur and the 5 of them were waiting for him not far away. Except for Arthur, the 4 of them were all wrapped in a blue energy shield. "Hey, let's go." Quill opened the mask, smiled awkwardly, and said to everyone. Arthur gave him a blank look, and led everyone to swim towards the bottom of the sea. The 5 of them didn't need to swim at all. It was Arthur who was controlling the movement of the energy shield. "Your speed on the bottom of the sea is really incredible." Rocket looked at the scenery that was constantly receding at high speed and sighed at Arthur's speed. "Of course, it's my territory in the sea, but we have to slow down and look for that blue crystal slowly," Arthur said to several people. Arthur took everyone to dive deep into the seabed. The seabed of this planet is different from the Earth. The plants here are quite strange, with various shapes and colorful lights, which looks quite dreamy. The fish are also strange, transparent, of various colors, and some are as long as a ball, which opened Arthur's eyes. "The seabed is so beautiful." Gamera sighed looking around. "Yeah, it's beautiful," Quill said, taking Gamera's hand. "That fish looks delicious." The destroyer pointed at a red fish and said something that made people laugh and cry. "Okay, we're not here to see the scenery, the business is to find the crystal as soon as possible." Rocket scolded several people. Arthur took a few people to swim towards the deep sea in the distance. The deepest part of the sea on this planet is much deeper than that of the Earth. Arthur and the others swam towards the deepest part for a long time without seeing the seabed. Originally, Arthur thought that the deeper the sea, the weaker the light, but in this sea area, the bottom of the sea is actually dyed with blue light, as if there is energy in the sea water. Arthur didn't feel any strange energy fluctuations on the bottom of the sea. It was a strange sight. Arthur took the 5 of them down at an extremely fast speed for more than an hour before seeing the outline of the deepest seabed, which is really too deep. Such a deep seabed is actually covered with plants. If there were no plants here on the Earth, because the light cannot reach such a deep place. But it is very strange in Boza Star. The seawater on the bottom of the sea seems to be self-illuminating. There are huge trees growing on the bottom of the sea. The leaves of these trees are soft like kelp, fluttering with the waves of the seawater. It feels a bit wrong. Why are there only plants on the bottom of the sea but no animals? Quill was naturally alert and found that this place was unusual. Could it be that no creature can live in the deep sea? Gamera said. "Impossible? Since there are so many plants here, there must be creatures." Rocket refuted Gamera's point of view. "How about we continue to look around?" the destroyer suggested. "I'm Groot," the tree man Groot said, pointing in one direction as if he felt something. "What? You said there are creatures over there? Let's go and have a look." Rocket understood what Groot meant. The 6 swam towards the direction Groot pointed. The 6 people swam towards the direction Groot pointed, and they looked at the huge trees with leaves of various colors below and felt that this place was really magical. "Look, what's that?" Quill shouted, pointing to a hill ahead. There are colorful plants growing on that hill, which is very beautiful, and it is particularly obvious that there is no plant in a circular open space on the hillside of the hill, and the red rock is exposed, and a blue crystal is inlaid in the center of the rock. This blue crystal is about the size of a basketball and emits a dazzling blue light. Arthur and the others saw the existence of this crystal from a long distance away. "It's the heart of Bossa," Gamera shouted happily looking at the blue crystal. "I didn't expect to find it so easily. This mission is really easy," the destroyer said looking at the blue crystal. "It's not easy. Without Arthur, it would be difficult for us to dive to such a deep sea." Rocket looked at Arthur and said. But Arthur didn't speak, just looked at the blue crystal suspiciously as if he was thinking about something. "My experience over the years tells me that it is not that simple. We should be careful," Quill said to everyone. But the destroyer ignored Quill's reminder, and swam straight to the blue gemstone, and he swam to the blue gemstone halfway up the mountain. "Haha, you guys are just too nervous. Look, I'm fine." The destroyer stood in front of the blue gem and laughed. "Drax, watch out," Gamera yelled suddenly. Just when the destroyer turned his head, he suddenly saw the small mountain sitting on the ground with its huge mouth open, with 3 rows of pointed teeth in its mouth, biting towards the destroyer. The destroyer turned around and ran, but the huge mouth of the small mountain was too big, and when it closed, the destroyer's body would be surrounded inside. At this critical moment, the little mountain suddenly stopped moving, and the destroyer managed to swim out of the gap in the big mouth of the little mountain. "Scared me to death." The destroyer broke out in a cold sweat and said in surprise, "What's wrong with it? Why is it motionless? Gamera asked, carefully looking at the small mountain in the distance. It has been controlled by me, and all creatures in the sea must obey my command, Arthur said while crossing his arms. What, you have already controlled it? Quill looked at Arthur in surprise and asked, such a big creature was restrained by Arthur in an instant? Yes, there is no danger now. Arthur nodded and said, I finally know why there are no creatures nearby. It turns out that this is its territory, and all the creatures around must have been eaten by him, Rocket said, looking at the motionless little mountain. Then what the hell is this? Why does it have such a terrifying big mouth? The destroyer asked, looking at the small mountain in the distance. It's easy to know what it is. I let it climb out and we will know, Arthur said while controlling the small mountain to make it sit up. Suddenly the bottom of the sea vibrated, and it was this huge creature that moved. He sat up and stretched out his body. Only then did everyone see what this creature was. It turned out to be a frog, just like a horned frog. Its back was covered with colorful plants. When it crawled on the seabed, it looked like a small mountain. It's been a frog for a long time. I thought it was some weird thing, Rocket said, looking at the huge strange frog in front of him. Then why does it have the heart of Bassa on its body? Quill looked at the strange frog and couldn't figure it out. I see why the blue gemstone on it is called the heart of Bassa, Gamera said suddenly. Why? Everyone looked at Gamera together, waiting for her explanation. Because that gemstone is its heart. The reason why the crystal emits a dazzling blue light is because it contains all the energy of the strange frog, and the strange frog also uses the crystal to attract those who have ideas about the crystal. Why did Boza? The reason hearts are so rare is that no one can kill the monster frog at the bottom of the sea to get its heart, Gamera explained to everyone. Everyone nodded, thinking that Gamera's analysis was correct. This creature is a special creature on Bassa planet, and Bassa's heart must be its heart. Then what should we do next? Just kill it and take its heart? Quill looked at everyone and asked. Boom! A burst of blue energy shot out from Arthur's hand and directly penetrated the head of the strange frog. The strange frog lost its vitality without making any sound. The strange frog hit the seabed heavily and the sea was filled with smoke. The fall of the strange frog caused a huge shock on the bottom of the sea, but the shock came and went quickly. It's done. Our mission to get Boza's heart is completed, Arthur said to the 5 people. You are really resolute. Okay, leave the next thing to me. Quill took out a claw-like instrument and swam towards the blue crystal. The blue crystal did not lose its light because of the death of the strange frog, but it was still shining as before. The claw instrument in Quill's hand fired 3 red laser beams, completely cutting the entire blue crystal from the frog's body. The whole crystal looked like a cone, deeply embedded in the monster's body. Quill tied the blue crystal with a golden rope and held it in his hand. Show it to me. Arthur took the Bassa heart from Quill, holding it in his hand and felt a huge energy in it. Arthur fired a red laser from his finger, cutting off a palm-sized piece from the entire blue crystal. What are you doing? Quill asked, watching Arthur's strange behavior. I'll take one, I'm useful. Arthur handed the blue crystal back to Quill, and then carved the palm-sized crystal in his hand. After a while, a square blue transparent cube appeared in Arthur's hands, and Arthur nodded in satisfaction. This is... Gamera looked at the cube with blue light in Arthur's hand, which looked like an image of something she had seen in Thanos. Does it look like a Rubik's Cube? Arthur asked everyone holding up a blue cube. Quell and the others look at me and I look at you. In fact, none of them have seen what the Rubik's Cube looks like. I have read the information about the Rubik's Cube from Thanos, and it is indeed exactly the same as the one in your hand. It can be mistaken for the real one, Gamera said, looking at the blue cube in Arthur's hand. Haha, what I want is to be able to confuse the fake with the real one. When I get the chance, I will use it to exchange the real cosmic magic. Arthur looked at the blue square in his hand and laughed. Okay, now that we've achieved our goal, let's get out of here, Quill said to everyone. Under the leadership of Arthur, everyone returned from the original road and rushed towards the sea. This adventure was safe and sound. The 6 people came and left intact, and they also brought a blue crystal the size of a basketball, which is considered a complete victory. A few people returned to the spaceship, and everyone had smiles on their faces. They really got rich this time? Peter Parker was woken up by the oncoming strong wind. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that he was still flying in the air. Didn't he just fall into the lake? Peter Parker turned his head and saw that he was flying in the air in the arms of Tony Stark's steel armor. Oh, Mr. Stark, thank you for saving me, Peter Parker said to Iron Armor. Armor of Steel brought Peter Parker to a small park by the lake. Peter Parker sat on a fitness facility in the park and told Armor of Steel what had happened to him. Then he slammed down like a monster, grabbed my feet and pulled me up into the sky, took me so high, and threw me down again. How did you find me? You were in my... Is there a tracker on your new suit? Peter Parker asked, looking at the steel armor. I installed everything on your suit, including this heater. As soon as Tony Stark finished speaking, the heater on Peter Parker's suit was activated, drying all the moisture on Peter Parker's body instantly. Oh, it's much more comfortable, thank you, Peter Parker said, looking at the iron armor. Why did you act secretly without notifying me? Tony Stark's voice came from the iron armor. That winged man is obviously the source of the energy weapon. I have to catch him, Peter Parker said. You almost died, do you know? In the future, if you encounter such a dangerous situation, you can notify me, and I will arrange someone to solve it. Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker and said. I can deal with him, Mr. Stark. You don't have to come all the way, I'm fine. Peter Parker said, looking at the steel armor. I didn't come here, I'm in the Atlantis base now, please don't act on your own. Although you are as old as Arthur, your ability is not enough to stand alone. The steel armor helmet suddenly opened, and inside empty, Tony Stark is sitting next to Dr. Banner in the laboratory of the Undersea Avenger in Atlantis, controlling the iron armor remotely. Why? I was not injured when I dealt with those steel robots in Wakanda. I can do what Arthur can do. Please believe me. Peter Parker said, looking firmly at the steel armor. Are you sure you can solve it by yourself? Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker in the monitor through the wireless network and asked seriously. I'm fine, don't worry. Peter Parker assured, patting his chest. Then, I wish you good luck. The steel battle armor nodded after being silent for a while and then flew away into the air. Peter Parker looked at the steel armor going away and really wanted to give himself a slap, pretending to be cool, in order to prove that he is also a real Avenger, brazenly saying that he can solve it by himself. Now it's alright, we have to do it for I paid the price for myself. Atlantis Undersea Avengers Base. Are you really assured that he will deal with the villains with energy weapons alone? Dr. Banner looked at Tony Stark and asked. Peter Parker is 22 years old like Arthur. He is no longer a child. Although he has gone through the Battle of Wakanda, he is still immature. If he wants to be alone, he must go through the test. Tony Stark is operating the computer while speaking to Dr. Banner. Yeah, how can you see a rainbow if you don't experience wind and rain? Arthur, who is as old as him, is already the main member of the Avengers. Dr. Banner sighed. When I mention Arthur, I get angry. This guy said something to prevent Thanos from getting the gems in advance, and then he left the Earth and disappeared. It's like this every time? Do whatever you want. Tony had a headache when he thought of Arthur. After Arthur handed over the work of improving the weapons of the Atlantis to Tony Stark, he ran to Xandar, leaving Tony Stark alone to deal with Atlantis. No way, he is always so busy, and the reasons are irrefutable. Dr. Banner said with a smile on the side. Forget it, I don't want him anymore. Let's take a look at the shark laser cannon I designed. Tony Stark took out his computer and said to Dr. Banner, and the two discussed the weapon design of the Atlanteans. Up. Peter Parker walked back on the road, muttering as he went. On my own? What did he say? Why can't I be on my own? Peter Parker walked in suddenly saw the energy weapon that just fell out of the white man's hand during his entanglement with the van. It was an energy gun emitting purple light, but it was only half broken, lying quietly on the side of the road. At this moment, Peter Parker's phone rang again, and it was still from Ned. He answered the phone. Hey, Ned, why do you call me a few times a night? I just want to tell you that I've gone home. Aunt May didn't find out about your going out. Then we'll see you at school tomorrow. Ned hung up the phone after finishing speaking. After putting away the phone, Peter Parker picked up the half of the energy weapon from the ground. Although the energy weapon was damaged, its core was still intact, lying quietly in the center of the weapon emitting a faint purple light. The next day, Peter Parker hit the half of the energy weapon with a hammer in the school fitter workshop, trying to remove the purple energy core. Why did you come here alone? I was looking for you everywhere, you know. Ned appeared behind Peter Parker and asked him. Sorry, I have something to do suddenly. Peter Parker said to Ned. What's this? Ned asked, looking at the purple glowing remains of the energy weapon that Peter Parker was clamping in the vise. I don't know, someone tried to vaporize me with it, said Peter Parker, dismantling it. Really? Ned asked. Yes. Peter Parker replied. That's great. Ned exclaimed, and Peter Parker turned to look at Ned. No, I mean that person is too much, really scary. Ned saw Peter Parker's unfriendly eyes and immediately changed his words. Yeah, I think it's a source of energy. Peter Parker said while shaking hard. Yes, but it's connected to various microprocessors, and it's the inductive charging pad that I use to charge my electric toothbrush, Ned said, pointing to the chip connected to the purple core. The people who made these weapons obviously combined alien and human technology. Peter Parker said. That's the coolest sentence ever. I just want to thank you for letting me join you on your journey into this magical. Before Ned could finish speaking, Peter Parker hammered the purple core hard fly out, startling Ned. The two turned around to see if anyone noticed their abnormality, but the other students were doing their own thing, wearing earphones without interfering with each other. Don't put your finger on the blade. The studio teacher who was sitting on the side looked at a book fascinatedly and shouted loudly. He didn't notice the strange thing about Peter Parker either. I have to find out what this thing is and who made it. Peter Parker said, looking at the purple crystals on the table that glowed with lavender light. Then we'll go to the lab and do some tests after class, Ned said. Good. Peter Parker agreed with Ned's proposal and shook hands with him. After Arthur and the Guardians of the Galaxy left planet Boza, they headed towards Starcady, where the buyer who offered a reward for Boza's heart was waiting for them. It's a lot of money this time. Let's go have a good drink after we get the money, Quill said excitedly to everyone. Yes. Agree. Several people agreed with Quill's proposal, and it happened to be possible to have a rest on Katy. Arthur, don't be so sad all day long. I'll take you to the casino there to play when you get to Katy Star. Quill turned to look at Arthur with a painful expression and said. I still can't adapt to life on a spaceship. It seems that I only belong to land and sea. Arthur was a little dizzy from the spaceship, and he was still uncomfortable after vomiting twice. Slowly get used to it, everyone is like this at the beginning. I have candy here, would you like some? Rocket said while grabbing a handful of candy from the box under the bridge and handing it to Arthur. Thank you, Arthur said, taking the candy, tearing open one and popping it into his mouth. Ahem, what is this? Arthur was choked and almost vomited out. Haven't you ever tasted the strange flavored candies bought on Xandar? There are various flavors, and I like the devil's spicy one the most. Rocket also peeled one and put it in his mouth to taste. Although I like to try different delicacies, I really can't enjoy this thing, Arthur continued to say painfully. After a day of sailing, the spacecraft arrived at the legendary Katy Star after 3 interstellar jumps. Katy Star is the base camp of wanderers. The whole planet is very large, and the planet's resources are exhausted. There are only rocks and deserts on the planet's surface, and water resources are very scarce. Therefore, the life of the poor here is very difficult, and most people can only make a living by robbing and stealing, so Katy Star is also known as the largest illegal area in the universe. People here are a mixed bag, and there are all kinds of people. Here, as long as you have money and ability, you can get anything, and you can do any bad things. The largest of these groups are the Wanderers, who are as famous in the universe as the Marauders. But the Predator is a principled and disciplined organization. They generally value their own reputation. Although they also rob, they have their own bottom line. The homeless are different. They are a group of people who can say that they do all kinds of evil, and there is nothing they dare not do in order to survive. The rocket parked the Marauder spaceship outside Katy, and the 6 of them flew towards Katy in a small spaceship. Because the homeless and the predators have not been very easy to deal with, it is better for us to go in a small spaceship. Quill explained to Arthur why they took a small spaceship. Are predators forbidden on Nakati? Arthur asked Quill. That's not true, I just don't want to encounter avoidable trouble, Quill said to Arthur. The small spaceship came to a big city on Katy in a short while, which is called the Bounty Hunter's Paradise, and its name is very poetic called Utagai. Some needy people in the universe can come to Utagai to release bounty tasks, and then those who feel capable of completing them can accept the tasks and get paid. Therefore, people who make a living doing tasks here are called bounty hunters, and Star-Lord Quill's name is mixed up here. The entire city of Utagai is built on a crack in a canyon. The canyon looks like it was split by someone. Below it is a bottomless abyss. On the mountains on both sides are various cave buildings, which are far apart but can be saw the building opposite. The rocket parked the spaceship at the parking lot 1388. There are special guards here, and no one will steal things from your spaceship. Quill handed the boss of the dock a stack of universal banknotes, and then led the 6 people towards the city of Utagai. It looks really good here. It's my favorite place, Arthur said looking at the city built in the caves of the huge canyon stone walls with rusted steel buildings everywhere. You'll like it even more in a moment, Quill said with a smirk. The 6 of them set off for their destination Meteor Tavern in a strange alien hovering taxi. Don't tell me this is a tavern. Arthur looked up at the huge building in front of him and said, the tavern is just a name. In fact, it is an entertainment city. There are everything in it. Restaurants, casinos, auction houses, playgrounds, duel fields, everything you can think of, and we are going to submit mission items in the reward market hall. Quill introduced to Arthur. The entire Meteorite Tavern is very large, and there is a sculpture of a shooting star with its tail outside. After entering through the old-looking but imposing gate, Arthur realized that they had come to a man's paradise. There are various small bars here, and there is a row of scantily clad alien women standing at the entrance of the bar soliciting customers. Of course, there are also alien women holding signs in other places. They are all poor people on this planet. Can clearly mark the price and come out to pick up the job. Quill led the 6 people through the crowded streets. He kept his eyes fixed and serious, and almost wrote the words I am a gentleman on his forehead. And Gamera is also secretly observing whether Quill's eyes are looking at some alien beauty in revealing clothes. As for Arthur and Dracula the Destroyer, there is no need to be taboo. They admire the women of all colors and skins on the street openly. Arthur is not interested in these alien women, but he is more interested in the prosthetic bodies on them. And even some of the women are straight-up cyborgs. Do you like mechanical women? They are bionics specially made to please men, also called sex dolls, and they have various skills. Quill watched Arthur staring at the robots on the opposite side. He smirked and asked Arthur explained, with a look men don't have a good thing. Gamera gave Quill Arthur and Destroyer a disdainful look, and quickly strode forward. Rocket and the tree figure Groot also followed slowly. They were obviously very familiar with this kind of place. Gamera, wait for me, I'm just explaining to Arthur, don't get me wrong, I'm a really dedicated and good man. Quill quickly caught up with Gamera and chattered next to her, expressing himself, I've never been to a place like this. Quill looked like an LSP. Arthur said to the 3 people below him. 1 person and 1 raccoon nodded, but Groot couldn't understand what Arthur meant. The 6 people walked through the entertainment area and came to a very large building. It was a huge black cave. There were 2 huge alien statues at the entrance of the cave. This is the reward market hall, and all the rewards are released from here. Arthur carefully observed the 2 statues. They both had long ears, a fox face, and their bodies were wearing thick armor. They also held 2 powerful weapons in their hands. They looked very majestic. They are the 2 founders who once built the Bounty Hunter Union. It is said that in the extremely chaotic planet Katie, the two led the Homeless Legion to unify here, and then established the Bounty Hunter Union, allowing some people can have hope of living. Quill introduced Arthur. It turned out to be like this. There are 2 sculptures like this at the gate of my country, but now they have been replaced by my sculptures. Arthur said that the sculpture of Neptune outside the city of Atlantis had been taken over by the Atlanteans, resculpted to look like Arthur. You're so narcissistic. Quill looked at Arthur powerlessly and complained, but he didn't know that there was a sculpture of Arthur holding a trident at the entrance of Atlantis restaurants all over the United States. The 6 of them walked into the reward market hall together, and Arthur looked at this place as if he had come to the world of cyberpunk. There are countless 3D projections above the head showing a list of rewards. Of course, there is a reward machine like a vending machine in front of you. It can translate the reward list into various languages in the universe for you to view, which is very convenient. If you choose to accept the reward, you can go to the staff in the lobby to place an order, and then you need to pay a certain deposit, and you can receive the reward after completing the reward task within the specified time. If it is the first time, you can have 3 chances to receive D-level rewards without deposit, which can be regarded as a guarantee for newcomers who are in urgent need of money. Of course, the reward orders are also divided into levels. The worst is D level, and the highest is SSS level, which is a bit like the ranking of games on Earth. If the reward cannot be completed within the time limit, the security deposit will be automatically deducted. The higher the level of the reward, the higher the security deposit, and the reward for completing the task will be richer. The overall set of procedures is very standardized, which made Arthur exclaim that the homeless still have a set. No wonder the scale here will develop so large. There was a mixed bag of fish and dragons in the whole hall. There were all kinds of people, and there were also some giant monster-like aliens from unknown planets, who were also looking up at various reward orders. Most of them are aliens who are the same size as Arthur but with different skin colors, and many people have transformed their bodies into machines, which are so-called prosthetics, so Arthur feels that he has come to the cyberpunk world. Arthur even saw the robot come here to pick up the bounty, which was really strange. I want to hand in the task. Quill took out a black card and handed it to a staff member. Please wait a moment. The staff inserted the card into the computer and checked the reward information Quill received. When the staff saw that Quill was actually here to submit an SSS level reward task, he raised his head and looked at Quill in shock. People who can complete the SSS level bounty are not common. It turned out to be the famous Predator Star-Lord. Please follow me. The staff led the 6 people to the 2nd floor, which is the area for submitting reward orders. The 6 people followed this staff member who looked no different from the people on Earth to a separate room on the 2nd floor, and saw an alien with orange skin and a pot belly. He was the appraiser here. Yo, isn't this Star-Lord? How did you complete the SSS level bounty so quickly? The orange-skinned alien looked at Quill and the others and asked. Meet Thrall again, how are you doing recently? Quill put the box containing the blue crystal in front of the orange-skinned alien named Thrall. It's still the same. I've been here for 10 years. Recently, fewer and fewer people have completed the high-level bounty. Only Quill, you can work harder. Thrall took the box, opened it, and saw the blue man lying inside. Blue crystal. He took out an instrument like a code-scanning gun to scan the blue crystal that Arthur and the others brought. Well, it's indeed Bose's heart, and it's very pure, not bad. Thrall looked at the blue crystal with satisfaction and said, of course, we risked our lives to get it back. Not everyone can complete SSS level tasks, but don't you see who I am? Quill said arrogantly. Okay, the mission has been successfully completed, and the rating of your Guardians of the Galaxy team has increased by 1 level to S level. This is the reward for the mission. Thrall handed Quill a purple card, which is the same as the one on Earth. The Universe Amethyst card, which is similar to a bank card, contains their reward for this mission, -1,000,000 amethyst coins. What's the score? Arthur asked, looking at Quill. Oh, individuals or teams can register as a member here, and then they can enjoy certain benefits, and the membership level will also increase with the completion of the reward order. We have finally risen to the S level. Quill asked. Yes, he explained. I see, so what's the benefit of upgrading to S rank? Arthur continued to ask. Not to mention other benefits, the biggest advantage is that you can consult some uncommon mysterious reward tasks, and you can also receive some high-level reward orders first, and the completion time can be extended. Quill explained to Arthur. Uncommon mysterious reward mission? What is that? Arthur continued to ask. It's a mission that won't be published in the general hall for others to see. Only bounty hunters above S level can check it out in the advanced bounty hall. Saltakill explained. Yes, I have never seen these missions before, let's go and have a look in the advanced reward hall. Quill proposed to everyone. Several people nodded and agreed to Quill's proposal. They are also very interested in the advanced reward hall. Quill bid farewell to Thrall and took 5 people to the 3rd floor, where the advanced reward hall is located. When the 6 of them first came to the 3rd floor, they were stopped by 2 very strong guards holding weapons. Please show your bounty hunter ID card. A guard said to the 6 people. Quill handed the previous black card to the guard. After the guard took it, he inserted it into the mechanical instrument on his arm. The instrument suddenly lit up, showing the information of the Guardians of the Galaxy and their S rank. Please come in. The guard returned the card to Quill, and told the 6 people that he did not pursue the fact that Arthur was not in the file. The 6 of them walked into the advanced reward hall together. This hall is obviously much smaller than the ordinary hall below, but the environmental facilities are much cleaner, and the floor is covered with red carpets. There were not many people in the hall, and there was only one wall showing the bounty missions. There were less than 20 bounty missions in total, but all of them were SSS-level bounty missions. Arthur and the others looked up one by one. Most of the tasks were to find some special items, and they were all released by one person. This person is the universe collector Talia Tiffin. He is a very ancient existence in the universe. He likes collect some weird stuff. Arthur even saw a reward order that said there was a reward for 6 infinite gems, and as long as he got any one of them, he could get a high reward of 200 billion purple gold coins. The other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy also saw this reward order, and everyone turned their heads to stare at Arthur with fiery eyes. 200 billion. Arthur is literally 400 billion walking. Don't look at me that way, I won't hand them over, and do you think it can be measured by money? Arthur said to the 5 people. Several people sighed. 400 billion, if it weren't for being unable to beat Arthur, several people would want to forcibly take Arthur's infinite gems. This reward order does not indicate who issued it. It is likely to be a smoke bomb released by Thanos. Arthur read the reward order carefully and whispered that it was not issued by the universe collector. It's very possible. Well, leave him alone, let's see if there is anything we can complete in other rewards. Quell struggled to shift his gaze away from the 400 billion reward order, turned his head to look at other reward orders and began to observe. This bounty seems to be easier to complete. Rocket pointed to a reward order and said. Everyone looked at the past together. The reward order said to kill the fallen man, the cosmic demon, and the reward was 50 billion amethysts. Fallen, I have never heard of it, but killing people is much easier than finding some unfounded items, and this person is a cosmic monster, so he is not a good person at first glance. Maybe this task can be tried. The Guardians of the Galaxy looked at this task with sparkling eyes. 50 billion Zygen, enough to sell a space battleship. Happy, Quill came to a computer and called up the details of the reward and looked at it carefully. It clearly introduced the identity of the Fallen and the place where he appeared recently. The Fallen man, male, named Akalian, used to be a Kree star. He grew up on Kree Star after losing his parents. Kree Star. Under the pursuit of the Kree Legion, the Fallen not only was not caught, but also attacked the spaceship of the Kree Legion many times. This person is particularly good at disguise and blasting, and can install explosives near you without anyone noticing. In this way, under the bounty offered by the Kree Legion, the Fallen also carried out sabotage operations many times, offending many organizations. The most serious incident was that he blew up an entire planet last year. Trillions of innocent lives on the planet were brutally killed, so he also got the name of the Cosmic Devil's Fallen Man. There are a few photos of the Fallen below. It is a blue-skinned Kree. Many parts of his body have been transformed with mechanical prostheses. Even the brain and eyes are mechanical, which looks a bit scary. This guy is fine. He dared to openly oppose the Kree people. He was lucky not to be wiped out by Thanos. Quill said while looking at the information of the Fallen. Then should we accept this mission? It's actually helpful for us to fight against the Kree people. Gamera said. Didn't you see that he did all kinds of evil? He killed more people than I have ever seen. It's better not to let this kind of person stay in the world. Rocket said rarely with righteous indignation. I have killed quite a few people. This kid is actually more ruthless than me. It seems that I have to meet him. The Destroyer was very upset when he heard the name of this fallen man, and the other party was actually a murderer. Madman, he wanted to show him some color. TCH, what you said is really serious, isn't it, because of the 50 billion? Arthur withdrew his lips and ruthlessly exposed the faces of several people. What nonsense are you talking about? We are here for the peace of the universe, just to make some money by the way, don't you think so? Quill said with a laugh. Okay, we've accepted this mission, and we'll set off after we spend a day on Katie. Quill looked at the very long duration of this mission, which lasted for 2 years, enough to see that this man was called the Fallen. The Kree are not easy to catch. Quill submitted the reward order, and then led everyone out of the hall, and walked towards the entertainment city on the side. It was time for them to experience the true appearance of the city of Udagai. It is said that the entertainment city is actually a huge casino, but there is everything here. Food, drink, entertainment, beauties, and drugs are simply a man's paradise. Of course, there are also a lot of women who come here to enjoy, and various services for women are also provided here. Quill looked at a huge gambling table, surrounded by people in front of it. All of them were red-faced and red-faced. They watched the 2 strange-shaped little monsters fighting in the middle of the gambling table, and they could bet on the 2 little monsters separately. Isn't this just a cockfight? I thought it was something. Arthur curled his lips when he saw these excited people, thinking how high-end gambling on alien planets is, but it turns out that it is similar everywhere. Quill grabbed a handful of purple gold coins and threw them at the place where the strange monster called Undead General was betting. With just this name, Quill could bet on it to win. 2 little monsters with 8 legs were fighting desperately, and the crowd around excitedly shouted to cheer for them. Arthur felt uninterested after watching it for a while. He turned his head and saw that everyone except Quill had disappeared, and they went to play their own games. Arthur was walking around in the entertainment city, and he saw Rocket playing poker with others on a gaming table, while the tree figure Groot watched with relish. The Destroyer is fighting in a boxing ring. It should be the kind that can get a lot of money if you win. Gamera was nowhere to be seen. Arthur turned around and didn't see her. Arthur rejected one after another of the geisha who were now soliciting business on the street, and walked to a very strange restaurant. It is said that the restaurant is actually a food stall. The overall shop is not too big, similar to the former Atlantis restaurant, but the business here is very hot, and it is almost full. Arthur found a place to sit down and looked at the menu. He found that this restaurant could cook food from many planets. Arthur searched around but couldn't find the food from Earth. But Arthur found Asgard's tomahawk steak, which is a very large steak. This kind of steak is made of a particularly ferocious cow raised in God's domain, which is relatively rare. It's amazing that you can order it in this store. Arthur ordered one, then browsed through the special dishes of other planets, and ordered all the edible things he saw. This time he had to taste the dishes of these planets in the universe to be worthwhile. Arthur ordered 7 kinds of drinks, and tasted how the wines from each planet tasted. The restaurant served the food very quickly, and it took only over an hour for the food to be served. Arthur first cut a piece of Asgardian tomahawk steak with a knife and tasted it in his mouth. Well, although the taste is not good, it is almost the same as what I have eaten in Asgard. Arthur nodded. This restaurant is still doing well. Arthur looked at other dishes again. As for what these dishes are called and what they are made of, Arthur has no idea, but they look pretty good. Arthur tasted one dish after another. Some were very delicious, sweet, and delicious. Some were hard to swallow and even had a stench that Arthur couldn't describe. Generally speaking, Arthur is quite satisfied with half of the dishes, especially the grilled popular beast meat skewers from Carrie Star. This taste is simply crispy on the outside, and the meat inside is very delicious, and there are thick fibers. It tastes a bit chewy, and the taste is very good. Unexpectedly, Carrie Star also has such a delicious beast. After finishing eating, Arthur ordered another one, and ate it happily. The wine is not the same, but some of them are stronger, and some of them are lighter like fruit wine. Anyway, Arthur doesn't like drinking it. After eating and drinking, Arthur felt that his eyelids were fighting, so he had to find a place to rest. Arthur went to a massage and bathing place, found a beautiful mechanical girl who looked similar to a human being, took a comfortable hot bath, and climbed on the bed for her to massage. Feeling the right strength from his body, Arthur felt very comfortable. As expected of a professional robot, the strength of his technique was perfect. Under the massage of the beautiful robot, Arthur fell into a deep sleep. After Gamera left the 5 of them, he came to a mysterious shop secretly, which is a place that sells all kinds of secret news in the universe. Gamera buys the latest on the Fallen here, as well as news on Thanos' latest moves. This is the latest move of Thanos. You should know how dangerous Thanos is, so the price of this news is not cheap, the news shop owner said to Gamera. Of course I understand. How about I can exchange messages with you with a secret? Gamera said to the boss. Hey, what kind of secret can be as valuable as Thanos' movements? The boss said disdainfully. In his opinion, Gamera can't come up with a secret that can make his heart move. I know the location of the soul gem among the 6 infinite gems in the universe and how to get it. How about this secret? Gamera looked at the boss and asked. What soul gem? You didn't lie to me, did you? The boss looked at Gamera in surprise and asked. How is this news enough? Gamera looked at the boss and asked. I agree to exchange messages, the boss said to Gamera. The next day, the repaired members of the Guardians of the Galaxy gathered again at the gate of Utgay. Quill and Rocket didn't seem very happy, and they must have not won money from gambling. The destroyer looked like he had won 500 million yuan, humming while walking, while Gamera and Gerudo were expressionless. Why, how many opponents did you defeat yesterday? Arthur patted the destroyer's thick arm and asked. Have you seen it all? I have won so many games. The destroyer made an 8 sign. It seemed that he had won 8 games in a row, no wonder he was so happy. The big guy has to bully those gangsters in the arena every time he comes. How did you go last night? Did you find a beautiful woman to enjoy? Quill said with a smirk and bumped Arthur's arm with his shoulder. I'm a gentleman, don't talk nonsense. I just found a place to sleep well after having a big meal last night. Arthur said with a dignified expression. Do you think I'll believe it? There's no ordinary place to sleep here. You must have played comfortably all night, right? Quill said, looking at Arthur suspiciously. Who do you think is like you? Let's go. Gamera walked up and kicked Quill's calf hard. Okay, let's go. Quill was kicked by Gamera and jumped up, clutching his calf and limping towards Gamera in front of him. Arthur looked at the few people and smiled knowingly. Their relationship was really good. The 6 of them boarded a small spaceship, left Katie, the Wanderer's Paradise, and returned to the Marauder spaceship. I already know the general location of the Fallen. Someone saw him appear in the Void Realm just the day before yesterday, Gamera said to the 5 people. As expected of Gamera, she has never been ambiguous in doing business. Did you go to the news shop? Rocket looked at Gamera with satisfaction and said. Void Realm, it's a little troublesome for him to be there. Quill lowered his head and thought about the next step. Where is the Void Domain? Arthur thought of the Mantis in League of Legends after hearing the Void Domain. The Void Domain is a space surrounded by a kind of void mist. The void mist is a kind of purple gas. Although it is non-toxic and tasteless, it blocks light, so the planets in the Void Domain cannot see light. It's like being in the void. It's like moving in the dark, and it's easy to get lost. Rocket explained the situation in the Void Domain to Arthur. How big is this so-called Void Domain? Arthur asked, looking at the rocket. The entire Void Realm contains more than 300 planets. It's not very big, but it can move. We have to explore which planet this fallen person is on. Quill explained to Arthur. It's fine if it's not too big, then let's hurry up and get the fallen before he runs away, Arthur said to several people. Rocket nodded, sat in the pilot's seat, started the engine of the spacecraft and flew into space. I also inquired about Thanos' latest news, Gamera said suddenly. Let's hear it. Arthur replied immediately. Thanos led the Chidori to attack several planets, and left after killing half of the life on the planets. He seemed to be looking for the whereabouts of the infinite gems. Gamera said. Thanos doesn't know that the gem is in my hand for the time being. He probably only knows that the Rubik's Cube is in Asgard, but he is still a little afraid of Asgard now, so he must be looking for the whereabouts of other gems. Sarah pondered for a while and said, I've thought about it for a long time. Thanos will know sooner or later that I know the location of the soul gem. In this case, we will be in danger, so I told the owner of the news shop the location of the soul gem. Gamera hesitated and said out. What? You revealed the location of the soul gem? Doesn't that mean you gave it to Thanos? What do you think? The destroyer looked at Gamera in disbelief and said. Actually, this is not a bad thing. To be honest, the soul gem is not very useful. After revealing the news for those who want to get it, Thanos will shift his target to other places to buy us time. Arthur thought for a while and said. Is it really okay for Thanos to get the soul gem? Rocket looked at Arthur and asked. It doesn't matter, as long as I get the cosmic Rubik's Cube before Thanos, we will have 4 Infinity Stones, and then everyone's strength will be enough to fight Thanos. Arthur said firmly. Well, I hope your judgment is correct. Rocket looked at Arthur and said. Actually, we can tell more people about this news. Let as many people as possible snatch the soul gems, the better. As long as we muddy the water, we will have a chance. Arthur continued. It's simple. After this mission is completed, I will quietly disclose the news. At that time, it is estimated that there will be a bloody storm in the universe. Quill said. That's it, but you must call me when you have a decisive battle with Thanos. I have a sworn feud with Thanos, and I want to send my double blade into Thanos' heart with my own hands. The destroyer blade he pointed at its 2 daggers and said fiercely. Don't worry, we will have to rely on everyone to fight Thanos together. Arthur asked the 5 people. Thanos is our common enemy, we will definitely help you. Gamera looked at Arthur and said, and the other 4 nodded. Arthur looked at the 5 people who showed loyalty and felt very moved. To help him, he had to risk his life and fight Thanos. It seemed that everyone had already realized. Arthur has also realized himself. Since coming to this world, Arthur has found that he has changed a lot, and he is no longer afraid of death. In the past, Arthur would have a feeling of not caring about many things that seemed very dangerous. He can even sacrifice himself for others now. It seems that after spending a long time with these superheroes, he has become great. Arthur thought to himself. The 6 people drove the Predator spacecraft to perform a space jump. The void field is a place very far away from the Milky Way. It takes many space jumps to get close to that field. Are you okay? Should we repair it before we start, or I think you're going to die soon? Rocket asked Arthur, who was squatting on the ground holding the trash can and throwing up. Arthur was not used to being a spaceship, let alone such a continuous space jump, and Arthur felt like he was about to pass out. He didn't know why. He wouldn't get dizzy when he was flying randomly in the air, but he would get airsick when he came to the spaceship. It may be the reason that the gravity is different from that of the Earth. Arthur said that he needs a large space battleship so that he will not get airsick. Then let's take a break and start again. I really can't hold on if I keep jumping like this. Arthur said weakly. Ha 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 ha, you still need to practice more? Your physique is too bad. The destroyer patted Arthur on the shoulder vigorously and said. Hee hee, thank you. Arthur looked at Dracula the destroyer and said. Earth NYU. First of all, I think we should use a mass spectrometer to analyze the composition of the luminescent substance. Ned said to Peter Parker. First of all, I think we have to come up with a name that sounds better than luminous, Peter Parker replied. That makes sense. Ned also agreed with Peter Parker. At this moment, 2 people came out from the front corner and startled Peter Parker. They were the bald and white men who sold energy weapons that Peter Parker met at that time. Damn it. Peter Parker quickly dodged to the corner of the wall to hide. Come here quickly. Peter Parker whispered to Ned, who was still standing there in a daze. Ned also hid immediately, and Peter Parker poked his head out to look at the 2 of them. University really makes me uncomfortable. It has a strange smell, you know, the white man said to the bald man beside him as he walked. That's the 2 people who tried to kill me last night. Peter Parker whispered to Ned. What? Ned was shocked. Yes, that's them. Peter Parker said. Then we have to run quickly. Ned pulled Peter Parker and said. No, I have to keep up with them. Maybe they can lead me to the weirdo who threw me into the lake. Peter Parker whispered. Someone threw you into the lake. Ned only knew that Peter Parker had gone to check the explosion at the latest, and didn't understand what happened. Yeah, that's not a good feeling. Peter Parker watched the bald 2 head towards the corridor, and Peter prepared to follow secretly. Peter. Ned cried anxiously. Ned, stay here and don't move, I'll go and have a look. Peter Parker followed secretly. Peter Parker followed the 2 to the fitter's workshop where he and Ned were just now. Peter Parker sneaked behind the table to see what the 2 of them were going to do. If the boss knows where we are, what will he say? The white man asked the bald man looking through the things in the fitter's room. The readings show that there was an energy pulse here. The bald head looked around with an instrument. But the weapons aren't here, said the white man. Even if it was there before, it's not there now, let's go. The bald head said. It turned out that they came to find the energy weapon that was lost last night. The bald head turned around, and suddenly saw a chair lying upside down on the table shaking, which immediately aroused his vigilance. He put his hand in his pocket, held the pistol, and walked towards the table step by step. The bald head looked up and looked around, but found nothing. Was he too sensitive? The bald man gave up looking and walked towards the door together with the white man. What they didn't know was that Peter Parker was now hanging upside down under the fitter's table, right under their noses. Peter Parker stretched out his hand, and shot out a pea-sized mechanical little spider from the spider equipment in his hand to the bald-headed leather shoe. The little spider crawled in from the bald-headed trousers, and was firmly fixed in his trousers. This is a tracker function that Tony Stark made for Peter Parker's new armor. Peter Parker did not continue to follow them for fear of exposing the target. After school, Peter Parker and Ned went back to Peter Parker's room together. Peter Parker took off the instrument on the wrist of the battlesuit, pressed the switch on it, and then an instrument was activated, projecting a small 3D image outward. This is awesome, Ned said. Really? Peter Parker sat next to Ned. Ned poked the 3D projection with his finger, and the projection was immediately enlarged. It was a map with a spider head marked on it, and that was the location that the little spider was tracking. They're in Brooklyn, Peter Parker said, looking at the 3D map projection. The two kept watching the light spots on the map constantly moving, indicating that the enemy was also on the move. After waiting like this until midnight, Ned was woken up by the alarm sound of the instrument. He picked up the instrument and said, "They finally stopped." "Maryland, what's there?" Peter Parker asked Ned, jumping off the bed. "I don't know," Ned replied. "Is it the evil lair?" Peter Parker thought for a while and asked. "They'll have a lair," Ned retorted. "Dude, a winged gang working on alien weapons, do you think they don't have a lair?" Peter Parker asked Ned. "Excellent, but how are you going to get there? This is 300 miles away." Ned agreed with Peter Parker's point of view, but said worriedly. The two suddenly thought of something. The school was going to hold an academic competition in the Washington area. Ned had already signed up, but Peter Parker had already withdrawn from the competition. "It doesn't seem far from Washington," Peter Parker asked Ned. The next day. "Hi, how are you all?" Peter Parker ran towards a group of people who were about to leave for the academic competition in Washington with his school bag on his back. "Hi, Peter." Peter Parker's classmates greeted him. "I hope to be able to return to the team, should it be too late?" Peter Parker asked everyone. "Welcome back, Peter," said the lead teacher to Peter Parker. "Well, can we go? I want to go to the embassy for a little protest before dinner," Peter Parker's classmate Michelle Jones said. "Protesting is a patriotic act. Okay, let's get on the bus and set off together," the teacher leading the team said to everyone. Everyone got on the bus, and the car drove towards Washington. On the bus, the team leader and team leader Liz Allen were conducting pre-match drills. Liz Allen asked questions and the students rushed to answer. The atmosphere in the car was very good, and Peter Parker also answered several questions correctly. Peter Parker has been studying very well, and he participated in this academic competition as the main team member. Peter Parker's phone rang suddenly. He took out his phone and saw that it was Harpy calling. He and Liz Allen apologized and went to the back of the car to answer the phone. "Hello." Peter Parker answered the phone. "The light on my screen shows you are out of New York City," Happy said to Peter Parker, holding a tablet computer and looking at the location on it. Yes, the school organizes activities. It's okay. I have to say that you have completely violated my privacy by following me like this without my permission." Peter Parker immediately thought of the new suit that Tony Stark gave him. A locator is attached. This is what Stark did, but you don't know what your situation is now? If you act in other places wearing a spider suit, you will be arrested by the police immediately. Happy warned Peter Parker. "I know, I'm just going to participate in an academic competition. It's not a big deal," Peter Parker explained aggrievedly. "I don't care if it's a big deal. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but remember, you have a special status now, and Stark can only guarantee you to act in New York. You'd better not mess around." Happy again warning to Peter Parker. Okay, I'm really just going to participate in the academic competition. You don't need to notify Mr. Stark," Peter Parker said. "It's up to me whether you inform me or not, don't mess around." Happy hung up the phone immediately after finishing speaking. Beep. Peter Parker lowered his head helplessly when he heard the beep coming from the phone. The school bus came to a big hotel in Washington, and this academic competition will be held in the Monument Auditorium not far from here. There are already a lot of schools here, and the hotel facilities for the academic competition are very good. Under the leadership of the instructor, Peter Parker followed the students to a reception desk to sign in. "It's so big here," exclaimed one of Peter Parker's classmates. "I've seen bigger ones." Another classmate who was richer showed off. "Do you have a computer with you?" Peter Parker asked Ned beside him. "Of course, what are you doing?" Ned replied. Peter Parker looked at Ned with an expression that you understand. After signing in, Peter Parker and Ned went to the hotel room assigned to Peter Parker. After Peter Parker locked the door, He put his skull bag off his back and shook when he turned it upside down. The Spider-Man suit, various screwdrivers, and the alien radiation he got last time all fell out of the skull bag. Ned took out a data cable and found a data interface on the inner lining of the spider suit, plugged it in and connected it to the computer, and used software to crack the system of the spider suit. Peter Parker was biting a flashlight and looking around for the location of the tracker on his battle suit. Peter, why did you remove the tracker on the suit? Ned asked while looking at Peter while operating. Because I want to follow these people to find their boss before they move again. And I don't want Mr. Stark to know that I am operating outside New York. Peter Parker replied. So you're going to lie to Iron Man? Ned asked, looking at Peter Parker. No, it's not a lie, he just doesn't have the ability to trust me yet. Peter Parker explained. Then you are not afraid of being arrested by the FBI after the operation in Washington is discovered? Now the United States has banned the Avengers from acting privately. Ned asked Peter Parker worriedly. I promise I won't attract attention, as long as I catch them secretly without being discovered, it will be fine. Peter Parker said confidently. Peter Parker finally found a small tracker on the suit and took it off. Okay, Happy, go and track the lamp. Peter Parker stuck the tracker on the lamp. There are a bunch of other subsystems here, but they are all disabled by a protocol called training wheels. Ned suddenly discovered something unusual about the suit. What? Peter Parker immediately sat down and looked at Ned's laptop screen. Training wheel protocol, turn it off, said Peter Parker. That's not good. There's probably a reason for the ban. Ned shook his head and said, please, I don't need training wheels. I'm not a child. It's too much. Peter Parker jumped on the bed and complained. He was 22 years old, and Tony Stark still didn't believe that he could be alone. Although you are an adult, Tony Stark is still for your own good. Ned said to Peter Parker. Yeah, for my own good. Arthur, who is the same age as me, can travel to outer space, and I'm still a good student in school. Almost, but I'm not a person who can't do anything, so why does Stark control himself like this? Peter Parker doesn't understand his position in Tony Stark's heart. Tony wants to protect him and make him a superhero who can stand alone, and eventually become Stark's successor. Peter, I don't think it's good to do this. What if it's illegal? Ned pointed to the laptop. Ned, I'm breaking the law right now. Please, this is my chance to prove myself. I can do it. Ned, come on. Peter Parker jumped in front of Ned, took his hand and said arrive. I really don't think it's good. Ned was still struggling. You are my technical support. I need you. Peter Parker said looking at Ned. Come on. Ned refused again. Come on, please. Peter Parker insisted again. Ned sighed helplessly, pressed the enter key and entered a series of codes, immediately closing the training wheel protocol of the suit. At this moment, the entire battle suit suddenly lit up, as if electric currents were running wildly on the battle suit, and it was indeed different from the previous battle suit. The sky is getting dark, it's time to act. Peter Parker put on the spider suit again, put on his backpack, opened the door of the room and looked around. The luminous object is evidence, you have to keep it safe. Peter Parker turned to Ned and said, okay. Ned picked up the purple energy crystal on the bed and put it in his skull bag. They're still moving. Peter Parker turned on the tracking projection positioning on his wrist and said, be careful. Ned said, sitting on the bed and looking at Peter Parker. Peter Parker closed the door of the room, and just as he was about to turn around to leave, he ran into Liz Allen, the beautiful squad leader in a swimsuit, which shocked Peter Parker. You came out just right, we're going to swim, let's go quickly. Liz Allen waved behind him. Behind Peter Parker's classmates ran out in pajamas and greeted Peter Parker. I'm going to the business center to study. Peter Parker lied to Liz Allen. Peter, you don't need to study, you are the smartest person I know. Moreover, the collective rebellion the day before the game helps boost morale. Liz Allen looked at Peter Parker and said, is this competition really important to you? Peter Parker looked at Liz Allen and asked, yeah, this is our future, I don't want to mess it up, and we're sweeping the small shops, these chocolate bars are only $11, put on a swimsuit and come on. Liz Allen smiled and threw Peter Parker after grabbing a chocolate bar, he turned and left. Peter Parker is still in the same place, which one should he choose for inviting beautiful women in swimsuits or tracking enemies? Peter Parker, you must be crazy. Peter Parker slapped himself. He has a girlfriend, how can he still think wildly? Peter Parker ran towards the hotel gate. Peter Parker came to the grove outside the hotel. After making sure that there was no one around, he took off his coat, revealed the spider suit inside, and put on a spider mask. Good evening, Peter. Suddenly a woman's voice came from Peter Parker's mask, startling Peter Parker. Hello, who are you? Peter Parker looked around and found no one nearby. Who was talking? Congratulations on completing the strict training wheel protocol, and now you can use all the functions of the suit. The mechanized female voice came again, and the glasses of Peter Parker's spider mask also unlocked new functions, and countless icons appeared on Peter Parker's face. In front of your eyes, it's like playing with a VR device. Ah, thank you. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Stark also installed a voice assistant function in his suit. So where are you taking me tonight? Friday's voice came from inside the suit again. I put a tracker on somebody and he's a bad guy, Peter Parker said. The position of the tracker has been locked, and the interception target route is being planned. Peter Parker showed a map of the entire Washington in front of his eyes, and Peter Parker's path was marked with a red straight line on Friday. Okay, as long as I can come back before the academic competition. Peter Parker shot out spider silk and swayed into the distance. Peter Parker jumped into a truck and hitchhiked towards his destination. There are still 100 meters to the destination. Approaching the target, jump. Friday's voice came again, and Peter Parker jumped from the truck and landed on the edge of the grove. There are 3 people detected in front. Peter Parker bent over and sneaked forward towards the target. Their secret stronghold is actually at the gas station. It's just too bad. Peter Parker complained, looking at the small gas station in front of him. Sister in battle clothes, what are they doing? Peter Parker ran up to the billboard of the gas station, looked down and asked, "Do you want to hear what they're saying?" Friday asked, "Can I hear what they're saying?" "Okay," Peter Parker said, looking at the van next to the gas station. "Activate enhanced reconnaissance mode." Friday's voice came again, and then Peter Parker's glasses showed the thermal imaging video of the 3 people in the car, and their conversation voice Peter Parker could also clearly hear. "I found this iron arm during the Largs cleanup operation, and the rest I designed myself," said one of the 3. "Wow, that's cool," exclaimed Peter Parker. "Oh, it's a pity that we lost our chance to make a fortune after the Avengers disbanded," one of the 3 said. "Yeah, the Avengers have been making troubles in the front, and we have been making a fortune in the back. Now we are doing one order and one less order. So this time, should we do more?" Another of the 3 said. "Wow, they are actually robbing. I can catch one of them, it's great." "Well, I need to get closer." Peter Parker sighed. "Do you want me to activate the enhanced combat mode?" Friday's voice came again. "Enhanced combat mode? It sounds pretty cool, okay," Peter Parker said. "Enable kill mode," Friday said, before the eyes of Peter Parker's spider mask shrank and turned red. No, I don't want to kill people," Peter Parker said immediately. "Turn off the kill function," Friday said, and then Peter Parker jumped out, and what was supposed to shoot a spider web fired a bunch of small spider webs. Peter Parker didn't expect this to happen, and fell heavily on the ground. "On the ground. Did you hear anything?" The bald man in the car asked the other 2, and the other 2 shook their heads to indicate that they didn't hear. "Ah, it hurts. What happened just now?" Peter Parker got up from the ground and asked. "You jumped off the billboard and landed on your face," Friday's gang Peter Parker explained. Peter Parker raised his hand to launch the spider silk and wanted to fly up the billboard again, but found that the spider silk shot by the mobile phone was a small spider silk bullet in the form of a shotgun. "Sister in battle clothes, what's wrong with my net shooter?" Peter Parker immediately ran to hide behind the fuel tank and asked. "Launch is a default attack mode in enhanced combat mode," Friday explained. "Why would I shoot?" asked Peter Parker. "Do you want to see more options? There are 576 net shooting options." Peter Parker looked at the hand net shooting device under Friday's explanation, which showed a series of shooting net methods. "Mr. Stark has done too much," Peter Parker said speechlessly looking at so many net shooting modes. Peter Parker chose one at random and shot it at the light board above his head. A spider silk shot out and turned into a net to wrap the light board, and then electric current shot out from the spider silk and exploded all the lights on the light board. The 3 people in the car happened to be studying the mechanical arm, so they didn't notice the movement made by Peter Parker outside the car. "What is this?" Peter Parker immediately ran to the roof behind the gas station and hid. "Shock the web," Friday explained. "I don't want to zap the web," said Peter Parker. "You seem to be very unfamiliar with your netting setup. Do you want to do a refresher session?" Friday asked. "No, you help me choose." Peter Parker shook his head and said. "Okay," Friday replied. At this moment, the 3 people in the van watched 3 large trucks pulling containers coming in the distance, and said to the walkie-talkie, "I see the target, take action? Take action." The boss in the vulture armor descended from the sky and flew towards the last big truck. "That's him. What are they going to do?" Peter Parker recognized the vulture monster who had grabbed himself to the sky. The vulture monster landed on the top of the container pulled by the last truck of the 3 trucks, and dropped 2 steel wire ropes. On the wire ropes were 2 strong magnets, which were firmly fixed on the top of the truck container. The vulture man took out 4 glowing gadgets from his pocket and threw them on the roof of the container. The 4 gadgets fell on the roof of the container and just formed a rectangle. Then the 4 small devices emitted purple energy, connected together to form a purple rectangular energy area, and the container steel plates in the area suddenly became transparent. "Enter." The vulture monster detached from its 2 huge wings, jumped into the purple rectangular energy area, and immediately passed through the container and entered the interior of the container. "There is no distress signal, continue to act." The voice of his companion came from the vulture monster's earphones, and he walked towards the things pulled in the container. It turns out that all 3 trucks belonged to the original Avengers logistics unit, and now they belong to the US military. Pulled inside are some Hydra and alien equipment handled by the Avengers. Peter Parker sneaked over and jumped on the container, and came to the purple energy area. He looked at the transparent purple energy and stretched his hand over it, and found that it passed through the energy. "Wow, cool. Seems like some kind of matter phaser," Peter Parker said. The vulture monster jumped out after taking out a backpack and putting a few pieces of equipment from among the many into the black backpack. "Okay," Just as Vulture Man was about to take away the 4 phase shifters emitting purple energy, a spider silk pulled away the black backpack beside him. Hey, the big bird monsters don't belong to you, Peter Parker shouted to the vulture monster with his backpack. Vulture Man was taken aback when he saw Spider-Man appearing suddenly, but he immediately jumped on the vulture wing device and rushed towards Peter Parker. Peter Parker jumped over the vulture monster's head with a roll, avoiding the vulture monster's attack. Peter Parker wanted to shoot Spider Silk towards the vulture monster, but at the same time he shot 2 Spider Silks and flew towards the distance. Sister in battle clothes, what is this? Peter Parker asked loudly. That's what you asked me to choose, Friday said. Peter Parker dodged another blow from Vulture Crook and almost fell off the container. What? Just set it to the normal launch mode, Peter Parker said. The vulture monster grabbed the black backpack in Peter Parker's hand and flew in the sky and pulled it with Peter Parker. The single strap of the backpack broke suddenly. Peter Parker grabbed the backpack and fell into the purple energy area and fell into the container. The phase shifter also fell, and the purple area disappeared instantly. Peter Parker didn't notice it. He jumped up and wanted to jump out again, but his head hit the top of the container heavily, and he passed out directly. Peter Parker was jolted awake by a jolt and found himself lying on the ground with a terrible headache. My God, what happened to my head? Peter Parker said, covering his head. You seem to have a mild concussion, said Friday's voice. Peter Parker grabbed the side shelf and stood up. He was a little dizzy now, turned around and looked around, and was suddenly startled. Where am I now? Peter Parker looked at himself in a boxy space, surrounded by some cages containing some strange weapon wreckage. I don't know the exact location, the container wall cuts off my sensors, Friday said. Wait, they hijacked the truck and took me back to their evil lair. Well, Sister Zanyi, we have to fight our way out this time, Peter Parker said, guessing his situation. He suddenly saw the door of the container, squatted down and was about to kick the door open. 3, 2, 1. The 2 iron doors of the container were kicked out by Peter Parker's huge strange force. Peter Parker also rushed out due to inertia, rolled twice and fell firmly to the ground. Peter Parker assumed a fighting posture to prepare for the enemy's attack, but found that there was no one around him. He was now in a huge warehouse, which was filled with rows of identical containers. Where is this place? Sister Zanyi, where am I? Peter Parker looked around and asked. You're in the safest base on the East Coast, the Damage Control Storage Depot, Friday said. No way. Peter Parker knew this place. It used to be a place where some materials and weapons of the Avengers were stored. It was very secure. No one could break in, and no one could get out by themselves, except Arthur's portal. Peter Parker jumped onto the gate made of boulders and tried to open it forcefully, but Peter Parker thought too much. The gate was more than 50 centimeters thick and weighed dozens of tons, so it couldn't be blown open even with explosives. The door should not open until morning. Friday's voice came again. Morning? Damn it. Peter Parker could only helplessly accept the reality. Peter Parker made a hammock out of cobwebs and lay on it waiting for the gate to open. Sister in battle clothes. I don't think you should keep calling you Sister in battle clothes, do you know? Maybe I should give you a name, such as Liz or Gwen. No, that's too weird. Peter Parker said boringly. What about Karen? Asked Peter Parker. You can call me Karen if you want, though I have a name, Friday replied. Why didn't you say your name earlier? What's your name? Peter Parker asked. Mr. Stark called me Friday, of course I'm just one of the backups. Friday replied. Friday? It seems that Mr. Stark called his smart butler Friday, but I don't think it sounds as good as Karen, so I will call you Karen from now on. Peter Parker jumped off the spider hammock. No problem. Karen replied. Karen, what other functions does the suit have? Peter Parker asked, and suddenly a pair of auxiliary hang glider popped out from his arm. Wow, what is this? Maybe we should review the review course. Peter Parker found an empty wall, ready to study the function of this suit. Bouncing spider web. Peter Parker adjusted to the option of bouncing spider web and shot it. The spider silk turned into a white ball, shot to the wall and bounced back, almost hitting himself. Splitting spider web. Spider grenade. Peter Parker tested each attack mode, having a great time playing. Peter Parker, who was tired from playing, lay on a container and said to himself, should I tell Liz that I am Spider-Man? Who is Liz? Karen asked. She's the best, she's a girl from our school, and I really wanted to tell her, but it's kind of weird. Just say I'm Spider-Man. Peter Parker said. What's weird? Karen asked. What if she thought Spider-Man would be someone like Tony Stark? How disappointed she would be when she saw it was me, Peter Parker said. Number 1, I wouldn't be disappointed if I were her, and 2, I'm obliged to remind you that your girlfriend is Gwen Stacy. Karen replied. Karen? I don't want to cheat, I just think she will become my good friend just like Ned. Peter Parker said sophistry. But for your current state, the chance of cheating is as high as 40% at dash. In a Chinese saying, you have the potential to be a scumbag. Karen ruthlessly answered Peter Parker's sophistry. Bah, my chance of cheating is 0? Look at it, I only like Gwen alone. Peter Parker said with firm eyes. Thank you for chatting with me. How long have we been here? Peter Parker asked. 37 minutes. Karen replied. What? 37 minutes? This is impossible. I can't take it anymore, I have to get out. Peter Parker jumped off the container and returned to the container he had just kicked. There must be something I can use here. Peter Parker opened the black backpack he snatched from the vulture monster, and took out a silver metal ring-shaped thing. No. Peter Parker put it aside, and continued to search. He found a purple energy crystal. Isn't this the luminous object? Peter Parker observed while holding the purple crystal. This luminous object is an explosive Chidori energy core. Karen explained to Peter Parker. What? You mean we've been carrying bombs everywhere? Peter Parker was taken aback, and immediately threw the purple energy core out and said loudly, "It takes radiation to make it explode," Karen went on to explain. Peter Parker immediately thought of Ned. If he went to participate in the academic competition, he would most likely visit the nearby monument tower. If he passed the security check, the X-ray would activate the luminous object, and Ned would be in danger. Peter Parker immediately took out his mobile phone and called Ned, wanting him to throw away the luminous object, but found that there was no signal here and the call could not be made. Peter Parker became anxious immediately. He ran out quickly, jumped onto the huge stone gate, patted the gate with his hands and shouted loudly, "Please, someone let me out. Karen, you have to help me control the time lock," Peter Parker said, looking at the starter electric box beside the boulder gate. Peter Parker took out a self-made small computer from his school bag and connected it to the electric box network, and controlled the gate on it. "Okay, Karen, lower the voltage and try it out." Peter Parker hung upside down in the air to rewrite the code in the computer to control the electric box, allowing Karen to remotely control and open the gate. "Experiment failed," Karen replied. "Well, we can only try all the combination equations." Peter Parker started trying again and again. The sky gradually brightened, and Peter Parker himself tried 246 times and still failed, until the door opened at 247 times. "Successful? Finally successful!" Peter Parker shouted happily. "It didn't work, the door opened automatically," Karen said to Peter Parker. Peter Parker packed his things, hung his backpack upside down on the top of the tunnel and climbed out of the base. Suddenly a car carrying a container drove out of the base, and Peter Parker jumped onto the top of the container. He hitched a ride back to Washington, and he had to go to the venue to participate in the competition before the start of the American academic competition. Otherwise Liz Allen might kill him if the competition failed. "Karen, you have to send me to the competition as soon as possible," Peter Parker said to Karen. "Okay, tell me where it is," Karen replied. "Just across the street from the Washington Monument," exclaimed Peter Parker, for whom Karen had customized the route. "This is Ned, please leave a message." Peter Parker called Ned, but Ned's cell phone was always turned off, so he could only leave a message. "Ned, that glow is a bomb? You need to drop it immediately." Peter Parker texted Ned's phone. Peter Parker jumped into a car and headed towards Washington Monument Street. At this time, the American academic competition had already started. At the scene of the academic competition, students from New York University were sitting on the right, and the University of Washington was on the left. The two sides are fiercely rushing to answer the questions raised by the referee, and New York University, relying on Michelle Jones, a hidden academic master, made it all the way to the finals, and is now in the final championship competition at the University of Washington. Michelle pressed the red button on the table before her opponent, and she thought of the answer to the last question as quickly as possible. "NYU." The referee asked NYU to answer. "The answer is 0. Michelle said the answer under the nervous gaze of the crowd. "Correct. New York University won the championship," the referee announced loudly. The students from New York University stood up and cheered. Ned hugged Michelle. The students embraced happily and won. "We are the champion." At the other end, Peter Parker jumped on the top of a bus, and his cell phone rang suddenly. Peter saw that it was Ned's call. "Ned, are you still alive?" Peter Parker asked eagerly after picking up the phone. "Peter, are you okay?" Ned was going through the security check to enter the Washington Monument Tower for a visit. "Where's the shiny, Ned?" "The shiny," cried Peter Parker. "Don't worry, it's safe, it's in my backpack," Ned said. "No, Ned, shiny things are dangerous," said Peter Parker, standing on top of the speeding bus. "Peter, you didn't participate in the competition, I covered you, don't worry." Ned couldn't hear what Peter Parker was saying because of the strong wind on Peter Parker's side. "Ned, listen to me," Peter Parker shouted anxiously. "We're at the Washington Monument." Just as Ned was about to answer the phone, Liz Allen, who was walking behind him, passed him over to him. "Peter, is that you?" Liz Allen asked. "Liz, you hand the phone to Ned. I have something important to tell him." Peter Parker heard Liz's voice, and he jumped off the bus and ran towards the Washington Monument quickly. "You are nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, we won. I want to be angry with you, but I am more worried about you. What's the matter with you?" Liz Allen couldn't hear what Peter Parker said, and she said to herself. "Liz, you give Ned the phone, I have something important to tell him." "Liz, there is something very dangerous in Ned's backpack. Don't go through an X-ray." But Liz didn't hear this. She already after queuing until she passed the security check, she put her mobile phone and bag on the security check machine. "Hello, Liz, damn it." Peter Parker guessed that they were already going through the security check. If the luminous object was irradiated by the X-rays of the security check, it would activate an energy explosion. Peter Parker could only use the fastest speed to move towards the monument tower in front rushed away. Ned put on the backpack that had just passed the security check, but he didn't notice that his backpack was already glowing with a faint purple light. He carried the backpack and followed the students to the elevator of the monument tower. They were going to take the elevator to the top of the monument tower. In the elevator, Ned and the others listened to the commentator explaining the history of the monument, when Ned's backpack suddenly burst into purple light. A beam of purple energy shot through the backpack and shot directly above the elevator, breaking the rotating wheel at the top of the elevator and breaking the top of the monument. Peter Parker just ran to the monument tower and saw a sound above the monument and then dust fell down. No, Karen, what's going on up here? Peter Parker asked Karen. The Chitauri energy nucleus exploded, causing serious damage to the structure of the elevator. Karen replied. Peter Parker saw through the perspective function of the glasses that several students in the monument were trapped in the elevator. Fortunately, no one was injured. Fortunately, my friends are up there. Sitting on the side, Michelle Jones also noticed the problem and said to Peter Parker, "What? Don't worry, ma'am, everything will be fine." Peter Parker turned around and found that it was his classmate Michelle. He comforted Michelle, then turned and ran towards the monument tower. Peter Parker jumped onto the monument tower and quickly climbed up. It was only after Ned realized what had just happened that he threw his backpack on the ground, still in shock. Fortunately, the rays were not shot at him, otherwise he would have been cold. "Oh my god, look at the ceiling," a classmate said. Everyone looked up, only to see a ring was cut out of the ceiling. The incision was still in a state of melting because of the high temperature metal. The elevator was already in danger, and the top of the elevator would be destroyed at any time. Fracture. Everyone calm down. The guide comforted everyone. "Are we all going to die here?" a black student said, looking at the ceiling. "A fatal event is expected in 10 minutes and the security system is completely disabled," Karen reminded Peter Parker. Peter Parker quickly climbed towards the top of the tower, but the monument tower was too high. Peter Parker could only use his full strength and spider webs to help him climb up. "It is estimated that a fatal event will occur in 5 seconds from 1:20, Karen reminded again. "What? Why?" Peter Parker was startled. "Isn't there still 10 minutes left? Why is it only 2.5 minutes? Unexpected actions led to accelerated deterioration of the situation. It turned out that the staff in the tower started to rescue the people in the elevator, but their rescue operations accelerated the dangerous situation. "Grass? How do I get in?" Peter Parker asked. "Reconnaissance drone? Start the reconnaissance drone." Peter Parker only saw the black spider logo on his chest come to life, turning into a mechanical little spider and flying up, with a built-in propeller on the little spider. "Oh, has this always been on my chest? It's so cool," Peter Parker exclaimed looking at the little spider flying away. "Start looking for the best entrance. Go to the southwest window." Karen found the entrance suitable for Peter Parker to enter the monument tower through the spider reconnaissance plane. "Karen, I'm going now." Peter Parker jumped onto the southwest tower wall and climbed towards the small window. Countless people under the monument tower looked at Spider-Man climbing to the top of the tower, and exclaimed one after another, "Look, what is that? Looks like Spider-Man from the Avengers. It's Spider-Man now? He's going to save the people in the tower. Spider-Man? Come on, come on." Passers-by under the tower shouted to Peter Parker on the tower. Peter Parker finally climbed near the small window, turned his body and leaned his back against the wall of the monument, and looked down. The people below were already smaller than ants and couldn't be seen clearly. It was too high up here. Peter Parker was panting heavily, his heart was pounding, but now this situation had no time for him to hesitate. "What's wrong? You've reached the southwest window, why are you hesitating?" Karen asked. "It's okay, I just never climbed so high." Peter Parker looked at 2 seagulls standing on the small window next to him. "And you haven't reloaded your parachute. If you fall from such a height, it is likely to be fatal," Karen reminded. Peter Parker jumped over the window and stood there, kicking the glass hard, but the glass was undamaged. "Grass, why doesn't it break?" Peter Parker kicked hard. "It's 10 centimeters of bulletproof glass? You've got to create more momentum," Karen replied. Peter Parker shot the spider silk upwards, pulled the spider silk vertically onto the window glass, kicked the whole person up and slammed hard towards the bulletproof glass of the window. Boom, boom. Peter Parker kicked hard at the bulletproof glass again, and the glass began to crack under Peter Parker's strong impact. At this moment, 2 American police helicopters flew over. They came to rescue after receiving a report, but they saw Spider-Man falling on the monument. "This is the SAR police, you are already in an illegal operation, return to the ground immediately." The machine gun in the helicopter has been aimed at Peter Parker, and the special police in the loudspeaker are shouting to Peter Parker. "My friends are inside and I need to save them," Peter Parker yelled. At this moment, Peter Parker saw through the window glass that the elevator inside was already crumbling. "Back off, return to the ground immediately, or we will open fire," the special police warned again. Seeing that his best friend and classmate were about to be in danger, Peter Parker couldn't care less, and climbed to the top of the monument with all his heart. "Get back to the ground, or we will open fire," the SWAT helicopter warned again, and then the machine gun was already aimed at Peter Parker. Peter Parker climbed towards the other side of the monument tower, avoiding the sight of the helicopter, which rose to a higher place in order to see Peter Parker. Peter Parker came to the top of the tower, grabbed the top of the tower and squatted on it. He said to himself, I can do it, I'm fine. The helicopter came in front of him and warned him again. Peter Parker kicked off the tower wall hard, and the whole person flew out. He opened his arms, and the hang glider under his arm stretched out. Peter Parker passed over the helicopter's propeller and fell down. Peter Parker shot spider silk and fixed it on the helicopter's fuselage. The whole person swayed with the spider thread, and rushed towards the small window just now. Under his precise calculation, the glass just shattered and rushed into the small window about the same size as his body, successfully entering the monument tower. At this moment, the top of the elevator broke completely, and the entire elevator fell vertically downwards. Peter Parker fired a jet of spider silk that just stuck to the top of the falling elevator. Peter Parker grabbed the spider silk and was dragged towards the elevator entrance. Peter Parker spread his legs, stepped on the two door frames of the elevator entrance, and pulled the spider silk in his hand hard to prevent the elevator from falling. The descending elevator also stopped for an instant, and Ned, Liz Allen, and their leading teacher in the elevator screamed in fright. I succeeded. Before Peter Parker could be happy for a few seconds, the thin elevator door frame suddenly flew out because it couldn't bear the heavy weight, and Peter Parker was also dragged by the elevator and fell into the elevator shaft. Fortunately, the elevator fell at a high speed and broke an iron bar on the shelf in the elevator shaft, which stuck the elevator in half and stopped. But at this moment, Peter Parker also fell heavily into the elevator, and the stuck elevator continued to slide downward. Peter Parker had a quick wit and shot a bunch of spider threads towards the top of the monument, and then turned his body to step on the unbroken part of the top of the elevator, and the elevator stopped again under Peter Parker's pull. Peter Parker tugged on the spider silk, saw that the three people in the elevator were all fine, heaved a sigh of relief, and asked them in a louder voice, Hey, how are you all? Don't worry about me. Great, great. Ned realized now that Peter Parker had come, and he shouted and jumped happily. Stop, big man, stop moving. Peter Parker yelled at Ned as the elevator shook at Ned's motion. Oh, sorry, sir, I'm so sorry. Ned stopped immediately and stood against the elevator wall. He knew that Peter Parker didn't want to reveal his identity, so he pretended not to know Peter. The teacher who led the team and Liz Allen on the side both breathed a sigh of relief. They almost died just now. Fortunately, the legendary Spider-Man arrived. Now they really realized how lucky it is to have a superhero rescue in a crisis. One thing. Peter Parker pulled the spider silk hard, trying to pull the elevator up, but the elevator was pulled to the next floor, and there happened to be rescuers on it. Rescuers immediately slammed open the glass-shattered elevator doors in an attempt to free them from the elevator. Ned, Liz, and teacher, get out quickly. Go. Peter Parker yelled loudly. He could hardly hold on anymore, and he himself felt that the steel plate on his feet began to deform due to such a heavy force. The moment Ned and the teacher who led the team went out, the steel plate under Peter Parker's feet suddenly broke, and the elevator descended at an extremely fast speed. And Liz Allen in the elevator screamed loudly and wanted to jump up and grab Peter Parker's hand, but missed and fell down with the elevator. Fortunately, Peter Parker turned upside down and grabbed the spider thread connecting the top with his feet, and another spider thread was launched from his left hand and stuck to Liz Allen's hand, pulling her in midair. Boom! The elevator slid to the bottom and hit the ground heavily. Liz Allen screamed loudly, his soul still undecided. Are you okay? It's okay. Peter Parker pulled Liz up and grabbed Liz Allen's hand. With the help of the rescuers, Liz Allen was also successfully pulled out of the elevator. Is everyone okay? Peter Parker asked everyone after falling down the elevator shaft, and the three people who had just been rescued nodded to show that they were all right. Your chance is here, Peter. Kiss her. Karen's voice came, allowing Peter Parker to seize the opportunity. Now is the best time to get Liz Allen's favor. Peter Parker looked at the handsome Liz Allen and said that it was impossible not to be tempted, but he already had a girlfriend. If he cheated, his lower limbs would probably be interrupted by Gwen. When Peter Parker was hesitating, the spider thread hanging him suddenly broke, and Peter Parker fell down in an instant. Thank you, Spider-Man. The teacher leading the team shouted to the bottom. They didn't expect that Peter Parker was forced to fall, thinking that this was how he left. It was so special. In the distant space. After 3 days of sailing and 5 space jumps, the Marauder spacecraft driven by the Guardians of the Galaxy finally came to the star domain of the Void Domain. On the spaceship, Arthur finally managed to overcome the airsickness problem after 5 space jumps, and now he has returned to his energetic appearance. I tried to hold your hand on a windy day, but the rain gradually became so heavy that I couldn't see you. How long will it take for me to be by your side? Maybe I will be better when it clears up. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you. It's been a long time, but the wind gradually blows the distance farther, and finally I can love one more day. In the spaceship, the song Sunshine by J. Joe from China on Earth was played, which was played through Arthur's mobile phone connected to the spaceship audio. Although Arthur gave Quill an MP3 full of songs last time, after listening to it for a few days, Arthur still felt sick, so he took out his phone and played his own playlist. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Arthur sang along while holding a frying pan on the induction cooker and frying the pork belly. Quill and the others all wondered if Arthur had a treasure chest. He took out bottles of seasoning from his clothes and was making a bowl of sauce. After a while, the table was full of things that Arthur took out from his body. There must be a dimensional space on Arthur, but why did he bring all the kitchen utensils? The 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy looked at Arthur and thought silently. How about trying my pot-packed meat? Arthur took out another plate and poured out the pot-packed meat that was just full of sauce, and said to several people, "What's the matter with you? Is your future dream to be a chef? Why are you carrying so many kitchen utensils?" Rocket couldn't help but asked Arthur. "Before going out, Wanda was afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat well in space, so she asked me to take these pots and pans and make some outside, so," Arthur replied. "Well, don't say that Arthur is really good at cooking. This food called pot-wrapped meat is pretty good." Gamera picked up a fork and inserted a piece of meat into his mouth to taste. "Really? Then I'll try it too." Quill leaned over and picked up the fork to eat. Several other people couldn't help it anymore, and tried Arthur's cooking skills one after another. They all nodded their heads in agreement, agreeing that Arthur's cooking skills were good. "It's not like you haven't eaten it. You forgot what you ate at my house when you sent me back to Earth last time." Arthur looked at the few people speechlessly. Arthur did it the first time on Earth. "Oh, you said that time, I remembered it, and the food that time was pretty good." The Rocket recalled the food he ate on Earth before. Arthur gave them a blank look, and continued to make other food. Arthur almost vomited after eating the fast food bought by Cardi Star these days, so he must make a good meal today. Arthur combined the alien meat and the Earth's method, and invented several nondescript dishes. Although it looks a bit strange, but the taste is really good, let several people eat very happy. After eating and drinking, the 6 sat on the seats of the spaceship and chatted. Everyone looked at the space wrapped in purple fog in front of them and hesitated. "This is the void domain? Why can't you see anything except the fog?" Arthur looked at the dark purple space in front of him. The characteristic of the void domain is the dark purple void mist. It is made of unknown substances. It is non-toxic and tasteless. Its biggest feature is that it is opaque. Light cannot penetrate 2 meters through the purple mist. Therefore, it is necessary to enter the void domain. Be especially careful. If you don't pay attention, the plane will crash. Quill introduced the characteristics of the void domain to Arthur. "That is, once you go in, you will become blind." Arthur asked. "Yeah, so we have to get ready to go in," said the Rocket, which pulled out a circular radar from the cockpit. Dragon Ball radar. Arthur looked at the radar in Rocket's hand in shock and asked, "This radar is too similar to the Dragon Ball radar in the manga, except that the color is not red and the display effect is more delicate. It looks exactly the same as the Dragon Ball radar." "What Dragon Ball radar? This is the Void radar? It is the only radar in the Void realm that can guide the way. I won it in a casino," Rocket said, holding the Void radar. Arthur looked at the Rocket speechlessly, and won again by gambling. "How much do you like gambling? You also won a mechanical eye, right?" The Rocket didn't want to show everyone his little coffers, full of its secret treasures. The Rocket turned on the radar, and a red dot on the radar showed where they were, and there was only a green dot very far away from them. "Red is us, green is other planets. Is it clear at a glance?" Rocket asked. "It's clear at a glance, and nothing will be displayed except the vague position," Arthur complained in his heart. "Okay, then we will officially set off and enter the void domain. Everyone sit down." The Rocket increased the power of the spaceship and rushed into the purple smoke. In less than a while, the spaceship came to the front of the purple smoke and plunged into it. The moment the spaceship entered the void and mist, the environment around everyone became dark, as if you couldn't see your fingers. The Rocket turned on the lighting system of the spacecraft, but everyone saw that the high beams could only project a distance of 2 meters. Everyone seemed to be in a sandstorm, unable to see anything, and the surroundings were pitch black. "Damn it! It's too dangerous to fly a spaceship like this. You can't see anything. If you're unlucky and encounter a meteorite, aren't we going to die?" Quill cursed angrily. The Rocket also slowed down cautiously, looking at the direction marked by the radar, while Gamera, Destroyer, and Groot opened their eyes wide to see if there was any danger so as to warn in advance. "Don't worry, Rocket, just speed up and rush forward," Arthur said to Rocket with his eyes closed. "What? How can I speed up in this situation? You want to die and we want to live for a few more years," Rocket yelled at Arthur. "What about this?" Arthur wrapped the entire spacecraft with red energy, and then the red energy radiated out to mark all the meteorites in the distant space with red energy, just like a 3D projection. It turned out that Arthur found that his consciousness would not be affected at all in the fog of the void, and Arthur could still feel everything within a 5-kilometer range, so Arthur used the energy of the reality gem to mark the environment within 5 kilometers. "Don't worry, with my reality gem energy package, even if the spaceship is loaded with planets, it will be fine," Arthur said to the Rocket. "Is this what you said? If that's the case, I'm going to speed up." The Rocket still believed in Arthur, and drove to the maximum power towards the direction of the green punctuation on the radar. "Be careful," Gamera reminded when he saw a huge meteorite appearing in front of their spaceship. But the moment the red energy shield outside the spacecraft hit the meteorite disintegrated in space instantly, turned into a ball of sand, and dissipated in space. The hearts of Gamera and the others were relieved. They didn't expect Arthur's energy shield to be so powerful, so what are they afraid of? The Rocket turned the engine power to the maximum and rushed forward. This is probably the first person in history who dared to fly a spaceship in the void at such a fast speed. The Predator spacecraft rushes towards the green punctuated planet at a fast speed. The small obstacles encountered on the way are broken down by the red energy shield, and the large meteorite spacecraft becomes transparent and passes through the meteorite. The 5 people except Arthur were terrified, but they calmed down when they saw that nothing happened. The radar shows that it is close to the planet marked in green. The naked eye cannot see the appearance of the planet clearly in the void and fog, but everyone can see the outline of the planet under Arthur's red projection. The rocket slowed down slowly, carefully landed towards the open space on the planet, and finally landed steadily on this unknown planet. The 5 quills brought an oxygen supply device. The oxygen on this planet is so thin that humans cannot survive. Arthur doesn't care, he can survive without oxygen. This planet is really special. The oxygen content is only 150%, the gravity is -%, and the light is 0. Quill stood beside the spaceship and took out an instrument to detect the surrounding environment. No wonder I found it difficult to move after I came down. Rocket said, I'm Groot. Numerous glowing seeds appeared on Groot's body, illuminating the 1-meter surrounding environment for everyone. Well done, Groot, although the light can't shoot out here, it feels much more comfortable. Gamera praised Groot. Then how do we find that man called the Fallen? Dracula the Destroyer asked. The rest of the people were also in trouble. The second ray of light couldn't go out directly in this broken place, and they couldn't see anything. It was like being in a huge sandstorm, and it was even more difficult to find someone. Follow me. After Arthur finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in one direction. The 5 followed Arthur's pace. Everyone knew that Arthur could sense the surrounding environment with his spiritual sense, and now they could only rely on him. Everyone walked on the black sand making creaking sounds. There are hundreds of kilometers of this kind of sand here, and there is not even a single plant. Fortunately, the sand particles are not small, and quicksand will not happen. I've had enough of this damn place. Are we lost? The 6 of them walked in this desert for a full hour, let alone people, and saw nothing. Everywhere was flat. The sandy land. The rocket couldn't bear it and said, No, we have been walking in a straight line, and we are getting farther and farther away from our spaceship. Gamera said, holding the radar, which showed their position from the spaceship. Be careful. Arthur suddenly issued a warning, pulled Quill up and jumped up, and the moment they jumped up, a huge black pincer broke through the ground and pinched them. Arthur kicked on the giant pincer, stomping it back into the sand below, while the other 4 were thrown off their feet by the sudden attack. Grass, what the hell is this? Baba. Rocket got up from the ground and spat out the sand in his mouth. It looks like a giant scorpion. It moved so fast in the sand that it disappeared in an instant. Arthur stretched out his consciousness and searched underground, but lost the scorpion. It scared me to death. I thought I was going to lose my calf just now, Quill said in shock. If Arthur hadn't kicked the big black pliers away just now, Quill's calf would have been pinched off by the pliers. Okay, let's be careful and move on, Gamera said to everyone. Although the 6 people were taken aback, they calmed down immediately and continued to move forward, but the 6 people cheered up and listened to the movements around them. The 6 people walked like this for another 10 minutes, but there was still nothing but sand everywhere. Arthur stopped everyone suddenly, standing there as if he was checking something. The 5 of them looked around cautiously, but the visibility was too low. Groot's seeds could only illuminate a distance of 1 meter, and it was pitch black outside, which felt particularly terrifying. Arthur suddenly slapped the 5 of them, and they flew 3 meters away in an instant, and landed lightly on the ground without injury. But just where they stood, a huge round mouth full of teeth rushed out of the sand and bit upwards. Arthur knocked 5 people into the air just to avoid the monster's attack. Arthur jumped into the air, shot a blue energy ray from his hand and hit the monster. As soon as the monster screamed, Arthur's energy rays pierced its body, fell down and hit the sand, losing its breath. Quill and the others couldn't see the specific situation clearly, only heard a creepy scream, then a blue light flashed, and finally there was a bang as if something fell to the ground. Okay, the monster has been killed by me, everyone come here, Arthur shouted to the 5 people. The 5 knew Arthur's location by listening to Arthur's voice, and came to him together. This is a giant sandworm, Quill said in amazement, looking at the monster corpse on the ground. The monster on the ground was more than 10 meters long and 2 meters thick in diameter, and half of it was buried in the sand. Under the light of Groot's seed light, everyone could clearly see his huge mouth full of teeth and his body covered with bruises. Arthur pierced through the green-blooded wound. This place is really dangerous. If it weren't for Arthur, we would have fallen. Rocket looked at the sandworm and sighed. I didn't expect the Void Realm to be so dangerous. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have accepted such a crappy mission. No wonder that fallen man hides here. Who can find him in such a place? Quill also complained. Okay, stop complaining. Let's move on. We are absolutely safe with me. Arthur continued to walk forward, and Quill was still complaining along the way. Suddenly Arthur stopped again, and everyone immediately took precautions. Is the sandworm coming again? Quill asked Arthur. It's not killing insects, it's an old friend. We don't have to walk this time. Arthur looked not far away and said mysteriously. What do you mean you don't need to walk? Can we still fly? Rocket didn't understand what Arthur meant. The yellow gem in Arthur's hand suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and then there was a rustling sound from the sand in front of him, as if something was walking. Then a huge monster appeared in the sight of several people. It turned out to be a giant crab. It crawled down in front of Arthur and the others and stopped moving. How come there are crabs in the desert, why doesn't it move? Quill asked, looking at the crab that looked like a lump of rock. Of course I controlled it, now it's all right, we have a mount, come on. Arthur jumped onto the back of the big crab after speaking. Great, I just don't want to leave, I can rest my feet. Rocket rushed up after a few strokes and sat beside Arthur. The other 4 people also climbed onto the crab's back. The huge crab was as big as a basketball court, and the 6 people sitting on its back had no effect on it at all. After the 6 people sat firmly, the crab suddenly moved, and it moved forward at a speed that surprised several people, just like a crab swimming in the water, fast and steady. The 6 of Arthur and the others sat on the back of the crab, blowing the breeze, and the nervousness gradually disappeared, and they finally felt a little more comfortable. It's so comfortable. This crab moves so smoothly in the sand. It's almost a natural species to be used as a mount. Quill sighed while resting happily. You think too much. I used the power of gems to control it. It can be seen that this crab is very powerful. If ordinary people encounter it, I will die a miserable death. Arthur broke Quill's fantasy speaking of. Indeed, you can see that it moves so fast, and its body is as hard as a rock. It is estimated that it will be difficult for ordinary weapons to injure it. You are looking at its huge pincers. In this environment, if we encounter it must die, Gamera said to everyone. All 4 nodded in agreement with Gamera's opinion, only Arthur didn't care. He had seen too many such giant creatures, and he still kept more than 100 of them in Atlantis. Let's give it a name, and it will be our exclusive mount on this planet in the future, Arthur suggested to everyone. How about calling it Xiaohei, you can see that it is as dark as a rock. Rocket suggested, but everyone disagreed with such a low-level name. It's called the Invincible Cancer, which shows its ability. Quill said, and Gamera gave him a blank look at what kind of name it was. How about calling it Sakura? In our hometown, Sakura is the name for the god of the desert. Dracula the Destroyer said. The god of the desert? Is it a bit exaggerated, although I also think it is an overlord in the desert. Quill felt that it was a bit too much to say that it was a god. Call it Big Pineapple. On Earth, it means Hell Devil. Arthur said suddenly. Big Pineapple? What the hell? It's not as good as Sakura, let's call him Sakura. Rocket complained to Arthur. I agree. Quill said. I agree too. Gamera said. I'm Groot. Groot agreed to call it Sakura. Okay, now it's 5-1, you lose, and I'll call him Sakura from now on. Quill looked at Arthur happily and said. Whatever you want. Sakura said that he will leave the desert soon. Arthur continued. What? Finally leaving the desert? Great. Quill exclaimed happily. The giant crab Sakura led several people forward for more than 10 minutes and came to a stop at a place. All 6 people jumped off the crab's back. Arthur patted Sakura's body, and the crab Sakura turned around and disappeared into the soil. Let's go. Sakura said that we can go out from the valley ahead. Arthur said to the 5 people. The 6 of them walked forward together, and suddenly a large valley appeared in their sight, and a black stone wall towered in front of them. After walking along the stone wall for a while, everyone saw a pass, and there was a small path leading to the valley, and a few people walked up the mountain along the path. A group of people climbed mountains and waded out of the valley, and saw green plants and withered trees. The few people breathed a sigh of relief, and finally came out. Next, they just need to find a place with people and ask about the whereabouts of the fallen. Under the guidance of Arthur, a group of people finally came to a small town. This small town actually had light. They had never seen light since they came to the realm of void. Is it opaque? When the 6 people approached, they realized that there was a lamp hanging on the door of every house here, and it was this lamp that was emitting a blue light. Arthur and the others took a good look at this kind of lamp that was able to illuminate the surrounding environment in the void and fog where light could not spread. They found that the lamp burned a strange plant that died a gas after being burned, just like incense in a temple. It is this kind of gas that can actually emit light. Yes, the gas can emit light, and I saw strands of blue gas floating in this small town, making the whole town light up. Arthur and the others lamented that the world is so big that there are no wonders. The void and fog cannot allow light to penetrate. There is this kind of plant that emits gas, which can directly integrate into the environment and illuminate everywhere. Arthur and a few people walked into the town, but every household in the whole town stayed behind closed doors, and there was no one on the whole street. Look, is that the Explorer's Bar? Quill asked, pointing to a sign hanging on a cabin in the distance. Really, let's go in and take a look. Rocket also saw the sign and said. A few people walked towards the cabin, and Arthur also saw the sign, with a skull and a wine glass painted on it. Is this the so-called Explorer's Wine? Really long experience. Several people pushed open the wooden door of the bar, and the situation inside surprised them. The bar was very bright, lit by a string of chandeliers hanging from the roof. A lot of people were sitting in the bar chatting and drinking, which was in stark contrast to the bleak scene outside. Gentlemen, please close the door as soon as possible, so as not to let in too much emptiness and mist. A bearded man at the entrance of the bar said to the 6 people. Okay, sorry. Arthur came in last and closed the door immediately. Gentlemen, is it your first time to Planet 101? Our Explorer Bar is the largest chain bar in the universe, where you can taste any wine you want. The bearded man said to the Arthur 6. Arthur and the six found a nearby table and sat down, ready to chat with the bearded man and find out about the whereabouts of the fallen. It is indeed the first time we have come here. We landed in the desert over there, and came to this small town after we walked out. Quill said to the bearded man. What? You were able to cross the desert of death, and come here alive? The bearded man said loudly in surprise as if he had heard the incredible words. The entire explorer's bar suddenly fell silent. Everyone in the bar looked at the six Arthurs, and some people were discussing in low voices. They obviously heard the words of the bearded man. Taucan and the six Arthurs were able to pass through the desert of death. Is lying. Suddenly a tall, one-eyed man stood up, walked to the table of the six Arthurs, looked at Quill with a ferocious face and said, Boy, why don't I believe you when you said that you came out of the desert of death? Looking at you all with thin arms and legs and two pets, are you bragging here? Ha 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 ha. The one-eyed man laughed wildly, as if looking down on the six Arthurs. The two pets were Rocket the raccoon and Groat, the tree figure. After hearing his words, Rocket had reached for the energy gun at his waist. What? The one-eyed man screamed and flew out, smashing heavily on the wall of the wooden house. His entire chest was sunken, bleeding from 7 holes seemed to make him unable to survive. Who else wants to try it? How dare you laugh at my partner? I think you are tired of working. Arthur said with a sneer. He just finished the one-eyed man with a kick. There was no sound in the bar, and one of the guys with the one-eyed man slapped a burly fat man on the table, stood up and said, You are really a bully. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, he was dragged by a burst of red energy and flew towards Arthur, who grabbed his neck. You want to dance too? Sitting on the seat, he pinched the fat man's neck with his left hand. The fat man knelt on the ground and his face, which was pinched by Arthur's great strength, began to congeal, his expression extremely painful. Do you want to dance too? Arthur asked the fat man kneeling on the ground. The two of them stood up immediately and walked quickly to Arthur. My friend, I'm sorry it's our fault. One-eyed offended you. Since you killed him, you will be cleared. Please let us go. The two saw that the fat man was about to be strangled to death by Arthur. He could only speak in a low voice. Forget it, Arthur. Rocket said to Arthur, although killing a few villains is irrelevant, but they are here to inquire about news, so it's better not to attract too much attention. Arthur let go of the hand that was pinching the fat man's neck, and the fat man fell down immediately, breathing heavily the oxygen in the explorer's bar with his face flushed. Arthur looked around, and all the people who looked at Arthur lowered their heads one after another. They all saw that these people were evil stars, simple people who could walk out of the desert of death. Thank you for your kindness, thank you. The two thanked Arthur, subdued the fat man lying on the ground, and prepared to take him out of here. Wait. Arthur suddenly stopped the two of them. What else do you want? A man turned back and asked Arthur with a smile on his face, afraid that Arthur might be unhappy. I want to ask you something. Arthur said, looking at the two of them. Excuse me, we know everything, and we can talk endlessly. The man looked at Arthur and asked with a smile. How long have you been in the void? Arthur asked. We have been adventuring here together for more than a year. At the beginning, there were more than 10 of us, but now there are only 4 of us. No, only 3 of us. The man replied with a wry smile. Then do you know the whereabouts of Aquaman the Fallen? Arthur finally asked what he wanted to ask. The Fallen? I know him. He has now joined the largest bandit organization in the Void, the Void Death Pirates. There are a large number of them, and they drive more than 30 Wanderer spaceships to rob houses in the Void. The Fallen died half a year ago, joined them, and occasionally followed them. The man said. All 6 of Arthur looked at me and I looked at you, and felt that this matter was a bit tricky. Come here. Arthur waved to the man. What else do you want? The man cautiously approached Arthur. Arthur suddenly grabbed his head, his mental power drilled into his brain, and saw his memory. What he said just now was exactly the same as in his memory. Many people saw it the day the Fallen joined the Void Death Pirates. Go away. Arthur let go of this man and let him take his companions away. The 3 of them left the explorer's bar without looking back, and left in despair. What should we do now? The corrupted one actually joined the pirate organization. If we want to capture him, it can be said that we are going to confront an organization. Quill asked everyone worriedly. Several people were silent. They didn't expect the matter to become so difficult. The 6 ordered a few bottles of wine and some food, thinking of countermeasures while eating. Is that organization called the Death Pirates strong? Arthur looked at Quill and asked. I just inquired about it. The Death Pirates are an organization composed of a group of people who like to rob houses. There are thousands of people. They are active in this Void domain, and occasionally rob spaceships near the Void domain. Quill told everyone. Speaking of, then what should we do? The fallen man hid in the Death Pirates organization. We can't force the Death Pirates to hand him over, right? Rocket looked at everyone and asked. What's the matter, Rocket? Are you afraid? You used to be fearless. Why are you scared this time? Let me say that we went straight to the base of the Death Pirates and made a big fuss, cutting the fallen man in half with a knife. Dracula the Destroyer said viciously. I'm afraid. It's just that there are so many people. We can't just bite the bullet and break into their encirclement, right? We need a detailed plan. We can't just mess around with a simple mind. Rocket looked at the Destroyer and said disdainfully. I think the Rockets are right. We have to think of a safe way. Gamera also agreed with the Rockets' proposal. I'm Groat. Groat also nodded in support of the Rockets. I have an idea. Aren't they pirates? Then I will pretend to be caught by them, and then try to find a way to find the whereabouts of the fallen. Arthur said suddenly. You want to use it as a bait? Have you thought about it? This is a very dangerous action. Quill looked at Arthur and said, there is no danger to me at all. Unless Thanos comes here, everyone else will be rotten fish and shrimp to me. Arthur said arrogantly. Yes, you are the strongest. If you don't get caught then I will have to rescue you, Mr. Rocket. Rocket looked at Arthur and said, it's okay, then let's do this. I'll be the bait, and you all follow and wait for my instructions from afar. Arthur said to the 5 people. Although the 5 felt that Arthur was a bit too risky, they still chose to believe that Arthur could deal with those alien pirates considering his powerful abilities. In the purple mist of the void, Arthur drove the small spaceship on the Predator spaceship alone in space. Can you do it? Is it really okay to just study? Quill's voice came from the intercom of the spaceship. Don't worry, I'll be able to read it once. I've learned how to fly a plane, and it's almost the same. Arthur said into the intercom. After the rocket taught Arthur how to drive a spaceship once, Arthur drove the spaceship on the road alone. You can drive slowly, you can't see anything here, we can only sail carefully. Quill continued. Just follow me from a distance, don't drive too fast, I'm taking the road without meteorites. Arthur relied on his perception to navigate in space, and smashed all the large meteorites nearby with red energy, in order not to hit the Marauder spaceship behind. Arthur looked at the red dot on the radar. This is the base of the Death Pirates. It's called the Dead Star, a name given by the Death Pirates. It sounds really unlucky. The location of the Dead Star was told to them by the bar owner, and there are some precautions. When the bar owner heard that they were going to find the Death Pirate base, he was scared out of his wits, and kept persuading them not to go. Even if a chain organization as strong as the Explorer Bar has to pay protection fees to the Death Pirates organization every year in the Void Domain to continue doing business in the Void Domain, or wait for the Death Pirates thieves to come first. In the realm of the Void, the Death Pirate is the absolute overlord, and Arthur is the one who wants to challenge this overlord. Arthur drove a small spaceship gradually approaching the Star of the Dead. Although the radar showed that it was not far from the Star of the Dead, he couldn't see anything in the fog of void, but Arthur could sense that there were several spaceships not far from him. Patrol. Don't get too close. We've reached the area of the Death Pirates. There's a Death Pirates scout spaceship not far from me. Stay away and wait for my order, Arthur said into the walkie-talkie. Okay, you have to be careful. The voices of 5 people came from the walkie-talkie. Arthur was sailing in space with his spaceship. Suddenly 2 headlights in the dark void illuminated Arthur's small spaceship from different directions on the left and right. 2 huge dark red spaceships appeared in front of Arthur's small spaceship, and the lights on their spaceships were so bright that they could shine more than 10 meters away in the fog of the void. The little spaceship in front, stop for me immediately and accept our inspection. An arrogant voice came to Arthur through the loudspeaker. Arthur could only turn off the engine, and waited for the movement of the 2 large spaceships. After a search, the large spaceship drove towards Arthur's small spaceship. Suddenly, a hole opened in the body of the large spaceship, and a mechanical iron claw stretched out towards Arthur's small spaceship. The small spaceship caught. In the dark red spaceship, Arthur was pressed by 2 strong men and came to the cabin hall. There were more than 100 people in the hall, and all of them were wearing black leather clothes with a skull painted on them, which looked like a Japanese motorcycle gang style. Arthur's calf was suddenly kicked by the strong man behind him, and Arthur fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you are so courageous, you actually dare to wander around outside the Star of the Dead. Do you know where this place is? A ferocious-looking man sitting on an iron box among the crowd asked Arthur. Arthur looked up at him. This should be the boss of this spaceship. This man has green skin, a strong body, full of muscles, but has a face that is too ugly. His right hand is still a mechanical prosthesis, like the Winter Soldier. I lost my way and drove around blindly, but I hit a meteorite and somehow got here. What is this place? Arthur sat on the ground and said dumbly. What place is this? Ha 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 ha, this is the Dead Star. We are Void Death Pirates. Are you scared? The leading man laughed loudly, and the other members of the Death Pirates also laughed. Death Pirates? Sorry, I haven't heard of them, and I have no money, so please let me go, Arthur said weakly. Let's let you go? You've got a good idea. We dead people are all human beings. You look fine and tender, and you can be a slave. It sounds good? Ha 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 ha. The man laughed arrogantly. I beg of you noble hands, I'm just passing by here, I don't want to offend you. Arthur continued tremblingly. Come on, take it back to the base, the boss will definitely like him, the man said to his subordinates. It's brother Sang Biao. 2 young men walked up to Arthur and lifted him from the ground. One young man took out an electronic collar with a number displayed from his bag and forced Arthur to put it on. Don't move around, this collar can't be taken off after you put it on. Of course, if you want to escape, you will know what it's like, the little boy said to Arthur with a ferocious expression. After Arthur put on the collar, he was taken to a cell in the spaceship and locked up. There were several aliens in the cell, all dressed like beggars, with bruised noses and swollen faces, as if they had been educated. Arthur sat in the cell with a face of indifference, observing the male aliens opposite. There are 5 people, 3 yellow-skinned ones should be from a planet, another blue-skinned, one red-skinned. The 5 of them seemed to be young and in their prime of life. It seemed that their end would be to be slaves on the Dead Star for the rest of their lives. Among them, the blue-skinned man was sobbing while covering his face, looking really desperate. Hey, are you all captured as slaves? Arthur looked at the 5 and asked. The 5 of them just looked up at Arthur and ignored him. Don't keep talking. We are all grasshoppers on the same boat now. If we make friends, maybe we will have to rely on each other in the future. Arthur continued. We are adventurers who came to the Void Domain. A week ago, we encountered death pirates and were caught, and the spaceship was destroyed by them. One of the 3 yellow-skinned aliens said. What about you two? Arthur asked, looking at the 2 aliens with blue skin and red skin. I'm a local, living on number 60-planet, because I couldn't pay the protection fee, so I was caught as a slave. The red-skinned man said. Hey, I was caught outside the Void Domain. All my crew members fought hard and were killed, and I was the only one left. The blue-skinned man said while crying. Okay, meeting is fate. Let me remind you. When you go to the planet of the dead, you should not be separated. Stay together. If you see chaos in the Star of the Dead, you will decisively find a spaceship and escape. Do you hear me? As for whether to run or not, it's up to you to win or lose. Arthur looked at several people and said in a low voice. What do you mean? You mean that there will be chaos on the dead star? This is impossible. Who dares to mess around on the dead star? Asked the red-skinned local. I've already told you, it's up to you whether you can seize the opportunity. After finishing speaking, Arthur closed his eyes and stopped talking. The 5 people are also you looking at me and I looking at you. I feel that Arthur is very mysterious, and then he doesn't speak. I don't know what they are thinking. 2 hours later. It's time to get here, get out immediately, don't let me do it. The 2 young men opened the door of the cell and said to the 6 people. Arthur glanced at them, stood up and walked out of the cell, while the other 5 followed behind Arthur. Under the leadership of the 2 minions, the 6 of Arthur disembarked from the spaceship and came to the legendary base camp of death pirates, the Dead Star. After Arthur got off the spaceship, he felt that the temperature of the planet was very low, and the whole planet was surrounded by void and fog, making it difficult to see the distant scenery clearly. But there are street lamps emitting blue smoke on the nearby roadsides, and the path illuminated by the blue smoke looks gloomy and not like a place where people live. Arthur and the 6 were pushed in front of Sang Biao, and a young man reported to Sang Biao, Boss, people have already taken off the spaceship. Very well, you can take them directly to the slave camp. Sang Biao nodded and said, yes. After receiving the instructions, Xiao Luo led Arthur and the others out of the spaceship and walked towards the path in the distance. Arthur saw that he was getting farther and farther away from the spaceship, so he walked up to the 2 young men and asked, where is your base? Why didn't I see it? Stop talking nonsense. Our base is a place you can visit? Hurry up, or let you taste the feeling of high-voltage electricity, said a young man. Help us take off the collar. Arthur looked at the young man and said. Under the incredulous eyes of the 5 people, Xiao Luo obediently helped Arthur take off the electric shock collar around his neck. Take theirs too. Arthur continued to order, twisting his neck. Xiao Luo walked up and took off the shock collars for the 5 captured people one by one. Who are you? How did you do it? The yellow-skinned alien looked at Arthur in disbelief and asked after his collar was removed. Arthur put his hand on the little boy's head and read his memory. After getting the information he wanted, Arthur twisted the little boy's neck. Remember what I told you, find a way to find a spaceship and leave by yourself. Arthur watched the 5 people finish speaking, then turned and prepared to leave. Wait. The blue-skinned alien suddenly yelled, and Arthur, who was about to leave, stopped. What's your name? I will repay you in the future. The blue-skinned alien asked. I am Sea King Arthur Jorn. You may not have heard of it, but you will in the future. Arthur left without looking back after speaking. The 5 stood in place and watched Arthur leave. They will never forget the person they met today who will be famous in the universe in the future. Arthur didn't find the whereabouts of the fallen from the memory of the little guy just now, but he knew the location of the Death Pirate's lair. I've successfully infiltrated the Death Star, and I'm heading towards the Death Pirate's lair. Arthur said into the wireless headset. Arthur, you finally replied to us, we thought you hung up. Quill's exaggerated voice came from the earphone. I've been on the spaceship of the Death Pirates just now, so keep a low profile and don't let them see the flaws. Arthur continued. Okay, be careful yourself, get news from the fallen to see if there is a chance to kill him, we are waiting outside the planet to support you. Quill said. Understood, I'll move on. After Arthur finished speaking, he walked quickly along the path. Just over there is the base lair of the Death Pirates, where all the cotters are, and the fallen may also be here. After walking for a while, Arthur finally saw clearly the base of the Death Pirates. It was a huge and straight mountain. The top of the mountain was carved into the shape of a skull, and the cotters of the Death Pirates were on it. Below the mountain is a steep cliff. If you want to go up, there is a large elevator in the middle of the cliff, which can also prevent outsiders from getting in. Fortunately, Arthur can fly, and there are several caves on the mountain, and weapon fortresses are set up on the caves to prevent enemies from approaching the mountain. The whole mountain was hazy under the blue smoke, which was just right for Arthur to fly up secretly. Arthur came to the foot of the mountain cautiously, looked around for no one, and flew up the mountain, avoiding the sight of the enemy in the bunker who was half awake and half asleep. Arriving at the platform of the skull and teeth part of the mountain, Arthur hid on the edge of the cliff, grabbed the edge of the cliff and poked his head out to look forward. There is a metal gate on the side of the huge skull. There are 2 people standing guard at the gate. Outside the gate is an open space for parking small spaceships. There is a team of people patrolling the open space. Arthur didn't know if the fallen man was inside, so if he knew, he wouldn't have to bother so much, just blast the entire mountain with an energy bomb. But if Arthur wants to get the head of the fallen, he can't attack indiscriminately. He has to find a way to get in and make a melee attack. After Arthur waited for the patrolling people to go far away, he bent over to the back of a spaceship on the flat, picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at a guard at the gate. Alas! Who stoned me? The guard was bruised from Arthur's pebble. Is there something wrong? I'm here guarding the door, you go and have a look. Another guard said. The guard who was smashed by Arthur walked slowly towards the platform with a weapon and looked around. He slowly approached Arthur's position, and then suddenly stopped in place now. Hello? What did you see? Talk. The guard at the door shouted as he watched the guard remain motionless. It's okay, come here. The guard who was hit by the stone turned around and said to the guard at the door. What's the matter? What did you see? Talk. The guard at the door asked as he walked, and then he walked to the guard who was smashed and also stood motionless. Arthur put his hand down from the head of the guard just now. He checked his memory, and put his hand on the head of the guard later, to see if he knew more information. The Death Pirate organization has a total of about 800 people, and there are more than 30 leaders, large and small. Their leader is called Blackbeard Battier, who is a native of the Void Domain. Blackbeard, I still have a white beard. Arthur couldn't complain about the nickname of the leader of the Death Pirate, and Aquaman the Fallen was invited by Blackbeard to join the Death Pirate a week ago. Now he is not on this planet of the dead, but has been living alone in his own territory. There are more than 300 planets in the entire Void Domain, and almost every Death Pirate cotter has his own territory. Arthur also saw some of the evil deeds of the Death Pirates from their memories. The civilians in the entire Void Domain have been tortured by them for a long time. They catch them and play with them to death. And the planets around the Void Realm also suffered disasters. All the passing spaceships would be robbed, and the men would be captured as slaves, not to mention the women. However, several leaders who didn't know what race they were actually eating human flesh. Arthur was so angry that his blood pressure rose a lot. There's no need for this kind of organization to stay in the world. Arthur shot out red energy from his hand, and the two guards were blasted into powder before they could make a sound. Arthur swaggered directly towards the Death Pirate base. After entering through the gate, there was a long passage leading directly to the hall of the base. Arthur continued to walk forward, and suddenly a group of patrolling guards came towards Arthur, and they happened to bump into each other. Who are you? How did you come in? The leading guard pointed at Arthur with a weapon and said, and the remaining dozen or so people immediately aimed their weapons at Arthur and were ready to fire at any time. Who am I? Haha, I'm the one who wants to kill you. Arthur's right hand flashed a yellow light, and all the guards seemed to be in a daze, standing there motionless with dazed eyes. The trident in Arthur's right hand appeared in his hand, and the red energy ray shot out instantly, piercing through the hearts of 3 people at once. The ray swept from left to right and more than a dozen guards turned into powder in an instant. Even the walls were scorched by Arthur's rays, and Arthur continued to walk into the base. The alarm suddenly went off in the base, and the people in the control room sounded the alarm when they found someone intruding in the passageway at the gate from the surveillance. Suddenly, countless Death Pirates rushed towards the door with weapons and shot at Arthur. In front of Arthur, a blue magic shield appeared in front of him, and all the attacks were blocked, and the red energy rays of Arthur's trident blasted at the crowd. Boom! The red energy ray exploded in the crowd, and the dead pirates' miscellaneous fish suddenly fell on their backs, lying on the ground and screaming. However, more and more enemies rushed out of the base and fired at Arthur. Arthur had a magic shield in his left hand and a trident energy ray in his right. Facing the merciless harvesting of the members of the Death Pirates, Arthur couldn't understand why the superheroes in this world always like to fight hand to hand. Isn't it good for him to attack it with shell defense and energy? Arthur was thinking about this strange question while harvesting lives. Suddenly, a huge energy shot towards Arthur. Arthur raised his magic shield to resist, but the power of this energy was not small. Arthur was shot, the energy flew out with a bang. Okay, we've hit him. The Death Pirates' minions shouted happily. It turned out that one of their cotters took the shot. This person was called Sniper Capri. He used a huge energy sniper rifle. He was the one who attacked Arthur with the greatest power from a distance. Just after Arthur fell to the ground, his second energy ray shot towards Arthur, not giving Arthur a chance to breathe. Arthur rolled to the side to avoid the blow, but the energy ray exploded right next to Arthur, which was quite powerful. Fortunately, Arthur blocked it with a magic shield. What kind of weapon is this? The power is okay, so if you snatch it and give it to the rocket, it will die of joy. Arthur raised the trident, and a red energy ray blasted towards Capri in the distance. Boom! The red energy ray exploded beside Capri, and Capri was hit by the explosion and flew out, hitting the wall heavily and fainting.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.